Chapter 196, The Crusader of the Sky. "All right, now put a drop of your blood on his head," Damien ordered. The griffin was paralyzed and couldn't move, but its eyes glared at Dave, who was attempting to tame it. Since he didn't have an ounce of magical power, it was quite impossible for him to form a contract with a beast on its own. Fortunately, Damien was a competent beastmaster and acted as a bridge to make the griffon submit to Dave. The boy poked his fingertip with a dagger until blood flowed from it. He then smeared it on the forehead of the griffon, while Damien worked the contractual magic to bind the griffon under Dave's control. "Now it's a battle," Damien said. "You need to make him approve of you through a battle of wills. Griffons are prideful creatures and don't like to become someone's mount, even those that. Pull the carriages of nobles had to be won over before they agreed to work for anyone." Dave grimaced because he could feel the griffon's fierce resistance. In the end, the connection broke because the griffon was able to overpower Dave's will. The chubby boy almost collapsed on the ground because he received a strong backlash from the contractual ceremony. It was a good thing that William was standing beside him and hurriedly supported his body. I can't do it. It's too strong," Dave said as he panted for breath. The griffon had a smug expression on its face as he looked at the chubby boy. Deep down it was sneering at him for trying to bite off more than he could chew. "Don't worry." William patted his shoulder. "I promise to help you get a griffon, and I will keep my promise. Someone bring me a spear." One of the students hurriedly took out a spear from his storage ring in order to get into William's good graces. He felt envious of Dave's lucky break, and he hoped that he would get the same treatment if he showed his loyalty to William. "Sir, here is a spear bought with 2,000 gold coins," the young noble said with a smile. "I hope that it can be of good use to you." This spear has a good quality," William replied. "Thanks. Because you acted swiftly, I will allow you to be the first to choose which hippogriff you want to be your mount after they are fully healed." "Thank you, Commander." The young noble bowed and backed away with satisfaction. William pointed the tip of the spear to the eye of the griffon. The latter looked back in defiance and gave William the "Go ahead and kill me. I'd rather die than become a human's mount" glare. "You have two options," William announced. "Submit and become Dave's partner or suffer." The griffon uttered a screech in defiance. It would rather die than submit. "Good. Let's see how strong your resolve is." William grinned evilly as he walked towards the rear of the beast. The red-headed boy twirled the spear until the blunt end of the spear was facing the griffon's bum. "Requiescat in pace," William shouted as he thrust the spear towards the griffon's beat hole without mercy. A loud shriek filled with pain and shock reverberated in the whimsical forest. The beasts who heard it unconsciously shielded their rear because they somehow felt that it was the appropriate thing to do. "You dare to reject a knight of my order? Who gave you the courage?" William roared as he thrust the spear for the second time. "You think I'll let you die? I have plenty of healing potions here. We can do this all day. Let's see how long you last." The griffon's pitiful shrieks echoed in the whimsical forest for a good 15 minutes before it stopped completely. Damien's and Gideon's hands were shielding their bums, and their expressions were filled with fear. "Godmit, he is really the commander's grandson," Damien gasped. Gideon nodded his head in agreement. "Both of them are shameless bastards who will do anything to get their way." The girls of the Order had long ago averted their gaze. Even Priscilla wasn't able to stomach William's approach to taming magical beasts. The young noble who had given William the spear couldn't stop his lips from twitching. If he only knew that his 2,000 gold spear would be used in this manner, he would have given William a cheaper one instead. "I'll ask you again." William grinned as he faced the pitiful griffon. "Are you going to submit, or must I continue?" The griffon hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. It threw away its dignity and submitted to William's will. The hippogriffs, on the other hand, were all shivering. All of them were thinking of the same thing. If I had rejected his offer to be tamed, would I have ended up receiving the same treatment? The magical beasts felt that they had saved themselves the trouble of getting hurt by agreeing to be part of William's herd. If not, they might have suffered the same fate as their mortal enemy. Damien did the contractual ceremony once again, and this time the griffon didn't resist. It was even giving Dave the hurry and just get it over with. "I don't want that crazy bastard to peg me again." Eye signal. After the contract was established, Dave and the griffon felt a strong connection to each other. This was the bond that was shared between the beast companions and their masters. William patted Dave's shoulder and gave the griffon the antidote to overcome the paralysis. After the magical beast was able to stand up again, the red-headed boy then walked towards the noble that gave him the spear. "I'm returning it," William said. "Thank you very much." The young noble looked at the dirtied spear in his commander's hand and almost cried a river. He knew that he wouldn't be able to wield that spear again due to the scene he'd just witnessed. His mental trauma would not allow him to be able to accept holding such a weapon in his hands. "You can have it, Commander," the young noble replied bitterly. "Consider it as a gift from your subordinate." William looked at the young noble and felt that the boy was a very good person. Because of this, he decided to give him a reward at a later time. "Very well. Since you feel that way, then I will keep this spear as a token of your friendship." William nodded and stored the weapon inside his ring. "Let's return to the camp," William ordered. "We will continue our exploration tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Siddy, Aerith, and Henry looked at William with complicated expressions. Just like Siddy and Aerith, Henry was there to observe William's actions. He would then report these happenings to the Sword Saint as per the latter's order. The Sword Saint was very curious about William's potential, so he allowed him to hunt freely inside his domain. Also, he deemed that it would be best to equip the new Knight Order with mounts, so that they would be able to perform well in the war that was estimated to happen in just a few short months. Dave fell off the Griffin's back for the umpteenth time as the latter walked towards the encampment. William suggested that Dave get used to riding his new mount as part of his training. However, since he was a commoner by birth, he wasn't able to get the opportunity to ride domestic animals like horses and the likes. The Griffon looked at his new partner in disdain, as if telling him, "You can't even sit on my back properly, and you wanted me to become your mount. What an idiot." William grinned when he saw Dave's pitiful expression. He then ordered the rest of the group to continue walking to the camp while he had a private talk with Dave. Damien and Gideon also stayed behind. Their orders were clear, and they were to observe their young master and make sure he didn't get into trouble. When the other members of his group were no longer around, William walked towards the dejected Dave. "Dave, do you want to be able to ride your partner without falling down?" William asked. "Yes," Dave replied. "Sir, can you help me do that?" "Well, it's not like I can't help you, but I don't know if it will work. Are you willing to give it a try?" "I trust Sir William." "I am willing to try anything as long as I can be a proper knight." William's expression suddenly became serious. "Damien, Gideon, make sure that no one will be able to spy on me. What I am about to do is confidential. Make sure that no one will witness it." "Very well, young master," Damien agreed. "All right?" Gideon nodded. Both of them disappeared from where they stood as they created a protective perimeter around William. Ezio, who was hiding in the shadows, also extended his help and made sure that no one would be able to interfere with whatever William was about to do. "Dave, before we start, you are going to sign another contract," William said as he presented a scroll in his hand. "You are not allowed to tell anyone anything about what you are going to witness today. That includes you, Mr. Griffon." The Griffon hurriedly nodded its head in understanding. It already knew how unreasonable William could be, and it didn't want to experience it a second time. "Okay, I need both of your blood," William ordered. Both the boy and the Griffon obeyed without question, and allowed William to get some of their blood. After the scroll glowed and the contract was completed, the red-headed boy took out a spear from his storage ring. This spear was not the common spear that was used in battle. Instead, it was a jousting lance used by mounted cavaliers. The main body of the lance had a silvery blue color with runic patterns and looked utterly majestic. Its handle was golden in color and had several runic patterns inscribed on its body. William held the lance upwards using both of his hands. The half-elf was wearing the clothing of a nobleman, and with the lance in his hand he looked like a noble who held a lot of authority in his hands. "Kneel," William ordered. Dave had an understanding look on his face, and kneeled with his left knee like a proper knight and bowed his head. William lowered the lance and lightly tapped Dave's left shoulder. "In the name of the god of all trades, Gavin, and the goddess of knights, Astrid, I give you the right to bear arms and the power to meet justice," William said with a righteous countenance. "May you protect the innocent and use your strength to uphold the honor of your sovereign and people." The lance glowed once as if empowering William's words. Dave saw a string of words appear inside his mind and said them out loud. "I, Dave Cornwell, hereby solemnly obey as a knight of the Angorian war sovereign." William smiled and lightly tapped Dave's right shoulder before raising his lance once more towards the sky. "Rise, my knight, and uphold the oath that you have made today," William stated. "May your courage and bravery illuminate the world for eternity." Rongaminiad, the lance that illuminates the world, showered Dave with a golden brilliance. The king chess piece within William's sea of consciousness glowed thrice before returning to its normal state. A series of words appeared in William's status page which caught him completely by surprise. "First Knight of the Angorian War Sovereign has been registered. Name Dave Cornwell. Bestowing Knight title. Appropriate title found. Dave Cornwell, the Crusader of the Sky." Chapter 197. Can we talk in private? William thought that Dave's title was really cool as he stared at the young boy in front of him who seemed different from before. Dave could feel a certain strength inside his body that he couldn't explain. However, this time around he felt that he could ride the Griffon without falling off its back. The chubby boy raised his hand and the Griffon unconsciously lowered its body to allow him to mount. Dave then confidently sat on its back as if he had done it countless times before. After seating securely in place, he then patted the back of his partner as if telling him to stand. When the Griffon rose to its feet, it felt that his rider was very different from the one who mounted him a few minutes ago. It was as if the one riding him right now was a completely different person. William's jaw almost dropped when he saw another change on his status screen. Name, Dave Cornwell. Race, human. Health points. 10-0-0 divided by 10-0 mana. 3-0 prestige job class. Crusader of the Sky LVL1 strength. 20 plus 10 dexterity. Dual X Union of Man and Beast Tactician Tornado Descent Shield Boomerang Grand Cross title. Storm Rider. During a storm all stats increased by 100% aerial mobility. Increased by 200%. Can use Heaven's Fury once a day. Fuck. What kind of BS is this? William cursed out loud. He almost dropped Rongaminiad from his hands as he read Dave's status page. Why is he so op? Dave and the Griffon were both startled by William's shout and looked at their commander with anxious faces. After his initial outburst, William immediately calmed down and returned the legendary spear inside his storage ring. He then looked at Dave with a dazzling smile that would put all scammers to shame. "You're good," William said as he lightly patted Dave's leg. He then patted the Griffon, who trembled under his touch. "You're also good." The newly appointed Crusader and his mount felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. For some reason, they felt that they were about to be served on a silver platter and William was going to eat them. "Dave, from now on I expect good things from you," William said with a serious expression. "Do not tarnish the honor of the Angorian war sovereign. Do I make myself clear? I swear that I will not let you down, Commander." Dave stuttered. The Griffon shrieked to support his partner's words. It was afraid that if it didn't say anything, William would find an excuse to torture it. "Good, let's go," William ordered as he mounted Ella's back. Dave and the Griffon glanced at each other as they walked behind Ella's back. After walking for a while, the chubby boy and the magical beast both realized that Dave was no longer in danger of falling from the Griffon's back. It was as if they were joined together. What he didn't know was that after acquiring the prestige class Crusader of the Sky, he automatically acquired the skill Union of Man and Beast. This was a special skill of the Cavalier job class, which allowed the rider and his mount to become a single unit when they were together. Even if the Griffon were to perform complicated aerial maneuvers, Dave wouldn't fall off its back even if he wasn't sitting on a specialized saddle. When the two arrived at the camp, both of them were met with curious gazes. The other members of the Angorian war sovereign felt that Dave had changed somehow, but they couldn't put their finger on it. What impressed them the most was that the chubby boy was riding on top of the Griffon, as if he had done it for many years. There was also a sense of confidence that was oozing from Dave's body which made the others look at him in a different light. "What happened to you?" Conrad asked the chubby boy after he dismounted from the Griffon. "What did you do with the commander?" Dave gave Conrad a refreshing smile before answering his question. "Sorry, but the commander ordered me not to say anything. But... Conrad waited for Dave to continue his words. "But I hope the day will come when you will become part of Sir William's strength," Dave said with a serious expression. "I look forward to that day." After saying those words, Dave walked past Conrad and headed towards William. He stood a few meters away from him like a trusted retainer. Everyone was a little confused when they noticed this sudden change in Dave's mannerism. Usually he would stick around Conrad. However, this time around they could tell that he had switched his allegiance to William and seemed very satisfied with it. William didn't say anything and ordered everyone to rest while he checked on the conditions of the hippogriffs. After close inspection, he realized that 4 of them had lost a limb or two and had to be supported by their comrades using ropes tied to their bodies. Those that had suffered serious injuries had been given high-grade potions that William had acquired from their bandit raids. He didn't bat an eye and used them on the injured creatures, which made the new members of his herd very grateful. The total number of mounts they gained from this expedition was 16. William had 6 officers and 36 subordinates. He planned to have all of them get a mount of their own, which meant that he had to return to the whimsical forest and find a new herd of hippogriffs. While he was deep in his thoughts, he heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching from behind his back. He didn't turn his head and simply waited for his 2 guests to speak their mind. "Can we talk in private?" CD asked. "Okay," William replied. He turned his head to look at the disciples of the Sword Saint with a calm expression. "Follow me." CD and Aerith nodded as they followed William. The 3 people walked a small brook that was 100 meters away from their encampment. William didn't know why the 2 wanted to talk to him, but he was willing to hear them out for the sake of the Sword Saint's generosity. After arriving at their destination, CID cleared his throat and spoke his mind. What you did earlier was admirable. However, you shouldn't mingle with demonic beasts who specialize in dark magic, CID said with a serious expression. I don't know why that demonic dog is helping you, but if others find out that you are collaborating with such a creature, your reputation will get a black stain. William nodded his head. He already expected this situation after forming a contract with Soglav. If it was only the members of his Night Order, he could probably force them to keep their mouths shut. Unfortunately, there were outsiders present in the area, so this outcome was understandable. Also, you should hide that slave collar on your neck, CID stated. You are a noble, and a noble wearing a slave collar is taboo. Although slavery runs rampant in the Helen Kingdom, the king himself dislikes such practices. William snorted. The king might feel that way, but the nobles don't. Almost all of the nobles own slaves of their own. The collar on my neck is my way of telling them that even nobles can be enslaved. If it can happen to me, what makes them think that it couldn't happen to them? The red-headed boy also wanted to point out that their honorable master was keeping slaves inside his residence. He just didn't mention it to prevent conflicts between him and the Sword Saint's disciples. Even so, you mustn't openly show it to the public like it's a priceless accessory, Aerith insisted. Looking at you makes me feel uncomfortable. William grinned evilly as he looked at Aerith from head to toe. Indeed, you should feel uncomfortable. A beauty like you would sell for a high price if you ever fell into the hands of slave traders. A resounding slap echoed in the air as Aerith looked at her hand in surprise. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Aerith stuttered. Don't worry, I've suffered worse, William replied. A red handprint slowly materialized on the half-elf's handsome cheek. It was the mark left by Aerith's unconscious action after hearing William's words. Is there anything else that the two of you need to say to me? William inquired. If not, then I will return to the camp. There are still a few things that I need to do as the leader of this expedition. CID stared hard at William for a quarter of a minute before shaking his head. Aerith looked apologetic and lowered her head in guilt. William nodded his head in understanding and walked past the two teenagers who were older than him. But as he was passing Aerith, the shepherd lighted her shoulder before leaving her with some parting words. I am also not a fan of slavery, and one of my goals is to fully eradicate it from the southern continent. The two disciples of the Sword Saint watched William's retreating back as he returned to the encampment. What a peculiar boy, Sid said as his gaze sharpened like swords. What do you think, big sister? Deep down, Sid was reluctant to admit that William had won their duel. But facts showed that even if he was the stronger between the two, the boy's tenacity and unwavering determination overpowered his skill with the sword. I think he needs to be re-educated in the proper etiquette of noble families, Aerith replied. Her expression was dyed red due to embarrassment from her earlier outburst. He is indeed weaker than you, but for some reason I feel that even if you two had a rematch, the outcome would still be the same. Sid sighed as a bitter smile appeared on his face when he heard his sister's words. He didn't agree nor disagree with her opinion, but his silence was enough to tell her that he also felt the same way. This was the first time that the two of them had met someone as mysterious as William. On the surface, he acted in a carefree manner, just like a sword during peacetime. However, during times of emergencies, his attitude changed completely. Like a fully drawn blade with exquisite sharpness, he was able to cut down the obstacles blocking his way. The two finally understood the real reason why their master had sent them to observe William. He wanted them to learn that not all battles were honorable. In a fight of life and death, honor and dignity were merely beautiful decorations. Someday I will win against him, CID muttered softly. Aerith, who was by her brother's side, nodded her head. She too wanted her brother to be hailed as the strongest in the southern continent, just like their master. However, as she looked at the small retreating back in the distance, she felt that the hurdle that her brother was about to face was a mountain that towered above the mortal realm. A mountain whose peak could never be conquered. Chapter 198, Bastion of the Chiron Tribe. The next day, Henry took William and half of his subordinates to the whimsical forest to look for hippogriffs once again. Tasked with guarding their encampment, along with the 6 people in his team. The injured hippogriffs they had captured the day before were in their encampment, and someone had to guard them to ensure that they were not attacked by wandering beasts. Since the Griffon was there to act as a deterrence, William could leave their encampment with peace of mind. Oh, I see, thank you very much, William said. The deer in front of him bleated softly as it ran towards the depths of the forest. The territory of the second group of hippogriffs is a mile away in that direction, William stated as he pointed northeast. Let's go. Aerith walked beside William with a curious expression. Did you just talk to a deer? William hummed his reply as he continued to walk. How did you learn their language? It's a shepherd's trade secret. Aerith frowned as she continued to trail behind William. Do all shepherds know how to talk to their animals? To a certain extent, yes, William replied. It takes patience and years of herding to learn the skill. Can you teach me? I've always wanted to communicate with animals. It would be best if you learned from a druid. I can only talk to beasts that belong to the herd. William couldn't possibly tell Erith that his ability to talk to animals was inherited from his elven bloodline. Just like his mother was able to talk to Skylar, William was only able to communicate with beasts that belonged to the herd. Ironically, cranes also belonged to the herd category. This was why the red-headed boy was able to communicate with Skylar properly. While walking in the direction of the hippogriff's territory, a small wren landed on William's shoulder and began chirping. Dia looked at the small bird and hesitated. She didn't know if she should eat it or not. Don't eat her, William said softly to Dia. He then glanced at the small bird and started to communicate with it. Because William replied using chirping sounds, the wren on his shoulder chirped more excitedly. 5 minutes later, the bird flew away, leaving William with a troubled expression. After pondering for a while, he signaled for everyone to stop. Don't make any sounds, I will check something first, William ordered as he climbed to the top of a tree. When he reached the highest branch, he narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction of the north. Several birds could be seen fleeing in different directions as the trees swayed in the distance. The wren had told him that a group led by a very strong beast was headed in the direction they were going. When William asked the little bird descriptions about the creature, it only said that it was big and had wings. The thing that worried William more was that the bird told him that it was not alone. There were at least 3 of them. As William focused his attention to the north, the beast that his little friend had warned him about finally appeared in his vision. Wyverns, William muttered, as he saw 3 wyverns rise from the treetops carrying wild boars in their claws. The biggest among the 3 wyverns screeched and flew towards the north. The other 2 wyverns followed behind their leader as they continued their hunt. Wyvern, pseudo-dragon, threat level, a high. Cannot be added to the herd. It is said that wyverns descended from the bloodline of dragons. Has very high aerial maneuverability and boasts incredible fighting prowess. Their tails have a poison stinger that is capable of inflicting poison strong enough to kill a human in minutes. Wyverns are able to use breath attacks similar to dragons. However, the damage of this energy attack is weaker compared to pure blood dragons. This creature has the ability to further evolve and become a variety of stronger monsters. Some of their evolutions include blood wyverns, storm wyverns, frost wyverns, fire wyverns, and several other species depending on their location. All evolved wyverns are of centennial rank and must be treated with great caution. Fortunately, they found the boars before they found the hippogriffs, William thought as he watched the majestic creatures fly away. Now I understand why Conrad wanted a wyvern as his mount. When Conrad told William that he wanted a wyvern as his mount, his first reaction was to give the older boy the middle finger. Conrad also understood that he was asking for too much, but he was the type of person that liked to aim high for whatever thing he wanted in life. William had already told him that he didn't have the ability to capture a wyvern at this point in time, but if ever an opportunity arose, he promised that he would do his best to cater to Conrad's choice of mount. Although William was tempted to ask Ezio, Damien, and Gideon for help, he decided to not move forward with this plan. If possible, he wanted to capture the wyvern using his own ability and the manpower under his disposal. I'm sure Siglav would immediately run tail if he was summoned to fight against a wyvern. William chuckled at the thought of seeing the demonic dog running away in fear after it was summoned in front of a wyvern's gaping jaw. After the short interlude, William and the rest of his group went deeper inside the mythical forest. They saw various creatures eyeing them from a distance, but none of them made any move to attack each other. Although humans often wandered inside the forest, most of them were strong individuals. This was why the beasts merely observed the shepherd's group and made no attempt to hunt them down. After an hour of walking, they finally arrived at a meadow with a steadily flowing brook. The meadow was quite big, and William estimated that it was at least a mile long. Several beasts like deer, moose, and wild bison grazed peacefully in the distance. Not far from their location were the magical creatures that William and his group sought after. It was none other than a herd of hippogriffs. Compared to the one that they had first met, the members of this group numbered more than 100. The alpha of the group stood in the middle and eyed William's group with a calm gaze. Before William could even walk towards the alpha hippogriff to talk, a rumbling sound was heard not far from them. From the depths of the forest, a platoon of centaurs carrying pikes and bows charged in William's direction. The half-man, half-horse creatures stopped 20 meters away from the humans and eyed them with vigilance. Centaur. Humanoid creatures. Threat level C-mid. Can be added to the herd. Success rate 20%. A centaur has the body of a horse topped by a humanoid torso, head, and arms. Most of them avoid conflict, but fight fiercely when forced to do so. They are experts in melee and ranged combat. Their preferred weapons are spears, pikes, and bows. Some of them are born with the ability to wield magic, but these are very rare cases. What are you humans doing here within the territory of our Chiron tribe? A centaur carrying a silver spear and wearing a silver helmet asked in a booming voice. Chiron tribe? Are you that same tribe that the Sword Saint allowed to settle in these lands? Cidi asked back. The centaur snorted and faced the Sword Saint's disciple with arrogance. Allowed to settle in these lands? Boy, you'd better watch your mouth, or else I will be more than happy to cut out that tongue of yours. You can try, Siad replied. The boy was about to unsheath his sword, but was held back by William's hand. What did I say about not getting in the way of our mission? William asked with a smile. I'll handle this. Don't draw your weapons. The half-elf stepped forward and addressed the person who seemed to be the leader of the Centaurian platoon. My name is William von Ainsworth, William announced. May I know your Excellency's name? The centaur captain looked at William with a frown. His instinct was telling him that the boy in front of him was not an enemy, but a friend. However, he had met a lot of humans in the past, and all of them were sly creatures who not only stepped on their kindness, but even captured their tribe members in order to sell them as slaves. In short, the centaurs inside the whimsical forest were wary of humans and would usually repel them whenever they met them in the forest. You can call me Bastion of the Chiron tribe, Bastion answered. What is your purpose for coming to our territory? Before I answer your question, may I know your relationship with the hippogriffs? William inquired. Bastion and the rest of the centaurs immediately took a fighting stance as they glared at William. So you are here to capture hippogriffs, Bastion said in contempt. As expected of the greedy humans, all you know how to do is make the creatures of the forest your mounts or slaves. Wait, you are making a very big misunderstanding here. William raised both of his arms in order to calm the centaurs, who were about to engage them in battle. First of all, I'm not a human. I'm a half-elf. Secondly, I came here to negotiate with the alpha of the hippogriffs and not forcefully take the members of its herd away. While William was explaining his reason for coming, the golden-winged hippogriff had walked towards his location and raised its head arrogantly towards the foreigners who entered its domain. I was already informed by Jeros about your purpose for coming, the alpha hippogriff said via telepathy. The answer is no. I will not allow you to take any member of my herd and be used as mounts. The alpha screeched hatefully at William, while Bastion held his spear firmly in his hand. The hippogriff had allowed him to listen to its reply to William because both of them had made an alliance. As allies, it was only natural for both of them to stand against the intruders that had entered their domain. Chapter 199, Your name will be Aethon. In fact, it was not only the hippogriffs that were allied with the centaurs. All the creatures that were grazing in the meadow were part of their alliance as well. This was why the centaurs appeared when William's group arrived in the meadow. The wild bison, moose, and deer had already trapped William's group in an encirclement and were only waiting for Bastion's order to attack. The only reason why they were still being civil was because of the fact that William was, radiating a presence that made them not want to have a conflict with him if possible. Leave, Bastion ordered. This is your last warning. The next time you return, we will treat you as enemies. William sighed internally because they were left with no other option but to leave the meadow. Okay, we will leave. William nodded his head. He then turned to his group and made a hand gesture. Let's go. Cid and Aerith were frowning, but they still followed William's orders. William's group retreated a mile away from the meadow and formed a temporary camp. It was only lunchtime, so there was plenty of time to think of their next course of action. William was currently resting on top of a branch with his back leaning against the tree. He didn't want to engage in a full-blown confrontation with the centaurs and their allies because the latter treated them in a civil manner, despite the fact that they went there to capture some hippogriffs. There must be a way, but how? William pondered as he gazed at the northeast. While he was mulling over his options, the wren that chatted with him earlier perched on his shoulder and began chirping. How many? How many? Sure. William crossed his arms over his chest that was given to him by the little bird. Say, do you want to travel together with me? Yes, our meeting must be fate, William said with a smile. Although you're very small, you're quite capable of gathering news. How about you work for me as my news informer? Chirp. If you come with me, you'll never go hungry again. I promise you. The wren thought for a while before chirping an affirmation. William grinned and added the small bird to his herd. Wren. Common bird. The wren is a tiny brown bird, although it is heavier and not as slim as the even smaller goldcrest. It is dumpy, almost rounded, with a fine bill, quite long legs and toes, very short round wings and a short narrow tail which is sometimes cocked up vertically. For such a small bird it has a remarkably loud voice. Let me think of a good name for you, William said as he rubbed the little bird's head. The little bird looked at William in anticipation as it waited for its name. After giving it much thought, the red-headed boy finally thought of a good name for the little guy who stumbled upon them in the forest. Aethon, William smiled. From now on, your name will be Aethon. The king chess piece in William's sea of consciousness glowed thrice, and a small change appeared on the wren's body. A golden crest appeared on Aethon's chest. It was like a small marking that allowed William to identify him from birds of the same species. After adding Ethan to his ever-growing herd, William climbed down from the tree and shared the news he just received. "We need to leave the forest," William announced. "A tribal war among the beast groups is about to take place. We don't want to get caught in the crossfire, so we'd better leave as soon as possible." The young noble that had offered the spear to William a day ago raised his hand. "Commander, what about the mounts?" "Worry not, my dear comrade," William said with a mischievous smile. "I'm sure that we will be able to snatch a few creatures during their internal conflict. For now, let's go back to the camp and wait for the aftermath." Ethan had told him that the fight would be breaking out any moment, and the sooner they left, the better. If William was alone, he was confident that he would be able to maneuver freely in the forest. However, since his subordinates were with him, he didn't dare to act boldly. It was best to return to their encampment first, then sneak back inside the forest to play the fishing game. Ella, Dia, Ragnar, and Aethon looked at William with a knowing glance. Since they were part of his herd, they could understand his thoughts to a certain extent. He was already looking forward to the grand haul that was about to take place. No good. "The young master is really similar to the commander," Damien whispered to Gideon, who was seated behind him. "Look at that smug expression on his face. That is what Commander looks like when he is just about to raid a bandit camp and steal their treasures." "You're right," Gideon whispered back. "I have a feeling that he will drag the two of us along as well. If he really is the commander's grandson, he will throw away his dignity and become shameless." As if feeling their gazes, William glanced at the two men and gave them a refreshing smile. That smile alone confirmed the two men's suspicions that the brat was up to no good. Kenneth sat beside William and tapped his shoulder. "Whatever you are planning on doing, take me along, William looked at his roommate with a curious gaze. "What do you mean? I can tell that you are scheming something." "Nonsense. Just look at this handsome and innocent face of mine. Does it look like the face of a schemer?" Kenneth nodded his head. "Not only the face of a schemer, but the face of a scammer as well. How rude. Looks like my secretary is going through a rebellious phase." William grinned. "Very well, I will agree to take you with me on one condition." "On one condition?" "Yes," Kenneth thought for a while before nodding his head. "Let me hear the condition." William motioned for him to come closer as he whispered something in the delicate boy's ears. Kenneth frowned, but still nodded his head in agreement. "Very well, I accept this condition. Good." William patted his roommate's shoulder. "We are going to move tonight. Make sure not to alarm the others when we sneak out of the encampment." Later that night, William, Ella, Kenneth, Damien, and Gideon headed deeper inside the whimsical forest. They had just traveled a mile into the forest when they heard the distant roars of beasts. "Looks like we just arrived in time," William said as he made a hand gesture for everyone to stop. Ragnar was currently seated on top of Ella's back with his tongue lolling outside of his mouth. Dia, on the other hand, was resting on William's head, while Aethon was perched on his shoulder. William raised his hand and a portal appeared beside him. Soglav, the demonic dog, arrived with a smirk plastered on his face. "Are we going to start our hunt?" Soglav asked as its single eye glowed eerily in the darkness. William nodded in acknowledgement. "Tonight is a bit special. If we get lucky, we will strike it big time." "Oh?" Soglav rubbed its chin with its clawed hand. "I like the sound of that." It then raised its head and listened to the roars of the beasts in the forest. "A faction war." Soglav chuckled. "I love faction wars. It is the best time to snag some easy prey." William and the demonic dog shared a knowing glance before running towards the north. It was the place where the strongest conflict was currently taking place. Ella, Kenneth, Damien, and Gideon followed behind them. Since William was a half-elf, his dark vision allowed him to see perfectly in the night. For some reason, this ability of his was shared with the entire herd, and allowed Ella and the others to see clearly in the dark as well. As for Kenneth, Damien, and Gideon, they had their own ways to see in the dark and kept up with William's and Soglav's advance towards their destination. When they arrived, they were just in time to see a fierce battle being fought between the centaurs and a group of wyverns. After observing the pseudo-dragon's rampage, William noticed a unique individual among the group. The wyvern's body was red in color, and there was a crimson crystal embedded in its forehead. William used his appraisal skill on the creature, and his face suddenly became serious. It had been a while since he faced off against a creature of such rank, and he knew that it was a steel plate that he didn't dare to kick. Blood wyvern. Pseudo-dragon. Centennial beast. Threat level S high. Cannot be added to the herd. The blood wyvern is one of the evolutions of a wyvern. It has the ability to continuously grow stronger by drinking the blood of magical creatures. This wyvern has the ability Bloodthirst, which allows it to identify the location of any warm-blooded creature within 2 square miles with it as its center. Even those with the stealth or invisibility skills will not escape its sight. It also has the ability Skill Absorption that allows it to acquire the skills of the creatures it has consumed. The blood wyvern can evolve into a crimson wyvern, once it has stepped into the ranks of millennial beasts. A wyvern known for its brutality and strength that can even overpower pure-blooded dragons of the same rank. Chapter 200, The Fisherman's Game Part 1. That one is one nasty beast, Zoglav commented as his single eye locked on the blood wyvern that was currently circling around the centaur tribe. The blood wyvern was currently fighting against the top dog of the centaur tribe, who was also of the centennial rank. However, not all creatures of the same rank were equal. There would always be racial differences between the two which would decide who had the upper hand or not. Centaur war chieftain, humanoid chief, centennial beast, threat level S-mid, can be added to the herd. Success rate 1%. William briefly glanced at the information of the centaur war chieftain. Basically, it was a centaur that boasted the highest combat skills within the tribe. Right now, that same centaur was keeping the blood wyvern at bay using magical range attacks. However, that was exactly what the blood wyvern intended it to do. As long as the war chieftain focused on it, the other wyverns would be able to decimate the rest of the tribe using their superior strength. Although the centaur tribe numbered around 2,000, the majority of them were Class C creatures with only a dozen Class B warriors at most. Wyverns were one of the apex predators in the whimsical forest, and even though the centaurs had the advantage in numbers, it was futile against their enemy. While the battle was ongoing, a loud shriek pierced the air and 50 hippogriffs appeared on the battlefield. They were allied with the centaurs, and it was only natural to lend their assistance during times of need. Currently there were 15 wyverns circling the tribal camp, and some of their claws and beaks were already dyed in blood. Clearly they had killed a good number of centaur warriors during the clash, and had gorged on their enemy's blood to regain their strength. William recognized Damien leading a troop of centaurs while shooting arrows towards the wyverns. These arrows harmlessly bounced off the wyvern's scales, which made the centaurs grit their teeth in frustration. When the hippogriffs arrived, the battle was no longer one-sided, but the invaders still had the upper hand. William sighed as 2 hippogriffs were impaled by the wyvern's stinger and crashed toward the ground. Naturally, they couldn't possibly interfere in the war directly, so the 2 hippogriffs died not long after their fatal crash. "So, what's the plan?" Zoglav asked as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Although I can't defeat any of those wyverns, I'm confident that as long as the blood wyvern doesn't interfere, I will be unharmed." Zoglav was about to say more when they heard high-pitched chuckling sounds coming from the forest. The centaurs grimaced as they saw one of the most annoying beasts that lived within the forest, and that was none other than the were-hyenas. Just like the name suggests, they were quite similar to werewolves, but the difference was that they were hyenas instead of wolves. William frowned as he once again used his appraisal skill to identify the newcomers. Were-hyena, therianthropic hybrid, threat level C-mid, cannot be added to the herd. A powerful scavenger that feasts on the flesh of both humans and beasts. This creature has 3 forms: a human form, a large hyena, or a hybrid that is similar to a werewolf. Unlike werewolves, who can only transform during the night, were-hyenas can transform any time of the day and don't have many restrictions like the other therianthropic hybrids. Strong and sly, these creatures are one of the most annoying beasts that one can encounter in the southern continent. The were-hyena's high-pitched laughter made the already hopeless situation unbearable. They ran towards the location where the 2 hippogriffs had fallen and immediately dragged their dead bodies away. They didn't go far before they started to feast on the hippogriff's flesh. They had a very strong resistance to poison, so even the wyvern's poison that had killed the magical beasts wasn't a concern to them. Zoglav whistled as he looked at the new arrivals with admiration. "Now things have become more complicated," Zoglav chuckled. "What are we going to do now, Shepherd?" William assessed the situation carefully and knew that he wouldn't be able to turn the tides with his current power. Since that was the case, it was now time to borrow the power of others. "Fourth Master, can you lend me your assistance, just this once?" William asked. Kenneth and the Zoglav looked at him in confusion because they didn't know who this 4th Master was. A soft rustling sound was heard beside the tree opposite them, and a man wearing a hooded robe appeared out of thin air. "What do you have in mind?" Ezio asked. Ezio officially became William's 4th Master after the boy had succumbed to the dark side of humanity. He taught the half-elf many things, including the art of torturing people. Among William's masters, Ezio was a man of few words. When talking to him, William had to get straight to the point in order to save time. "4th Master, can you deal with the blood wyvern?" William asked. This was the most pressing matter right now. As long as the blood wyvern was defeated, the centaur war chief would be able to deal with the other wyverns quite easily. "I can, but I will need some help," Ezio replied as he glanced at his 2 comrades who were sent by their commander. Damien and Gideon just nodded their heads in understanding. They would help Ezio deal with the blood wyvern, while William dealt with the rest. "Be safe, young master," Damien said as he patted the boy's shoulder. "Don't let the were-hyenas bite you," Gideon commented. "The commander will kill us if you turn into one of them." William nodded his head. "Be at ease, seniors. After getting his reply, the three men disappeared. William didn't know where they were, but he was certain of one thing. The blood wyvern would soon be dealt with. "Let's go," William said as he jumped off the tree. Kenneth and Soglav followed suit and landed on the ground. Ella transformed into her war ibex form and allowed William and Kenneth to ride on her back. "We will first join the centaurs and help them repel the were-hyenas," William explained his plan. "Soglav, summon your doppelganger to help catch the hippogriffs just like you did yesterday. Leave the rest to me." "All right, but I want a few cores from the were-hyenas," Soglav replied while stating his condition. "Okay, I like dealing with smart people." Ella charged towards the battlefield, while William fired arrows at the were-hyenas that were closing in on the centaurs. The centaurs, on the other hand, glanced at Damien to wait for his orders. They didn't know whether to attack William or turn a blind eye on his actions. "Don't mind him for now," Bastion ordered. "Attack the were-hyenas." The centaurs roared in acknowledgement and charged towards the annoying scavengers with their pikes and lances. The battle became more intense as both sides fought tooth and nail for supremacy. The centaurs were clearly at a disadvantage because the wyverns and the were-hyenas seemed to be in cahoots with each other. Using their superior numbers, the centaurs chased away the were-hyenas and managed to kill 6 of them. However, the were-hyenas and the wyverns managed to kill more than 100 centaurs in the span of a few minutes. William waved his hand and shamelessly snatched the dead bodies of the were-hyenas inside his storage ring. The centaurs were not in the mood to pay attention to his petty action because their entire tribe was at stake. Ella's horns embedded themselves in a were-hyena that was about to deal the finishing blow to a fallen centaur. The creature shrieked in pain, but William's spear pierced its eyes all the way through its brain, ending its life in the process. The were-hyena's attack became frenzied, but William's and the centaurs' united assault overpowered their rabid attacks. Suddenly, a wyvern descended towards the were-hyenas and the centaurs that were engaged in close combat, and opened its jaws wide. "It's going to fire its dragon breath," Damien shouted in order to warn William and their temporary allies. Flames erupted from the wyvern's mouth as it shot it towards the ground like a flamethrower. The centaurs immediately evaded, but some of them weren't able to react in time. A dozen warriors were incinerated by the flames and died while crying out painfully. Soglav did his best to catch the falling hippogriffs, but most of them were already dead when he caught them. Unlike griffons, wyverns could easily tear a hippogriff in half due to its superior strength. Out of the 50 hippogriffs that joined the battle, 15 had already fallen, and Soglav was only able to save 4. However, the 4 magical beasts were already in a near-death condition with their wings and limbs torn off from their bodies. One of them had been impaled by a wyvern's stinger and was only a minute away from dying. William hurriedly added these beasts to his herd and gave the dying hippogriff an antidote. One of the wyverns saw William's action and immediately dove down from the sky in order to kill him. When it was only 100 meters away from the boy, a silver steel thread wrapped around its body, stopping it in its tracks. Ezio, Damien, and Gideon jumped on its back and forcefully veered it to its right side. The wyvern was enraged by the sudden ambush it had received from the weak humans and tried to shrug them off from his back. Unfortunately, the 3 men riding on its back were its worst nightmare. Damien laughed as he clamped a collar on the wyvern's neck. After the collar was firmly locked in place, the wyvern froze in the air before rising to the sky. Damien was a beastmaster. Naturally, he could tame many kinds of beasts. His forte was taming flying creatures. Gideon was a beastmaster as well. However, his specialty was land-based creatures. Together, they formed a formidable team that could capture different beasts in both land and sky. Damien controlled the wyvern and sneakily approached one of its brethren. When he was close enough, the beastmaster jumped off from the wyvern's back and threw the silver steel thread towards the opposite wyvern's neck. The wyvern was busy dealing with the centaurs on the ground, so it didn't notice the beastmaster that had snuck up on it from behind. Just like the first wyvern, Damien easily took control of the second one. "I can only control 2 of these beasts at a time," Damien said. "The blood wyvern's rank is too high for me. I won't be able to capture it." "Don't worry, just let me get close to it," Ezio replied. "All right." Damien nodded his head as Ezio transferred to the wyvern he was currently controlling. Ezio's confident reply made Damien remember that this reclusive comrade of theirs was someone who could fight against centennial beasts alone. Ezio eyed the blood wyvern in the distance with a calm expression. However, deep down inside he was feeling a sense of anticipation. Perhaps it was because he had become so accustomed to killing people that he hadn't had the time to hunt down strong beasts as of late. Regardless of the reason, William's 4th master looked at the centennial beast with admiration. "It's very rare to see a blood wyvern, even in the southern continent," Ezio mused. "Killing it would be a waste." Chapter 201. The Fisherman's Game Part 2. While Damien and Ezio were nearing their prey, the battle on the land and in the sky became more intense. Several of the creatures in the forest, like forest wolves, winged panthers, and other ferocious beasts, were being drawn in by the smell of blood in the air. The wild bison also came to assist the centaurs, which helped them to a certain extent. Soglov had managed to catch a few more hippogriffs, which brought the number of captured beasts to 8. William watched the scene in the air, as he hurriedly transferred the hippogriffs inside the goblin crypt. He was only able to apply emergency treatment to the injured creatures. However, that was enough to prevent them from dying. Since that was the case, the boy decided to transport them to the dungeon, so that the wild beasts that were eyeing them wouldn't get the chance to sink their fangs into the new members of his herd. "Gideon," William shouted, "take Soglov with you." The man riding the wyvern in the air nodded his head in understanding. Soglov, too, had a grin on its demonic face as it used a dark whip to latch on the wyvern's body as it swooped down on the ground. Even though he didn't say anything, there was a tacit understanding between the three of them. They were to bring down as many wyverns from the sky as possible, so that William and the centaurs could fight them on the ground. Meanwhile, while all of this was happening, Ezio deftly jumped off the wyvern's back and appeared on the blood wyvern's side. The blood wyvern turned its head and chomped on the foolish man who was still in mid-air. It had seen what had happened to its comrades earlier and had been guarding itself from any sneak attacks from the humans. Before the wyvern's jaws could even close on the hooded man, the figure in the air turned into a cloud of black smoke that split itself into two. The black smoke then flew towards the blood wyvern's back and merged together, becoming whole again. Ezio held 2 rope darts in both hands and used them to bind the wyvern's body and neck. The blood wyvern was enraged because the man on his back dared to treat it as a mount. It spun in the air in an attempt to dismount the hooded man, but it was to no avail. Ezio stood straight like a sword on the creature's back, as if he was merely standing on even ground. The centaur war chieftain narrowed his gaze and lowered his bow. Seeing that the human was able to distract the greatest threat on the battlefield, it now focused its attention on its lackeys. The war chieftain knocked an arrow on his bow and aimed at one of the wyverns, terrorizing his people. A few seconds later, an arrow infused with elemental energy streaked across the dark sky and hit the side of the wyvern's body. The wyvern screeched in pain as it flapped its mighty wings to fly back into the sky. Unfortunately, another wyvern, carrying a human and a demonic beast, pressed down on its back and pinned it to the ground. Soglov, its doppelganger, and 2 pairs of spectral hands, immediately went to work and bound the wyvern's wings with its dark whip. William charged towards the fallen beast, as he knocked an adamantium arrow on his bow that was coated with the venom of the amphisbaena. The red-headed boy aimed at the creature's neck and fired. Unlike the steel arrows of the centaur race, the adamantium arrow easily pierced the wyvern's scales and embedded itself deep inside its body. The apex predator of the whimsical forest roared in pain as it flailed its body in order to break free from its bindings. William recalled the arrow from the wyvern's body and used it once again. After successfully penetrating the wyvern's body 5 times, the venom of the amphisbaena started to take effect. Since it was not a creature that could be added to the herd, there was no possible way for William to tame it. His next move, however, surprised Kenneth, Gideon, Soglov, and even some of the centaurs who came to assist him in subduing the fallen beast. "Mama, use Mega Kick," William ordered. Ella walked towards the side of the wyvern's head and gave it a strong kick on its head. The blow was strong enough to crack the wyvern's skull and caused it to lose consciousness. "This wyvern is mine," William announced as he faced the centaurs that were commanded by Bastian. "Do I make myself clear?" The centaur captain gave the unconscious wyvern a glance before nodding his head. "Since you were the one who took it down, its life and death belongs to your hands," Bastian replied. "I apologize for what we did earlier. Although this is a bit shameless on my part, can you help us deal with the remaining wyverns?" William nodded his head. "Very well. However, all the were-hyenas you are able to kill will be surrendered to me. Deal?" "Good." After having that exchange, Bastian led the centaurs to focus on the sly were-hyenas that were taking advantage of their plight. William watched the centaurs go, as he eyed the remaining wyverns in the sky. Ironically, another wyvern crashed not far away from William's location. Its body was pierced by several arrows that belonged to the centaur war chieftain. It was still alive, but it had lost its ability to fight due to its injuries. William ignored it, because he wasn't the one who brought it down. Gideon and Soglov had already returned to the sky to hunt another wyvern. "At first I wanted to kill you, but I've changed my mind," Ezio said, as he embedded his short sword in the blood wyvern's neck. "You will be more useful as my mount, since I always travel around the continent." This was the 9th time that Ezio had stabbed the wyvern since he'd mounted its back. He didn't stab it in a single location. Instead, he stabbed several pressure points that were located on its neck. Ezio was planning to make the creature faint due to blood loss. He didn't need Damien's help to tame the beast, because he had a secret weapon that he could use that was more effective than a slave collar. The reason why Ezio changed his mind was because he was always hunting people. With the help of the blood wyvern, he would be able to locate them easily, even if they escaped. It was a well-known fact that no one could hide from the pursuit of a blood wyvern that had locked them in its sights. Soon the blood wyvern was forced to land. It didn't want to die, and was forced to admit that its opponent was stronger than him. Just like humans, beasts also followed the strong. Even though the magical creature was a centennial beast, it still chose to submit rather than to die a dog's death. "I'll give you 2 options. The first one is to eat this apple in my hand," Ezio ordered. "The second option is for you to get stabbed 3 more times before you eat this apple in my hand. So what is your choice?" The blood wyvern cried bitter tears because the master it recognized was not only more bloodthirsty than it was, but more sly than it was as well. With a screech of submission, it opened its jaws and allowed Ezio to toss the golden apple inside its mouth. As soon as the apple entered the blood wyvern's mouth, it turned into a liquid paste that was immediately absorbed by its body. Under Ezio's penetrating gaze, the injuries of the blood wyvern healed at a rapid pace. A minute later, it once again flapped its wings to soar into the skies. "Praise be to the goddess Lulu," Ezio muttered. If William had heard his 4th master's words, he would look at him in a weird manner. Never, in his wildest dreams, did he consider that the man that had ended countless lives was a devout follower of the apple goddess that once tried to force William to sign her contract. After seeing their leader surrender to the enemy, the remaining wyverns tried to run away, but William begged Ezio to not let a single one of them escape. William's 4th master was about to ignore the boy's shameless request, however. William's single sentence made the hooded man reconsider. Grandfather might need these wyverns in preparation for the upcoming war. With that single sentence, Ezio used the blood wyvern's suppression to make the members of its weir submit. A weir is a term used to refer to a group of wyverns. William almost laughed out loud when he saw all the wyverns stop resisting. They all landed on the ground and kneeled in front of the blood wyvern, who was now a pet of William's 4th master. The wyverns glanced at the pitiful unconscious wyvern that had been kicked in the head and shuddered in fear. They didn't want to suffer the same fate and decided to just obey the human with red hair to avoid getting hurt. Soglav whistled at the great catch. He looked at William with a sinister gaze as if he was looking at a beautiful naked woman that was ripe for eating. "Can I eat this wyvern that got kicked in the head?" Soglav decided to become shameless. "How about we change some of the conditions of the contract? Having a business partner like you is a good thing." William rolled his eyes at the shameless Dagog. How could he possibly give him a wyvern to eat? He would only do that if a donkey were to kick his head. "I need the wyvern as a mount for one of my captains," William replied. "The rest of these wyverns will go to my hometown to serve as defenders." As William said those words, he poured a high-grade healing potion on the swelling bump of the pitiful wyvern's head, then let it drink the rest. 5 minutes later, the wyvern regained its consciousness and roared fiercely. It then faced William with hate-filled eyes with the intention of shredding him to pieces. However, before he could even enact his vengeance, a reprimanding shriek reached its ears. The newly recovered wyvern turned his head and saw the blood wyvern looking at it with the calm your tits bro expression. The bewildered creature scanned its surroundings and noticed its brethren all kneeling on the ground. After seeing this scene, its gaze once more landed on William. The half-elf looked back at the wyvern with a refreshing smile that was screaming, "I know I'm handsome, so don't stare too much or I might feel embarrassed." Wyverns were very smart creatures. Since its leader had already submitted, it also chose to submit, albeit reluctantly. "How many hippogriffs did we capture all in all?" William turned his head to ask the delicate-looking Kenneth, who was standing beside him. "Including the ones on our encampment, we have 24 in total," Kenneth replied. William's roommate still had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Although he had witnessed everything that happened from the start, he still couldn't believe it. Once again, his evaluation of the red-headed boy increased by another level. "Unbelievable," Kenneth thought. If only the elders of my clan could see this scene, they would definitely change their opinion of William. William didn't know what Kenneth was thinking because he had other things in his mind. He only managed to capture 24 hippogriffs, which meant that he was still 12 shy of his goal. He eyed the hippogriffs that stood beside their alpha that had arrived as reinforcements for the centaurs. They were all looking at the wyverns cautiously. It was then when an idea appeared inside the boy's head. William smiled evilly as he looked at the alpha hippogriff, who was standing in front of its herd. When the alpha saw William smile, its body shivered subconsciously. It had a feeling that the red-headed boy was up to no good. Chapter 202, William's return to Lont. William swaggered in front of the alpha of the herd and gave it a smile that would put all the debt collectors to shame. "I need 12 more members of your herd," William said while keeping a businesslike smile on his face. "You have 2 choices. Let me choose 12 hippogriffs, and we can all go back to our camps and rest, or you will give me 12 members of your herd, and we can all go back to our camps and rest. What would you like to choose?" Before the answer, all the wyverns screeched in unison. The blood wyvern's piercing gaze locked on the alpha of the herd, and made the latter take a step back unconsciously. It then looked back at the smiling half-elf in front of it, and lowered its head in submission. The students that were currently scheduled for night duty immediately sounded the alarm. "Wake up! Wyverns are approaching us!" One of the students shouted in horror. "Prepare to defend yourselves." After hearing the alarm, all the members of the Angorian war sovereign, as well as Cid and Aerith, immediately left their tents in their hands. All of them had grim expressions on their faces when they saw more than a dozen wyverns headed towards their location. It was led by a wyvern that was slightly bigger than the rest. Although it was dark, the presence it radiated made the bodies of the children unconsciously shudder. "We're done for—" This was the collective thought of everyone in the camp. Even Dave, who was seated on the back of the griffin, couldn't help but feel that their current situation was very dire. The griffin's body was very tense with its wings spread wide. Its plan was to escape with Dave the moment the wyverns initiated an attack on the camp. There was no way it could fight against that many wyverns alone, especially when the enemies were a level above its rank. Just when everyone thought that they were about to go to the afterlife, the blood wyvern landed at least 200 meters away from their location. The other wyverns also landed a few meters away from the camp, which surprised the teenagers who had resolved themselves to fight to the death. "Calm down, everyone," a familiar voice shouted in the distance. "These wyverns are on our side." William, Ella, Kenneth, along with Damien and Gideon, walked towards the encampment with calm expressions. "Sorry if we scared you," William said after he had entered the camp and removed the hood from his head. "Those on guard duty, return to your posts. Those who need to rest, go back to rest." Contrary to William's orders, no one in the encampment moved and only stared back at him with serious expressions. "Commander, what is going on?" Priscilla asked. Since she was the highest-ranking officer next to William, she thought that it would be best to ask what was going on. "We took a stroll in the forest and met these friendly wyverns," William replied. "After seeing how handsome and awesome I was, they decided to accompany me back to my hometown." Everyone in the encampment, including the wyverns, looked at William in contempt. All of them were thinking of the same thing. "Who will believe your Billy Ellis Chi story?" William casually flipped his hair as he stared at the moons in the distance. "I'm so handsome that even wyverns want to become my friends." The members of the Angorian war sovereign were already used to William's narcissism, so they were able to ignore his words. Cid, on the other hand, wanted to ask more questions, but William used his authority to force everyone to go back to their tents to rest. He had no intention of answering anyone's questions and had already decided to head for Lont as soon as the sun rose in the east. What Cid and Aerith didn't know was that William didn't have any intentions of returning to the residence of the Sword Saint with the wyverns. Although the Sword Saint didn't do anything to him, Aramis might change his mind after seeing the wyverns that had submitted to him. In order to prevent any conflicts from arising, the half-elf decided to just leave the southern regions without seeing the Sword Saint for the 3rd time. "Is this really okay?" Aerith asked as she watched the wyverns fly towards the west. In her hand was a handwritten letter that William wanted to be sent back to her teacher. The red-headed boy even insisted that she shouldn't take a peek at it out of curiosity. "Whether it is okay or not, what can we do about it?" Cid answered with his arms crossed over his chest. "That boy sure knows how to eat and run." Henry chuckled when he heard Cid's apt description of William. "The boy was like a bandit who ate in a restaurant and ran away without paying." "My liege, your nemesis' grandson didn't fall far from the tree," Henry thought as the wyverns disappeared from sight. "Amazing," one of the students exclaimed. "So this is what it feels like to ride a wyvern. Don't get too excited or you might fall off." One of his friends nagged at him for acting like a country bumpkin. Everyone could tell that he too was feeling just as excited as his friend. 14 wyverns, including the blood wyvern, flew towards the west in a 5 formation. The blood wyvern was in the lead of the formation and kept everyone in line. On its back there was a lone figure, wearing a hooded robe, who stood straight like a sword. William told everyone that the man riding the blood wyvern was a hermit that lived inside the whimsical forest, and the master of the weir of wyverns. Dave, who was riding the griffin, was accompanied by William, Ella, Dia, and Ragnar. All the hippogriffs that William had tamed and had volunteered to come with him were currently inside the goblin crypt. Since the majority of them were injured, they were not fit for travel. The shepherd decided to return to Lont as fast as possible because they were on a tight schedule. Simon, the dean of the academy, had explicitly told William to return on the 18th of the month of the chariot. This was when the knighting ceremony would take place within the academy. The king would personally be there to award and officially recognize William's knight order in front of all the nobility of the Helen kingdom. Naturally, all the staff and the students of the academy would be there to witness as well. It was a very important event, and William had to hurry if he wanted to meet the deadline given to him. Currently, he still had 21 days before the date of the knighting ceremony. William wanted to have all the hippogriff's injuries healed before then. For that to happen, he would have to ask the life magus of Lont, Owen, to tend to the new members of his herd. On the second day of their journey after leaving the whimsical forest, "Commander, what is your hometown like?" Dave asked. His partner, Lionheart, was currently flying in the middle of the formation and was being treated as the very important person of the group. "Very crude but full of life," William answered. "If we maintain this speed, we will arrive at my hometown in an hour." Deep down, William was feeling excited. He was wondering how his grandpa would react when he saw the aerial fleet that he had nabbed from the southern regions and brought back to Lont. Of course, Ezio was the one who made this possible, but since he was William's fourth master, the half-elf decided to shamelessly take all the credit. Suddenly, a loud primal roar reverberated across the land. The golden ape that protected Lont stood tall and roared at the approaching threat in its domain. The eyes of the members of William's Knight Order widened in surprise when they saw the golden giant ape who was less than 800 meters away from them. The blood wyvern advanced ahead in order to greet the golden ape, who was very close to hurtling the massive boulder in its hands. "It's me, Luffy," Ezio said as the blood wyvern approached. The Orobro recognized Ezio and lowered the boulder in its hand. However, it still didn't lower its guard and stared at the blood wyvern in front of it. The townspeople of Lont had been alerted and had hidden themselves inside their houses. Only the experts stood on top of the town's wall and observed the wyverns from a distance. A sharp cry resounded in the sky as Blitz, along with his partner John, circled around the blood wyvern. "This is not your style, Ezio," John said with a smile. "You don't like to stand out, so why do it this way?" "The young master wanted to bring the wyverns back to Lont," Ezio replied. "He insisted the commander might need them for the upcoming war." John's eyes landed on the griffin that was slowly approaching them. William, who was seated on its back, waved at John with a smug expression on his face. "Indeed, William is being flashy, as usual." John shook his head with a smile as he and Blitz returned to the town of Lont. After relaying to the townspeople that they were friendly forces, everyone came out of their houses to admire the wyverns, which the majority of them hadn't ever seen in their lifetime. James, along with Mordred, also appeared with big grins on their faces after hearing John's report. The father and son pair felt that William had one-upped Ezio into agreeing to his request. Even so, they still gave William 2 thumbs up in their hearts for bolstering Lont's armed forces. James was even chuckling internally. He was wondering how his nemesis, Aramis, would react after finding about the bold move that his grandson had made while within his domain. "Urza, I wish you could have met William," James thought with regret. "I'm sure that you would have approved of this grandson of ours. He is just like you when you were younger, bold, resourceful, and very opportunistic." James sighed as the wyverns landed near the entrance of Lont. William had returned, unannounced, and brought with him the members of his new knight order. "Son, make sure to give William's friends the best accommodation." "Yes, father," Mordred replied. "I will make sure that William will not be embarrassed because of our hospitality." The two once again eyed the wyverns in the distance and the red-headed boy that was waving in their direction. Both of them knew that although William was very mischievous, he had the safety and prosperity of Lont in his heart. Chapter 203, Conrad's Greatest Dream. James couldn't stop himself from smiling after hearing Ezio's report. He was very proud of William's accomplishment of beating Aramis's disciple. Too bad he wasn't there to witness it firsthand. If he was there, he might have not been able to stop himself from gloating and irking his love rival until the two of them came to blows with each other. "Still, my grandson is really a magnet for pretty girls," James said with a smile. "That young lady Priscilla is not half bad." "I think the young master only sees her as a subordinate," Ezio replied. "He didn't show anything unusual when dealing with her. Everything is quite formal." James rubbed his chin as he pondered something inside his mind. "How about that girl, Wendy? Has their relationship improved?" James inquired. "What stage are they at now? Has my grandson managed to take first base? Since he's got my genes, he should be at least on first base, right?" Fortunately, Ezio was wearing a hood, and James wasn't able to see the stiff expression on his face. He wasn't the type to gossip about William's personal love life, but he still reluctantly answered his lord's questions. "While I'm not 100% certain, I think the young master is giving Lady Wendy special treatment," Ezio answered as he organized his thoughts. Master's adopted son, Thor, is currently under the young Miss's care. They sometimes spend time together, but at most they only hold each other's hands. I see. James nodded. How about his relationship with his friends, with Est and that interesting boy named Ian? Are they still at loggerheads with each other? The young master has a very good relationship with Est. They usually have lunch together and discuss joint training between the martial and magic class divisions, Ezio reported. As for Ian, yes, the two of them are still at odds with each other, which I find very strange. It is always Ian who takes the initiative to taunt the young master whenever they meet. James chuckled as he listened to Ezio's report. A minute later his smile disappeared as he asked another question. What about that boy, Kenneth? Did you confirm that he came from that place? James asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, Ezio nodded. I am very sure that he came from that place. As for his purpose, it is to spy on the young master. Does William know? Yes, he just pretends that he is not aware of his roommate's hidden agenda. The young master even took him along when he went to assist the Centaur tribe against the Wyverns. It was as if William was blatantly showing him his abilities. This is also something that I do not understand. James leaned back on the chair as a frown appeared on his face. Ezio had already informed him that Kenneth was a spy. As to why he was spying on William, Ezio and James could only make guesses. Ask one of your subordinates to keep track of Kenneth's actions, James ordered. If his purpose is to hurt William, eliminate him. Yes, sir. Ezio bowed and disappeared from the room, leaving James with his thoughts. Are they the ones behind this plot? James muttered as he stood up to look outside the window of his room. Maybe they are linked, but not the masterminds behind the scene. Interesting. So they are finally keeping an eye on William. A tinge of killing intent briefly flashed inside James's eyes before disappearing completely. He had endured for the past few years and remained low-key. However, if anyone dared to make a move on his family members, he would definitely not turn a blind eye and eradicate the source of the problem without any shred of mercy. What a haul! Owen playfully played with his beard as he looked at the injured hippogriffs that were currently outside Celine's residence. Can they regrow their limbs and wings? William asked. They can regrow their wings. As for their limbs... Owen lightly touched one of the hippogriffs that had lost its hind legs. We will need to ask a favor from someone else. However, that person will definitely charge you a high price for his services. I don't mind about the price, but do we have other life mages in Lont aside from you? William asked. The reason why he brought the injured hippogriffs back to Lont was due to the fact that Owen was a powerful life magus. He hoped that the old man would be able to restore the creatures back to their peak condition, to be able to soar in the skies once again. Who said that only life mages and clerics are good at healing? Owen smiled. You already know him, William. In fact, you know him very well. I do. William tilted his head to the side. Okay, let's go meet him. The sooner they return to their peak condition, the sooner I can return to the academy. Owen chuckled and nodded his head. He then took William to one of the most notorious experts in Lont, and that was none other than, I see you came to the right person. Jekyll flashed William a wide grin. Regrowing and chopping off limbs is my specialty. William's face was stiff as he faced the sole dentist of Lont. This was the one person that his enhanced perception designated as the scariest existence in his hometown. So how many hippogriffs are we talking about? Jekyll inquired. Since they are magical beasts, it would take a very powerful regeneration potion to regenerate their limbs. 24, William replied. He was paying close attention to the reaction of the dentist that had almost become his instructor in the past. My stock of regeneration potions won't be enough. At most, I will only be able to fix 4 of them. Jekyll pondered out loud. However, since you're already here, the problem is solved. Jekyll rested his hand on William's shoulder, which made the narcissistic half-elf shudder. The main ingredient for the regeneration potion is troll's blood, Jekyll said while keeping the perfect smile on his face. However, ordinary trolls are no good. Get me mountain trolls. Their blood has stronger regeneration qualities. It will be best to capture them alive, so we can have an unlimited supply of troll's blood. The dentist clapped his hand as if he just realized something. This will be the price for helping you regrow the limbs of the hippogriffs, Jekyll stated. Capture as many trolls as you can. The more, the merrier. Jekyll didn't even wait for William's reply as he kindly told him to leave. He was currently in the middle of an experiment, and he didn't want to be disturbed. The dentist only made an exception because William was James's grandson. After having the door shut right in front of his nose, William turned his head to see a grinning Owen leaning against a tree. Did it go well? Owen asked. He asked me to capture mountain trolls, William replied. Troll's blood, Owen pondered. I see, that is the main ingredient of his regeneration potion. Now it makes perfect sense. I've been wondering how he made those miraculous potions back then. Jekyll was an alchemist to outsiders, and a mad alchemist to those who had known him for years. His experiments ranged from the bizarre to the unexplained. Sometimes, even he didn't know the outcome of his experiments. Even so, Jekyll had earned his place as one of the most feared individuals in Lont, a dentist by day and a mad alchemist by night. He was a person that was feared by both children and adults alike. William and Owen parted ways because the life-maker still had to make his rounds around town and cure the ailments of the citizens. William, on the other hand, went to find his subordinates. He decided to use the opportunity to hunt mountain trolls and train his knights at the same time. However, before they officially set out on their hunting expedition, he needed to do something first. The red-headed boy knew that just by using their strength, it would be impossible for them to catch a mountain troll in the wild. He had fought one in the past, and knew how formidable it was. Because of the level of difficulty, he decided to look for Conrad in order to raise their chances of success. Conrad, I have something very important to tell you. Follow me, William ordered. Conrad nodded his head and followed his commander towards the east side of Lont, where the wyverns were stationed. After seeing William's incredible feats, Conrad's admiration of him had grown by leaps and bounds. Although it wasn't as fanatical as Dave's worship for the half-elf, his feelings weren't too far off. If possible, he also wanted to remain as William's subordinate in order to raise his position within the Night Order. After arriving at the temporary wyvern's nest, William faced the wyvern that Ella had kicked in the head inside the whimsical forest. The wyvern eyed William with an unresigned expression. Although it was reluctant to become a mount, it had no choice in the matter. Their leader had already submitted to a human. If he were to rebel, the blood wyvern would show no mercy and eat him. With the threat of death looming over its head, the wyvern decided to unwillingly accept its fate. From now on, this wyvern will be your partner, William said. However, whether you are able to tame him is up to your ability. Conrad eyed the wyvern with a burning gaze. He'd always wanted to become a dragon knight, and wyverns were also considered dragons among the nobility. Hunting a pure-blooded dragon was very hard. Also, they were very similar to the Pegasus, who would fight tooth and nail with those who dared to use them as a mount. They were very prideful creatures, and they would rather die than have someone ride on their back. This was why wyverns became the next best thing. Although they were prideful creatures, they would not go as far to commit suicide like the dragons if someone were to ride on their backs and trample on their dignity. Those who were able to tame and ride wyverns were called dragon knights, and that was Conrad's greatest dream. The dragon knight, and show everyone that had ridiculed him in the past that he was not some helpless boy that couldn't do anything without his family's backing. Go, try and mount him, William ordered as he crossed his arms over his chest. Conrad smiled and tried to mount the wyvern's back, but the wyvern pushed him away. The beast didn't hurt him, but merely prevented him from climbing on its back. The teenage boy tried again, but the wyvern rejected his advances. William watched this scene with a calm expression. However, deep inside he was laughing very hard. Before he went to find Conrad, he had already talked to the wyvern and gave it an order. Unless he gave the signal, he would reject Conrad's attempt to mount him. Although this was a very shameless move on William's part, he still did it. Why? Because he knew that Conrad was desperate for power. He had already seen how ambitious the boy was. William didn't dislike ambitious people. In fact, he welcomed them wholeheartedly. If Conrad really wanted to rise in the ranks of the nobility, he needed to earn merits and other achievements. For that, he would need power and influence. And right now, the only one that could give him the power and influence he wanted was none other than William. Chapter 204, Dragon Knight of War. After being rejected multiple times, Conrad started to feel dejected. He had known beforehand that in order to become a dragon knight, your dragon must first recognize you as its partner. Seeing that the wyvern was firm in rejecting him, the third son of the Marquise felt like giving up. Seeing his sad expression, William knew that the time was now right to offer a carrot that the young noble wouldn't be able to resist. I have a way for that wyvern to recognize you as its master, William said in a casual manner. The question is, are you willing to pay the price? Conrad turned his head to look at his commander, who was looking at him with a serious expression. He didn't know how William was able to make these wyverns submit to him, but he was willing to pay the price if that would make his dream a reality. What price must I pay, Commander? Conrad asked. Do you want me to become your servant, your slave? William shook his head. I don't need a slave, what I need is a knight. Conrad Kent Carlton, are you willing to become my knight? Sir, I am already your knight as a member of your knight order, Conrad answered. Is there a difference between being a knight of your order and being your knight? Of course there is a difference, William replied. Although everyone who joins the Angorian War Sovereign will become a part of our Knight Order, what I'm referring to are my true knights. Right now, I only have one true knight in the Order, and that is none other than Dave. Conrad thought back on the changes that he had felt when he saw Dave return with William that day. The newfound confidence and charisma that Dave radiated was very different from when he was still serving as Conrad's subordinate. Although he was still the same chubby boy that he knew, he had changed, and Conrad had to admit that the change was for the better. Conrad also remembered the words that Dave had told him in passing. "But I hope the day will come when you will become Sir William's strength," Dave said with a serious expression. "I look forward to that day. I see. So this is what you meant when you said those words to me, Dave," Conrad thought, as he looked at the red-headed boy in front of him. As the son of a noble, Conrad was a prideful person. He would not allow himself to serve someone whose rank was lower than his. If others were to offer him the opportunity to serve under them, even if it was a duke, he still might have refused. However, William was different. In his mind, the half-elf was just a shepherd who had miraculously won the title of the head prefect of the martial class division. A shepherd who had led the charge against the dungeon outbreak and turned the tide of battle. A shepherd who had beaten the disciple of the Sword Saint in one-on-one combat. Conrad felt his blood burn inside his body. He wanted to be able to accomplish the same feats that William had. He wanted to become someone like him who could stand above the rest, regardless of his poor background. The boy with reddish-brown hair and hazel eyes knelt on the ground on one knee. He pressed his closed fist over his chest as he bowed his head in order to show respect to his commander. William stepped forward and summoned Reincarnated from his storage ring. He lowered the lance and lightly tapped Conrad's left shoulder. "In the name of the god of all trades, Gavin, and the goddess of knights, Astrid, I gave you the right to bear arms and the power to meet justice," William said with a righteous tone. "May you protect the innocent, and use your strength to uphold the honor of your sovereign and people." The lance glowed once as if it was empowering William's words. "I, Conrad Kent Carlton, hereby declare my undying loyalty to Sir William von Arnsworth," Conrad pledged. "I swear upon my name that I will serve you with everything in my power and uphold your honor as a knight of the Angorian War Sovereign." William lightly tapped Conrad's right shoulder before raising his lance once more towards the sky. "Rise, my knight, and uphold the oath that you have made today," William stated. "May your courage and bravery illuminate the world for eternity." Reincarnated showered Conrad with a golden brilliance, the king chess piece within. William's sea of consciousness also glowed thrice before returning to its normal state. Just like what happened when he knighted Dave, a series of words appeared on William's status page. "Second Knight of the Angorian War Sovereign has been registered. Name, Conrad Kent Carlton. Bestowing Knight title. Appropriate title found. Conrad Kent Carlton, Dragon Knight of War. Name, Conrad Kent Carlton Race. Human health points. 1200 divided by 12 mana. 300 divided by 30 prestige job class. Dragon Knight of War. LVL1 strength. 40 plus 10 vitality. 50 plus 10 intelligence. 20 plus 10 dexterity. 40 plus 10 skills. Dual X Union of Man. And Beast Tactician Dragon Descent Shield Boomerang Dragon Meteor title. Dragon Knight. When riding a dragon, all stats. Increased by 100% aerial mobility. Increased by 150%, can use Dragon Fury 3 times a day. His stats are stronger than Dave's, William thought. I guess this is to be expected since his role is the vanguard. While William was checking Conrad's skills, the latter looked at his hands with a shocked expression. Conrad could feel the surge of power that was flowing throughout his body. He then looked at William, who he had recognized as his new lord. The red-headed boy was still holding Reincarnated in his hands with its tip pointing towards the sky. He fully understood that his newfound strength was due to his oath to become William's true knight. Conrad gave his new lord a respectful bow before turning his head to look at the wyvern who had repeatedly rejected him. The young boy walked towards it with the "let me see if you reject me this time" expression on his face. The wyvern instinctively took a step back because its instincts were telling it that the young boy in front of it had the ability to make it submit now. Also backed away in fear that Conrad would choose them as his partner instead. Conrad walked with even steps and stopped 2 meters away from the wyvern. He then raised his hand as if beckoning the wyvern to lower its head and recognize him as his new partner. The wyvern looked at the boy for a full minute before lowering its head in submission. Conrad pressed his hand against the wyvern's head, and the bond between the two was officially formed. The young boy sighed in relief when the wyvern had recognized him. He had a feeling that this was only the beginning of a journey that would make him the man he wished to become. Dave, who was brushing his partner's furry body, looked towards the east. He had sensed a fluctuation of magic power which felt familiar. A sudden realization appeared in his mind which made him smile. "You finally made your decision," Dave muttered as a powerful screech resounded from the eastern part of Lot. A wyvern flapped its mighty wings and soared towards the sky. On its back was a young teenage boy who looked at the world around him with a determined gaze. Since the two were connected with the skill union of man and beast, Conrad was able to ride the wyvern without a specialized saddle. The two made incredible aerial stunts in the air, which wowed the children who were looking at him from the ground. Some of them even cheered as the wyvern passed over their heads. William watched Conrad's antics with a smile on his face. With the addition of his new dragon knight in his armed forces, the success of hunting the mountain trolls increased dramatically. A day after Conrad's knighting, William took his officers and 12 of his subordinates to hunt for the mountain trolls. He also invited Gideon to join them because he was a beastamer that specialized in land creatures. The reason why he only took 12 of his knights on this journey was due to the fact there were only 12 hippogriffs that were able to perform at their peak condition. These were the hippogriffs that volunteered to come with William after he bullied the alpha of the herd to agree to his request. He chose those who were experienced in riding horses because technically hippogriffs were similar to horses. Also, it would be best to train his knights to ride these magical steeds as soon as possible. Looking for mountain trolls was not an easy thing, especially in the western region of the Helen Kingdom. Fortunately, he had the system which allowed him to pinpoint the places where possible troll lairs were located. Ironically, the nearest one was near the Pantheon of Courage where William had met Est. After traveling for 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination. Along the journey, William made sure that his knights had gotten used to their new mounts and were able to perform basic aerial maneuvers. At first, William planned to knight them like he had done with Dave and Conrad, but didn't push through with it. The reason? He wanted to make it an incentive for those who performed exceptionally well under his knight order. This would give his subordinates the drive to do their best in the hope that they would be rewarded for their merits. 3 mountain trolls detected 2 kilometers away from our location. Understood. William gave out his order and Dave guided his partner to go in that direction. It didn't take long for them to spot 3 mountain trolls lying on the ground, asleep. For some reason, the 3 trolls looked very familiar to William. They looked exactly the same as the mountain trolls that attacked their encampment when they were headed towards the temple to offer a prayer to the gods. Chapter 205. Temptation that is very hard to resist. What do you think, Mama? Me, it's them, right? Ella nodded her head. Although many years had passed since then, her bestial instinct was telling her that these were the same trolls that they had fought last time. William grinned evilly as he looked down at the sleeping trolls on the ground. His eyes were screaming, "It's payback time, you beaches," while patting Ragnar's head, who was asleep on his lap. Currently, he was seated in the flying carriage that was being pulled by Dave's Gryphon, Lionheart. Dave was currently serving at the carriage's coachman because William didn't allow him to join the operation. He wanted the other members of the Knight Order to practice their teamwork and capture the trolls under Priscilla's leadership. Conrad was currently holding his position a mile away from their location because William didn't want the wyvern's presence to send the mountain trolls running. "Well then, Vice Commander, it's your time to shine," William said as he turned his head to look at the beautiful girl with black hair that was seated inside the carriage with him. Priscilla nodded her head and opened the carriage door. They were currently 2 kilometers above the ground, but the young lady didn't bat an eye and jumped out of the carriage. She knew what William's objective was, but the current situation didn't allow her to be a bystander. "Come forth, Briar," Priscilla shouted. A magic circle appeared below her, and a golden-winged hippogriff appeared to catch her mid-flight. "I missed you," Priscilla said as she patted her trusted partner's neck. Briar shrieked softly as if telling her partner that she felt the same. The alpha hippogriff circled once in the air before flying towards the hippogriff formation, protecting William's carriage. The commander of the Angorian war sovereign had already told his knights that the one who would lead the operation was none other than Priscilla. Everyone waited for their vice commander's orders as they rearranged their formation to follow her lead. "Team Alpha and Team Bravo, ensure that the 2 trolls won't be able to help their leader," Priscilla ordered. "Team Charlie and Team Delta, follow me to capture the leader of the trolls." "Yes." The 12 aerial knights broke off into teams of 3 and attacked their respective targets. All of them were equipped with bows and arrows to slowly whittle away their target's strength. Each of their arrows was coated with the venom of the amphisbaena. This would allow them to neutralize the trolls and bring them back to Lont. The trolls, who were sleeping on the ground, woke up when they felt several presences descending upon them from the sky. Of the mountain troll issued a loud roar in order to intimidate the newcomers, but it was all for naught. Priscilla took aim as she neared their targets. "Fire at will?" A dozen arrows flew out in succession and landed on their respective targets. Although not all of them were experienced archers like Priscilla, it was very hard to miss when you're aiming at something that was as big as a small hill from less than 100 meters away. The bodies of the trolls were quite hard, and most of the arrows bounced harmlessly off of their skin. Only specialized archers, like Priscilla, were able to break past their defenses using the techniques that they had mastered over time. Those who were watching the battle from the air observed Priscilla's fighting style closely. They could easily tell that the black-haired beauty was quite used to aerial combat while riding a mount. It is quite unfortunate that my appraisal skill doesn't work on people, William thought. Even so, I believe that Priscilla is some kind of aerial cavalier. Having an alpha hippogriff as a mount is not something that a novice can pull off. William already had a hunch that his vice-prefect was not a simple person. Ella had already told him that Priscilla might have had hidden agendas when she joined the Helen Royal Academy. She was neither friend nor foe, and William still didn't know what her objective was. Even so, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was the girl leading the operation was a very capable leader. She had easily cornered the 3 mountain trolls, and none of them were able to break free from her encirclement. She was unable to hit the hippogriffs and their riders because they distanced themselves properly out of the mountain trolls' strike range. In frustration, one of the trolls threw their wooden club at a hippogriff, but the latter managed to evade it at the last second. Out of desperation, it tried to run, but the effect of the Amphisbaena's venom had started to take effect. Priscilla had shot all 3 mountain trolls with 3 arrows each that were coated with the potent venom. Her plan was to wait for the venom to take effect before they tied up the beasts to drag them back to Lont. The movements of the troll that had thrown his club were starting to become sluggish, but it still did its best to move its legs in order to flee. However, the team that was assigned to it didn't relent in their attacks. They continued to rain down arrows on the mountain troll until it almost turned into a pincushion. The same thing was happening to the other 2 trolls. Even the leader was starting to show signs of fatigue. The mighty Class B beasts were bullied by the teenagers until they finally stopped moving. 2 of the students felt that the situation was already under their control and decided to take a closer look. "No, don't go near them," Priscilla shouted. "Go back to your formation." It was at that moment when the subdued trolls made their move. The troll leader and its lackey were only acting as if they had completely succumbed to the poison, but were simply playing dead in order to deliver a surprise attack to the kids who attacked them. With a mighty roar, the 2 trolls stood up from the ground and smashed their wooden clubs towards the foolish boys who dared to come within their strike range. The hippogriffs shrieked as they flapped their wings to forcefully gain altitude and avoid the mountain troll's hate-filled blow, but it was already far too late. Lightning God War Art, first form, illuminate the world, Rongominiad. A beam of light rained down from the sky and completely obliterated the arms of the mountain trolls that were holding the wooden clubs. The 2 trolls shrieked in pain as they rolled over the ground due to their injuries. The 2 boys and their mounts were able to fly back to safety thanks to William's sudden interference. Priscilla turned her head towards the flying carriage that was slowly descending towards the ground. Standing on top of it was William holding an imposing jousting lance that shone with a golden brilliance. "Thomas Ryan, the 2 of you will be given disciplinary punishments later," William said with a serious expression. "Do that again and I will expel you from my night order. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir." The 2 boys lowered their heads in shame. Both of them regretted their actions. They only did it in order to show off to their friends, but they didn't expect that the trolls were only playing possum. A minute later, a strong presence descended from the sky. Conrad commanded the wyvern to land on the ground beside William's carriage. The 3 trolls immediately behaved when the powerful beast glared at them. Although they had strong regeneration abilities, they didn't want to face off against a wyvern that could release a dragon's breath and turn them into charcoal. Surprisingly, they were able to resist the venom of the Amphisbaena, Gideon commented. "Mountain trolls are indeed resistant to most poisons. Young master, should I take care of them?" William nodded. "We don't want to have any more accidents along the way." Gideon smiled and went to deal with the 3 trolls who were shaking in fear. In fact, even if he didn't subdue them, the beastoma was sure that they didn't have the guts to resist. However, in order to put William at ease, he still decided to bind them using his ability. After securing the 3 trolls, the 3-day journey back towards Lont started. Jekyll was very happy to receive 3 very healthy specimens for his experiments. If the trolls had been scared of the wyvern, they were now scared shitless because their instincts were telling them that the smiling man in front of them was stronger than a pure-blooded dragon. They even started bawling their eyes out when the dentist started to pat their bodies one by one to check if they had any abnormalities. William had left the scene right after he had delivered the poor mountain trolls to their new owner. He didn't want to see what method Jekyll would use in order to draw the blood from their bodies. The very next day, Jekyll personally delivered 36 regeneration potions to William. He stayed to watch the hippogriffs regrow their limbs because he wasn't sure if the dosage was enough for magic beasts. Fortunately, it worked perfectly, and all the hippogriffs finally gained a new lease on life. Half a day later, he gathered all the members of the Angorian war sovereign and awarded the members 1 hippogriff each. The commoners among the group were smiling from ear to ear because they couldn't believe that they were about to become aerial knights. "We don't have much time left before we return to the capital," William announced. "I'm giving all of you exactly 1 week to learn the basics on how to properly ride your new partners. Then we will return to the academy for the official ceremony of our knight order." William scanned the faces of his officers and subordinates. "You will be under the scrutiny of the king, the nobles, as well as our peers in the academy. Remember this, the first impression is the most important. We must give them a show worthy of our rank as members of the Angorian war sovereign." The members of William's knight order replied in unison. The red-headed boy smiled as he nodded his head. "We need to make an impressive show. That way we can poach some of the students from the magic and spirit divisions as well." What William wanted to create was an elite knight order that combined all the different divisions in the academy. In order to make that happen, he had to use suitable bait in order to entice them. Looking at the wyverns, the griffin, and the hippogriffs around him, William was sure that this was a temptation that anyone would find very hard to resist. Chapter 206, slowly staining their hearts in darkness. "I'll be going to the capital first." Mordred patted William's shoulder. "Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" William shook his head. "I still have to train them, Uncle. They're still not up to my standards." Mordred looked at the 36 hippogriffs in the sky. They were currently practicing an aerial formation, along with the wyvern and griffon. They still had 10 more days before the knighting ceremony, but Mordred had to go to the capital early because James asked him to run some errands. He would also be there to witness the king officially award William his commander post, because all the nobles were required to attend the ceremony. This was the king's way of letting everyone know about the birth of the new knight order and give them the chance to see William. This way they would recognize him when he visited their domains during official missions. "Don't worry, Uncle," William replied. "We will be there for the ceremony. Tell Big Brother, Matthew, and Big Sister Leah that I'm fine, and they shouldn't worry about me." "All right." Mordred nodded. "I'll see you at the capital. Have a safe journey, Uncle." "You too," inside the Helen Royal Academy. "A new knight order?" Carter raised an eyebrow. "And the leader is a first year from the Martial Division class." "Yes, Professor," a pretty young lady with brown hair replied with a smile. 10 days from now, a knighting ceremony will be held here in the academy. The king will be present as well. According to the rumors, the leader of the knight order is the current head prefect of the first-year martial class," the pretty young lady's best friend commented. "His name is William von Arsworth, and he's a half-elf. Interesting." Carter smiled at the 2 young ladies who were currently inside his bedroom. After the dungeon outbreaks had been cleared, he finally had time to refine some candies for the third-year students of the magic division. The 2 girls inside his room had been eating his candies for more than a month now. As magicians, they had a natural resistance to certain spells, so Carter was sure that their current dosage was not enough for him to fully control their thoughts. However, these 2 girls had a huge crush on him the moment they saw him in the academy. They had been making advances towards the very popular and capable instructor who had a big future ahead of him. The brown-haired girl was the only daughter of a marquis, and her best friend was the daughter of the head of the merchant group in their domain. The 2 of them had been close since childhood and enrolled at the academy at the same time. The brown-haired girl's name was Charlotte, and her best friend's name was Annie. Together they decided to seduce Carter and make him their husband. With the help of the suggestion spell that had taken hold of their hearts, their feelings for Carter only grew with each passing day. "Professor, have you thought about our proposal?" Charlotte asked. "I'm sure that with my family's backing you will be able to obtain a noble title from the king." Carter had thought about the girl's proposal for quite some time, and there were no demerits in it whatsoever. Being married to the only daughter of a marquis is not bad, Carter thought. I will be able to use her family's influence to collect more followers for my lord's cause. Also, this girl and her friend have great bodies. I can't wait to have a taste. I don't mind marrying you, but I intend to have many wives, Carter replied. Are you fine with that? How many wives do you plan to have, Professor? Charlotte inquired. It was very common for noblemen to have many wives. Charlotte and her friend understood this and had already prepared themselves for it. The only condition was that they would be Carter's first and second wives. Carter thought and opened his hand. Not more than 5. Charlotte and Annie exchanged a glance before nodding their heads. I agree with your condition, Professor, Charlotte said with a longing expression. If you like, we can even help you convince the girls you chose to be your other wives. All I ask is that you give us special treatment. Carter caressed the side of Charlotte's pretty face and marveled at its smoothness. What kind of special treatment do you want from me? Emboldened by Carter's question, Charlotte decided to take a chance and moved closer. She then gave a light peck on Carter's lips before her whole face became beet red from embarrassment. "Such an innocent girl," Carter laughed internally. "I will take my time to corrupt her innocence and make her my loyal slave." Carter placed his hand at the back of her neck and pulled her close to him. The two exchanged light kisses that slowly transformed into passionate ones. The handsome professor also pulled Annie close to him and kissed her as well. He didn't intend to ravage both girls right away because he wasn't in a hurry. What he drew the most pleasure from was to take his time to corrupt innocent girls until they became whores who would wantonly shake their hips to satisfy his carnal desires. The sound of kissing echoed within the room as Carter started to train his two future wives. The two girls looked at him lovingly and kissed both sides of his face simultaneously. Little did they know that the demon lurking inside their beloved's body was slowly staining their hearts with darkness. "This candy is quite good," Wendy thought as she ate the candy that was given to her by her senior Charlotte. "Big sister Charlotte was quite generous to give me a dozen. I wonder where she got these." Since Wendy was an officer of the Magic Division for the first years, it was only natural for her to interact with the other officers of the Magic Division, who were in different grades. She had known Charlotte for 5 years and had met many times at parties held for the nobility. They even shared 2 hunting expeditions together that were sponsored by her father in their own duchy. As she was eating the candy, she felt a fleeting sensation pass through her body. Wendy didn't give it much thought because she only felt it for a brief moment. Her body had quickly returned to normal, so she figured that she might have just imagined the feeling. "Thor, do you like candies?" Wendy asked the puppy in her lap. Thor shook his head before lying down with the intention of going to sleep. "Suit yourself." Wendy grinned as she ate another candy. "I wonder when William will return to the academy. I hope he's doing well." Thor yawned and smacked its lips. He was confident that his master was perfectly fine and healthy. After all, the two of them shared a powerful bond. If something bad happened to William, he would be able to sense it right away. Wendy ate the candies until none were left. For some reason, she had the strong urge to ask Charlotte where she got the candies so she could buy more. "I'll ask her tomorrow," Wendy thought, as she picked up the puppy and carried him to the bed. The beautiful young lady was not aware that a certain suggestion spell had already started to take root inside her heart. Wendy was one of the candidates that Charlotte had picked to become another of Carter's brides. Carter had told her that he wanted to marry girls that were born to noble families. The higher their rank, the better. Blinded by her infatuation and the power of the suggestion spell, Charlotte started to distribute Carter's candies to the noble ladies that she got along with. The only thought in her mind was that if she was to share her future husband with other girls, she would rather share him with people that she got along with. "Good job," William said, as he watched the performance of his aerial knights. "All of you take a 15-minute break. We will resume the training afterward. 8 days remain before the knighting ceremony in the Helen Royal Academy." All the members of the Angorian War Sovereign had become more proficient in controlling their mounts. Of course, the main reason why they performed well was because the hippogriffs were not resisting their orders. There were even times when the magical beasts improvised by themselves in order to keep the formation steady. "Commander, I've never seen these formations before," Conrad said as he stood beside William. "Even the Griffin Brigade of our kingdom has never done anything remotely similar to what we've been doing." William had a smug smile on his face as he listened to Conrad's words. He wanted to brag, but he didn't know how to properly word it. After all, how could he possibly tell his Dragon Knight that the knowledge he was sharing with them came from another world? In the end, he decided to play it safe and just patted Conrad's shoulder. "Actually, I saw these formations in my dream. I thought that they looked cool and wanted to implement them in reality." William was about to say more when his good friend Theo came to find him. "William, Mr. Barbatos is looking for you," Theo said as he panted for breath. "He said the thing you asked for has been completed. He told me to come and find you so that you can check to see if it still needs some adjustments." "Thank you," William patted his friend's shoulder. "I'll give you 2 slices of apple pie later. Do you think I'm still a kid that you can bribe with apple pies? You don't want it. I want 3 slices. William chuckled as he shook his head helplessly. He always liked to talk to Theo. Talking to the chubby boy, who was a year older than him, reminded William of his younger years. Years when he was still innocent and unaware of the darkness that had long been hiding inside people's hearts. Chapter 207, The Star of the Show has arrived. The various noble families from all over the Helen Kingdom, as well as those who held considerable influence, all gathered within the Royal Academy. Today was the day when the King of the Kingdom, Noah Ernest V. Helen, would officially recognize the birth of a new Knight Order. Currently, there was only one Knight Order in the Helen Kingdom, and that was the Knight Order of Gladiolus. The members of this order were given special treatment by the nobles, as well as the other important people in the kingdom. Their commander, Andreas Valentine, was hailed as one of the pillars that supported the king's rule and ensured that laws and orders were followed without fail. Now that a new knight order was about to be founded, many nobles were wondering why the king had made such a move. Of course, there were speculations, but none of them dared to ask the king publicly or in private. After all, Noah was known for being a firm ruler, and once he had decided upon something, he wouldn't take it back. The sun was about to reach its zenith, and the time for the official knighting ceremony was near. However, the one who would be granted the prestigious title was nowhere to be seen. This irritated some of the nobles who had travelled a long distance just to participate in the event that was organised by the Royal Academy. "I dare say it was a mistake to appoint a lowly country bumpkin to be the head of a knight order," an earl said in disdain. "Just who does he think he is for making the king and all of us wait here for his arrival?" "That's right," a baron supported. "Just because his family has earned him a few achievements, he dares to act like he's a big shot. Such arrogance. Why don't we ask the Honourable Viscount Ainsworth why his nephew is still not here?" a marquis asked to join in the fun. "Since both of them came from the same hometown, he should be aware of the boy's current status, yes?" "Yes. Speak up, Lord Ainsworth. Where is this nephew of yours who is supposed to be the commander of this new knight order?" "Don't tell me he chickened out. Well, that is to be expected of someone who tends to sheep and goats." The sneers, jeers, and laughter filled with contempt started to spread within the area where the nobles were seated. Naturally, Noah, the king of the Helen kingdom, heard it all, but he made no move to help Mordred. Deep inside, he was wondering why the boy Est had praised over the high heavens was still not around. Although there were still 15 minutes before the appointed time, his behavior was not satisfactory. Andreas, who was seated on the king's left side, had a smile on his lips. He had heard about the boy from the king and wondered what kind of individual he was. Unlike the nobles, the commander of the Knight Order of Gladiolus was looking forward to William's appearance. In his mind, anyone who could make the king wait for him was someone worth befriending. While Mordred was being taunted by his peers, the students of the first-year martial class division were feeling anxious. Everyone in the academy knew that William was their head prefect and was looking forward to his arrival. However, as the hours passed, no signs of the heroic first year could be seen. The upperclassmen of the martial, magic, and spirit divisions were looking at the anxious first years with various expressions. Some of them felt contempt, ridicule, and disdain. Some felt interest and amusement. Only a small minority, mainly the first years of the magic and spirit division, sympathized with the martial class division. They had come to admire William after his inspiring performance during the dungeon outbreak, and some of them even treated him as their target to overcome and an idol to idolize. Only these students felt genuine concern for William's absence. Est, Ian, Isaac, and Wendy in particular were feeling more anxious than most. Ian had even cursed William internally for the umpteenth time for being an idiot. The sun had risen to its zenith and only 2 minutes remained from the allotted time. Mordred, who was seated in the nobles' area, raised his hand to stop the nobles from speaking. He had a smug look on his face as he turned his head to look at the people around him. "Calm your tits, everyone," Mordred said with a smile. "The star of the show has arrived." As if waiting for his words, a loud screech reverberated in the air as several dark figures appeared over the horizon. Conrad, William's dragon knight, grinned as he ordered his partner to dive. Right behind him was a platoon of hippogriffs flying in a V formation with him as the lead. In the center of their formation was a flying carriage pulled by a griffin. The carriage was coated in gold and shone brilliantly under the light of the sun. The nobles who watched the scene gasped in shock because the wyvern's speed didn't decrease. In fact, it had even increased as it glided near the ground. The hippogriffs flying on its left and right side had done the same thing with the golden carriage at their center. When they neared the area where the nobles were located, the wyvern made a right turn with only a few meters away from the seat of the nearest noble. The gust of wind created by the sudden turn, and the whirring sounds that followed not long after, made the nobles seated at the very front almost pee in their pants. Suddenly, the sound of cheering was heard, and it came from the first years of the martial class division. The aerial knights circled around the venue once before separating into 4 groups. These 4 groups made crisscrossing aerial maneuvers that made Andreas raise his brow. Ironically, the leader of the Griffon Brigade of the Helen Kingdom was also there. He watched as the first years performed an air show that even he and the members of his brigade were unable to perform. The first years of the magic and spirit divisions joined in the cheering, and some of them even called out William's name. Trails of colorful smoke appeared behind the aerial knights as they zigzagged across the sky to continue their performance. This was the first time that the citizens of the Helen Kingdom had seen this kind of thing. Even Noah found himself transfixed by the exhibition that was happening in the skies. The interchanging smoke trails of white, blue, and red created various shapes that mesmerized those who viewed them from the ground. In the end, 3 giant hearts of different colors appeared in the sky above the academy. At the center of the heart, a trail of blazing fire made by the wyvern's dragon breath created a flaming bridge headed towards the ground. Right at that moment, the Griffon, pulling the golden carriage, trailed over the bridge and flew towards the place where the king and his important ministers sat. Flo landed smoothly on the ground where it was showered by cheers from the students and also a few members of the nobility. Even those that had taunted Mordred earlier found it hard not to be impressed by the performance that they just saw. The griffin made a right turn when it neared the king's makeshift throne and stopped. The doors of the carriage had a unique design on them that was similar to an Angorian war ibex with its front legs raised high and head facing the sky. It was the insignia of the Angorian war sovereign, and it was now making a debut in front of everyone. Dave jumped down from the coachman's seat and respectfully opened the door closest to the king. Kenneth, Spencer, and Drake disembarked from the carriage and lined up on either side of the door. They pressed their fists over their chest and looked straight in front of them. Not long after, William stepped out of the carriage wearing his full battle regalia. The equipment that was forged for him by the greatest blacksmith of Lont, Barbatos, appeared in front of everyone. This was the same set of armor that he had worn during the dungeon outbreak, and it made the ladies of the first-year divisions look at him with starry eyes. Wendy wasn't able to stop herself from emitting a soft squeal when she saw how handsome William was. The golden armor, as well as the winged circlet that adorned the young boy's head, made him look like a prince that was about to go to war. He walked with steady steps as officers. All the nobles' expressions became serious as they appraised the young man. Lawrence, who was seated not far away, looked at William with a wide smile on his face. Seated right next to him was his granddaughter, Rebecca, as well as the representatives of the Misty sect. Naturally, Rebecca's mother, Agatha, and mentor, Eleanor, were also there. The Misty sect disciples, headed by Kingsley, looked at William Mushens. Right at the center of them all was a great elder from their sect, who had a higher position than Eleanor. The old lady gazed at William with a calm expression. She knew who he was, because Eleanor had mentioned his name many times in the past. Her reason for coming today was to give the king some face, as well as to see this fiancé of one of the prodigies of their sect. She was already aware of the 7-year duel agreement and, to be honest, she didn't care much about it. For her, Rebecca was one of the core disciples of the Misty sect, and no ordinary man was suitable to become her partner. When William arrived in front of Noah, he bent his knee like a knight and saluted his sovereign. "Long live His Majesty, King Noah Ernest V. Helen," William shouted. "Glory be to the Helen Kingdom. Long live His Majesty, King Noah Ernest V. Helen. Glory be to the Helen Kingdom." The nobles and the students repeated his words as they too saluted their sovereign. Noah nodded his head in appreciation of William's performance. Deep down, he felt slightly better for having to wait for the arrival of this red-headed hot potato that had caught Est's eye. Chapter 208, Commander of the Angorian War Sovereign. The king stood in front of William holding a ceremonial sword in his hands. The students looked at this scene with envy and jealousy, for they, too, wanted to be recognized by the king and granted peerage. One could say that it was every commoner's dream, and the main reason why they did everything they could to be enrolled at the Helen Royal Academy. They hoped that by showcasing their abilities, the king would be able to discover their talent and take him under his wing. Their second option was to be recruited by one of the prestigious noble houses and serve their heirs as retainers. The students from the first martial class division felt proud and, at the same time, regretful. Proud because the one being knighted was their head prefect, and regretful because they didn't formally join his knight order when he had first announced it. Back then, they thought that their head prefect was just joking around and not being serious. Sadly, he was not, and the amazing magical beasts that served as the mounts of their comrades proved that they had made the wrong decision. Even so, they were still quite hopeful that their esteemed head prefect would give them another chance to become part of his knight order. It was not only the first-year martial students, but the other divisions in different grades were thinking the same as well. Being part of a knight order gave them a higher chance of becoming an official knight, which was the first step to becoming part of the noble circle. Matthew and Leah shared a knowing glance at each other as they watched William being knighted in front of everyone. The two of them were already praying for the pitiful souls that William would be bringing under his wing. Noah raised his sword and lightly pressed it over William's left shoulder. "William von Unsworth, I have deemed you fit to be the commander of the knight order called the Angorian War Sovereign," Noah said in a righteous tone. "Do you now swear by all that you hold sacred, true, and holy that you will honor and defend the crown and the kingdom from those who wish it ill?" "I swear," William answered. "Do you now swear that you will honor, defend, and protect the ladies and those weaker than yourself?" "I swear, in the name of the goddess Astrid, protector goddess of the Helen kingdom, I dub thee Lord William, commander of the Angorian war sovereign." Noah raised the sword and gave a light pat to William's right shoulder. "Rise, my knight, and uphold the oaths you have made." William stood up and faced his king with a calm expression. Noah sheathed the sword in his hand and called upon his weapon-bearer. "Bring forth Soleil," Noah commanded. A knight clad in armor humbly knelt in front of Noah and presented to him a golden box with intricate designs on it that was commonly used to store jewelry. Noah opened the box and picked up a golden ring that had been one of the treasures of the Helen royal family. It was one of the artifacts that the goddess Astrid had given to the royal bloodline when the kingdom was first founded. "Accept from our hands this symbol of authority by the order of chivalry and your knightly rank and station," Noah stated. "I present to you, Soleil, an artifact that is to be used to defend the kingdom from all harm. Take it, and never forget the responsibility that goes along with it." William once again knelt as he raised both hands to accept the treasure that was presented to him. Noah placed the ring in the center of his open palms and took a few steps back. The ceremony was over, and it was now time for William to prove to everyone that he was worthy of his new rank and authority. What Noah didn't know was that the moment Soleil fell into William's hands, a series of notifications appeared on his status page. "Ding! Mythical weapon Soleil acquired. Would you like to acquire the Sun Knight job class? Yes, no." William forcefully fought the urge to read the information of the mythical weapon and his new job class. Now was not the right time to do that because he was being watched by many people. After receiving the ring, he gave Noah a respectful bow before wearing it on his right ring finger. A soothing warmth spread throughout his entire body after he put the ring on. William did his best to prevent himself from making a sound of pleasure as the comfortable sensation washed over him. Perhaps due to the ring's power, William's body seemed to glow radiantly, which made his image more majestic. Noah and the rest of the nobles were about to go to the main hall of the academy to rest, when a ridiculing statement stopped him in his tracks. "I can't believe the peasant who lost to me 4 years ago is now the head of a knight order," Kingsley spat in disdain. "If a loser like him can become a knight commander, then doesn't that mean that the title he holds is garbage?" "Kingsley, mind your manners," Eleanor reprimanded. However, her face carried a tinge of ridicule and contempt as she looked at William. "Forgive our disciple. He's just a very straightforward person. I hope Lord William will not mind his words." Contrary to everyone's expectations, William did the unthinkable. "I don't mind because what he said was the truth," William said with a smile. "I indeed lost to him 4 years ago." William's words sent ripples of commotion throughout the noble ranks as well as the students of the Helen Royal Academy. Aramis, who sat in a remote corner of the venue, raised an eyebrow as he looked at the boy Kingsley. Cid and Aerith also looked at the smug-looking side character, who had the invisible words cannon fodder written on his forehead. "That person beat William." Cid narrowed his eyes. "That weakling beat William." Cid looked at the boy in disbelief. He couldn't accept the fact that William lost to someone whom he could easily defeat with a mere flick of his sword. "Aerith stake," Aerith said as she too looked in the cannon fodder's direction with a doubtful expression. The members of the Angorian war sovereign, who had personally witnessed William's incredible feats, looked at their commander and the Misty Sect disciple in disbelief. "At least the new knight commander is honest," Kingsley stated in an arrogant tone. "Isn't it funny?" William asked back. "The loser, I'm now a knight commander, and the winner, you, is just one of the many disciples of the Misty Sect. It seems that the Misty Sect is a very poor and pitiful sect. They can't even see talent in order to give it the accolade it deserves." William's smile widened as he taunted the boy who had played a dirty trick in their duel many years ago. "It seems that the knight commanders of the Helen Kingdom lack class," the old woman, who was also the great elder of the Misty Sect, commented. "For you to speak such words against one of our disciples who has won against you in a duel sounds rather pitiful, doesn't it? What's the matter? Did it hurt your pride when everyone here became aware that you lost to one of the many disciples of the Misty Sect?" Instead of getting angry, William only gave the old hag a haughty sidelong glance before looking back at Noah. "Your Majesty, what is the crime for besmirching the honor of a member of the Knight Order?" William asked. Noah looked at William with a serious expression before giving his reply. 50 whips and a fine of 1,000 gold coins, then what if that person is a noble?" William inquired with an evil smile that screamed of murder. Noah's gaze narrowed as he answered William's question. "Any noble who dares to besmirch the honor of the commander of a knight order will be stripped of their title and their properties confiscated by the kingdom, right?" William nodded his head. The red-headed boy then faced the current Duke of the Rhode family and grinned evilly. "Did you hear that, mighty Duke of Rhode? Because of your son's stupidity and arrogance, your noble title will be stripped from your generation. My condolences. Draven Rhodes, the current Duke of Rhode, looked back at William with a dumbfounded expression. Earlier, he was feeling smug because his son had beaten the new Knight Commander and announced it to everyone. However, he didn't expect that this petty act would cause him to lose his title. Andreas, who was seated on the left side of the king, laughed out loud. "I see, the son of a duke dares to ridicule the head of a knight order. I, Andreas, am very curious. Just where does this brat get his confidence from? Does he think that a puny little branch sect can save his life?" Andreas grinned evilly as if he was already looking at a dead person. The nobles seated behind him unconsciously shuddered because they remembered a scene that had happened a few years ago. There was once a marquise that had ridiculed Andreas when he had just taken the position as head of the Knight Order of Gladiolus. On that same day, the entire family of the Marquess were captured and beheaded by the Knight Order and their territories seized by them. Currently, Andreas's rank was that of a Marquess, and the properties he had right now belonged to the same Marquess that had slighted him. Draven couldn't allow such a thing to happen to his own family. So what if his son was a disciple of the Misty Sect? Their main branch was in the central continent. How could they possibly interfere in the affairs of the Helen Kingdom? Chapter 209, Tragic End. Apologize to Lord William right now. Draven roared in anger. The Duke of Rhode charged towards the boy and forcefully made him kneel in front of William. "Apologize!" Duke Rhode grabbed his son's head and pushed it down on the ground. "No, I will not apologize." Kingsley tried to fight back. "Why should I apologize to a loser?" "What? He became angry because I said that he lost to me. Is that it? How petty. Is this what the Knight Orders do? Eliminate those who defeat them in a fair duel?" The old hag from the Misty Sect narrowed her eyes as he looked at the king of the Helen Kingdom. "Your Majesty, are you sure you want to do this? Do you want to be on the blacklist of the Misty Sect?" Noah smiled as he looked calmly at the great elder of the Misty Sect who was glaring at him. "Misty Sect?" The corner of Noah's lips curled up in ridicule. "Your sect has no power here. Did you forget? I merely allowed your sect to build a branch sect in my lands because you promised to abide by the laws of my kingdom. Right now, a disciple of your sect has broken the rules of my kingdom. No, Lady Miriam, I'm not afraid of your Misty Sect. If you don't like my rules, then you can take all of your disciples and scram." Lady Miriam gripped her staff in anger as tendrils of magic power condensed inside her body. However, before she could even do anything, she felt a very powerful killing intent that was as sharp as a blade pressing over her heart. Her instinct was telling her that if she continued what she was about to do, she would die before she could complete her spell. Miriam slowly dispelled the power she had gathered and sighed. She looked at the boy, Kingsley, whose head was being forcefully pressed to the ground by his own father. As the great elder of the Misty Sect, being unable to protect one of her disciples was a slap to her face. If not for the killing intent that had threatened her life, she might have raised a ruckus in order to tell everyone in the Helen Kingdom that the Misty Sect cannot be humiliated. Unfortunately, she didn't have the ability to make that plan a reality. After thinking for a while, Miriam thought of a plan that could at least save their sect's face from the current situation. "I have a proposal," Miriam said. "Since this incident is due to my disciples' arrogance, why don't we settle their grievances in a fair duel? All of us will stand here as witness that after this duel, both parties will put down the ill will they have for each other. How does that sound?" Kingsley, who was being pinned down on the ground, struggled and raised his voice. "That's right. Do you dare to fight me in a fair duel? I'll show everyone just what kind of weakling you are. 4 years ago you lost to me and I hadn't even used my magic power in our duel. Do you dare fight me using my full power, or do you want me to give you a handicap?" "You want a fair duel? Sure, I don't mind. However, a simple duel without any stakes in it is boring," William replied. "How about we spice things up and place bets to make it more interesting?" Fine. Do you think I'm scared of a weakling like you?" Kingsley stood up and spat in disdain. "How about this? If I win, your position as the head of the Knight Order will be mine." "Okay, but what can you possibly give me in return if you lose?" William glanced at Miriam. "What can the Misty Sect possibly offer me that is equivalent to the position of the head of the Knight Order of the Helen Kingdom?" Miriam had a calm expression on her face, but deep inside she was sneering. She had already subtly scanned William's body and found out that he was void of any magic power. Kingsley was a talented magic swordsman, so she wasn't worried that the boy would lose in the duel. She was even looking forward to seeing her disciple cripple the arrogant boy in front of her. "What do you want in return?" Miriam asked. "What I want is really simple." William glanced at his ex-fiancée for a brief moment before facing the old hag once again. "I want you, and all the representatives of the Misty Sect, excluding Rebecca, to kneel in front of me and say, 'You are the most handsome half-elf in the southern continent. No one in the world is more handsome than you.'" The members of the Angorian war sovereign rolled their eyes because of their commander's antics. They had already gotten used to his narcissism and simply treated his actions like the passing wind. That's it? Miriam inquired. Yes. William crossed his arms over his chest. Simple, right? Very well. I accept this condition. Miriam then looked at Kingsley with a serious expression. If you win, I will allow you to train inside the cold prison for half a year. I will also give you 3 high-grade magic crystals as a reward for your victory. I will not fail you, Great Elder. Kingsley bowed respectfully. Deep down he was very excited by the rewards that were promised to him. Training inside the cold prison and acquiring high-grade magic crystals would speed up his cultivation and allow him to break through to the next rank. Well then, shall we start? William asked. Kingsley answered, I will make you regret this. William didn't reply and just walked towards the center of the venue away from the crowd. He had forced the current situation using his authority as the head of the Angorian Night Order. Why did he do this? The reason was really simple. He needed a demonstration of his power and authority. He knew that, even though he was now officially recognized as the head of a rising force, his impression on the nobles and the students was still not enough for them to recognize his authority. Fortunately, Kingsley acted according to the script and couldn't keep his arrogant mouth shut. The disciple of the Misty Sect in front of him had donned his own armor in preparation for their battle. Like he had declared earlier, he would be using his full power to humiliate William in front of the nobility of the Helen Kingdom. William waited patiently for his opponent to finish his preparations and simply stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The grudge I held from long ago will now be repaid in full, William mused. I just hope that I don't accidentally kill him in the process. While that would be unfortunate, I have to give His Majesty some face. This will allow him to look good in the eyes of the other nobles. While William was thinking these things, he felt a heated gaze in the distance. The red-headed boy casually turned his head to see who was staring at him, and found a beautiful girl with long blonde hair and blue eyes looking at him anxiously. William smiled and waved at Wendy. This action of his was seen by everyone, and their eyes locked on the girl whom the handsome half-elf had waved at. Lawrence eyed the young lady who had visited their domain many times in the past. With a glance he could tell that Wendy liked William, and the latter seemed to have good feelings about her. The old fox of Griffith felt his liver itch when he saw Wendy's face turn beet red when William waved at her. Not good, Lawrence thought. I'd better do something, or else someone might get other ideas. The old fox of Griffith glanced towards his right side and saw a middle-aged man looking back at him. The man still looked handsome, even in his middle years, and he was looking at Lawrence with a calm expression. He was none other than Spencer's and Wendy's father, Joaquin Armstrong, the current Duke of the Armstrong Duchy. Spencer had already written a letter to him telling him of Wendy's infatuation with his head prefect. The reason why Joaquin came to the academy was to have a better look at the boy who had caught his daughter's fancy and see if he was a possible candidate to become his son-in-law. The two men stared at each other for half a minute before averting their gaze to look back at William. Both of them weren't able to read each other's thoughts, but one thing was clear. They would look at the results of this duel first before making their final decision. I'm ready, Kingsley announced. Let's begin. All right. William stood straight and placed his arms on the sides of his body. Let's start. You can attack me any time. Don't blame me if I accidentally kill you, Kingsley stated. It's been a while since I've used my full power. Don't worry. Even if you team up with that old hag from the Misty Sect, you won't be able to kill me. Are those your last words? William didn't reply. Instead, he yawned as if ridiculing Kingsley's attempt to taunt him. Die! Kingsley unleashed all of his magical powers and gathered it in his sword, manifesting a sword aura. Final phase, Phoenix Annihilation. Kingsley roared as he became one with his sword and charged at William like a burning blue comet. Miriam clenched her fist in triumph, because Kingsley initiated the third strongest move of their Misty Sect. Its power was enough to create a 200-meter-wide crater and annihilate everything within range. She was not worried about getting caught in the friendly fire, because the court magicians had already established a magical barrier to prevent the bystanders from getting hurt. You will pay for your insolence, Miriam sneered as her eyes focused on the arrogant boy that was about to die a miserable death. However, what she saw made her feel that something was amiss. Why isn't he moving? Miriam thought. Everyone in the venue had the same thought, and they were wondering why William was just standing there like a street lamp. Finally, when the blue comet was only meters away from the red-headed boy, William raised his hand and casually threw a punch. Just a simple punch, and it made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. A powerful shockwave erupted from the collision of William's punch and the blue comet. In that brief moment, the comet shattered into a shower of sparks, and William's fist connected with Kingsley's chest. The arrogant boy spat out a mouthful of blood before his body was blown away due to the force of William's casual strike. In the eyes of others, it was just a simple punch, but it was actually William's strongest attack. Sid felt his heart itch when he saw the same move that defeated him a few weeks ago. He knew from first-hand experience how deadly William's blow was. If he wasn't wearing the special armor given to him by his master, he might have died back then. "So weak," William muttered. "I only used 20% of my power and it's already over. Are the disciples of the Misty Sect really this weak?" The boy's words, which were filled with ridicule, brought everyone out from their trance. Eleanor, Rebecca's master, rushed in the direction of the fallen boy to check his condition. Just like her great elder Miriam, Eleanor thought that the one who would have a miserable ending was William. Never in her wildest dreams did she consider that Kingsley would be the one to suffer such a tragic end. Suddenly a notification appeared on William's status page. When he read the message, he almost laughed out loud due to the irony of it all. "Ding, hidden quest has been cleared. Vengeance is always an option. Reward, 2,000 God points. Chapter 210. I am someone who holds grudges." William didn't even bother to look at Kingsley and walked in the direction of the representatives of the Misty Sect. As he came closer, the Misty Sect disciples felt their hearts beating wildly inside their chest. They were feeling anxious. Although the handsome half-elf was smiling, they felt that they were about to be sent to the gallows to be hanged. Miriam calmly looked at the boy and stepped forward. She was about to say something, but William had cut her off before she could even say a word. "Now I'll know if the Misty Sect has any integrity, or if they're just one of those third-rate sects who don't have any sense of honor and dignity," William said in a very casual way. "Everyone here will serve as a witness and see for themselves just what kind of organization the Misty Sect is." William ignored Miriam and stared straight at Rebecca. "Everyone will know if the Misty Sect is just as good as you thought it would be." Rebecca's face remained calm as she returned William's gaze. 4 years had passed, and she had become more beautiful than the last time William had seen her. However, William was no longer the same innocent boy he was back then, who was easily affected by beautiful appearances. The red-headed boy gave Lawrence a sidelong glance before turning his head back to Miriam. "Well then, are you going to kneel or not?" William asked. Miriam gripped the staff in her hand tightly. William didn't give her any opportunity to negotiate. He even shamelessly pushed her into a corner and used the name, honor, and dignity of the Misty Sect as blackmail material to force her to make an important decision. Ignore the deal that she had made with the boy, and have the Misty Sect labeled as an organization without honor, dignity, and integrity. Or accept the humiliation with gritted teeth as they kneeled in front of the young teenager in front of them. If they chose the second option, even if they adhered to the deal, it would become a black stain in their life. If they didn't do it, then all the nobles in the Helen Kingdom would look down on their sect. The worst part about this was if the news spread to the central continent. Miriam didn't dare think of the consequences that would fall upon her head if this news came out. Their sect master would definitely rip her head off her shoulders in anger if she were to bring shame to their organization. The nobles of the kingdom were waiting for Miriam's decision. Although they didn't like the boy, and they had conflicts with each other on a daily basis, when it came to external forces they would always stick together as pillars of the kingdom and lay down their differences for the greater good. Miriam sighed as she slowly knelt on the ground. She had been the great elder of the Misty Sect for many years, and never in her life had she experienced being forced to kneel in front of someone. Usually, it was others who knelt before her to beg her for forgiveness. Sometimes they would beg her, while kneeling, in order to ask her for a favor. The moment her knees touched the ground, she felt as if the world had lost its color. The disciples of the Misty Sect tearfully followed their elder's action and kneeled on the ground as well. As the proud members of the Misty Sect, they never would have thought that a day would come when they had to humble themselves in front of others. William crossed his arms over his chest and looked down on Miriam as if he was looking at an insect. Miriam looked up on the boy that she had greatly underestimated. The half-elf wasn't that tall, but for some reason she felt like she was looking up at a towering mountain. A mountain whose peak she couldn't see. Her lips trembled as she forced herself to speak the words that they had agreed upon before the duel started. "You are the most handsome half-elf in the southern continent," Miriam said through gritted teeth. "No one in the world is more handsome than you." William nodded his head and turned his attention to the Misty Sect disciples. He was looking at them with the "what are you kids waiting for" expression on his face. "You are the most handsome half-elf in the southern continent. No one in the world is more handsome than you." William shifted his gaze to the beautiful young lady that he had exempted from kneeling in front of him. The so-called genius that was born every 200 years. The girl that his grandfather had asked to become his fiancée when he was still a 1-year-old baby. 3 years from now, I will climb the peaks of the Misty Sect to look for you," William announced. "I will make you understand that in the face of absolute strength, your talent and beauty are meaningless. The reason why I didn't choose to make you kneel today is because you are also a noble of this kingdom. However, 3 years from now, we will be fighting on your home turf. Wash your knees until then. I will make sure that you properly kneel in front of me." William then glanced at Rebecca's mother, Agatha. "I am someone who holds grudges," William stated. "I will make sure to return every insult, every ridicule that I have received tenfold. Wash your neck until then." William didn't bother to wait for Rebecca's or Agatha's reply and walked away. He had already said what he wanted to say, and there was no use staying in this place. Dave's griffin, Lionheart, landed a few meters away from William while pulling the golden carriage. The half-elf was about to climb it when Noah gave him a reminder. "Lord William, tomorrow evening there will be a banquet held at the castle in your honor," Noah stated. "I'll be waiting for you there. By your will, your majesty." William pressed his fist over his chest to salute Noah before climbing into the carriage. With an arrogant screech, Lionheart ran and soared towards the sky. Soon the members of the Angorian war sovereign, along with their magical mounts, formed a protective formation around the carriage. Andreas watched this scene with a mischievous smile on his face. He wanted to talk to William, but the boy had decided to return to his own division in order to escape mingling with the noble households. "What an interesting junior," Andreas thought. "I'd better have a talk with him tomorrow." Noah watched as his new knight order disappeared into the horizon. He was very satisfied with William's show of authority. It allowed the nobles of the kingdom to feel good about themselves, because even the haughty Misty sect had no choice but to bow down to a knight commander of their kingdom. Lawrence looked at his granddaughter, who still had the calm expression on her face, before glancing at his daughter-in-law, whose face had gone pale from fright. "Did you see it, Agatha?" Lawrence asked. "That is the same boy you called a filthy shepherd 4 years ago. You'd better make sure not to annoy or slander him again in the future. I don't want to see my son forced to relinquish his noble peerage because of your short-sightedness." The old duke's veiled threat made Agatha's face even paler. She had never regretted her decision to try to break up her daughter's marriage agreement in the past. But now, things have changed. William was no longer the lowly shepherd that she had ridiculed in the past. He was now in a position of authority. Not only that, he had even forced the Misty sect, who was well known in the central continent, to kneel. Had clearly heard William's words that he was someone who held grudges. She had already seen how ruthless he could be, so she didn't dare find out what kind of revenge the boy would have on her if she provoked him further. Lawrence saw his daughter-in-law's troubled expression and decided to leave it at that. As an old fox, he understood William's intention and even praised him for paving a path for his granddaughter's success in the Misty sect. After making their 7-year duel known to everyone, it would force the Misty sect into pooling all of their resources into making Rebecca stronger. That way, she would be able to beat William in their duel and recover their sect's prestige. Lawrence glanced at Joaquin, who was currently looking at Wendy's blushing face. The young lady, who was the same age as Rebecca, was clearly infatuated with William. The old fox's scheming mind started to turn its gears. Although he didn't know what the outcome of the 7-year duel would be, it would be best to have a talk with Joaquin's between the two of them. Mordred had a very smug expression on his face as his peers looked at him with newfound respect. He wanted to shout and tell everyone, "I was the one who raised that kid," and similar boastful words, but he knew that it was a lie, so he didn't proceed with his plan. Even so, he was very proud of William's domineering performance, which made the other nobles reel in their arrogance. Even those who ridiculed him earlier were keeping quiet for fear that he would remember them. "Tesk, you lot are lucky that I'm not my father," Mordred mused. "If my father were here, all of you would be puking blood because of his shameless demands for compensation." Mordred turned his head to look at the hooded figure in the distance. His father didn't come to witness William's ceremony because the Sword Saint would be there. The two of them would definitely not be able to control themselves and land blows on each other. Aramis Bran Caliban, Mordred narrowed his eyes. Although Mordred didn't want to admit it, he admired his father's nemesis. The reason? Because he was the only man that his father had considered a worthy opponent among all the experts in the entire world of Hestia. "Chapter 211, would you like to join my knight order?" "You sure know how to make a ruckus," Est said as he stared at the handsome half-elf who was lying on the couch. "I missed you too, Est," William replied as he looked at his good friend, whom he hadn't seen for a month. "How's everything in the academy?" "Nothing much has changed, but the academy will resume their lessons a week from now," Est reported. "Are you sure you want to get on the bad side of the Misty sect? They're quite a strong faction in the central continent." "They attacked me first," William countered. "I was minding my own business, but they just had to annoy me. Do you think I will just stand there and allow them to humiliate me? Not happening." Est sighed, but William was right. If Kingsley hadn't made a scene, everything would have ended smoothly. Ian and Isaac stood behind Est and nodded their heads in agreement. "By the way, are you guys interested in joining my knight order?" William asked. "If you join now, I'll throw in a wyvern as a freebie." Est snorted, but still felt happy that William invited him to join his knight order. Unfortunately, he couldn't due to some complicated reasons. "Although I can't join you, I'll ask around my division to see if there is anyone interested," Est replied. William smiled and nodded his head. He was a little disappointed that Est didn't join him, but he didn't allow it to show on his face. It was then when a knock was heard on the door, and William raised his lazy bum to answer it. "Who is it?" William asked while his hand held the handle of the door. "It's me, Wendy," Wendy replied. "I came here because Thor wants to see you." William grinned and opened the door. Immediately, the beautiful blonde girl appeared before his eyes. It had been a month since he last saw Wendy, and it made him want to tease her. "Are you sure that it is only Thor that misses me?" William inquired with a mischievous smirk. Wendy lowered her head as a blush crept on her face. She could still vividly remember what happened an hour ago. William's arrogance made her see a side of him that she hadn't seen before. For some reason, seeing her crush's bad boy image made her heart skip a beat. "I guess I missed you a little as well." Wendy compromised as she forced herself to answer. William didn't want to bully her so much and decided to stop his teasing. He then opened the door wider and invited Wendy to come inside the room. "Head Prefect, you're also here?" Wendy asked as soon as she saw Est. "I just arrived 10 minutes ago," Est answered. William pulled Wendy along as he made her sit on the couch beside him. Seeing the two of them this close made Est's and Ian's hearts itch, but there was nothing they could do. Both of them know that Wendy was a good girl. They also knew that she had a big crush on William. Even so, they still felt envious that Wendy got to spend some time with William in a carefree manner, without worrying about anything in the world. Wendy picked up Thor from the floor and placed him on her lap. She then started to pat his head. The beautiful lady was trying to build up her courage in order to ask William if he would like to dance with her tomorrow at the banquet that was prepared in his honor. While she was organizing her thoughts, William casually held her hand, which made her raise her head to look at him. "Tomorrow? At the banquet? Can you be my first dance?" William asked. "I'm worried that, because of how handsome I am, the ladies will fight for the chance to dance with me. In order to prevent this calamity from happening, I will have to ask you to accompany me for the duration of the banquet." "Huh?" Est and Ian were dumbfounded by William's proposal. He asked it so naturally that it didn't sound out of place. Also, he gave a valid excuse in order to make Wendy agree to his request. It never occurred to the two of them that William could be this smooth when interacting with the ladies. Their gazes locked on William's and Wendy's hands that were enclasped to each other. "Okay," Wendy replied. "I will accompany you tomorrow and make sure that none of the girls bother you." "Great." William grinned. After taking his revenge on Kingsley and showing the old hag her place, William was in a very good mood. He was not afraid of the Misty Sect because their area of influence was in the central continent. Also, he was the commander of the Second Night Order in the Helen Kingdom. Miriam would think thrice before messing with him again. William's strategy was for the Misty Sect to focus their attention on Rebecca and help her become strong, so that she would be able to defeat him during their promised battle. The half-elf was confident that the Misty Sect wouldn't allow their reputation to be tarnished, so they would not make any foul moves on him for the remaining duration of the agreement. It was also William's own way to tell the nobles that he was not a pushover. If they thought that they could belittle him just because young, they had another thing coming for them. "Although I'm fine with accompanying you tomorrow, is it really fine for me to do that?" Wendy asked. "There are many girls who want to form a connection with you at tomorrow's banquet. I don't think I will be able to hold them all off." "Don't worry," William assured her. "I have a plan B, and just what is this plan B of yours?" Ian asked. He wasn't able to stop himself from asking the smug-faced boy who was still holding Wendy's hand. If looks could maim, William would have already been castrated 100 times over. William glanced at Ian and snorted. "You'll find out tomorrow. I'm not telling you anything." Ian clicked his tongue but didn't continue the argument. He had come to know that arguing with William was pointless because the red-headed boy has a thick skin. "Ah, why didn't I think of this sooner?" William said as he returned his gaze to Wendy. "Would you like to join my Night Order?" Wendy's eyes widened in surprise. Truth be told, she was hoping that she could join William's Night Order so she could become closer to him. "Can I?" "Of course you can. If you like, you can be assigned to my personal night squadron." William glanced at Est, who had a frown on his face. "Will you allow her to join my Night Order?" Est reluctantly nodded his head. He didn't have a reason to stop Wendy from joining William's Night Order because he knew that William needed more talented people under him. However, he was worried that William and Wendy would become closer if the two were left alone, so he decided to use a method to prevent them from taking their relationship to the next level. "Can you let Ian also join your Night Order?" Est asked. "He's a very capable warrior. I'm sure that he would be a great addition to your ranks." "No," William replied in a heartbeat. "Why would I allow this snot-nosed pansy to join my Night Order?" No way. Ian raised an eyebrow, but he kept his silence. He was wondering what Est was up to, so he decided not to make a move that might jeopardize his young master's plan. Listen, the way things are right now, it would be hard for you to move around without people proficient in magic, Est explained. Also, even though the two of you argue a lot, Ian would not do anything that would put your Night Order into chaos. William leaned back on the couch and considered Est's proposal. It was true that although he argued with Ian a lot, he had a feeling that he could put his trust in the snot-nosed pansy who was always trying to pick a fight with him. Having Ian around was better than having complete strangers become part of his personal night squadron. Fine, but I have a condition, William stated. From now on, you are not allowed to purposely anger me again. Also, after you join my Night Order, you will call me Sir. If you can agree to these two conditions, then I will allow you to join my organization. Ian glanced at ESD, and the latter nodded his head. Est's loyal retainer knew that he had been entrusted with an important mission by his young master, although he didn't know the full details. It would be best to agree to it for now, and consult with Est later when they return to the Magic Division class. Very well, I promise, Ian replied. I will do my best to be of service to you, sir. Est looked at his trusted retainer while sighing inside. This was the only thing he could do to monitor William's actions. As a new Night Order under the King's banner, there were a lot of expectations that were placed on William's shoulders. Est was hoping that by adding Ian as his supporter, he would be able to ease his friend's burden, even if it was only by a little bit. Chapter 212, Beauty and the Bestie. William looked in the mirror and smiled. He then turned his body left and right to see if there was something wrong with his attire. Seeing that everything was in place, he struck a cool pose and faced his mama, who was lying on the floor along with Dia, Thor and Ragnar. What do you think, Mama? William asked. Am I handsome or am I handsome? How about my clothes? Aunt Helen gave these to me before we left Lont, Ella bleated softly and assured William that his clothes looked good on him. Dia, who was resting on Ella's head, slithered towards William. She then climbed his body and coiled up around his neck like she usually did. Thor and Ragnar, on the other hand, barked in order to show their support to their master. I'm sorry, I can't take the three of you to the banquet, William said as he gently rubbed Dia's head before removing her from his neck and placing her back on Ella's head. Mama, please look after them for me. Ella nodded her head in understanding. Me? William knew that it would be a bad idea to bring the three kids to the banquet. Although he was not worried that other people would try to capture them under the watchful eye of the guards in the palace, there might be powerful individuals who would be able to discern their monster breeds. Were that to happen, he would have just invited trouble to come knocking on his door. Hence why he decided that it would be best to let them stay under Ella's care. William looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was as good a time as any to leave the academy. He waved goodbye to his small family as he walked towards the door. It was at that moment when a notification from the God Shop arrived and caught William's attention. God Shop Mail. Attention to the devout followers of the gods from the 10,000 Temple. Great rewards are waiting for each and every one of you. The God of Alchemists has issued a commission that is open to everyone. He is currently looking for extremely rare and potent ingredients that he will use for his experiments. If any of you are able to acquire the items on our list, please send a message to me, Mercurius, the manager of the God Shop, directly. I will assist you in transporting the materials to the alchemy god free of charge. However, anyone who sends me troll messages will immediately be banned from using the God Shop for 100 years. Here is the list of materials that the alchemist god is looking for and the rewards associated with them. Spring of Life, 100,000 God points. Baphomet's Horn, 50,000 God points. A liter of Empyrean's blood, 20,000 God points. Ink of Krakens, 10,000 God points. William checked the materials listed by the god of alchemists one by one, in the hope that there was something that he could exchange for God points. After reading the entire list, the half-elf scratched his head, because everything that was written there were extremely rare materials. Ink of Krakens, William snorted. I'd die before I could even approach that thing. The list was long, and there were over 100 ingredients listed in it. Although he was tempted, there was nothing he could do about it. William put the matter of the god of alchemists to the back of his mind. Right now, he didn't have the time nor the ability to hunt for these materials. For now, he needed to focus his attention on the banquet that was prepared in their honor. As he walked outside the Solaris dormitory, William noticed that all the members of the Angorian war sovereign had lined themselves up to welcome him. All of them were mounted on their hippogriffs. Conrad and his wyvern stood beside the flying carriage like a bodyguard waiting for the very important person to arrive. Kenneth, Spencer and Drake stood near the carriage, and each of them looked amazing in their attire. Dave stood beside the carriage door and waited for William to step close enough so that he could open the door for his commander. Since they were the main stars of the banquet, all of them would accompany William to show their faces to the nobles and other influential figures of the Helen Kingdom. The commoners who were part of the Night Order couldn't hold back the grins on their faces. This was a dream come true for them. With the help of their new rank, it would not be difficult to marry into the nobility and enjoy a few luxuries while they were at it. The students of the martial classes that had left during William's invitation meeting couldn't help but regret their decision. They watched this scene from afar with jealousy. However, what was done was done. The only thing they could do now was to wait for another opportunity to hug William's thigh and never let it go again. When William and the rest of the officers were safely inside the carriage, Dave returned to the coachman's seat and nodded his head to Conrad. "Let's go." Conrad patted his partner, and the wyvern flapped its mighty wings to soar to the sky. The hippogriffs followed suit and joined their knight captain in a 5 formation. The martial class division once before William's flying carriage joined their ranks. As usual, he was in the center of the formation, protected by an impressive aerial platoon of magical beasts. "Circle the academy once," William ordered. "Show them how impressive our knight order is." "Yes, sir." With Conrad at the lead, the Angorian war sovereign paraded around the Helen Royal Academy before flying towards the palace, leaving sighs of envy and admiration in their wake. When they arrived near the airspace of the palace, 3 Griffon riders appeared to guide them to the special area that was designated for the members of the Angorian war sovereign. "To think that I'd be going into the palace like this. It feels like a dream," Drake commented as he looked down from the carriage window. "Same here," Spencer commented. Even though he didn't like William getting close to his twin sister, he had to admit that the red-headed boy's achievement was very impressive. William was seated comfortably in his seat with his eyes closed. He was doing his best not to act smug in front of his subordinates. As the commander of a knight order, he had to show a refined, elegant, and charismatic side of him to the people in the castle. Fortunately, Fayrite taught him a lot about interacting with nobles and how to act like a very important person during special occasions. When the carriage had safely landed on the ground, Dave opened the door and allowed the officers to disembark first. Just like they had done during the knighting ceremony, Kenneth and the others lined up on the side of the carriage and waited for William to step outside. They were met by the butler of the king, as well as over 50 palace maids wearing white clothing. The palace servants simultaneously bowed their heads to show respect to William and his entourage before leading them to the main entrance of the event hall of the palace. As soon as the name of their knight order was announced, all the eyes inside the venue locked onto the handsome half-elf. William had an angelic smile on his face that made all the young ladies look at him with great interest. Some of them were even blushing because William looked so suave in the princely attire that his Aunt Helen had made for him for this very occasion. With the grace of a dancer and the elegance of a prince, William led his entourage to the special seats that were reserved for them. Just like most banquets, several tables and chairs were grouped in an orderly fashion. These separated the different factions within the Helen kingdom. William scanned the surroundings and found a few familiar faces among the crowd. Aramis gave him a brief nod before averting his gaze. He was the head of the southern faction of the nobles, and he had to play his part as one of the pillars that supported the kingdom. Towards the western side of the hall and saw Lawrence raising a wine cup to him. The old Fox of Griffith was the head of the nobles in the western factum. Ironically, the Duchy of Armstrong, where Spencer and Wendy were born, was also part of this group. William didn't know anyone from the northern and eastern faction, so he merely gave them a brief glance before shifting his attention to the beautiful young lady who was looking at him shyly from afar. Wendy was wearing a pink, ruffled princess ball gown dress that made her look like an innocent fairy that had wandered into the human kingdom. She was seated beside a middle-aged man who was looking at her with gentle eyes. The man then turned his head to look at William. His gentle gaze became as sharp as a sword as it bored through his body. William smiled and gave Wendy's father a brief nod before winking at the beautiful lady whose face started to turn red. "Commander, please, don't ogle my sister," Spencer commented from the side. "Or else my father will stab you with his sword." William ignored Spencer's snarky comment and continued to scan the room. His gaze then landed on the brown-haired beauty wearing a purple sleeveless ball-gown dress that was adorned with countless shimmering stars. Feeling William's stare, Rebecca turned her head to meet his gaze. As if reaching an agreement, both of them simultaneously nodded their heads at each other before averting their gazes. The half-elf had to admit that his ex-fiancée was indeed a very beautiful girl. If not for the intervention of her mother Agatha and her master Eleanor, the two of them might still be betrothed to each other. William sighed internally as he tried to remember the outcome of similar arranged marriages in the novels that he had read in the past. All of them led to the main character having some sort of fallout with his fiancée. There were even cases when the two became enemies and tried to kill each other on various occasions. William planned on breaking the agreement between his grandpa and Lawrence after he beat Rebecca in their duel 3 years from now. He had no intention of forcing someone to marry him. Wendy saw everything that happened and felt her heart ache. She gave Rebecca a brief glance before lowering her head to look down on her skirt. Her two slender and delicate hands rested over her skirt as she tried her best not to ball them into fists. She felt a bit intimidated by Rebecca because the girl was more beautiful than her. While she was feeling down, a firm and eloquent voice reached her ear. "My lady, would you give me the honor of dancing with you?" Wendy raised her head when she heard the familiar voice. A pair of light green eyes that shone like emeralds looked at her with a gentle gaze. William posed in a gesture of invitation and patiently waited for Wendy's reply. Ironically, the one who answered William's invitation was not Wendy, but her father, Joaquin Armstrong, the current Duke of the Armstrong Duchy. "Go on, Wendy," Joaquin commented. "The Knight Commander is asking for a dance. It would be impolite to reject his invitation." "Yes," Wendy stuttered as she placed her hand over William's. William smiled and nodded to Joaquin while giving him 2 thumbs up in his heart. The reason why he approached Wendy was to know what her father thought of him. After hearing Joaquin's comment, William was sure that the latter didn't hate the idea of his daughter having a relationship with him. As a newly appointed Knight Commander, William had very few allies within the nobility. This short exchange with Wendy's father allowed him to test the waters and have a better grasp of the man's personality. Everyone was paying close attention, and they were surprised when he guided a beautiful girl to the center of the vast hall. It was still too early, and the musicians were still in the midst of tuning their instruments. They were wondering if William was doing this to make a fool of himself. As they were about to start whispering at each other, a soft, slow and beautiful tune reverberated inside the vast hall. Fayrite, William's former teacher and second best friend, stood on an elevated platform and began to sing while playing his lute. Tale as old as chime, song as old as lime, Beauty and the Bestie, Chapter 213, The Princes of the Helen Kingdom. Everyone watched as the pair danced in the center of the hall with great interest. As the only daughter of a noble household, Wendy was taught many things when she was young, and among those was dancing. She was a very good dancer. Amazed at how good William was when it came to dancing, William, who had been trained by Fayrite, not only excelled in singing but dancing as well. The bard made sure that William would be able to dance properly, even if he was dancing with princesses and queens. "I didn't expect that you would also be good at dancing," Wendy commented as the two danced on the dance floor. William held her waist firmly as he guided Wendy to do a twirl. He then smiled and stared at Wendy in the eyes which made the young lady's heart beat wildly inside her chest. "I'm a jack of all trades," William said with pride. He then playfully lowered his head to whisper something in her ears. "There are plenty more things that I can do that you don't know about." "Like what?" Wendy whispered back. William's confidence was starting to rub off onto her, and she was feeling bolder with each passing second. "This and that," William replied. There was no way that William could tell her that he could be whatever he wanted to be. If not for the fact that his powers were sealed, there was a high chance he would have become the head prefect of the magic division instead of Est. Although the two were just whispering at each other, those who were watching thought of their actions as a sign of intimacy. Lawrence gave Joaquin a sidelong glance before shifting his gaze towards his granddaughter. Rebecca wasn't looking at the two. Instead, she had focused her attention on controlling the snowflake in the palm of her hand. The old fox of Griffith sighed in his heart as he shook his head helplessly. At least their marriage agreement is not officially void, Lawrence thought. Many things can happen in 3 years. Maybe I can help the two get closer during that span of time. William and Wendy danced happily until the song came to a close. After the two made a curtsy at each other, a round of applause reverberated in the hall. Wendy's face immediately turned red because she had completely forgotten that they were inside the palace and not the academy. William, seeing his partner's reaction, came to the rescue and guided Wendy towards the tables where his knight order was stationed. The banquet was held in order to honor him and his subordinates, so it was perfectly normal to have Wendy join his table because she, too, was an official member of his knight order. William's plan was simple. Wendy sat on his right, while Priscilla sat on his left. With 2 beautiful ladies at his side, it would deter other girls from approaching him. He looked at William with jealousy, while the girls looked at Wendy and Priscilla with envy. Mordred, who was seated among the Western faction, was laughing internally. He was thinking that his father James would be over the moon if he saw how popular his grandson was. "Still, you're far too naive, Will. If you think that the 2 girls beside you will be able to prevent others from making their move," Mordred thought. "You're a hot potato right now, and everyone wants to form a connection with you. I bet the old geezers are going to send their daughters and granddaughters over to try to honey trap you. The only question is, will you bite?" Mordred looked at the wine cup in his hand and smiled. This was why his father moved to the farthest edge of the western regions. He didn't like mingling with the nobles of the Helen Kingdom, and only dealt with his old acquaintances like Lawrence. While everyone's eyes were still focused on William, The butler made an announcement, and everyone in the room stood to welcome their king. Noah wore majestic attire worthy of his rank. 3 boys trailed behind him. They were the 3 princes of the Helen kingdom. The oldest prince was 19 years old, the second prince was 16, and the third prince was only 9. Just like their father, they had all inherited his good looks, and many of the noble ladies looked at them with admiration. Of course, among the 3 princes, it was the crown prince that garnered the most attention. Lionel Arthur the Helen, the crown prince of the Helen kingdom, was the object of affection for most noble ladies in the kingdom. As the crown prince, he would be the future king when his father retired from the throne. Naturally, such a position of power was irresistible to the noble households, and all of them wanted one of their daughters to become the lucky girl that would catch the prince's attention. The second prince, Rufus Patrick vi Helen, was younger than him by 3 years. However, the second prince was a bit special. Just like Rebecca, Rufus was also hailed as a rare genius. As a prince of a kingdom, all the necessary resources were given to him in order to ensure his growth. He was a genius battle mage that had been trained exclusively by the kingdom's Grand Archmage Emrys. There were even rumors that after his coming-of-age ceremony, the title of Crown Prince would be switched to him. Although these rumors were unfounded, the king himself didn't put a stop to these rumors. It was as if Noah was still thinking of who, between the first and second prince, would be worthy of becoming his successor. The last prince, Ernest Louis the Helen, shared his father's name. The young prince was born with great talent in magic, and had been under the personal care of the dean of the Helen Royal Academy, Simon. Perhaps due to him being the youngest, the queen spoiled him more than his older brothers. Ernest was a young scholar, and his craving for knowledge was well known to the king and his ministers. Simon even proposed that when Ernest reached the age of 12, he should be sent to the most prestigious academy in the central continent, which was the St. Hestia Academy, where the geniuses of the world gathered. The dean was hoping that his pupil could be away from the conflict between the first and second prince as they subtly battled for the throne in the shadows. Noah gazed at his subjects with a smile. He then raised his hand and asked everyone to sit down and enjoy the banquet. At the corner of the banquet hall, Est stared at the king as well as the 3 princes by his side. His face was as calm as a still lake, but inside his heart faint ripples started to move across the water. Ian and Isaac looked at their young master with worried faces, but none of them moved to comfort him. "Don't worry," Est said without turning his head to look at his 2 royal retainers. "This is nothing." "Yes," Est told himself repeatedly as he lowered his gaze to look at the floor. He was afraid that if he looked any longer at the smiling crown prince, the emotions inside his heart would come to the surface, and that would not be a good thing. "It looks like your crush is here, Rufus," Lionel said with a smile. "The musicians are going to start playing any moment. Why didn't you ask her for a dance?" The way he acted was like a kind older brother who really cared for his younger brother's well-being, but Rufus knew better. It was all just an act in order to taunt him. Lionel knew that Rufus had a big crush on Rebecca because she was the genius ice princess that had a perfect grade talent, a lady that his younger brother had admired for many years, but didn't dare to talk to. "If you don't make your move, then shall I make mine?" Lionel asked. "She's very beautiful and suits my taste perfectly. Who knows, she might also be my future queen when I feel like it." Rufus calmly looked at his older brother with a smile. "There's a reason why Sir Lawrence didn't join your faction. It's because he knows that you are a snake. Do you really believe that he'll allow his beloved granddaughter to fall into your hands?" "Keep dreaming, big brother of mine. So, are you going to dance with her or not? You say so many things, and yet you can't answer a simple question," Lionel snorted. He knew that Rebecca was Rufus's weakness. As long as he used her in an argument, Rufus would never win against him. Ernest just sat at the side with his head lowered. He had no intention of joining his brother's conversation, and the two didn't intend for him to be caught in their quarrel. Although Lionel and Rufus didn't get along with each other, they still treated their youngest brother in a civil manner. The youngest prince then suddenly felt a warm gaze looking at him. He slowly raised his head to look at the corner of the room. There he saw Est, who was looking at him with a kind smile. Ernest returned his smile briefly before once again lowering his head. Happy memories of his childhood emerged inside his mind as he recalled all the times that he and Est had played with each other in secret in the garden behind the royal palace. Chapter 214. A key that would bring the world to ruin. A few hours later, the party was in full swing. Performers and other entertainers wowed everyone with their amazing display of skills and talent. Even though William had 2 beauties by his side, he was unable to refuse the invitations of the ladies from the powerful families. The reason? It was because the king had personally walked up to him and whispered something in his ear. Because of that reason, William was not able to refuse the advances of the ladies and interacted with them as politely as possible. He didn't make any promises, nor did he entertain any kind of subtle agreement when it came to marriage. If James was there, he would have definitely pulled all of these ladies into a corner to tell them that he approved of all of them. He would even go as far as to set a grand wedding so that William could marry them all. Fortunately, he was not here, and that saved William from a future marriage calamity. As a stopgap measure to prevent the more aggressive girls from taking things a step further, William shamelessly used Rebecca as a shield and told everyone that his fiancée and him were still engaged and would settle their dispute in 3 years. Although those present in the ceremony had witnessed William's declaration to Rebecca, many still didn't know the reason behind it. Since the favorite pastime of the young ladies in the kingdom, when they gathered, was to gossip, William's and Rebecca's 7-year duel became known to all the nobles in the Helen kingdom a few days after the banquet was over. Of course, this was also part of William's plan in order to prevent anyone from making moves on him. If they wanted to make a move on him, they needed to go see Lawrence and his grandfather first. Yes. The half-elf dumped all the responsibility onto the 2 old geezers who started all of this mess. In order to escape further advances from the ladies, he once again invited Wendy to dance with him, and the latter happily accepted his invitation. As William and Wendy danced together, Carter eyed them from a distance. "Is she the young lady you spoke of, Charlotte?" Carter asked. His eyes had locked onto the beautiful young lady that was currently in William's arms. "Yes," Charlotte replied. "She's Wendy. A very good friend of mine and the only daughter of the Duke of Armstrong. She's one of the bride candidates that I was talking to you about. Do the 2 of you get along well?" Carter inquired. "I have known her since she was 8 years old." Charlotte smiled. "She calls me big sister, and the 2 of us are very close. If possible, I want her to be Professor's future wife as well. Ah, I almost forgot. She also likes your candies very much. 2 days ago she asked me if she could have more. Professor, you'd better make more of those candies so I can share them with her." "I see." Carter caressed Charlotte's hand affectionately. "You did a good job. Also, thank you for thinking of me. I promise that I will give you plenty of love tomorrow." Charlotte blushed because Carter had praised her. She didn't know that she was very close to becoming Carter's evil accomplice, due to the power of the suggestion spell that had almost consumed her entire being. Charlotte didn't even know that she was going to make her good friend, Wendy, fall into the hands of a demon that would ravage her heart and body inside and out. Carter gazed at his bride candidate with lecherous eyes. Although Wendy was still young, her body was developing in the right places. The professor could feel the fire of lust fanning his loins as he stared at the pure and innocent girl in the distance. In 2 or 3 years, that young lady will grow to be a peerless beauty, Carter thought. I guess I'd better increase my candy production so that Charlotte can share it with her. Carter had a special ability of absorbing the life force of anyone he kissed. This strengthened his magic power as well as increased his own life force. However, if he were able to make love to a lady, he would be able to control them remotely because he was able to implant his seed deep inside their wombs. That way, he could order them to do anything he wanted. They wouldn't even bat an eye when commanded to kill someone once they had fallen completely under his control. Although this same kind of deed was possible with the suggestion spell, those affected by it could still resist if they had a strong willpower. However, the moment he made love to them, they would be his slaves forever. Lionel stared at William like a wolf. When he heard that a new Knight Order was going to be founded in the kingdom, the first thing that came to his mind was to make it his private force. His father, Noah, had the Knight Order of Gladiolus under him. They were a very powerful organization that only answered to the king. They also carry out special missions for the kingdom that would impact the lives of its citizens. Lionel had always thought of himself as the next king of the Helen kingdom. He was the crown prince, so this mindset was perfectly justified. The only problem was that Lionel had a vice and overwhelming greed for power. Whenever he heard that a talented individual had appeared, he would immediately send his subordinates to bribe them to come under his wing, if not for the fact that the Misty Sect had. Sought out Rebecca first, he would have done everything in his power to put the beautiful lady under his command. Unfortunately, even if there was no Misty Sect blocking his way, the old Duke of Griffith, Lawrence would not allow him to do as he wished. Lionel still wondered why the old fox was opposing him. The prince couldn't remember any incident that made the 2 of them clash, and yet Lawrence would always treat him in a cold manner, even if he tried to be chummy with him. Truly a shame, Lionel thought. Although he was not in love with Rebecca, he had to admit that she was a lady worthy of his rank, as a rarely seen genius that was born every 200 years, who had a body that was blessed with a perfect great talent. It was impossible not to be moved. Truth be told, the lady that Lionel wanted to marry was none other than the 3rd princess of the Kingdom of Frisia. When he met her during a conference of the 4 kingdoms, he had fallen in love with her at first sight. The third princess always wore a veil to cover her face. If not for that hunting accident when she had fallen off her horse, and he had saved her, he wouldn't have had the opportunity of seeing the face behind the veil. Lionel had only seen her face for half a minute, but it was more than enough to make him hopelessly in love with her. This was another reason he had for wanting to seize the throne. He wanted to negotiate with their long-standing ally for a marriage between their two kingdoms. A few years ago, an unknown organization had approached him and asked him if he was interested in becoming the emperor of the entire southern continent. They even promised that they could make any girl he fancied become his woman if he worked with them in secret. Their leader even vaguely hinted that the beast tide that almost brought the Helen kingdom to its knees had been their doing. The man even respectfully advised him to accept his offer before they changed their mind. Lionel was not a fool. He didn't accept their offer but didn't reject it either. All he said was that he would only seriously consider their proposal if the organization could show him what they were capable of doing. The man agreed and left. But before they ended their conversation, he told Lionel that he wasn't the only candidate that they were planning to make the emperor of the entire southern continent. Although the man didn't give him some kind of ultimatum, Lionel understood what the representative of the organization was trying to say. If he was of no use to their cause, then they would not waste their time on him. What the secret organization wanted from him that was under Noah's safekeeping. Once he gave them the key, they would serve the southern continent to him on a silver platter. The key that would open the treasure vault in the Undying Lands, Lionel thought as he glanced at his father who was talking to the sword saint in the distance. He was already leaning towards the idea of betraying his kingdom and becoming an agent of the organization. Lionel leaned back in his chair and stared at the nobles gathered in the banquet. All of them thought that he would become their king once his father retired from the throne. What they didn't know was that he was secretly laughing at all of them. Why would he settle to be a king when he could become the emperor of an entire continent? After he was crowned the emperor of the southern continent, he would then set his sights on the central continent and use the organization's backing to subdue anyone that blocked his way. Lionel's smile widened. The crown prince could already imagine his bright future, surrounded by riches, beautiful women, and the one girl he desired the most in the world. And all that was stopping him from achieving it all was a key that would open the doors of hell and bring the world to ruin. Chapter 215. That slave collar on your neck suits you perfectly. It was getting late, and most of the nobles had their fill of the activities, food, drinks, and gossip. Lionel, the crown prince, thought that it would be very interesting to see his brother's reaction if he took Rebecca to the dance floor for the last song of the night. With this thought in mind, he rose from his seat and walked towards the tables where Rebecca and her grandfather were seated. The moment he made his move, the eyes of the ladies locked onto him and prayed in their hearts that they would get the honor of dancing with him. It didn't take long for them to realize that Lionel was making a beeline towards Rebecca. The second prince's expression suddenly became serious when he realized what his older brother was about to do. He hesitated, but in the end stood up from his seat to follow behind his brother. Rufus would rather invite Rebecca to a dance than let his older brother have his way with her. When Lionel was only 10 meters away from Rebecca, the prided genius of the Misty sect stood up and walked towards the table of the Angorian war sovereign. Lionel's brow rose and Rufus stopped in his tracks. Rebecca walked with grace and confidence until she reached the table of the half-elf who was busy chatting with her good friend Wendy. Naturally, William felt her presence and turned his head to look at her. The beautiful young lady wearing a sleeveless purple gown adorned with glittering stars that made everyone around her feel insecure made a curtsy. She then stared at William with her light green eyes that were as clear and beautiful as his and invited him to dance. "Lord William, will you give me the honor of sharing this last dance with you?" Rebecca asked with a smile. Looking at his fiancée, William nodded his head and bowed respectfully at her. "It will be my honor to dance with one of the beautiful jewels of the kingdom." William extended his hand and Rebecca accepted it. Together, they walked to the center of the hall like a couple that was made in heaven. He, a dazzling prince with red hair that made the ladies sigh in admiration. She, a celestial princess that came from the night sky to break the hearts of men. The guests in the ballroom parted to let them through. The beautiful pair took center stage with grace and confidence that made everyone wonder if their 7-year duel was just a ruse in order to hide how deeply and madly in love they were to each other. When the music played, William's hand firmly rested on her waist, while Rebecca's rested on his shoulder. Their other hands held each other as they slowly swayed from side to side. The last dance was a dance for couples, and allowed the dancers to have an intimate moment with their loved one. Rebecca moved closer and rested her head on William's chest, which made Wendy aghast, and Ian unconsciously clenched their fists in frustration. William's expression didn't change. In fact, he even smiled and rested the side of his face against hers, which made the ladies and men, who were trying to get closer to the two of them, have second thoughts. Lionel awkwardly returned to his seat and watched William and Rebecca with a serious gaze. Rufus, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, but a fire was burning brightly deep inside. He felt envious of the boy who was able to share such an intimate moment with the goddess in his heart. However, he would rather have William dance with Rebecca than let his older brother have that chance. Although his heart was aching, he begrudgingly accepted the result. Even the goddess of beauty would squirm in the heavens while saying my name. "What is your relationship with Wendy?" Rebecca asked via telepathy. She was wearing a special artifact that allowed her to communicate with another person as long as she was touching him. Rebecca had already explained to William why she invited him to dance while they were making their way towards the dance floor. "Wendy is a good friend of mine," William answered. "The two of us are close." "Did you feed her some wild mushrooms?" Rebecca inquired. "I've known her for years, and many boys have already proposed to her for marriage, but she rejected them all. With a glance, I can tell that she really likes you. The reason why she likes me is because she has good taste. Unlike some people who think too highly of themselves." "What a petty man you are. Thank you for your praise," William replied as he danced along with the music. Rebecca quieted down for a few minutes, as if organizing her thoughts. When she spoke again, her voice was filled with determination. "First, I would like to thank you because Lady Miriam is now dead set on making me use the best facilities in the main sect to ensure that I will step on your head when you climb the peaks of the Misty Sect." "You're welcome. I intend to continue to use you as a shield so that all my suitors will be kept at bay," Rebecca stated. "Know that I don't really like you and I have no intention of becoming your fiancé. Not in the future. What a coincidence." "The feeling is mutual," William commented. "Cultivate well inside the Misty Sect and wait for this sir to give you a spanking. You're quite confident. I wonder where that confidence of yours is coming from." "My confidence comes from my good looks and bloodline. With a face like mine, let alone you," Rebecca scoffed inside her heart. "Aren't you afraid that the gods will smite you for being arrogant?" William let out a light chuckle that tickled Rebecca's ears. "You don't know anything about the gods. Me and them are best buds. Now that you mention it, I'd rather kiss Lily than kiss you." Rebecca didn't know who this Lily was, but comparing her to another girl somehow made her irritated. Somewhere in the 10,000 temple, Lily, who was busy handing contracts to the new arrivals at the temple, sneezed. The men who were lining up in her stall gasped because the way she sneezed was so cute that they felt like they were melting. The lowly goddess tilted her head to the side and an adorable smile appeared on her face. This new round of cuteness made the guys excited as they anxiously waited for their turn to sign Lily's contract. As the song was coming to a close, Rebecca took a step back and lightly dragged William towards the balcony. William didn't resist and allowed himself to be led by the brown-haired beauty. When the two of them were finally out of everyone's sights, Rebecca stared at William with a serious gaze. "Although I don't like you, I will give you some very important advice. Do not allow yourself to become part of the Crown Prince's faction. He is a snake and cannot be trusted." William retained the calm expression on his face when he heard Rebecca's warning. "Is this the advice of your grandfather or your personal one?" "It's a message that my grandfather asked me to pass to you. However, I share the same opinion. The Crown Prince is a greedy person. He has already set his eyes on you, so be careful in dealing with him. Believe me when I say that you don't want to become his enemy." "Oh? Sounds scary." William smiled. "Then who is your grandfather pinning his hopes on?" "No one, is what I'd like to say, but that would be a big fat lie," Rebecca answered. "However, our ideal choice for the king of this kingdom is hard to achieve. Not only is he young, he also doesn't have anyone backing him. We don't dare to actively declare our support to him in fear that it would break the delicate balance that the princes have on the surface." William didn't say anything because he already had a hunch on who the Griffiths were. Supporting. Of course, he didn't ask to confirm his suspicion because it would be meaningless. Right now, the kingdom was about to fight a war on two fronts. William had no spare time or energy to worry about the battle for the throne. Besides, Noah, the current king of the kingdom, was still in good health. At the very least, everyone in the kingdom would have to wait a decade before the king would step down from his position. "Please, pass my thanks to your grandfather," William replied. "I will take his words to heart and distance myself from the crowned prince. Is there anything else that you would like to tell me?" Rebecca looked at him for a good while before speaking out her mind. "Yes, there's one more thing that I would like you to know." Rebecca smiled in a teasing manner. 3 years from now, I'll make the world know that no one can decide what I want to do with my life. If anyone tries to block my path from reaching the peak of the mortal realm, I will erase them from the face of the earth. Also, that slave collar on your neck suits you perfectly," Rebecca sneered. "Even if a dog was dressed in expensive clothes, at the end of the day he is still a dog." The beautiful young lady walked away without giving William a second glance. The latter, however, looked at his ex-fiancé's retreating back with a devilish smirk on her face. "A dog?" William sneered. "What an interesting idea." I guess I'll just have to see how you will bark and wag your tail in the future. N, in order to not create any misunderstandings, William's enslavement period is now over. Even if he is wearing the slave collar, he is no longer Celine's slave. Right now, the collar on his neck is nothing more than an accessory that held no power to control him. Chapter 2:16, The Lady Behind the Glasses. A week after the banquet that was held inside the palace, the Royal Academy resumed their classes. However, something in the air was different. The usually cheerful hallways, although not devoid of laughter, were more solemn compared to before. The students that had experienced the baptism of the dungeon outbreak now understood how fragile their lives were. They had seen how even a small mistake could cause them to lose their lives at the jaws of monsters that were many times stronger than them. Because of this, everyone took their studies seriously, which made the professors double their efforts to teach them the lessons that would give them the highest chance for survival, if they found themselves in similar situations. Even the arrogant top students in the past were now doing their best to further increase their strength. Many students had died during the dungeon outbreak, and all of their names were written on the newly erected monument in the main plaza of the academy to honor their bravery and sacrifice for the kingdom. Their friends would often look at these names and shed bitter tears, partly blaming themselves for being afraid and for not being strong enough to make a difference. They were not strong enough to save them, sir. Because of that, they poured their hearts into their lessons. They appreciated that the teachers had to come up with more effective training regimens in order to accommodate their drive to become stronger. The were-hyenas are Class C beasts that hunt alone or join with others to form a cackle, Oswald Hartel, the bestiary teacher of the first year, said in a calm manner. Among the Therian groups, they are often called opportunistic beasts because they don't care whether they steal their prey from others or eat the remains that are left after other creatures have had their fill. Although they are weaker than werewolves, they have characteristics that werewolves don't have. For example, they can transform any time of the day, while the werewolves are limited to only being able to transform at night. Everyone was paying close attention to Oswald's lecture. Even William, who had the chance against these beasts, was listening properly to the professor's explanation. He was quite amazed by how strong these beasts were, and the scary part about them was that they could transform into humans. Fortunately, there was a clear identification whenever a were-hyena transformed into a human. The iris in their eyes had a yellowish tinge, which identified them as the notorious Therian creature. Due to this distinction that couldn't be hidden even when using spells, Therians stayed away from human cities and only lived on the outskirts, fearing that someone would be able to see through their identity. Kenneth, who was seated beside William, was also paying attention to the professor. After experiencing the great battle in the southern regions of the Helen Kingdom, his thirst for knowledge about magical beasts had also increased. In our next lesson, we will be talking about Wendigos. Oswald ended his lecture with a smile. Until then, make sure that you stay away from were-hyenas until you are strong enough to fight them. With that final reminder, Oswald left the room. Classes for the day were now over. The classes inside the Royal Academy started at 9 in the morning and went until 2 in the afternoon. Surprisingly, the names of the days in Hestia to the names of the days back on Earth. On Mondays, Wednesday and Fridays they attended the more physical lessons. Lessons like equestrian training, archery, swordsmanship training, spear training, throwing weapons mastery, etc. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, they attended the more lecture-focused lessons, like history, bestiary lessons, war strategies, and topography. Over the weekends, some of the students would go out to complete missions and commissions, while others would go explore the dungeons and domains that were currently available. After their lessons, the entirety of the first-year students headed towards the equestrian field of the Martial Division. After the impressive aerial performance of the Angorian War Sovereign, many students from different divisions had applied to become part of the Knight Order. The majority of those who applied were commoners who were hoping to become official knights. William didn't discriminate and put them all on a probationary period. The commander of the Angorian War Sovereign, that some of the members who joined them were merely the nobles' spies sent to keep an eye on their actions. Nevertheless, he took them in because he had the confidence to make them his own double agents. Information was a very powerful tool, and it went both ways. The nobles had a very famous saying, "Everyone has a price." For the most part, this was true. Everyone had a price. However, William was not everyone. During the banquet, the nobles did their best to bribe him to work for them, but he politely turned all of them down. The Crown Prince even subtly hinted that it would be best for the Angorian War Sovereign to become the personal Knight Order of the future king of the Helen Kingdom. William just smiled, but didn't agree or disagree with the Crown Prince. He took a neutral stance, and the Crown Prince was smart enough to take the hint. "Ride your mounts," William ordered. "Make sure that all of you stay in formation." Since only the original members of the Knight Order had magical beasts, the rest of the new members had no choice but to ride on mountain horses that were bred in captivity. Aside from William's officers and the 36 original members of the Night Order, 120 new recruits had joined their ranks. "Captains, you take the lead," William ordered. "Yes," his officers replied in unison. Dave, Conrad, Priscilla, Spencer, Drake, and the newly appointed officer Samuel took charge of the formation. Each of them had 6 knights and 19 probationary members under them, forming a platoon. Samuel was the noble that gave William the spear in order to force the Griffon, Lionheart, to submit into becoming Dave's contracted beast. The young noble was already 16 years old, and the 3rd son of their barony. Since he had no magic powers, his family didn't care much about him and pampered his older brother, who had a grade B talent in magic. This was also why he did his best to enter the Helen Royal Academy to make a name for himself. He was always looking for an opportunity to raise his status, so when William formed a Night Order, he hurriedly joined it, thinking that it was a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. When William asked for a spear, he had presented it without a second thought. He had long decided to hug William's legs and follow him as a loyal subordinate. William recognized him because a person who took the initiative was someone worth grooming. Since Kenneth refused to lead a team of his own, the role landed on Samuel's head, which made the young noble ecstatic to show William that he hadn't made a mistake in choosing him to be one of his captains. When William asked Kenneth to lead a squad of his own, the delicate-looking boy firmly rejected his offer. He insisted that he would stay by William's side to assist him in his personal squad. William didn't reject his proposal and allowed him to become a perma of his 6-member team. Spencer tried to join them, but William kicked him out. The shameless shepherd even insisted that if Spencer couldn't even create and manage a squad of his own, he would be expelled from the Night Order. Facing such a threat, the Siskin had no choice but to begrudgingly obey William's order. As the commander of the Angorian war sovereign, William had his own private squad, which was composed of Kenneth, Wendy, Ian, and the twin brothers, Brutus and Bruno MacKaiser. "I'm only missing a healer, then our team is good to go," William thought. "Wendy, do you know of any healers that could join our team? It would be best if they're a person you trust." Wendy thought for a while before answering William's inquiry. "I only know of one person, but she's a 3rd year in the Spirit Division." William became curious and asked Wendy for more information. The latter was very weak when it came to William's request, so she decided to accompany him to the Spirit Division after their equestrian training had ended. Since William was the commander of the newly established Night Order, the guards in the Spirit Division didn't block his way. Right now, William was like a celebrity inside the Helen Royal Academy. Everyone wanted to form a connection with him, so it was very easy for him to gain access to the different divisions in the academy. "Big Sister Amelia, are you here?" Wendy knocked on the door. "It's me, Wendy. Can I have some of your time?" The door slightly opened and a girl with long green hair and wearing eyeglasses peeked out from inside the room. "Wendy?" "It is me, Big Sister." Amelia looked at the boy behind her good friend and recognized William instantly. "What does the commander of the Night Order want from me?" Amelia asked. William gave a light bow. "There is something that I would like to ask of you, but can we talk in private? I don't want to discuss this matter in the hallway." William glanced at his left and right and saw several girls that were chatting in the hallway. All of them were curious about why the commander had visited their dorm, so they trailed after him. Although some of them had guessed William's intention, without getting the confirmation from him, their guesses would remain as guesses. Amelia reluctantly nodded her head and invited the two inside her room. She also didn't want to make it difficult for Wendy because the two of them were good friends that had known each other for years. The moment the door closed, the girls in the dormitory flocked in front of Amelia's room and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. Unfortunately for them, William had come prepared and made sure that not even a single word of their discussion would be heard outside of the room. Chapter 217. Condition for joining the Night Order. Amelia looked at the scroll his hand was holding. The red-headed boy smiled and presented the blank sheet of paper to Amelia. Curious about what would happen next, she accepted the scroll and looked at it. Suddenly, sentences appeared on the surface of the scroll. It explained William's purpose for coming. It also included the proper way on how to reply to William without anyone noticing. William wasn't taking any chances. Since he was inside the Spirit Division, he knew that certain abilities could be used that would allow others to spy on their discussion. Although he didn't mind saying his request out loud, he didn't want to make a scene and make the leaders of the Spirit Division think that he was poaching the talented students under their noses. 5 minutes later, Amelia handed back the scroll to William. This was the magic scroll that Ezio had used to communicate with William when he was doing his missions. Only the person whom the user wanted to see the writings would be able to see it. Even the most powerful deciphering spells wouldn't be able to crack the special magic that was transcribed in the making of this scroll. "Sorry, but I am not interested in joining your Night Order." William sent his thoughts to the scroll and returned it to Amelia. The latter accepted it and frowned when she read William's question. "Why?" Amelia sighed and returned to William's hands. "I don't want to get into trouble." The two exchanged the scroll several more times until William finally understood why she was rejecting his offer. "So your hometown is having some difficulty and you're worried about your family, correct? A horde of trollhounds led by a class of beast is terrorizing our barony. I have already sent a request to the academy for help, but the barony's commission was not enticing enough for the students. Besides, we just finished facing a dungeon outbreak and no one is in the mood to fight strong monsters. If I accept this commission and succeed, will you join our night order? If you succeed and save my hometown, I will agree to join your night order. Very well, I will accept the commission, but you will have to come with us as a guide to your barony." After reading the last message on the scroll, Amelia nodded her head. She gave William the "I will go with you" stare, which made the half-elf nod his head in acknowledgement. Before leaving, William told Amelia that they would depart on Friday night to deal with the trouble in her hometown. Of course, the red-headed boy also reminded her not to tell anyone about what they had discussed, to which she readily agreed. Amelia couldn't possibly turn down the help of the commander from the Agorian war sovereign. She even felt relieved that her constant worry about her parents' safety was about to be solved. That was until she met William again on Friday night. Lord William, where are the rest of your knights?" Amelia asked. "They won't be coming with us," William replied. "It will be just us, my mamma, dear, and Ragnar. Me, hiss, rough." Amelia looked at William to see if the newly appointed knight commander was joking. However, the half-elf only gave her a smile filled with confidence. This made the green-haired lady massage her forehead in frustration. "Lord William, please, this is a serious matter," Amelia said with a serious expression. "Lives are at stake. I would greatly appreciate it if you stopped joking around." William blinked innocently and gave Amelia the "am I a joke to you" stare. Seeing that William was dead serious in completing the commission with just the two of them, Amelia felt like she had wasted her time. All the hope and excitement that she had felt while waiting for this moment vanished into thin air. Of course, William could understand what Amelia was thinking at the moment. However, after careful consideration, he determined that it would be best to do this mission without bringing the rest of his night order along. The reason? After consulting the system, William found out that trollhounds were beasts that he could tame. Since that was the case, William was sure that he and the trollhounds could have a dialogue for negotiation. If the negotiation didn't work, it wouldn't be too late to bring his contingent plan into play and force them out of the region. "I know that you are having doubts, so how about this? The two of us are going to check the situation first," William proposed. "If it really requires military intervention, then I promise you that I will use the full power of my night order to drive the trollhounds away from your barony. Do we have a deal?" Amelia pondered for a while before reluctantly agreeing to William's proposal. She was really worried about her family and the townspeople who had treated her well during her younger years. If possible, she wanted to do everything in her power to return the care that they had given her. William had accepted the commission earlier in the day and registered it at the quest hall of the academy. They used the portal of the academy and headed towards the eastern regions of the Helen Kingdom. As a knight commander, William was given certain privileges, and one of them was the right to use the portals for free. They used the portal to teleport to the nearest gateway to Amelia's hometown. However, it still took them 2 hours to reach the green-haired girl's hometown riding on Ella's back. "It's more serious than I expected," William frowned. Along the way, he found light traces of miasma that reminded him of the dungeon outbreaks that had happened recently. The flora of the barony were wilting and the ground was cracked and dry. There was an oppressive atmosphere that could be felt in the mountains in the east, and William had a hunch that was where the trollhounds were currently staying. "Let's meet your parents first," William said as he guided Ella towards the main gate of the town. It was currently closed and several soldiers were stationed on the town's wall. Torches blazed on the ramparts and illuminated the surroundings. It was as if the soldiers were expecting a night raid, and all of them looked at William and his party wearily. "Halt!" a man wearing silver armor shouted from on top of the town wall. "State your name and purpose for coming to Thornshire." Amelia poked her head out from behind William's back and waved at the man standing on the ramparts. "Uncle Mark, it's me, Amelia," Amelia shouted. "Let us in." Mark's eyes widened as he recognized the young lady of their barony. "Open the gates and allow Lady Amelia to enter," Mark ordered. It was at that moment when barking sounds reverberated in the night. The soldiers manning the gates made a small opening for Ella to enter. William and Ella knew that now was not the time to dilly-dally and entered the town in haste. As soon as the goat had safely entered the town, the guards closed the gate in a hurry. Mark barked orders from the ramparts as the guardsmen loaded bolts onto their crossbows. William and Amelia exchanged a glance before making their way towards the ramparts to assist in defending the town. A series of long howls from the trollhounds echoed in the night. From the center of there, Formation, a giant trollhound with dark green skin, stared at the town wall with unrestrained hunger. It only had one thought in its mind, and that was to break through the town's defenses and feast on the humans that were hiding within. Chapter 218, The Baron of Brantford. Hundreds of green eyes glowed in the darkness, but William wasn't too concerned about them. What he was concerned about was the towering figure that stood at the center of the trollhound army. Titanic green-scaled trollhound, mutated variant, threat level S-mid, centennial rank, can be added to the herd, success rate 1%. This creature is born from a sorcerer's experiment that has gone wrong. Has a very powerful regeneration ability that would not lose to Hydras. Its jaws are strong enough to crush steel with ease. Has the special ability Doom Hound that allows itself to coat its body with the flames of hell and burn almost everything that touches it. This creature will regenerate its body parts, even if you destroy its head and heart. Even if you use powerful attacks that would instantly disintegrate it to nothingness, this creature will come back to life once again. This creature's only weakness is acid strong enough to melt adamantium. This is troublesome, William thought as he narrowed his eyes. Although it is a centennial beast, its ability alone is too overpowered. Whoever made this creature was planning to use it to do something nefarious. The red-headed boy wasn't able to stop himself from clicking his tongue at the sheer amount of effort that would be required to subjugate one of these beasts. Although there were some powerful spells that could create acid, only a handful had the strength to melt adamantium. William gave the rest of the monster horde a scan. Fortunately, the majority of them were Class E, and only a few dozen were Class D. Even so, like most trollhounds, they had strong regenerative abilities and were only weak to fire and acid. "Aim!" Mark ordered. "Fire!" Hundreds of crossbow bolts rained down on the trollhound army. The arrows hit their targets and embedded themselves into the bodies of the hounds. Unfortunately, it only made the trollhounds shout in pain, but there was no way they would die from such simple attacks, even if they were only Class E beasts. While the battle was going on, a fireball lit up the night as it slammed at the center of the trollhounds that had almost reached the town's wall. "The Baron has arrived," Mark announced. "Everyone just hang on for as long as possible. Don't let any of those hounds breach our defenses." "Yes, sir." Another fireball fell from the sky as Philip, Amelia's father, and the Baron of Bradford joined the battle. He was a fifth circle magician that was loved by his subjects. He was once a sixth circle magician, but due to an accident, his rank had regressed and was forced to retire from the Red Tower of the Mage Guild. After finding the love of his life, he settled down in the territory granted to him by the king and lived a peaceful and happy life with his family. Unfortunately, his quiet life had been disrupted by the dungeon outbreaks that ravaged the land. He had just returned from the dungeon subjugation in the nearby duchy when he discovered that his own barony was in trouble. Philip understood that the kingdom's manpower was stretched thin, but he still asked for help from the surrounding nobles. However, and had the manpower to help him. His only hope was to send a commission to the Royal Academy where her daughter Amelia was staying, but no news returned to him. He wasn't expecting to see his own daughter defending the town walls along with the town's guard. Philip knew that he couldn't lose focus now because the greatest threat to their barony was currently in front of his eyes. He calmly chanted a spell while his subordinates faced off against the wave of monsters besieging their defenses. "Summon creature," Philip shouted. "Come forth, flame elemental." A 5-meter-tall flame elemental crashed down outside the city walls. It instantly incinerated the trollhounds that were unlucky enough to be on its landing spot. The soldiers cheered when they saw the powerful ally that appeared to help them. Philip made his way towards his daughter as he stared down at the burning corpses on the ground. "When did you arrive?" "Just now, father," Amelia replied. "I brought the commander of the Angorian war sovereign to help us deal with the threat to our barony." Philip gave William a sidelong glance before staring at the titanic green-scaled trollhound in the distance. He had already heard about William from his peers, and they said that he seemed like a promising boy. However, after seeing him in person, thought that his acquaintances were exaggerating their praises. Philip was unable to attend the knighting ceremony because he was busy handling the aftermath of the dungeon outbreaks that ravaged the kingdom. In his eyes, William didn't look strong. Aside from being a good-looking boy, he didn't have any strong presence that could be found on outstanding individuals like the first commander of the Knight Order of Gladiolus. Still, he had to be polite because a knight commander that was personally appointed by the king was still a knight commander, even if he was still a boy. "Commander William. But I am unable to extend to you the hospitality of our barony at this time," Philip said as flames danced in his fingertips. He then hurled them at the trollhounds that tried to jump over the defensive walls. The trollhounds' bodies immediately exploded in a shower of sparks, lighting their surroundings in a reddish hue. William hummed as he watched the battle unfold. Right now, the only one that had the ability to kill the trollhounds was Philip. Although a fifth circle magician was strong, he was still alone. Also, the greatest threat on the battlefield was only weak to acid. Even if Philip was able to disintegrate it with one full-powered spell, the titanic green-scaled hound would just revive once again. Seeing the changes on the battlefield, the boss hound finally made its move and charged towards the rampaging fire elemental. Fire elementals were corporeal incarnations of the element of fire. Being one of the most destructive elements in the world, fire elementals were very aggressive creatures. Seeing that the titanic hound was charging towards it didn't hesitate to face it head-on. The titanic hound immediately used its ability Doomhound and coated itself in hellfire. When the two flaming abominations collided, a heat wave swept to the battlefield, incinerating anything within 100 meters around them. Beads of sweat were forming on Philip's head as he channeled his energy to the flame, elemental to extend the duration of its summoning life. Because of this, he was unable to focus on the other trollhounds that were using each other as stepping stones to breach the town's wall. It's quite unfortunate that this battle happened at night. William sighed as he looked up at the night sky. Although he couldn't beat the titanic hound that was currently battling the fire elemental, he was still capable of dealing with the small fries that were threatening Amelia's hometown. System, switch my job class to Sun Knight. Job class has been successfully switched to Sun Knight. A warm feeling spread across William's body as the passive skills of the Sun Knight activated. He then extended his right hand and smiled. Show them your power, Soleil. The ring that was given to William by Noah during his knighting ceremony glowed in his right hand to answer his summon. It was as if it was celebrating the fact that it was about to once again show its presence in the world of Hestia after sleeping for hundreds of years. Chapter 2:19 The Flower That Blooms in the Battlefield. A golden spear appeared in William's hand that shone brightly in the night. From the handle up to the tip of its blade, everything was golden. If William didn't know better, he would think that Soleil was simply a mythical weapon meant for showing off. But he knew, with utmost certainty, that the spear that was slowly getting hot in his hands was a weapon of mass destruction. Let's go, Mama. Me. Ella jumped off the town wall, and a portal of light opened up behind William's back. 13 Angorian war ibex emerged from it and formed a protective circle around Ella and William. Blurk, trollhounds, Soglav, who had just emerged from the portal, spat in disdain. Disgusting! Don't whine, you still owe me from the cause of the hyenas. William snorted at his demonic business partner. Fine. Soglav glanced at the direction of the titanic trollhound that was fighting in the distance. But I ain't touching that thing. William nodded his head in understanding. He knew that Soglav wouldn't do anything that could potentially harm its own life. This was one of the rules that they had established when they made their business deal. The Angorian war ibexes were like little children that had found new toys to play with. They kicked, tackled, and sent the trollhounds flying wherever they went. Of course, they didn't just play. They kept their formation steady because they were completely outnumbered. The only reason why they were able to overwhelm their opponents was due to the difference in ranks. Even the few dozen Class D trollhounds stayed away from the war ibexes, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started their rampage. At first, William planned to start a massacre, to thin the ranks of the trollhounds. However, for some reason, something in him was preventing him from going through with his plan. This was a very weird feeling because this was the first time that it happened to him. It was as if he was an adult that was about to bully babies, which made him feel confused. While William was still deciding what to do, a notification suddenly appeared on his status screen. Ding! Special quest acquired. Defeat the titanic green-scaled trollhound. The trollhound horde will disperse after its leader is defeated. Reward, 2,000 God points. William frowned as he looked at the battle of the titanic trollhound and the fire elemental in the distance. From what he could see, the titanic trollhound had the upper hand, and the fire elemental was on the defensive. This didn't bode well for them because the fire elemental was the strongest ally they had that could face off against the biggest threat on the battlefield. William then shifted his attention to Philip, who was now leaning on the ramparts. With a glance, he could tell that he was nearing his limit. Soleil, that was being held in William's hand, was no longer golden in color, but was completely dark red. Like steel that had been soaked in flames by the blacksmith, it was nearing its limit before its might could be unleashed. 10 more minutes, William thought as he observed the battlefield. Because of his presence, the trollhound's attack completely stopped. None of them dared to move forward because Soglav and the Angorian ibexes were too strong for them to handle. Also, they felt that their strength was halved under William's presence. What William didn't know was that his shepherd job class had a deterrent effect when fighting against certain creatures that fell under the shepherd's protection. Only beasts with demonic or dark properties would be able to resist this debuff that was radiating from William's body. This was also why the alpha hippogriffs and the centaurs didn't want to get into a conflict with William. They could tell that they would be greatly weakened if they tried to fight against the heir of their eternal guardian. Although dogs belonged to a pack, they were a shepherd's trusted companion, which also made them vulnerable to William's job class. Trollhoundic, or dark creatures. They were beasts that were born from the fusion of alchemical troll blood and wild dogs. This new and ferocious breed gained the power of regeneration and resistance to almost everything except fire and acid. The trollhounds growled at William and his party, but made no further movements to attack. This made the defenders on the wall sigh in relief as they looked at their guard captain for his next order. "Stanby, but keep your crossbows loaded," Mark ordered. Amelia had an anxious expression as she used spirit magic to help her father keep the elemental summon on the battlefield. After weighing the pros and cons, William decided that he had no other choice but to show one of his trump cards to end the battle. "Lord Philip, can you sacrifice the fire elemental to summon a solar flare?" William asked. He knew that time was crucial and every second can, Philip replied. However, the fire elemental will immediately disappear after that. As a pyromancer, he could, at most, use solar flare twice a day. However, he had already summoned a fire elemental and his magic was almost depleted. In order to perform William's request, he would need to order the fire elemental to use its ultimate move and burn itself until nothing was left. This would send the fire elemental back to its elemental plane, where it would stay for some time to regain its strength. "Amelia, you are a wind spirit user, right? Can you bestow someone the power of flight?" William inquired. He was hoping that Amelia was skilled enough to use this support ability. "Yes, but it will only last for 10 minutes, Amelia answered. "That is more than enough. Please cast your flight spell on the fire elemental," William ordered. "Lord Philip, command the fire elemental to fly as high as it can while hugging the titanic trollhound." Amelia and the Baron nodded as they used their magic power to carry out William's orders. Soon the angry howls of the titanic trollhound reverberated in the night as the fire elemental rose slowly in the air. It only stopped when it reached 3 kilometers above the ground. "Now!" William shouted. Philip clenched his fist as he gathered the last dregs of magic power in his body. "Solar flare!" Philip opened his hands to unleash one of the strongest spells he could cast with his current level of power. A dazzling light erupted in the night sky that momentarily turned night into day. It only lasted for a brief moment because the radiance was immediately absorbed by the spear in William's hand that was burning like molten lava. Without the fire elemental holding onto it, the titanic trollhound fell from the sky with black smoke coming out of its body. Even though the sun flare lasted for only a few seconds, it still dealt grievous injuries to the ferocious beast. However, due to its strong regeneration ability, its injuries were slowly getting better as it fell down from 3 kilometers above the ground. "Bloom in the battlefield!" William roared. "Fleur du soleil!" William threw the mythical spear towards the titanic trollhound with deadly accuracy. The moment the spear embedded itself on the monster's chest, a powerful explosion similar to a small nuclear missile sent shockwaves on both the sky and the ground. After the explosion ended, a beautiful flower bloomed and illuminated the night sky. Although it was not bright enough to turn the night into day, like the solar flare, it still could be seen for many miles around the barony of Bradford. The defenders on the ramparts had already been blown away by the blast, including the trollhounds on the ground. Fortunately, Amelia managed to cast a windshield to neutralize the shockwave and kept her father from being blown away by the impact. The father and daughter pair looked at the radiant flower in the sky in awe and admiration. Philip felt a tingle ran down his spine as he looked at the youth that had unleashed that unbelievable display of power. If he had any misgivings about William being the Knight Commander of the kingdom, all of them were erased by the deadly flower that illuminated the sky of his barony. William raised his hand and a shining golden spear flew down from the sky to appear before him. It then transformed into a golden ring and returned to his right ring finger. The red-headed boy looked at the flower in the sky before shifting his attention to the Baron of Bradford. Philip looked back at William and nodded his head. It was his way of thanking William and acknowledging his mistake in underestimating his abilities. He should have known better. The king wouldn't appoint someone who was not qualified to become the commander of a knight order that served directly under him. Chapter 220. He Who Dwells in the Marshes. A mile away from the hometown of Amelia, the titanic green-scaled trollhound was slowly reforming its body. Currently, the only thing that it had regenerated was its head and neck area. Its muscled tissues pulsated like the beating of a heart as it continued to reconstruct its missing body parts. If someone were to see this scene, they would think that it would perfectly fit the setting of a horror film. "So there you are," William said, as he approached the 2-meter-long head while riding on Ella's back. Behind him were over 500 trollhounds that looked like little puppies that had lost their master. These were the ones that didn't run away after the battle ended. The majority of the hounds scattered after their leader was obliterated in the skies of the barony. William didn't bar their way because it was too much of a hassle. Instead, he used his authority as the shepherd to make the remaining trollhounds obey his orders. Due to the shock they had received, and the fact that all of them were Class E beasts, they didn't have the strength nor willpower to disobey William's orders. "Can you talk?" William asked. The titanic trollhound snorted and closed its eyes. The one who created it was a human, so it hated humans to the core. Although William was a half-elf, the titanic trollhound was not interested in talking to him. William scratched his head because he could tell that this beast was one tough cookie. If possible, he wanted to add it to his herd because it was the strongest creature that he could tame with his current strength. "How about we make a deal?" William said with a serious expression. "You tell me what you want most in the world. If I can grant it, you will join my herd. How about it?" The titanic trollhound remained indifferent to William's proposal. The red-headed boy talked to it for half an hour, but the creature didn't even bother to give him a glance. William tried to entice it with different benefits, and also told it countless reasons why it should join his herd, but the boss of the trollhounds was resolute in ignoring him. Left with no choice, William turned his attention to the hundreds of trollhounds that had survived the battle behind him. "Who among you wants to follow me?" William asked. "I promise that those who follow me will never go hungry again. You will have food to eat every day and have the opportunity to grow stronger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those who want to become part of my herd, step forward." At first there was no movement, but among the hundreds of trollhounds, a single trollhound walked towards William. This particular trollhound was so skinny that it was almost bone-like. Clearly it was suffering from malnutrition and was on its last legs in life. Although trollhounds had powerful regeneration abilities, they were creatures that still needed to eat. They could still die if their bodies didn't receive any nutrients. Once a trollhound died, its corpse would be eaten by its fellow hounds until not even a single bone was left. Such was the life of trollhounds who lived in a group. The trollhound made a low growl laced with extreme hunger. William didn't know if what he heard was the beast's growl or the growl of its stomach. In any case, one thing was clear. It was starving and asking William if what he said earlier was true. William waved his hand and the trollhound was automatically added to the members of his herd. He then tossed a huge chunk of meat that was taken from the body of the hyenas that were killed in the whimsical forest to the trollhound. The piece of meat in trollhound hungrily devoured it to sate its hunger. Its companions started to salivate and even thought of snatching the meat from the skinny hound. Some of them had even stepped forward to do just that, but a glare from William froze them in their tracks. "Only those that join my herd will be eligible to eat the food I provide." William grinned evilly. "How about it? Just say yes and you'll be able to eat your fill. All of your lives will be easier." The trollhounds were starting to waver. Their gazes shifted from the chunk of meat that their comrade was eating back to William. The red-headed boy knew that he was so close to luring the trollhounds into becoming his subordinates. Unfortunately, the titanic trollhound behind him chose this time to ruin his parade. "All humans can't be trusted," the titanic trollhound said via telepathy. "They will only use you as experimental subjects and throw you away once your usefulness is over." "Correction, I'm not human," William scoffed. "I'm a half-elf. You still can't be trusted." The titanic trollhound glared in anger. "The same expression as those greedy sorcerers who only think about themselves." William turned his back on the titanic trollhound because it was useless to talk to it. It was filled with hate towards humans that it was impossible to tame it even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, he would just poach its subordinates right under its nose. The shepherd chuckled internally as he tossed more chunks of meat on the ground. He didn't believe that the hungry hounds would be able to resist the temptation that he was offering them. Soon a small mound of meat laid in front of the trollhounds that made their eyes become bloodshot. Their instincts for survival were leaning towards William, even though the titanic trollhound still had its hold over them. "I'll be honest. I intend to turn everyone who chooses to join me into my own private force," William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. "I will ask you to fight for me when I am faced with difficulty. Some of you may die in the process, but I don't see any difference between my offer and your current situation. If you are planning to invade human territories, you are bound to face strong warriors. You already saw what I am capable of doing, and sorry to say that there are humans far stronger than me." William's words made the trollhounds shudder. William was the strongest person they had seen so far, and he was saying that there were humans far stronger than him. If that was the truth, then wouldn't that mean that they were just courting death? The trollhounds glanced at each other. Soon more of them stepped forward and joined the skinny hound in eating the mound of meat that was in front of them. They had completely submitted to William, and the latter didn't even have to add them to his herd because he knew that these hounds were now loyal to him. The titanic trollhound glared at the weaklings that were enticed by a few pieces of meat. Deep down it disdained the trollhounds that rebelled and cursed them. All of you will regret this day, the titanic trollhound growled. Don't come running back to me when you see his true colors. William turned his head to look at the beast that was looking at him in disdain. Don't worry, they will not regret their decision. Out of the hundreds of trollhounds, only 70 decided to join William's side. Although it was far smaller than his initial estimate, he was still happy with the result. System, can you now modify the Ring of Conquest to perform the task I wanted? The host will need to pay 3,000 God points for the modification of the Ring of Conquest. Do you want to proceed, YN? I choose yes, William replied. Although his precious God points would be consumed in the process, it was a necessary investment in order to achieve his goal. Understood. Modifying the Ring of Conquest. Modification complete. A new feature has been added to the Goblin Crypt. Bestiary Barracks has been successfully integrated as a feature of the Ring of Conquest. William dismounted Ella and faced the first trollhound that had taken the initiative to join his party. Come here, William said softly. The skinny trollhound walked towards him. When it was only 2 meters away from William, it knelt on the ground to show its servitude. William summoned Rongaminiad and rested on the trollhound's head. He didn't know if it would have any effect on beasts, but he decided to still give it a try. I bestow upon you a name, William announced. From the skinny dog that couldn't even eat scraps of meat, to an overlord that will be feared across the land. I give you the name of the world wolf that once ate a god that ruled among many other gods. William raised the lance in his hand as a golden light fell upon the trollhound's body. Rise, Fenrir, William ordered. Devour all my enemies until none of their bones are left. The king chest piece inside William's sea of consciousness glowed 3 times before, returning to its normal state. It had recognized William's choice and shared its divinity with the skinny dog who had become part of the red-headed boy's 10,000 beast army. He who dwells in the marshes has been registered. Name Fenrir. Bestowing title. Appropriate title found. Fenrir, Beast of Conquest. Chapter 221. Vanguards that would lead him to victory. I wonder what Will is doing, Wendy muttered as she dried her hair. She had just stepped out of the bath after finishing the afternoon training with the members of the Angorian War Sovereign. William had told her that he would accompany Amelia to her hometown in order to solve their barony's problem. I wish he'd brought me with him. Wendy pouted as she put on a set of clean clothes. Thor was currently sleeping on the top of her bed. He was more like Wendy's guardian than William's, but the latter didn't mind it one bit. In fact, he even gave Thor permission to stay by Wendy's side if he liked it. After fixing her hair in front of the mirror, she heard 3 knocks on her door. Wendy, are you there? It's me, Charlotte. Wendy hurriedly opened the door and allowed her good friend Charlotte to enter her room. Sorry, were you in the middle of changing clothes? Charlotte asked after seeing that Wendy's hair was still slightly wet. She also smelled the fragrant scent of soap on her body. No, Wendy replied. I had just finished fixing my hair when you knocked, big sister. Charlotte smiled and nodded her head in understanding. She had known Wendy for a long time, and knew that the girl was a very honest and straightforward person. I came here because I want to share something with you, Charlotte said as she took out a small pouch from her pocket. Here, this is yours. Wendy curiously opened the pocket and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She estimated that there were over 20 candies inside the pouch, and it made her very happy. Thank you, big sister. Wendy gave Charlotte a big hug, and the latter hugged her back. After a brief moment of intimacy, Wendy pulled away and giggled. Charlotte patted her head and smiled as well. Well, then I have to go. Charlotte lightly pinched Wendy's nose. The candies are in short supply right now, so don't share them with others. I'll come back again next week when I have more. Thank you, big sister. Wendy walked Charlotte out of her room. Whoever is supplying you these candies, please tell them that I love the candies very much. Charlotte grinned and nodded her head. Both girls waved their hands to say goodbye as they parted ways. Wendy excitedly placed a candy in her mouth as she walked towards the bed. The sweetness that soon followed made her close her eyes in appreciation. This candy is really good, Wendy muttered. Simply the best. She then ate another one before she sat on the bed. I hope you return soon, Will, Wendy muttered softly as the thought of the red-headed boy's smiling face that would occasionally make her heart skip a beat. She really hoped that the boy she liked would return soon, so that she could spend more time with him. The sound of goblins shrieking echoed inside the walls of the goblin crypt as William's trollhound army ate their fill. William hadn't lied when he told them that they wouldn't go hungry anymore if they followed him. When the bestiary was made on the first floor of the dungeon, the trollhounds started to explore the dungeon to get familiar with it. Whenever they encountered goblins, the trollhounds would immediately go for the kill. Fenrir watched as his subordinates feasted on the bodies of the goblins. Deep inside, he was very happy with his decision because it allowed him and his brethren to not suffer from starvation. After receiving William's blessings, the trollhound's body became more powerful and agile. He was now more like a wolf than a wild dog after his transformation. Although his subordinates were only Class E beasts and he, Class D, none of the goblin parties were their match. even though the hobgoblins were stronger than them, using normal means. Also, they numbered in the 70s. It was literally impossible for a party of hobgoblins to resist their rampage. Of course, William also gave them limitations. He didn't allow them to climb up to the 14th floor where the goblin shaman spawned. Numerous as they were, the goblin shaman was not an easy cookie to crack. After the Ring of Conquest was modified, the spawn rate of all the monsters on each of the floors increased dramatically. Each party that had a goblin shaman now consisted of 2, which was far more dangerous than the dungeon that Wendy and her twin brother Spencer had challenged in the real world. In order to prevent any mishaps, William ordered Fenrir and the Trollhounds to never step onto the 14th floor until all of them reached rank D, and Fenrir rank C. Anything else was fair game, so the Trollhounds fought their way from the 1st floor up to the 13th floor of the dungeon crypt. Their non-existent battle style was slowly being formed and their team cooperation had started to establish. William tasked Fenrir to divide each team into groups of 10. After that, a captain was assigned to each group to make the commands easier. Fenrir was the commander, while the captains under him ensured that their formation wouldn't falter. In order to give them a more challenging training, Fenrir ordered each team to challenge different floors by themselves on a rotational basis. Because of this, the boss room up to the 13th floor became the main battleground of the Trollhounds to perfect their teamwork. Although the new setup was good, it wouldn't change the fact that they were still rank E beasts. The boss room alone was quite difficult for 10 Trollhounds to beat because of the difference in ranks. Still, they endured and challenged it over and over again. Although it was a painful experience, they were near immortal inside the goblin cripe because of their powerful regeneration ability. None of the goblins had the power to use fire and acid spells, so dying was not an issue. Fenrir joined his subordinates in battles against the hobgoblin leader. He was tired of being weak and helpless. That was why he fought with everything he had in order to not disappoint his new master, who had given him quite the blessing. William heard the systems report and was very satisfied with the results. The red-headed boy was confident that, given time, the Trollhound army would be one of the vanguards that would lead him to victory. All he needed to do now was nurture them all until they became an unstoppable force that would help him conquer his foes in the battles that would happen in the future. Chapter 222, The Siscon Brothers. William was currently sleeping outside the Baron's residence. The reason? He was increasing the level of his recently obtained prestige class while he rested. Gained EXP 20. Gained EXP 20. Gained EXP 20. William laid perfectly still on the bench as he slept peacefully. Dr. and Ragnar were sleeping on William's stomach, while Ella laid on the ground beside him. After dealing with the titanic Trollhound, William made it sworn oath not to attack any towns within the Helen Kingdom. As the guardian of the herd, any oath made to him by beasts belonging to the herd would automatically fall under David's jurisdiction. After taking his Trollhound army inside his Ring of Conquest, the red-headed boy finally returned to Amelia's hometown to rest. He was up all night and was thoroughly exhausted from the events that had transpired a few hours ago. Gained EXP 20. Gained EXP 20. Gained EXP 20. The Sun Knight job class was the prestige class he had received after acquiring Soleil from the king. After checking its description, William found out that the only way to increase the level of this job class was to absorb the sunlight during the daytime. Even if he killed monsters, it would be of no use. This was why William always chose to equip the job class during the day, in order to maximize its effects. Prestige class, Sun Knight, praise the sun. The Sun Knights were the proud knights that fought to protect the weak and deliver justice to evildoers. They were devout followers of the sun god Helios, and grew strong under sunlight. It was even said that, when the sun was at its zenith, the Sun Knights were nearly invincible. Increased stats by 50% when exposed to sunlight. Receives plus 20 enhancement to all stats when exposed to sunlight. Increase resistant to light and fire spells by 50%. Increase damage of light and fire spells by 200% when exposed to sunlight. Can use solar flare once a day, can be used during the night as well. Passive skill Smile of the Sun is always active during daytime. Passive skill Aura of the Sun is always active during daytime. While the red-headed boy was sleeping, Amelia and her family were discussing the outcome of the battle. Earlier, before he went to sleep, William made a report to the Baron that the titanic, green-scaled Trollhound had left his barony and would no longer return. Philip was very happy with the news and profusely thanked William for his hard work, intended to give him a proper reward for freeing him from the biggest headache that his barony had encountered for some years. William planned the additional rewards and told Philip that he was only doing this in order to recruit Amelia into his knight order. How old is he again? Amelia's mother, Sophia, asked. The commander is only 14 years old, Amelia replied. He's 14, and you're 17. Sophia thought out loud. I don't think there would be a problem if we betrothed you to him, right? Mother! Amelia's face became beet red as she held onto her mother's hand. The commander is already betrothed to someone. Don't make things difficult for both of us. I completely forgot about that Griffith girl. Sophia grinned. But it's fine. From what I've heard, the two of them are not keen on getting together. Isn't that why the two of them are to have a duel in 3 years? This is a good time to form a connection with his family. No means no, silly girl. I only want the best for you. Philip calmly sipped his tea from the side and allowed her wife to chat with their daughter. They had been married for a very long time, and he knew that Sophia was only teasing Amelia because she had missed her terribly. What he didn't know was that Sophia was half serious with her proposal. If she and James met, the two would certainly get along and even conspire to make William and Amelia have a shotgun wedding. Fortunately, Launt and Bradford were on opposite ends of the kingdom, and it would be difficult for either party to travel between the territories without using the teleportation gates. According to the rumors, your commander is a shepherd, correct? Philip inquired. Yes, Amelia answered. At least that is what is written in the records. The Louise family may only be a barony, but they were the most informed among the nobles in the Eastern faction. Their information network was widespread because they maintained good relationships and formed strong connections with all of their neighbors. Philip placed his teacup on the table as he looked at Amelia with a serious expression. From what I saw last night, he is no ordinary shepherd. He seems to be a beast tamer as well because he was able to summon multiple beasts at the same time. That I'm not sure, Amelia lowered her head. This was the first time I've seen Commander William fight. Do you really plan to join his Knight Order? Philip raised an eyebrow. I promised to join if he was able to solve the problem of our barony. Amelia nodded. Father, I don't want to go back on my word. Philip and Sophia remained silent and simply looked at their daughter's determined expression. Truth be told, they didn't want her to do anything that would put her life in danger. Being part of a Knight Order may seem good on paper, but in reality it was a very dangerous profession. Since they were the king's private army, they would be asked to take on covert missions that always affected national security. These missions would definitely involve danger, so the couple was not too keen about accepting Amelia's decision. Philip and Sophia were blessed with 4 children, and Amelia was the only daughter of their household. The two of them and their sons treated her like their treasure and would fight anyone who dared to hurt her. They would not give that person face, even if he was the commander of a Knight Order. Father, Mother, please trust me, Amelia pleaded. I believe that the commander will not sacrifice or abandon us when things get rough. Philip massaged his temple while Sophia sighed. They could tell that they would not be able to dissuade Amelia from her decision, so there was nothing else to do but accept it. As if waiting for that moment, 3 identical boys walked into the room in a hurry. We've heard from Uncle Mark that Amelia is here. Where is she, old man? Don't you dare hide our sister from us. Philip's lips twitched as he did his best to stop himself from throwing fireballs at his triplets who were certified Siskins. Plenty of nobles had visited their barony to ask for Amelia's hand, but all of them were sent away by the 3 overprotective brothers. They even said that they wouldn't recognize anyone as Amelia's future husband unless he could beat all 3 of them at the same time. Big brother, Asher, Andrew, Aaron. Amelia greeted them happily as she stood up to hug them. Little sister, why didn't you tell us that you were coming back? Asher asked. Those blasted trollhorns ruined everything, and the merchants stopped visiting our barony. I was not able to buy a present for you. Little sister, did you miss me? I'm sure you did. After all, I'm the one that loves you the most in this family, Andrew interjected. Little sister, are there any guys bothering you in the academy? Aaron inquired with a tone laced with killing intent. Just tell us and we will immediately go there to talk to him about the meaning of life. That's right. Why did I forget about that? Sister, are there any scum that you want us to kill? Just say the word and it shall be done. It's a good thing I bought a new sword from the traveling merchant. He guaranteed its sharpness, and I've been dying to find something to test it out on. Amelia's smile widened, because she could tell how much her big brothers loved her. They always pampered her and would always beat up the boys who bullied her when she was young. All of them had brown hair and eyes like their father. Only Amelia inherited her mother's green hair and eyes. Philip, who was quietly listening to this scene, suddenly had an idea. A mischievous smirk appeared on his face as he made a gesture for the 3 boys to look at him. Actually, there is a boy outside the residence that is planning to recruit your sister into his Knight Order, Philip explained. Your sister made a promise that if he was able to resolve our current situation, she would gladly be part of his personal Knight Squad. What? A bastard dares to put my beloved little sister in danger. What? A bastard dares to make his move on my adorable little sister. What? A bastard dares to think impure thoughts of my cute, innocent, and kind sister. Unforgivable! The 3 boys spoke in unison and charged out of the residence. All of them wanted to find that bastard that had tricked their sister into joining his private army and tear him to shreds. Chapter 2 through 23. Until the bitter end. William sensed killing intent headed in his direction, and immediately woke up. He lifted Ragnar by the scruff on his neck and gently placed him on the ground while he held Dyer firmly with his other hand. Ella raised her head and looked in the 3 o'clock direction. There, 3 very infuriated young men, who looked exactly like each other, stormed towards him. William frowned because he didn't recognize the 3 of them. What confused him more was that the 3 were seriously releasing killing intent, and it made him wonder if he had somehow offended them. "Are you the brat that is lusting over my beautiful little sister? Are you the brat that is planning to train my little sister to become your plaything? Are you the brat that is thinking of doing this and that with my little sister?" "No, no and no," William answered. "Are you talking about Amelia?" The 3 boys ignored his reply and glared at William hatefully. "What? You're not lusting over my beautiful little sister? What? You're not planning to train my little sister to become your plaything? What? You're not thinking of doing this and that with my little sister?" "Unforgivable," the 3 boys replied in unison. "Are you saying my little sister is not good enough for you? Die!" The 3 boys summoned their weapons and simultaneously attacked William. The latter activated his movement technique to dodge their attacks by a hair's breadth. He also summoned his staff to parry their blows from time to time. Although the 3 were good fighters, their attack patterns were too straightforward and easy to read. Even so, William had to admit that their teamwork was quite formidable. If not for his mastery over his movement technique, he might have experienced difficulties in dealing with 3 opponents at the same time. Are they attacking me because I said no to their earlier accusations? William pondered as he parried a heavy blow that sent him skidding a few meters away. "I lied earlier," the half-elf said to the 3 boys. "In fact, I think Amelia is very beautiful. I would love to try doing this and that with her." The 3 boys paused in their attacks, which made William breathe a sigh of relief. "Now you reveal your true colors. Now you reveal that you are indeed a lecherous bastard. Now you reveal that you want to do this and that with our little sister. Unforgivable!" The triplets attacked William once again, but this time their attacks were more frenzied than before. William's lips twitched as he parried and dodged their relentless assault. There was only one thing on his mind, and that was to fucking beat the SHT out of these Siscon bastards. "System, I know. Monk job class, right?" "Yes, please." Soon, yells filled with pain and BT third resounded throughout the residence. The male servants who heard these screams subconsciously placed their hands behind their back to protect their bums from being stabbed. Amelia, Philip and Sophia rushed outside of the house when they heard the screams, only to find an enraged William beating the crap out of the triplets who dared to disturb his sleep. "You Siscons! Do you want me to do this and that with your sister or not?" William roared. "Make up your goddamn minds." Amelia, who heard William's words, almost did a double take because she didn't fully. He then stabbed his staff forward to hit the 3 boys' chrysanthemums with deadly accuracy. The boys howled in pain like pigs being slaughtered and begged William for forgiveness. Understand what he meant with his words. William was about to keep hitting the older boys when he noticed Amelia and her parents approaching his location. He promptly hid the staff behind his back, while giving a swift kick to the older boy's bum that was closest to his feet. "Lord Philip, these suspicious individuals in your residence and decided to apprehend them for questioning," William said in a righteous voice. He then urged the system to change his job class back to the Sun Knight before the 3 people reached his location. William's body seemed to glisten under the sunlight, as a peaceful smile that belonged to a priest without sin appeared on his face. He looked so holy, so amiable, that even Philip felt like he was looking at a different person. Commander, these 3 are my older brothers," Amelia commented, as she walked in front of the 3 groaning men under William's feet. "I see." William nodded sagely. "I apologize for hurting them. I was not aware that they were your brothers. I'm sorry." William's aura was so divine that Amelia, Philip and Sophia felt that they were sinners in front of him. William's passive skill, Aura of the Sun, and Smile of the Sun, was a combo passive skill that made Sun Knights get along with anyone. Skills were active. The Sun Knight's charisma would reach a very high level that even a crying baby would stop crying when they saw William's smiling face. "It was their fault for assaulting the commander," Amelia replied. "I promise that I will talk to them later, so can you please forgive them?" "What is there to not forgive? This was all a misunderstanding. I don't particularly mind." William chuckled before stepping on the hand that was about to grab his foot from below. Aaron was about to shout, but Amelia's glare made him stop in his tracks. The pitiful older brother could only bite his lip in frustration as he endured the pain he was currently experiencing. "Commander, why don't we go inside the house?" Sophia proposed. "We have many special delicacies prepared for you." William was reluctant to go because of the experience points that he could gain from sunbathing. Even so, he still decided to nod his head and smile like a good boy before he followed Sophia towards the residence. The titanic, green-scaled trollhound looked back at the barony of Bradford one last time, before giving a low growl. The hundreds of trollhounds that followed behind it followed its orders obediently. They were now headed towards the north, where the tribes lived. Since it was technically not part of the Helen Kingdom, the titanic trollhound decided to go there to seek new prey. It intended to recover its strength first, and raise its ranks before finding William to find trouble with him. Just like the red-headed boy, the titanic trollhound was a beast that held grudges. It hated humans to the core, and would find no greater pleasure than to feast on their flesh. The giant beast still regretted the fact that it was not able to kill all of those who had experimented on him and held him in captivity. At the last minute, half of them were able to escape while he broke free from the seals that they had placed on his body. "I will find all of you bastards and make you pay for what you did to me," the titanic trollhound vowed in his heart. "After that, I will deal with you next." William von Ainsworth. The hundreds of trollhounds left the borders of Bradford, and the humans that saw them along the way almost panicked when they met them along their journey towards the other towns and cities. Merchant caravans and commoners who were traveling the roads that they passed collapsed in fear when the horde of monsters appeared before them. Although the trollhounds were salivating at the sight of helpless prey, they couldn't attack any of them because of the powerful restriction that had been placed on their bodies. Of the god of contracts, William made sure that they would not be able to break their word. If they did, they would combust into flames, leaving only ashes behind. The ordinary trollhounds may not be able to survive this oath, but the titanic trollhound was different. With its rank and near immortality, William's contract didn't scare it one bit. The only reason why it was honoring its oath was due to a nagging fear that was coming from its very being. For some reason it felt afraid. Afraid that if it broke its word it would suffer a fate worse than death. The titanic trollhound didn't want to take its chances and break the oath. He still wanted to take revenge on those that had experimented on, and tortured it every day to test its regeneration ability. It refused to die until its revenge was fulfilled. This was the sole meaning of its existence, and it was determined to carry it out until the bitter end. Chapter 2:24. Underground Base Part 1. Somewhere in an underground facility in the southern continent. "How are the preparations coming along?" a man seated on a throne made from blackstone asked. "My lord, the Anasia and the Zeland dynasties are making preparations for war," a man wearing a black robe reported. "The soonest they will make their move is in 3 months, the longest is 5. Our members are laying the groundwork of the siege even as we speak." The man seated on the throne nodded his head. "Are the altars constructed?" "My lord, half of the altars are already built," the black-robed man answered. "We estimate that they will be finished by the time the war officially starts. Too slow, make sure to finish them in 2 months. As you wish, my lord." The man seated on the throne rested the side of his face on the palm of his hand. "How about the crown prince? Any news from him?" The man wearing the black robe raised his head to look directly at his master. He said that he is now looking for the whereabouts of the key. "I think that the crown prince is being serious this time around." The man sitting on the throne snorted. "Tell him that if he is too slow, we will find someone else to take his place. We have no need for useless individuals. I will pass your message to him, my lord. Go and make sure that all my orders are carried out." "Yes, my lord." William frowned as he moved towards the mountains within the territory of Bradford. The miasma seeping into the land had lessened after the trollhounds had left the territory, but they were only responsible for spreading the miasma. The source was still active, and William was planning to see if he could do something about it. A 1.5-meter tall trollhound with dark silver fur guided William and Ella towards a secret passageway that led to the inner depths of the mountain. "Commander, where are we?" Amelia asked. She was currently riding with William on Ella's back as they traveled the underground passageway. "We are in a secret base that was abandoned by sorcerers," William replied without looking back at her. "This is the place where the trollhounds were born. Originally, William didn't plan to bring Amelia along. However, since this was the barony of her parents, he decided to let her accompany him on his investigation." Amelia's face became grim when she realized that an unknown organization had managed to infiltrate their territory and even build an underground base without her father's knowledge. As a daughter of the barony, she was very concerned about the long-term repercussions of having this place under her father's nose. Fenrir gave a low growl signaling that they had reached their destination. After being knighted by William, the trollhound's body grew larger and its rank rose as well. Currently, Fenrir was at the peak of rank D. William estimated that his new ally would break through to rank C within the month, after ingesting the high-grade beast core that he had given Fenrir a few hours ago. Its body was no longer skinny like a dog suffering from malnutrition. Instead, its body became lean and strong and oozed with untapped potential. William extended his senses as he scanned his surroundings. From what he could tell, the place was abandoned, but he didn't let his guard down. The half-elf nodded at Fenrir, and the latter went ahead to see if there was anything suspicious inside the base. 10 minutes later, it returned and gave its report. "There's no one here, Master," Fenrir reported via telepathy. "Good." William nodded. "Take me to the pool of miasma you and your brethren were tossed into to suffer." Fenrir hesitated a bit, but in the end it obeyed William's order. It had very sad and painful memories from this place, and it wished that it could destroy the place completely, but William didn't want that. His master wanted to understand who these people were, and Fenrir didn't want to get in William's way. After walking for a few minutes, they finally arrived at a chamber where a cloud of miasma was rising through an open hatch. Clearly, whoever built this place made sure that the chamber was properly ventilated to avoid miasma poisoning. "This is—" Amelia's eyes widened in shock. "A miasma pool?" William dismounted from Ella's back and carefully walked towards the pool in order to observe it properly. Fenrir had already told him about the miasma pool, but it was bigger than he had expected. It was at least 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. It was the size of 2 Olympic swimming pools joined together. The water seemed to be boiling due to the thousands of bubbles and steam that were rising from its surface. The fur on Fenrir's body was standing up on end as if it was remembering something very scary. If not for William's presence, it might have already bolted out of the chamber and run back towards the exit. The memories it had of the secret base and the organization that ran it were still fresh in its mind. "System, do you have any suggestions?" Answering the host's question, there are 3 ways that we can deal with the current situation. First, we can upgrade the functions of the Ring of Conquest to allow dungeon modifications of the Goblin Crypt. However, it would require 10,000 God points. Currently, the host's balance is only 1,000 God points. William patiently waited because it knew that the system was still not finished with its explanation. The second option is to use the power of Soleil to completely dry out the pool. However, I don't recommend this. The excess vapor would rise up to the air and scatter across the land. When this happens, the barony of Bradford will be contaminated. William nodded in understanding. He agreed with the system's explanation and waited for their last option. The last option is to absorb the miasma by using the Black Rose seal on the host's body. By doing so, the miasma will be completely eradicated, but it may cause side effects to the host's body. Side effects? What are the side effects? William crossed his arms over his chest. Although he wanted to help Amelia and her father, he didn't want to sacrifice his body and health to that extent. He had already finished his end of the bargain, and Amelia had officially joined his order. Doing more might only make things difficult for him. "Give me a moment while I gather information and analyze the possible side effects that the host might suffer." While the system was doing its calculations, William walked towards what seemed to be lockers at the corner of the chamber. He tried to open one of them, but they were locked and seemed to require a key. William smirked while taking Kit from his storage ring. While he and Ezio traveled the land, he had leveled up his thief skills by doing some shady business-like, infiltrating a corrupted official's house, stealing from them, and gathering important documents. After a minute of tinkering, William managed to open one of the drawers, and what he found inside made his expression turn grim. Chapter 225, Underground Base Part 2. "Modified Human Troll Army Project," William muttered, as he read the document. "A humanoid hybrid that has superior regeneration ability with only one weakness. Acid strong enough to melt adamantium." Amelia, who was standing beside him, sucked in a cold breath because she couldn't believe what she was hearing. You mean this facility was made to turn humans into trolls?" Amelia couldn't contain her outburst. "And they built it here in our barony. This means that they were planning to use our citizens for their experiments." Amelia glared hatefully at the pool of miasma in the distance while gnashing her teeth. If not for the fact that something had gone terribly wrong with the organization's plan, their barony might have suffered a calamity of untold proportions. William didn't reply to her and read the rest of the document. This time he read silently. He didn't want Amelia to be blinded by rage and destroy the whole facility out of anger. He needed to gather more information about this hidden organization that he was hearing about for the first time. After reading the scroll, the red-headed boy picked up a small book that seemed to be a diary. Just as he expected, the daily logs of the sorcerer who managed this facility were recorded. Fenrir had told him these things beforehand, so William had a general understanding of what had happened to the base. Day 18 of the month of the Empress. Day 12 of the month of the Hierophant. We bought a few human slaves from the capital of the Helen Kingdom and brought them here to be experimental subjects. They were made to drink the latest potions we had concocted to help modify their bodies from the inside. The modification will finish in 3 days. I can't wait to see the results. Day 22 of the month of the Empress. The bodies of the human slaves have turned green, but aside from that, nothing seems to be different. They were still rational, and there were no signs of their intelligence degrading. We'll wait 2 more days before we proceed to Phase 2. Day 24 of the month of the Empress. One of the female slaves died after her body encountered some side effects from the potion. Such a useless BTH. She wasn't even worth the coin that was used to purchase her from the slave trader. Although there was a small mishap, the remaining slaves were still good to go. All of them were forced to the pool to undergo the second phase of the experiment. Day 25% of the Empress. All the experimental subjects died before they completed their transformation. I guess the miasma was too much for them to resist. No problem, we will just modify the potion in order to give them a tougher skin. Day 12 of the month of the Magician. Failure. All of them are failures. I refuse to believe that my research is wrong. Perhaps we are using the wrong approach. I better ask the organization to give me some beasts to experiment on first. Day 20 of the month of the Magician. Wild dog and troll blood are unexpectedly compatible with each other. This is a good start. Also, test subject 288 is showing great potential. Among the troll hounds that were created, its transformation has surpassed my expectations. Day 8 of the month of the Hierophant. Success. We created a new breed of monster. Ha! A truly wonderful creation. With this, the organization will be able to give me additional funds for my research. Something is wrong. Experimental subject 288 suddenly broke through to the centennial rank. The chains binding it were not enough to contain it. I need to do something fast before things get out of hand. The journal ended that day, and William couldn't find any more diaries in the other locked drawers inside the chamber. All he saw were the formulas that were used to make the body modification potions that were used on humans and beasts alike. Fenrir said that the titanic green-scaled trollhound rebelled a few weeks ago and managed to kill more than half of the researchers in the facility, William thought. The sorcerer was only able to save his life because he used a teleportation scroll. William clicked his tongue after connecting the dots together. He felt regret that the titanic trollhound wasn't able to kill the mastermind behind its suffering. So that sorcerer is still at large. William narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the pool of miasma. This is troublesome. The half-elf was feeling slightly anxious because if the sorcerer resumed his experiments elsewhere, a new titanic trollhound might be born. Also, there was a possibility that the sorcerer had managed to gather enough data to make the human troll project a reality. If this was true, then only a handful of individuals would be able to stop an army of mutated trolls if they decided to wreak havoc inside the Helen Kingdom. While William was deep in thought, the system finished its calculations and notified him right away. There are 3 possible side effects that might occur to the host after the Black Rose seal absorbs the pool of miasma. The first one is that the power of the seal would be strengthened, and the host's inability to use magic would be extended for 4 more years. William grimaced when he heard the first side effect. This was something that he didn't want to have happen to him. He was thankful that he lost his magic power a few years ago because it made him realize his shortcomings. It also allowed him to train and build his foundation. However, having an extension to his magicless state was something that he wanted to avoid at all cost. The second one is that the host will unlock a new prestige class called Dreadlord. This is an extremely rare job class that is a level higher than most prestige classes. However, the chance of acquiring it is only %. If the host fails to acquire this job, the host's body will explode due to the inability to contain the miasma. The third side effect is that the host's body will undergo a transformation and turn into a centennial monster slime made from miasma. The chances of this happening is 40%. William sighed. None of the options were appealing to him. Although the Dreadlord job class was enticing, the percentage was just too low for him to take a gamble. System, are there any other options? William asked. I don't want to leave this miasma pool here. The sorcerer might come back, and if he does, he will come fully prepared with reinforcements. Sorry, host. I can't think of other means aside from using god points, which we currently do not have. Is there no other way? William wondered. I swear I saw something about miasma somewhere. It was at that moment, when William remembered the notice he received not long ago from the god shop. He immediately asked the system to retrieve the mail that they had received from the alchemy god. The system hadn't brought it up at first, because William had told the system to ignore it, as it was highly unlikely that they would ever come across those ingredients while in the academy. The system lit up his status screen with a letter from the god shop about the alchemy god's request for ingredients. God shop mail. Attention to the devout followers of the gods from the 10,000 temple. Great rewards are waiting for each and every one of you. The god of alchemists has issued a commission that is open to everyone. He is currently looking for extremely rare and potent ingredients that he will use for his experiments. If any of you are able to acquire the items on our list, please send a message to me, Mercurius, the manager of the god shop, directly. I will assist you in transporting the materials to the alchemy god free of charge. However, Anyone who sends me troll messages will amuse the god shop for 100 years. Here's the list of materials that the alchemist god is looking for and the rewards associated with them. Spring of Life, Baphomet's Horn, 50,000 god points. A liter of Empyrean's Blood, 20,000 god points, 10,000 god points. The list was long, but Williams and the system's attention locked in on the last entry on the list. Liquefied miasma, 1 god points per liter. William gulped to his dependable partner. System, 5 million liters. I still haven't asked a question. Host, there's no need for the long-winded approach. Should I contact the god shop manager, Mercurius? Yes, no. William scratched his head and gave his answer. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry because the system had taken the initiative to calculate how many liters of liquefied miasma were present in the pool. Not only that, it was only a moment away from getting in touch with the manager of the god shop. Moments later, Mercurius replied to his message and told William how the transaction would be made. The half-elf rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He was looking forward to how many god points he was going to earn after this one-time transaction with the god of alchemists. 5 million god points. William wanted to laugh out loud. He greedily checked the weapons in the god shop while waiting for the exchange to finish. He'd already asked Ella to take Amelia outside the chamber, that he would personally deal with the miasma that was threatening the peace of the land she was born in. William was feeling good about this unexpected turn of events. What he didn't know was that his happiness would be short-lived. Chapter 226, Yin Yang Cauldron. Can you repeat that? We got 50,000 god points from the god of alchemists after exchanging the entire pool of miasma. William blinked once then twice before he tilted his head in confusion. 50,000 god points, William asked. I think you're missing a couple of zeros there. Well, I have 2 pieces of news for you, host. What do you want to hear first? The good news or the bad news? William didn't answer the system right away. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest and took some deep breaths. When he was finally calm again, he asked the question that was on his mind. What is the bad news? The miasma pool is not made from pure miasma. According to the god of alchemists, the pool only consisted of 50,000 liters of liquefied miasma and the rest was spring water. After the water mixed with the miasma, it got contaminated. Basically, what we saw was only a diluted pool of miasma. Diluted? William couldn't believe what the system had told him. However, after he pondered for a while, he realized that the god of alchemists had no reason to lie to them. Since he was the expert in the field, if he said that the miasma pool was diluted, then it was indeed diluted. Oh well, 50,000 god points is still good. Although 50,000 and 5 million were miles apart, he was still able to accept the outcome since he got it for free. Then, what is the good news? The good news is that we are the first ones to deliver one of the items on the alchemist list. In return for our fast response to his commission, he sent us a freebie. A meter-wide golden cauldron appeared in front of William. The cauldron had a unique design on it that reminded him of those antiques that were being sold in second-hand stores that he had visited in the past. It hovered in the air as if waiting for the boy to touch it. After confirming with the system that there was nothing wrong with the cauldron, William finally reached out his hand to touch it. The moment the cauldron was safely in his hands, a series of text messages appeared on his status page. Ding. Would you like to acquire the alchemist job class? Yes, no. I knew it, William thought as he appraised the cauldron in his hands. The cauldron's outer layer was plated in gold and embedded with runic letters. It felt warm to the touch, as if it had just been recently placed over a fire. At the very base of the cauldron, the symbols of the yin and yang could be seen. Naturally, this yin and yang represented the identity of the cauldron which appeared on William's status page after he used his appraisal skill. Yin-Yang Cauldron Replica. Mythical rank artifact. This cauldron is a recreation of the very first cauldron that the alchemist god used when crafting his pills. Increase the chance of success of pill making by 50%. Has a 10% chance of creating random pills with every use. Warning. The effects of these pills are completely random. Use at your own risk. Maximum pills that can be made inside the cauldron is 100%. Can enlarge itself up to 3 meters wide. Special function, the cauldron can safely store any kind of material or ingredient, no matter how dangerous or volatile it is. No fire, poison or acid is strong enough to melt this cauldron. The god of alchemists treated this cauldron as his personal storage artifact whenever he visited the different planes to collect the ingredients he needed for his alchemy. This mythical artifact is now soul-bound to William von Unsworth. Seeing the gift from the alchemist god, William remembered the cultivation novels that he had read when he was still on Earth. The alchemists were able to craft expensive pills that allowed cultivators to raise their ranks and break through their bottlenecks. There were many cultivators in the world of Hestia, and most of them resided in sects like the Misty sect. Usually each sect had their own grandmaster alchemist that catered to the needs of the entire sect. These alchemists were given very important person treatment and were often regarded as treasures of their respective factions. A mixture of sugar, spice, and everything nice, unless they blow up in your face and kill you. William chose yes and acquired the Alchemist job class. Alchemist. That is the Alchemist job class. Increase the chances of success of pill making by 10%. Acquired alchemical recipes basic. Host has learned skill. Unstable concoction. Unstable concoction. During pill making, the alchemist can forcefully make the pill creation unstable, turning it into a deadly weapon of mass destruction. Effect of the concoction may differ depending on the ingredients and materials used. William opened the page for the alchemical recipes basic and read its contents. Brick can be used to build houses or used as projectiles to hit your enemies. Can be used as a weapon for close combat. Mix soil and water into a thick mud. Add some sand, then mix in the straw, grass or pine needles. Bake it on medium fire for 10 minutes. According to legend, there was once a cultivator who was able to dominate the world using a brick. This legendary brick was called the 69 brick. This brick is able to ignore all kinds of defenses. One hit on the head will knock out your opponent for 1 minute with a 100% success rate. It can also be used repeatedly, which makes this brick a feared weapon by one and all. Chance of crafting ordinary brick, 99%. Philip was shocked after hearing William's story. After bidding his daughter goodbye, he immediately set out with his men to investigate the headquarters left by the unknown organization. Chance of crafting the 69 brick %. William's lips twitched as he read the recipe of the brick. He didn't believe that such a ridiculous and overpowered brick could exist in reality. I thought I would be crafting pills. William scratched his head as he looked at the other recipes in his status page. Why is this alchemical recipe book all about bricks, plates, cups, spoons, forks, and kitchen knives? Just what kind of stupid alchemist crafts these things? William ignored the list of recipes and jumped to the last page of the book. It was there where he found the notes that were left by the author and found something interesting. Alchemy is all about creating new things. If you already know the recipe for how to turn stone into gold, the value of gold will be lost, and life will be boring. Every alchemist should learn to be creative. A flower by the roadside, a strand of hair, and even a handful of dirt could become something else if you are willing to give alchemy a try. P.S. It would be best if you get life insurance, just in case something goes wrong with your experiments. You'll never know when you'll kick the bucket. Full Metal Alchemist, Edward Elfreak. William sighed and stored the yin-yang cauldron inside his ring of conquest. Although his gains from this small expedition were completely unexpected, he was still happy that the main problem that plagued the barony was solved. He returned to the Baron's residence and shared with Philip everything he had discovered. William and Amelia, on the other hand, travelled back to the academy to report the completion of their commission. Although he was still thinking about the secret organization, William was forced to push his thoughts about them aside for now. There were still some things that he needed to do as a commander of the Night Order, and that was to ensure that all of his subordinates were properly equipped before the war officially started. Chapter 2:27 Oathkeeper's Key. In the town of Lot, a black raven landed on the ledge of Celine's window, carrying a parcel on its leg. Oliver, who was sitting on top of his perch, narrowed his eyes before waving his talon. The raven didn't move as the parcel on its legs flew towards the parrot monkey. When it was only half a meter away from his perch, the parcel glowed and a message appeared in the air in front of Oliver. The Salah, Nasir, Rees, and Iran clans are gathering their young prodigies to their ancestral domains. Also, certain influential factions in the central continent are making their move. Like the old elven families, they are also preparing for a big event. The only problem is that no one, aside from their patriarchs and a few elders, know what is about to happen. I consulted with the patriarch of the Rayleigh family, and he made a divination. According to him, he couldn't see what was going to happen in the future. However, he knew where it would happen, and that was none other than the southern continent. Tell my granddaughter to be careful. The current balance of power in the Silver Moon continent is quite volatile, and not even the Anarian family is safe. For now, I've decided to keep a low profile and not mess with these muddled waters. Oliver, keep my granddaughter safe, and remember the vow that you made to me. I will hold you accountable if anything happens to Seal. May the goddesses of the twin moons bestow their blessings upon the two of you. Oliver glanced at the raven and nodded his head. The raven nodded back and flew away. It had completed its mission, so it was now time to return to its master. The parrot monkey sighed as he sat on his perch. Soon the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs reached his ears. Was that a letter from grandfather? Celine asked. Yes, mistress, Oliver replied. It has begun. Celine nodded her head and went out of the house to visit James. The two of them, and the veterans of Lont, needed to make preparations for the calamity that was about to befall the southern continent. Father, Lionel said with a serious expression, I was reading the ancient scrolls during my history lessons and came upon something interesting. It said that the first king of the Helen kingdom always wore a necklace with a key attached to it. I'm very curious. What do you think that key is used for? Aside from the records saying that the first king treated it like a treasure, no other information about it can be found anywhere. Noah lowered the book in his hand as he glanced at his oldest son. Oh, I never thought you were someone that liked history. 2 years ago you said that you didn't want to read about anything related to the history of our kingdom because it was already in the past. Why are you suddenly getting curious now? Lionel smiled as he faced his father's stare head-on. As the crown prince of the Helen kingdom, it would be embarrassing if someone were to ask me about how our kingdom was founded. If I am not able to answer this question, then wouldn't I become a disgrace? True. Noah nodded his head in agreement. Very well, I will tell you what I know. The key that you are referring to is called the Oathkeeper Key. I also don't know much about the key, but from what my father told me, the first king had a secret domain where he hid all of his precious treasures. Naturally, no one knows where this domain is. He didn't share this knowledge with anyone, not even to his own son. The only legacy he left him was the Helen Kingdom and the Oathkeeper Key. You could even say that the kings that followed him did everything in their power to search for this elusive domain. However, all of their efforts were in vain. Lionel listened seriously and nodded from time to time. The secret organization said that they would support and enthrone him as the Emperor of the Southern Continent if he could give them the Oathkeeper Key. After hearing about the key's importance, Lionel was having second thoughts. If he could find the key as well as the domain, perhaps he would be able to get his hands on extremely rare resources that would boost the military might of the Helen Kingdom. If that were to happen, he could command the kingdom's armies to conquer the entirety of the continent and declare himself as the new emperor. However, the agent of the organization that was keeping in touch with him left him some words that made him anxious. You are not the only candidate that our organization is supporting. If the key is not in our hands within 2 months, our deal is over. Lionel had always thought that he was the only candidate that the organization was grooming to become the emperor of the Southern Continent. Although he wasn't a narcissist like William, he was someone who thought highly of himself. For him, he was the best, and the only one who had the right to stand above others. Without the rate being used as a stepping stone by others, and the organization's veiled threat made him anxious. Because of this, he decided to put more effort in finding the key. I still have 2 months, Lionel thought. After I get the key from my father, I will conduct a search to find the first king's hidden domain. If what I find inside is greater than the benefits of being an emperor, then I will cut ties with the organization. Lionel was an ambitious person. He didn't want to be treated like a subordinate. The only reason he was trying to keep a good relationship with this secret group was because he felt that his current position was being threatened by his younger brother Rufus. The Crown Prince only had grade C talent in magic, but he compensated this shortcoming by training hard as a swordsman. Right now, he was in the middle stages of the gold rank, and the king had recognized his efforts and gave him the title of Crown Prince. Even so, that didn't stop Lionel's anxiousness. He knew that his father was a cunning man. Although the title of Crown Prince was currently on his head, the king of the Helen Kingdom could easily take it away. So not only cunning, but ruthless as well. It just didn't show on the surface, because the kingdom had been experiencing an era of peace and prosperity before the beast tide and dungeon outbreaks happened. While Lionel was thinking of these things, Noah closed the book in his hand and summoned a small ornate box from his storage ring. He then passed it along to Lionel and asked him to open it. The Crown Prince obeyed his father and opened the small box. What lay inside was a key made from an unknown material. This was the first time he had seen such a material. That is the Oathkeeper Key, Noah said. It is a key that is passed down to the reigning king of the kingdom. Naturally, that key will be passed to your hands after I step down from my position. Until then, I will keep it safe until your coronation. Lionel had a complicated look on his face as he looked at the key in his hands. He never thought that the key he was looking for could be obtained so easily. Now there were only 2 questions going through his head. Should he give the key to the organization? Or should he keep it a secret from them while he looked for the hidden domain that was somewhere within the kingdom? 2 months. I still have 2 months. Lionel calmly returned the key to the ornate box and passed it back to his father. Since I already know where the key is, I will start looking for the domain. Lionel knew that the organization needed the key desperately if they were willing to trade the entire southern continent for it. Suddenly a realization passed through his body like a lightning bolt. The Crown Prince didn't know if his hunch was true, but if it was, then that meant that the organization already knew the location of the hidden domain. Lionel didn't want to think of such a possibility because that would put him into a corner. If that was really the reality, then he would have no choice but to relinquish the key to the organization. He just hoped that when he did give them the key, the organization would honor their promise and make him the emperor of the southern continent. Sidoni, you will be mine, Lionel thought, as he pushed back the bitterness in his heart with the face of his beloved princess. He was fine, even if the treasure within the hidden domain was plundered. As long as the most beautiful young lady in the continent, the third princess of the kingdom of Frisia, Sidoni, became his woman, then he could accept the outcome. Since he had already confirmed the location of the key, it was now time to put his plan into motion. He would force the organization to bring the third princess to the Helen Kingdom as a guarantee that they would honor their promise. Chapter 228, Thousand Beast Domain, Part 1. Spencer rolled on the ground and was about to get back up when Drake fell on his body, pinning him down. "Get off me!" Spencer roared as he pushed aside his comrade at arms. Drake lay on the ground panting and didn't get up right away. Spencer, on the other hand, picked up his spear that had fallen several meters away from him and charged at Ella. He activated his aura and spear intent to increase his speed and get close to his opponent. Unfortunately, Ella didn't wait for him. Instead, she used her rush attack and met Spencer head-on. Spencer was a step too late and was unable to use his weapon to strike. Ella's horns impaled the boy's chest and pierced through his heart. Spencer screamed in pain before turning into particles of light. Ella then fired 3 consecutive benevolent shots at Drake, who was still lying on the ground. Soon he, too, turned into particles of light and disappeared from the Colosseum. It's really hard to fight the commander's goat. One of the first after seeing Spencer's gruesome death. Even 2 of our strongest fighters can't beat her in a 2-on-1 battle. An 18-year-old member of the Angorian war sovereign commented. Class C beasts are really on another level. Can we not fight her? We have no choice. It's the commander's orders. Stop whining and let's go. There are 6 of us. I'm sure we can do something. That's right. We can overwhelm her with numbers. So what if she's a Class C beast? We can still beat her if we work together. I agree. Let's go and beat the commander's goat. Let's go. William was currently seated in one of the spectator seats in the Colosseum with his arms crossed over his chest. Today was Monday, and it was time for their martial training class. Grant personally asked William if he could borrow Ella so she could have a battle against the students. After asking for Ella's opinion, William accepted Grant's request, and his mama went to the Colosseum to fight against the first years. The head instructor of the first years of the martial class division hoped that the young teens would be able to test their abilities against a Class C beast. The outcome was a one-sided massacre. Although Ella loved children, she didn't show the first years any mercy. She intended to make them realize how dangerous it was to face off against a beast that was as strong as her. She killed all of them in order to prevent them from dying in the future due to ignorance and negligence. Everyone fought Ella, with the exception of William. The fight was not a one-on-one battle, but a fight using a party of 6 people each round. At most, all of the students' battle prowess were in the silver ranks, which was roughly equivalent to Class D beasts. The officers, namely Priscilla, Kenneth, Conrad, Spencer, Drake, and Dave, were just a step away from the gold rank, which was roughly equivalent to a Class C beast low. Even so, they still didn't win against Ella, who had gained a lot of fighting experience through life and death battles. For her, the children were just as strong as a hobgoblin leader. When the entirety of the first years had died under Ella's horns and hooves, Grant declared that their lesson for the day was over. All of the students stared at the Angorian war ibex with newfound admiration and respect. They even bowed to her at the end of the class as a thank you for giving them a painful experience. Ella gave them a brief nod before changing back to her fluffy goat form and returning to William's side. "Good job, Mama," William said as he brushed Ella's back. "Me," Ella replied happily because she felt that she had done a good job in teaching the children about the dangers of fighting against strong beasts. She hoped that this would be a painful lesson that would save their lives in the future. William and Ella headed straight to their dormitory room to check up on Dire, Thor, and Ragnar. The 3 little guardians were currently undergoing their second growth phase and had gone into hibernation. According to the system, this growth process could take a few weeks to a few months before the 3 guardians woke up from their sleep. Right now, the safest place William could leave them was the head prefect's room. This room was protected by a special enchantment that forbade others to enter unless they were people whom William had given exclusive permission. Ella laid down beside the kids and looked at them with gentle eyes. She hoped that when the 3 of them woke up, they would be stronger and would be of greater help to William. William looked at the sleeping guardians and frowned. "System, is there a place where we can hide the 3 of them while they are undergoing their transformation? I don't feel safe leaving them inside my room while I'm away." "Before I answer that question, host, can you first answer a question of mine?" "Go ahead," William said as he laid down on the bed. "As long as it's not math, I can answer it easily." The system became silent for a moment, before asking William the question it had been meaning to ask. "Host, what do you intend to do with the god points we received from the god of alchemists? Is there something that you plan to buy in the god shop?" "Actually, I also wanted to discuss this topic with you," William replied. I browsed the god shop yesterday and found some interesting weapons to buy. However, I can't decide what to get. Last time you gave me a good recommendation with Rongominiad. If possible, I'd like to ask for another recommendation from you. Understood. Actually, I was hoping that the host still hadn't made up his mind on what to do with the god points. After calculating the host's possible future arrangements, I concluded that it would be best to not invest in any kind of weapon right now. The reasoning is simple. The host already has a few mythical-grade artifacts that can be used to increase your offensive, defensive, and creative prowess. William nodded his head in agreement. Soleil and the yin-yang cauldron had indeed given him 2 job classes that he could tinker with for the time being. The Sun Knight required William to bathe in the sunlight to gain experience points. The Alchemist required William to craft items to gain mastery and gain skill points. With these 2 job classes in hand, adding a few more would only eat up more of William's precious time that he could use for other things. What do you suggest I do with the god points? Invest in domain creation. Domain creation. Instead of answering William's inquiry, the system opened up the god shop and showed William the domains that were being sold on the miscellaneous tab. 500 square meter domain, equal to 10,000 god points. 5 square mile domain, equal to 20,000 god points. 3 square mile domain, equal to 30,000 god points. Host domains are miniature worlds that can support life. The alchemist god has several domains where he plants the rare herbs that he uses for his alchemy. This allows him to craft rare pills without worrying about a shortage of ingredients. Several other gods also have domains of their own to grow various products which they use to sell in the god shop. Host, did you know? You can also buy rare beasts in the god shop once you upgrade your main job class, which is the shepherd class. What? William gasped. You mean there are other features in the god shop that are not available to me? Yes. Right now the host can only access the weapon, armor, accessories, and the miscellaneous shop. After you upgrade your main job class, you will be able to access the other shops like the beast shop, humanoid shop, construct shop, and gain access to the auction house. They also sell live beasts and humanoids. William frowned. I can understand why they sell beasts, but humanoids as well. Isn't that the same as selling slaves? You have to understand that not all the gods are as good as the ones that support you. If there is light, there will also be darkness. The auction house is also a place where the followers of the gods can auction the items that they found in their own worlds. It is a way to gain god points, which then can be used to purchase other items in the god shop. In time, the host will also be able to auction off your own items in the god shop, but for now, our priority is to have our own domain. I propose that the host use 30,000 god points to buy the 3 square mile domain from the god shop. By doing so, you can house a number of beasts, such as the troll hounds that are currently staying inside your goblin crypt. Chapter 229, 1000 Beast Domain Part 2. William didn't think twice and immediately purchased the 3 square mile domain that was worth 30,000 god points. His current problem was having a suitable place he could send the beasts, that he was planning to add to his private army, to when he didn't need their help. Right now, Fenrir and the other troll hounds were staying inside the goblin crypt. It was the makeshift solution that the system had made as a temporary housing area for them. The system built a barracks inside the dungeon where the trollhounds could stay, which enabled them to explore the dungeon any time that they wanted. The main reason William and the system had housed them inside the dungeon was because the goblin crypt supplied the trollhounds with an unlimited source of food, namely the goblins inside the dungeon. The additional good news was that they could gain combat experience while doing so. It also helped them develop their team battle tactics, would greatly increase their battle prowess. After the domain was purchased, the system integrated it inside the Ring of Conquest by paying additional 5,000 god points. It also connected the domain to the dungeon, which would give them additional benefits once William's seal had been undone. William stood inside the domain and scanned its surroundings. There was nothing inside it aside from the sky and dry land. Host, we will now customize the domain, but we will need god points in order to purchase the things we need. The prices will be shown on your status page, and you can arrange it in any way that you wish. William nodded his head and accessed the domain settings where various landmarks like trees, mountains, valleys, plains, marshlands, rivers, lakes, oceans could be found. Impu, the days I spent playing SimCity were not in vain. William grinned as he started to modify the lifeless domain he had just bought. 10 ordinary trees only cost 1 god point, not bad, William thought, as he looked at the ordinary trees that were available in the shop. Then his eyes widened when he saw several other trees that he had only heard of in this lifetime. Dragon blood tree, 100% god points each. A breed of tree that produces a red sap that could be used for making healing potions. Monkey puzzle tree, 100% god points each. A breed of tree that spawns 1 Circups monkey per day, maximum number of Circups monkeys spawned per tree, is 30 quiver tree, 100 god points each. A breed of tree that automatically creates 10 to 20 arrows per week. Additionally, once a month it will create a batch of 10 elemental arrows. Candelabra tree, 1000 god points each. A breed of tree that spawns 2 random rainbow birds a day. Maximum number of rainbow birds spawned per tree is 50. If a rainbow bird dies, a new egg will appear on the tree and hatch 24 hours later. There were thousands of trees in the tree catalogue, and William couldn't possibly read them all. In the end, William bought 1 dragon blood tree, 1 monkey puzzle tree, 1 quiver tree, 1 candelabra tree, and a Hyperion tree, which was recommended by the system. 1,000 god points each one of the tallest trees in the world. A breed of tree that spawns 1 blood eagle, maximum number of blood eagles per tree, is 1. Blood eagle birds of prey threat level. D mid-blood eagles are class D beasts that will continue to grow stronger as they devour the blood and flesh of their enemies. It has a wingspan of 3 meters and is capable of traveling 400 miles per hour in short bursts, making it one of the fastest birds of prey in the world. Its final form is the Blood Tempest, which is a millennial beast. William spent 1,420 god points on the trees, which left him a balance of 14,580 god points, as he arranged the trees within the domain. He placed the Hyperion tree at the center of the domain while he scattered the other expensive trees in the 4 cardinal locations. William added a lake and 4 rivers, which cost him 700 god points. Soon the half-elf became too engrossed in designing his domain and bought a couple of things for aesthetic purposes. His added purchases cost him 2,000 god points, but his domain became more lively because of it. The weather control was worth 1,000 god points. This function allowed William to control the temperature and season of his domain depending on his whim. The other 1,000 god points was used to buy hills, boulders, shrubs, flower fields, and a wide villa that would serve as his vacation house. William was planning to add a few more things in the domain when the system stepped in and reminded him that they had limited funds, so he couldn't use it for luxury items. 10,980 god points left. William sighed because his Simp City project was put on hold for the time being. I need to buy grass that will grow in the plains for the herd to consume, William muttered as he thought of Aslan, Kronos, and the rest of the goats that were currently in Lont. He wanted to give them the best, so William decided to buy the most expensive grass he could find in the domain shop. High-grade spirit grass, 5,000 god points per hectare. A spirit grass that nourishes the body of anyone that consumes it and helps expel impurities. Can be used to craft certain types of pills and medicines. Continuous consumption of this grass will help strengthen the body over time. After it is eaten, it'll take 5 days for it to regrow again. So expensive. William scratched his head, but still ultimately bought a hectare worth of high-grade spirit grass. He then evenly scattered it along the 4 cardinal directions in order to prevent the herd animals from fighting against each other. William vowed that he would buy more spirit grass once he earned more god points through his quests. William summoned the trollhounds to his domain and allowed them to explore the surroundings. He forbade them from making trouble with the Circups monkey and the rainbow birds. William ordered the blood eagle not to attack anyone inside the domain. He promised that he would take it out to hunt from time to time, and the latter happily agreed. Every beast inside William's domain was automatically added to his king's legion. Although they were not creatures of the herd, they were inhabitants of his domain. Since William was the owner, that made him the master of all the beasts that resided within it. God points. 5,980, William said. I'm tired. William had spent hours arranging his domain, and he was now feeling very hungry. Designing the domain was fun, but very expensive as well. For now, he decided to stop and save what remaining god points he had for future purposes. He was about to leave the domain when the system stopped him. Host, you are forgetting something important. I am. William scratched his head. Should I have added a small mountain, or perhaps a small valley? What did I forget exactly? Host, you forgot to give your domain a name. Ah. William clapped his hands in realization. How could I completely forget such an important thing? Very well, from now on this domain will be called 1000 Beast Domain. Ding! 1000 Beast Domain has been successfully registered. New title acquired. Title Domain Master. Domain Master. The captain of my soul receives plus 10 enhancement to all stats. Increase production rate of everything inside the domain by 20%. William has received several titles, however, he could only equip 3 of them at a time. The system had told him that he could equip 3 additional titles after he had upgraded his main job class to the next level, which made William look forward to the future. The current titles he had equipped were Giant Slayer, Wolf Slayer, Domain Master. Giant Slayer, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Increase attack against giant race by 30%. Increase attack against monsters that are over 5 meters tall by 30%. Strength +5, Wolf Slayer. Time to save Little Red Riding Hood. Increase attack against wolf-type monsters by 50%. Strength +3. After making sure that everything was in order, William left the Thousand Beast domain and returned to the real world. Ironically, as soon as he appeared inside his room, he heard someone knocking on his door. "Who is it?" William asked. "It is me, Kenneth," Kenneth answered. William hurriedly opened the door and saw his ex-roommate Kenneth with a worried look on his face. At first, Kenneth stayed with William inside the prefect room, but after the Angorian war sovereign, Kenneth returned to their old dormitory room to give William some privacy. Although William didn't mind if Kenneth stayed with him, the delicate-looking boy insisted that they separate their living quarters. "I came to find you an hour ago, but no one was answering when I knocked," Kenneth said. "Do you want to have dinner together?" "Okay, can you wait 5 minutes? There is something I need to do first," William stated. "Sure, thank you." William closed the door and teleported the 3 sleeping guardians to his villa inside the Thousand Beast domain. He had already prepared a room for the 3 of them to rest while he waited for them to wake up from their hibernation. The half-elf was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after the 3 kids were safely tucked into their beds. Ella decided to stay with them instead of following William to the dining room. She had already eaten. She had tested the spirit grass that William had planted to make sure that it was safe for consumption, and she was very satisfied with it. 5 minutes later, William and Kenneth headed to the dining hall together. The latter looked at William suspiciously but didn't say anything else. His mission was to observe the boy and not interfere with his private life. Whatever secrets William had, Kenneth had no intention of prying into them. Deep inside, he was feeling guilty, so he did his job half-heartedly. The thought of William getting hurt because of his mission was something he didn't want to have happen. This was why he didn't report everything about William and kept some of his secrets to himself. He hoped that when they parted ways, William would still treat him as a friend, instead of a trait on him behind his back. Chapter 230, Estes and William's Bet. "The prince is asking for a meeting, my lord. He said that he wanted to ask you something very important," the black-robed man reported to his lord. "He insisted that his cooperation will depend on whether or not you can answer his questions and agree to his one request." The man seated on the black throne raised an eyebrow. "The Crown Prince wants to meet me personally." "Yes. This is part of his conditions for cooperating with us." "Well, I guess it will not take too much time to answer his questions. I'm just curious about what kind of request he would make." The man leaned back on his throne and smiled. "When and where is this meeting taking place?" the lord inquired. 3 days from now at 2 in the afternoon, the black-robed man answered. "The meeting place is the Sky Pavilion located on the east side of the capital." "Very well." The lord nodded. "Make sure to alert the Grim Guards as well. If the Crown Prince does anything funny, let's just dispose of him." "By your will." The black-robed man pressed his fist over his chest and bowed respectfully. "Interdivision battle," William muttered as he read the document in his hands. "I thought that the Academy was going to cancel this event, but it seems like they are trying to distract the students due to the recent events that have happened." Est, who was seated across from him, nodded in agreement. "The Academy is trying to motivate the students and let them recover from their current mindset. As you may have already seen, the rewards are quite generous, indeed. It seems that the Academy gained a lot of resources after the dungeon outbreak. Those resources were gained from the sacrifices of the students in the Academy. It is right for them to share it with the survivors." William placed the document down and gave Est a smile. "Just so you know, we will not be taking it easy on any of you." "That goes without saying," Est replied. "To be honest, I also want to have a serious fight with you. A battle to the death? Oh, you're that confident in beating me? I'm 30% confident in beating you." Est looked at William with a serious expression. He still couldn't fathom how strong William was. The fight against Kingsley ended in an instant, and he couldn't tell if William was strong or if Kingsley was really weak. Of course, he had seen their first duel in Lont a few years ago, but back then, William's power was sealed. Even now, William didn't have his powers, but he felt more dangerous compared to when he was facing off against the Cyclops in the Trial of Courage. Seeing Est's intense stare, William felt like teasing him, so decided to crack a joke. "Why are you looking at me like you want to kiss me?" William asked. He then picked up the cup of tea in front of him and took a sip. "If you were a girl, I would definitely kiss you," Est replied. "Hey, why don't you find an artifact that will turn you into a girl? Don't worry. I'll take responsibility and marry you if you don't turn back into a man." William placed the teacup on the table and smirked. He was impressed with how Est managed to turn his teasing around and decided to not continue with the topic. The half-elf had no intention of turning into a girl. He wanted to be the one on the top. Editor's notes. Sad that he doesn't know that girls can be on top just as much as the men can be. XD. "How about we make the interdivision battle more interesting?" William proposed. "I'm sure that if the stakes are high enough, both of us will not hold back and fight each other seriously. What do you think?" Est pondered and thought that William's proposal sounds good. For him, as long as there was something at stake, he would definitely give his best to win against William. "What do you have in mind?" Est crossed his arms over his chest. "As long as it doesn't go below my bottom line, I can agree to it." William pressed his hands together and gave Est a smile that would put all con men to shame. "Simple, if you win, I'll—" William said with a smile. "But if you lose, you will." Est was very tempted by William's offer. If he won, then he would be extremely happy. However, if he lost, then he would definitely lose a layer of skin. William's asking price was quite high, and Est didn't know if he should agree to it or not. "Can you give me 2 days to think about it?" Est replied. "Of course." William leaned back on his chair as if this business deal between him and Est was not a big deal. "The interdivision battles will take place a month from now. You still have plenty of time to think about it. Just make sure that you give me an answer a week before the event." "Okay, great. I'm looking forward to hearing your answer." When Est returned to his room, he immediately asked for Ian's and Isaac's opinion about William's proposal. "Young master, if I am going to be frank, the one that has a disadvantage in this bet is William," Isaac said with a serious expression. "Having put himself at a disadvantage, he then gave you a counterbet that was very hard to resist. However, within that offer is a trap." Isaac looked straight into Est's eyes as he continued his explanation. Knowing William, he wouldn't make a bet like this if he wasn't assured of his victory. This means that he is very confident in his ability to beat the young master. "I agree," Ian nodded his head. "Although William may act like a fool from time to time, his strength is the real deal. Also, I've been having this feeling that he is far stronger than what we see on the surface. This bet is too dangerous, young master." Est sighed, because he had the same feeling as well. However, William's offer was simply too hard to resist. Even if his logical mind rejected it, his heart wanted it so badly. "He gave me until a week before the interdivision battle starts, so I'll think this through before then," Est commented. "Still, he is very sly." Ian shook his head. "Such an offer is simply too hard to resist, which makes it equally dangerous." Isaac sighed. "Frankly, I'd rather fight a terror hand again than fight William in a one-on-one battle. I don't have the confidence to beat him." The three boys all nodded their heads simultaneously. When they first met William, he was just a simple shepherd in their eyes. They had no idea that a simple shepherd like him would be able to become a knight commander a few months after they were reunited. Chapter 231, Sweeter Than Candy. "Will, where is Thor?" Wendy asked. "Haven't seen him for a few days. Is he all right?" After classes, Wendy visited William and inquired about Thor's whereabouts. It had been 3 days since she last saw the puppy and she was feeling anxious. "He's safe," William replied. "He's just undergoing a growth phase and now is a crucial time. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing him, I decided to put him in a safe place along with Dia and Ragnar." "I see." Wendy was disappointed because she had really gotten close to Thor. The puppy would accompany her everywhere to the point that they even bathed together. Seeing her disappointment, William couldn't help in his heart. Wendy was a straightforward person and her expression told him just how important Thor was in her life. "Don't worry, as Sue finishes his growth phase, I will immediately bring him to you." "Yes." William nodded. "I'll take your word for it." Wendy smiled a bit before sitting down beside William. They finished their training an hour ago, and Wendy visited William after she had taken a bath. The smell of scented soap tickled William's nose as the beautiful girl gave him a hug. The two teenagers' relationship had grown closer, and Wendy was not the type of person to hide her feelings when the two of them were in private. William patted her hair and closed his eyes. It was impossible not to feel anything when someone was openly showing their love to him through their actions. "If the two of us meet in the interdivision battles, take it easy on me," Wendy said as she rested her head on William's shoulder. "You're not allowed to hurt me." "Fine," William replied. "I will just push you out of the arena. Try it if you can." "You think that I'm easy to bully?" "Others can't bully you, but I can." Wendy pouted and lightly pounded on William's chest with her closed fists. William chuckled and grabbed her hand. He then placed it over his chest and kissed Wendy's forehead. "Be good," William ordered. "If you're too naughty, I will have to punish you, and how will you punish me?" Wendy looked up on William with upturned eyes. "What kind of punishment will the great commander give to this helpless damsel?" William whispered something in Wendy's ear, and the latter immediately blushed after hearing William's words. She pounded his chest again, while William didn't do anything to stop her this time around. Wendy's pounding lacked strength. Instead of feeling pain, William felt a ticklish sensation instead. Aside from his master, Celine, and his big sister, Leah, William didn't have any close girlfriends. This was why having Wendy around made him feel as if he had returned to Earth. back to the time when he would look at Belle standing in the distance and bury his blooming love deep inside his heart. Since William could understand the feeling of loving someone one-sidedly, he didn't reject Wendy's advances and allowed her to do as she pleased. This in turn made William's heart, that had once become cold, start to open up to the idea of having a serious relationship with someone. Disadvantage when fighting against the magic and spirit divisions. While he was deep in thought, a slender hand pressed something over his lip. William. A few minutes later, Wendy took a candy pouch out of her storage ring and started to eat. Her big sister, Charlotte, had given her another batch of candies last night, which made her very happy. William, on the other hand, was currently reading the document that had been given to him in their officers' meeting a few hours ago. It was the rules for the interdivision battles, and William decided to memorize them and see if there were any loopholes that he could abuse. The martial division was always at A. Although William was confident that this year would be different, he still read the rules to see if he could add more odds to their chances of winning. Unconsciously took it inside his mouth and immediately tasted something sweet. A candy, William thought. Not bad. This tastes good. William was about to ask Wendy for another one, when a series of notifications appeared on his status screen. Ding! A low-level suggestion spell is trying to invade the host's sea of consciousness. Defensive actions initiated. Low-level suggestion spell has been successfully neutralized. William's eyes widened in shock and immediately asked the system to investigate the source of the low-level spell that tried to infiltrate his sea of consciousness. Analyzing spell. Successful. Spell name: Embrace of the Mindweaver. Embrace of the Mindweaver. A spell that is used to plant a powerful suggestion inside a person's sea of consciousness. This spell is very effective against those who have no resistance against magic. This spell invades and slowly corrupts the sea of consciousness from within, which allows the one that casts the spell to give their victim suggestions. This suggestion will make the victim think that it was their own idea and carry it out accordingly. Depending on how strong the victim's willpower is, some suggestions can be resisted. The more this spell invades the person's sea of consciousness, the lesser the chance the victim will resist the caster's orders. William took a deep breath as he tried to hold back the anger that was rising from his chest. He had unconsciously clenched his fists while reading the information about the spell that had tried to invade his sea of consciousness. "Is it good?" Wendy asked. "My big sister from the magic division gave this to me. Do you want more?" "Yes, please," William replied as he unclenched his fists. "How about you give me all of the candy in your possession? But my big sister Charlotte gave these to me." Wendy hid the panty behind her back. "I was not supposed to share them with anyone, but since you're special to me, I gave you one." William stood from his seat and walked towards Wendy. The system urged him to get more samples, so that it could analyze how the spell had been enchanted onto a piece of candy. "Don't worry, I will give you something else in return," William said as he hugged Wendy. This time around, his hug was more firm, as if not wanting her to run away from him. Wendy could feel that something was wrong with William, but she couldn't put her finger on what it was. All she knew was that the current William was looking at her with a worried gaze, and the arms holding her made her feel safe. "I'll give this to you if you give me a kiss, how about it?" Wendy teased as she shook the pouch in front of William. She had teased William many times in the past, but none of them had worked. The blonde beauty thought that the one she liked would back off after she gave her condition. "Okay," William replied. He then used his left hand to raise Wendy's chin and kissed her lips. Wendy's eyes widened when William actually agreed to her request. When William's soft lips pressed against her, she felt a surge of electricity pass through her body. Soon her eyes closed as she wrapped her arms around William's back. When their lips separated, Wendy sighed in contentment because this was the first kiss she had ever received on the lips. She had always thought that her first kiss would be very romantic. However, the blonde beauty didn't expect that her first kiss would be taken from her in exchange for a pouch of candies. "That was my first kiss," Wendy said with a slightly higher voice. Clearly, she still hadn't recovered from the effect of William's kiss. "It was my first kiss as well," William stuttered. "At least this was my first kiss in this lifetime. One more," Wendy pleaded. "Okay." William agreed. This time the kiss was not only long but sweet as well. When it was over, Wendy rested her head on William's chest. Her face was beet red, but there was a sweet smile on her face. On that day, she affirmed that William's kiss was far sweeter than any candy she had tasted in her lifetime. Chapter 232, Change of Plans. Inside William's room, the sound of steady breathing could be heard. Wendy's head was currently lying on William's lap, while the latter gently brushed her hair. She had fallen asleep about half an hour ago, and the half-elf was keeping watch over her. "How is she?" William asked. "She has ingested a good amount of candies." Fortunately, she's also a mage, so her resistance slowed the invasion of her sea of consciousness. However, if she were to ingest more candies, the suggestion spell inside of her will strengthen to the point where the caster will be able to control her thoughts and emotions to a certain extent. The suggestion spell isn't as powerful as the charm spell, right? No. But there is still a risk that the victim wouldn't know that the thoughts inside their head were not their own, but of the caster who has placed the spell inside their body. According to my estimate, the progression of the spell inside Wendy's body is at 25%. 25%, William thought as she gazed down at the sleeping beauty on his lap. He was now faced with a difficult situation. The first choice was to cure Wendy completely and start his investigation on the matter. The second was to investigate this incident while Wendy continued to consume candy and accumulate the spell inside of her. The first choice was the ideal one, but it would also alert the mastermind that someone had tinkered with their spell. This in turn would alarm them and would give them the opportunity to hide safely in the shadows. Once this happened, William would have a hard time finding the culprit and the hidden danger would still be there. The second option was more risky because it would endanger Wendy's safety. The more candy she ate, the more the caster's spell would accumulate until it reached a point where he could subtly order Wendy to do things, while the latter thought that it was the right thing to do. "System, do you have any suggestions?" William asked as he continued to brush Wendy's hair. If possible, he didn't want to endanger this girl who loved him so much. "I will leave the decision to you, host." William sighed internally. He knew what he had to do, but it still hurt him to do it. He felt bitter. He felt like scum. He felt that he was no different from the nobles who used people as their chess pieces in order to gain more profit for them. After thinking long and hard, William came to a decision. "System, I want you to put a special tracker on Wendy. Place all the add-ons in it. See what she sees, hear what she hears. Also monitor her emotional wavelengths. At the first sign of danger, alert me right away, and we will go to rescue her immediately. That will be 1,500 God points all in all. Are you sure of your decision, host?" "Yes, no." "Do it," William replied without batting an eye. For him, Wendy was more important than God points. Special tracker, successfully implanted. "Host, I have a suggestion. I can attach a special to Wendy so that we can also put a tracker on the person that gives her the candy. I heard earlier that she mentioned a big sister Charlotte, perhaps. This person is connected to the mastermind pulling the strings from behind. Or she could be another one of that bastard's victims," William commented. "Very well. Use the God points needed." "I don't mind. Understood." Deducting 1,500 God points from the balance, God points remaining 2,980. William held Wendy's hand firmly. He would do his best to protect her to the best of his abilities, but this was a gamble that he needed to take. The half-elf had a bad feeling that there was a bigger plot behind this incident. He hoped that he was wrong, because if he was right, then this didn't bode well for the students of the Helen Royal Academy. Meanwhile, inside Carter's room, Carter was currently holding a communication crystal in his hand. He felt the familiar tug of his lord's magic, which his superior often used to contact him if something important had come up. "Master, I'm here," Carter said respectfully, as the communication crystal glowed red. Soon, an image of a handsome man with two small horns protruding out of his head appeared on the surface of the crystal. He was Carter's direct superior, and one of the generals of the Demon Lord, Zagal Ranath. "There is a change of plans," Zagal said with a serious expression. "I want you to massacre the students of the Helen Academy. This must be done in less than 2 months. After your mission, immediately return to the Demon Continent and accept the rewards that the Demon Lord has promised you." Carter frowned when he heard that his mission had changed. His original mission was to corrupt the talented students inside the Royal Academy and bring them back to the Demon Continent to be used as studs and broodmares for the demon race. Now his mission changed to a massacre. Carter didn't know why the general suddenly had a change of heart, but he was in no position to question his orders. Seeing the confusion on Carter's face, the general sighed and continued his explanations. "Your original plan will still be carried out, but focus on bringing the girls to the Demon Continent," Zagal stated. "As for the boys, use them as cannon fodders while you make your escape. I've already sent additional resources to you, and it will arrive 2 to 3 days from now. Use those ingredients to strengthen the effect of your candies by 10-fold. That way, you will not have to wait for a full month before your spell takes hold of their minds. At most, you will only need a week or 2 to completely put them all under your thumb." Carter's expression immediately eased after hearing that additional resources would be sent to him, the lack of which had been the main problem he faced in wanting to make more candies in a short period of time. "My liege, the Academy is going to have an interdivision battle a month from now," Carter reported. "That is the perfect opportunity to conduct a massacre. How about we do it on that day?" "Good." Zaga pondered for a bit before nodding his head. "I will also send some demons to aid you in transporting the girls back to the Demon Continent. I will allow you to pick 5 of the girls from the Academy for yourself, so make sure to pick the best, understood?" "Thank you for your generosity, my liege," Carter bowed. He then pressed his fist over his chest. Glory to the demon race. Zagal, too, pressed his fist over his chest as he gave his reply. Glory to the demon race. Carter ended the call and carefully deposited the communication crystal back into his storage ring. He had things to take care of, so he left the room in haste. A few minutes after the professor left the room, a small black snake crawled out from under the bed. It then entered a small gap in the wall until it was safely out of the teacher's dormitory. It slithered through the grass until it arrived at a small warehouse used to store the academy's tools and other supplies. A few seconds later, the snake transformed into a man wearing a hood. The man glanced in the direction of the teacher's dormitory once before turning into black mist. The chirping of a cicada echoed in the quiet afternoon. It was as if it was making a proclamation that the night would soon descend upon the lands of the southern continent. Chapter 233, A Talk with the Youngest Prince. Wendy was staring outside the window of her classroom. She would giggle from time to time, which made Est and the rest of her classmates look at her with amused expressions. The scene of William kissing her was still fresh in her mind, and it was making her giddy from happiness. She had completely forgotten that she wasn't inside his room anymore, and was inside their classroom instead. Ms. Armstrong, it seems that you are very happy today, Layla said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Why don't you share to the entire class the reason why you're giggling like a mandrake? Wendy absent-mindedly glanced at Layla and blurted out the words that were on her mind. Commander William is a good kisser. Est, who was seated not far from her, dropped the book in his hand as his eyes widened in shock. Ian, who was seated beside Est, had his mouth opened wide enough for a golf ball to pass through it. The class descended into silence as they stared at the beautiful blonde girl, who just realized that she had made a blunder. Wendy immediately covered her lips as her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Oh? Layla raised an eyebrow. The new Knight Commander is a good kisser? Well, this certainly is a piece of good news for those who are infatuated with him. Now, Miss Armstrong, why don't you turn your book of magic principles to page 69 and read the different magical reactions when elements collide? Wendy hurriedly opened her book and stood up from her seat. She then narrated the contents of the book to the class, while doing her best to keep her voice from stuttering. Her classmates started to giggle when they saw Wendy's panicked expression. Even so, there were two boys in the room who were not giggling. Instead, they were looking at Wendy as if she was a cheating cat that had stolen the cheese named William from their table. Mama, did you feel a sudden chill just now? William asked. I could have sworn that a cold wind just passed through me. Ella tilted her head to the side for a few seconds before resolutely shaking her head. The two were currently under topography lesson. Their instructor had asked them to create a map of the entire Marshall Division, and the first years were now loitering around the premises holding scrolls in their hands to draw various landmarks and create a detailed map to the best of their abilities. In war, map-making was an important skill. Even an impromptu one could allow them to navigate their surroundings. As William was hard at work, a small wren landed on his shoulder and began chirping. It was none other than the wren, Ethan, that William had brought back from the whimsical forest. He had given the small bird an important task, and it was now giving its master a full report of its mission. Great job, William said as he gave the bird a strip of beef jerky. The bird happily ate the jerky before flying away. It was going to resume patrolling around the academy while looking for suspicious individuals on the prowl. Since William still didn't know who the puppeteer pulling the strings from the background was, he asked Ethan to keep a lookout on anything that seemed suspicious. He trusted the bird's knack of gathering information from its surroundings, like the time when it warned him of the wyverns in the whimsical forest. Wrens were very common in the world, and most people would not think much of them if they happened to see one. This was the reason why Ethan was the perfect choice for the mission. Although William was the Knight Commander, he was still a student of the martial class. He was able to skip lessons using his authority, but he wanted to be a good role model to his subordinates. He wanted to teach them how to become humble, even if they were in a position of power. After William turned a corner, wandering around the premises, the boy was followed by 4 guards whom William had estimated to be in the mithril ranks. He recognized him right away because he had seen him at the party. It was none other than the youngest prince of the kingdom, Ernest Louis Verhellen. William moved to the side to allow the prince to pass. However, the prince didn't do that. Instead, he walked towards William and looked up at him. What a happy coincidence to meet you here in the academy, Commander William, Ernest said with a smile. It is indeed a happy coincidence, Your Highness. William pressed his fist over his chest and bowed respectfully. Is there something that His Highness needs from me? Yes. Ernest nodded. Actually, I came here to the academy to talk to you personally. There is a commission that I would like for you to undertake. A commission? Yes. A very important one. William frowned. Currently, he was in the process of finding the culprit behind the candies that were circulating around the academy. He really had no time to do a commission for the prince. However, since he was still a knight of the kingdom, he decided to at least listen to the prince first before deciding whether to accept his commission or not. "Please, follow me to the commander's office. Whatever the prince wants to ask of me must be something very important. You wouldn't go out of your way to come here personally if it wasn't—" Ernest didn't answer, but only gave William a small smile. It was his way of acknowledging William's deductions. When the two arrived at William's office, the prince ordered his 4 guards to remain outside and guarded the door. Clearly, he didn't want them hearing his private talk with William. After the two were seated, the prince finally told him the reason why he came to see the commander of the Angorian war sovereign. "You already know that our kingdom is preparing to fight against the 2 dynasties on our borders," Ernest explained. "After making a detailed estimate of our kingdom's remaining forces, the king felt that we wouldn't have enough men to protect both fronts of the battlefield." William nodded his head. The king had a private talk with him before he left the party, and told him that there was a possibility that the students of the academy would be mobilized once again to fight for their homeland on the front lines. "However, it will not be enough," Ernest shook his head. "Do you know why the 2 dynasties have been able to stand in the southern continent while avoiding being conquered by the Hellen and Frisia alliance?" "No," William answered. He was not too familiar with the 2 dynasties beyond their borders because he was too busy training his knight order to become an independent unit during the war. "It's because of their guardian beasts," Ernest stated. "Both dynasties have guardian beasts that protect their dynasties. According to the reports, these 2 guardian beasts are myriad beasts. What is more troublesome is that these 2 beasts are said to be only a step away from becoming calamities. If they join the battle, then we will not have enough forces to stop them, and this is also the reason why I came to find you, Commander William. We need you to go with the kingdom's ambassador, Sir Jerkins, and travel to the north where the tribes are congregated. We need their help to resist this invasion from our neighbors." Ernest lowered his head. "Alone, the Hellen kingdom doesn't have any chance of victory." The youngest prince then glanced at Ella, who was standing beside William. "The king and I believe that the ambassador will not be able to convince them if he went alone. This is why we want you to accompany him in this undertaking." William tapped the table with his fingertip. This was indeed an important mission of the kingdom, and a mission he couldn't ignore. Ella had once told him about the mighty tribes that lived in the north, the tribes that raised Angorian war ibexes as their mounts, which prevented the kingdom from conquering them. It was the era when the southern continent was still in a turmoil of warring kingdoms and dynasties who were battling for supremacy. The half-elf was currently torn between doing his duty and protecting someone important to him. He knew how important this mission was, but he was unwilling to leave Wendy in the academy to gradually be corrupted by the mastermind hiding in the shadows without him around to protect her. Ernest waited patiently for his answer. He eyed William with concealed interest. Est had often told him stories about this half-elf who had saved his life twice many years ago. The youngest prince wanted to know if William was really as amazing as the stories that were told to him by the person whom the young prince loved and respected in his heart. Chapter 234. Lionheart flapped his wings as he fought against the wind currents. Dave, who was wrapped in thick clothes, was currently sitting behind the griffin's back as they traveled through the dark skies of the northern regions. The flying carriage they pulled behind their backs flew steadily amidst the strong winds that passed over them. Flying alongside them was another griffin pulling a flying carriage that belonged to the foreign ambassador of the Hellen kingdom. These 2 carriages flew side by side throughout the night in order to arrive at their destination as soon as possible. Inside the carriage of the Angorian war sovereign, Wendy slept peacefully with her head resting on William's lap. She was covered with a warm blanket, and a sweet smile hung on her lips. William, too, had his eyes closed. His right hand rested on the armchair of the couch, while his other hand rested on top of Wendy's hand, which was placed over her belly. The other members of the Angorian war sovereign were similarly resting on the comfortable couches inside the carriage. Flying carriages were built for long travels, so there was sufficient space inside to accommodate up to a dozen people. Ian looked at William and Wendy with an envious gaze. With a glance, he could tell that their relationship had grown closer, and he was feeling bitter about it. "It's not fair," Ian thought. "We were the ones who saw him first." Ian covered his face with a blanket because he didn't want to look at the 2 that were making his heart ache with bitterness. He doesn't understand why he was feeling this way, but the thought of William being together with Wendy was making him feel sad. Kenneth opened his eyes and gave his ex-roommate and the beautiful girl sleeping on his lap a glance before he too closed his eyes to sleep. For him, it didn't matter who William ended up with. What was important to him was the boy's happiness. On this journey to the north, William brought his own night squad with him. Wendy, Ian, Kenneth, Bruno, Brutus, Amelia, and Dave were the people he had chosen to accompany him on his mission. At first he was planning to bring Priscilla or Spencer along, but rejected it after some careful consideration. Priscilla was his vice commander, and she needed to be in the academy in case of an emergency. As for Spencer, he was Wendy's twin brother, so William wanted to bring him along. At first, however, knowing the Siscon's overprotective tendency, he decided to kick him off his list. Since he'd already accepted Wendy's feelings for him, having a third wheel was annoying. Of course, Spencer discovered that his sister was going to accompany William on his mission. Because of this, he decided to tag along as well. He tried to convince William to take him, but the half-elf refused firmly. The excuse William gave Spencer was that the interdivision battle was just around the corner, and he had to train his subordinates properly in order to have a chance of winning. Naturally, Spencer didn't buy his BLSHT, but he was powerless against the commander of a night order, so he grudgingly took a step back while cursing William inside his heart. On the second day after they left the academy, the group finally saw the famous mountains of the northern regions in the distance. "I can't even see the peak of the mountain," Wendy muttered as she gazed at the towering mountain in the distance. White clouds shrouded the peak of the Kirinta Mountains, and only the middle part of it could be seen. They were currently camping 10 miles away from the base of the mountain and having their breakfast. All of them were wearing winter clothes because the temperature was very cold. William passed Wendy a cup of coffee before drinking his own. It was the biggest mountain that he had seen in both of his lifetimes. Although he didn't have the opportunity to see Mount Everest, the highest mountain on Earth, he had seen pictures of it in magazines and watched documentaries about it on television. For some reason, William felt that the Kirinta Mountain's height surpassed it by a good margin. As to how high that margin was, he couldn't really tell at this point in time. "Take a good look at it, ladies and gentlemen," Sir Jerkins said as he made a gesture towards the mountain. "This is the last frontier of the southern continent, and hailed as the unconquerable lands of the north, the Kirinta Mountains." The members of William's group had been briefed about the contents of their mission during their journey. Of course, the part about the war was not said in order to prevent any leakage in information. William only told them that the Helen Kingdom had finally decided to form an official alliance with the northern tribe, and their duty was to ensure that the proposed alliance would come into fruition. "What are our chances of success, Sir Jerkins?" Amelia asked. "I've heard from my father that the northern tribes don't like to deal with the people in the kingdom." Amelia's father and the ambassador were good friends. Sir Jerkins would often come to visit them whenever he had time, so Amelia treated him as if he were her own uncle. Of course, she still called him Sir to show her respect for his position in the kingdom. Sir Jerkins' gaze softened as he looked at the young lady whom he treated like his own niece. He then smiled and spoke his honest take on the matter. "Our chances of success are less than 10%, Jerkins admitted. "This is why we should do our best this time around. I just pray that we came at a good time and that the chieftain is in a good mood." An hour later they cleared their camp and resumed their journey. Their destination, the town of Northwell at the base of the mountain. It was one of the 3 towns that the tribes used to trade with the Helen Kingdom. According to their agreement, teleport gates were not allowed to be erected in any town near the base of the Kirinta Mountains. This was to prevent any attempted invasion from the Helen Kingdom. When the 2 griffons landed near the gates of the town, the guard captain blew a horn to alert the mayor of their arrival. Sir Jerkins smiled wryly when he heard the horn because he was familiar with the sound it made. The tribes used different horns to pass their messages, and the horn that the guard captain used was the horn to announce that pesky guests had arrived in their domain. Well, at least they didn't sound the horn of battle. Sir Jerkins shook his head helplessly as he ordered the griffon rider to stand his ground. He didn't want the first lookout of the tribes to have a bad impression of them. Because if they somehow annoyed this particular mayor, forget about going to see the chieftain. They would immediately be barred from climbing the mountain. A sturdy man, who looked like a barbarian bred for war, walked out of the town's gate with a group of people behind his back. His name was Cadell Gunner, the mayor of Northwell. He held the title, the First Guardian, because he was responsible for protecting the main town at the base of the mountain. "Sir Jerkins, you're back again," Cadell snorted. His tone was laced with displeasure towards this bearded ambassador who always had a smile on his face. Sir Jerkins gave Cadell his trademark gentleman smile and nodded his head. "It's been 2 years since my last visit. I hope you've aged well during that time, Lord Cadell." William and the rest of his order also disembarked from their carriage and stood behind Sir Jerkins. The red-headed boy wanted to know more about the mayor, and decided to let the ambassador do all the talking. Cadell scoffed and scanned the people that had arrived in his domain. He then gave Sir Jerkins an annoyed gaze and asked him the most important question. "Why are you here?" Cadell asked. He was a busy person and was preparing to meet with the great chieftain because of the ceremony that was about to take place. "I came to meet with the great chief to pass along the message of our king," Jerkins replied. "My king also asked me to personally deliver gifts to his excellency and wish him well." "Gifts, you say?" Cadell sneered. "So are those kids the gifts you are talking about? Well, they're not half bad." Sir Jerkins chuckled and waved his hand. Lord Cadell, please, don't tease the children. They are here to assist me in my mission to see your great chieftain. Cadell clicked his tongue but still nodded his head. He then signaled for his men to open the gates and allow their entry. Although they did their best to not show it on their faces, William and the rest were very curious to see what the towns and the northern tribes were like. They wanted to know how these indigenous people lived, and the secret of how they had retained their autonomy for hundreds of years. Chapter 235, Tribe Gathering. As soon as they entered the gates, several pairs of eyes turned in their direction. Some were curious, others surprised, while some held contempt. It was quite easy to tell who was friendly and who was not. Those who were not openly glaring at William's group were the friendly ones among the northerners. Even Lord Cadell, the mayor of Northwell, had shown his dislike openly and didn't even bother to hide it. The tribes were proud people. For them, being straightforward was their way of life. They hate schemes and would rather resort to a fight than be forced to pull some dirty tricks. The tribes of the north all had pale skin and their bodies were quite sturdy. Even the women had lean and toned bodies that boasted enough strength to make the usual thugs think twice before making a pass on them. They were wearing clothes made from the furs and hides of the beasts that could be seen within their domain. Wolf, mammoths, bears, and other fierce beasts that the warriors of the tribe encountered on a daily basis. Wendy and Amelia stood out from the group because both of them were beauties. The teenage boys who were of marriageable age whistled at them to show their appreciation. The two girls were not used to this kind of treatment because both of them were nobles. They'd been protected by their families from any form of vulgarity that they were finding it hard to keep the calm expressions on their faces. Brutus and Bruno flanked Amelia on both sides, while William held Wendy's waist and pulled her closer to him. This was their way to tell the northerners that these two ladies were hands-off, but the young men of the tribes didn't seem to get their message. Aside from the town wall, there were very few solid structures in the town of Northwell. The majority of the residents here lived inside tents made from mammoth hide. It was not only Wendy and Amelia whom the residents were paying attention to. They were quite surprised to see a fluffy Angorian goat with a coat as white as snow walking beside William. Here in the north, only warriors were allowed to rear goats. With a glance, the people could tell that the goat was well taken care of, which raised their impressions of the red-headed boy standing beside it. After arriving at the mayor's residence, Cadell took them to the living room where it was warm due to a fireplace that was burning brightly. Sir Jerkin's guards were not allowed to enter the residence. Because of this, they had no choice but to watch over their carriages that were parked outside the mayor's house. The ambassador didn't say anything because he already knew Cadell's temperament. The town's mayor sat on a big comfortable chair beside the fireplace, while William's group sat on the sitting mats that were provided for them. After everyone was seated, the talks finally began. "You said you came here to talk to the great chieftain, right?" Cadell asked. "Are you planning to form an alliance with us so we can become your cannon fodders to fight your enemies?" Sir Jerkin smiled when he heard Cadell's inquiry. His face showed a calmness that befitted his position as a foreign ambassador. However, deep inside, he was shocked that Cadell had known the purpose of their visit. This was a highly confidential matter, and the people that knew about this mission were only a handful of people. Sir Jerkins was sure that none of these people would betray the kingdom, so there was only one possibility. They managed to get here first, Jerkins thought. We may be a step too late. It only took the foreign ambassador a brief moment to organize his thoughts due to the many years of experience in handling political negotiation with foreign factions. Cannon fodders? Nonsense. Jerkins firmly shook his head in a righteous manner. The Helen Kingdom and the northern tribes have kept a good relationship for over hundreds of years. We've already had a few exchanges in the past to promote the strong bonds between our people. 2 years ago, your great chieftain even said that he would seriously consider forming an alliance with the kingdom. You were there when the great chief and I talked, remember? Cadell snorted, but didn't argue with his guest. Just like the ambassador said, he had been there when the great chief was on the verge of accepting the proposal for an alliance. There were even talks about marriage between the Helen royal family and the chieftain's family. However, there was one problem. Noah didn't have a daughter. The great chief requested that a princess marry one of his sons in order to finalize the alliance. This was the way of the north, and the tribes recognized these kinds of exchanges. Even though Noah wasn't able to fulfill that specific request, he decided to do the next best thing and played matchmaker for the great chief's granddaughter and his youngest son, Prince Ernest. The great chief considered the matter, but he said that he needed more time to think about it. After all, he loved his granddaughter so much, and the thought of her leaving the north to live with the prince in the Helen capital made him sad. The great chief's granddaughter had just had her birthday this year and was now 11 years old. She was a year older than Ernest, and some said that, even though she was still young, her beauty was starting to show. The elders of each tribe were even in the process of selecting their most promising youth to become the chieftain's next son-in-law. Cadell was even thinking of sending his youngest son, who was only 9 years old this year too. become one of the groom candidates for the great chief's granddaughter. That was how fierce the competition was, and everyone was hell-bent on taking the initiative to win her good graces. The tribes will have a gathering 5 days from now, Cadell announced. The second eldest son of the chief is looking for a bride. Because of this, the tribes will have a gathering at the third peak of chivalry. I will be departing tomorrow, so you can come with me, but flying carriages are not allowed. Cadell had a gloating look on his face as he scanned the faces that were looking at him. We also don't have any available mounts for any of you to use. If you like, you can walk your way up the peak. However, by then, the gathering will already be over. Jerkins frowned. The only means of transport used in the north were the war ibexes, mammoths, sledge dogs, and llamas. They didn't allow any flying creatures to fly towards the peaks. Those who dared to do so would be shot down immediately. The only exception to this rule were the warriors of the tribe that had gained permission from the oracle that lived on the first peak of divinity. Can't you spare us a few mounts? I brought gifts from the capital. I'm sure that the great chief will love them, Jerkins negotiated. These gifts would also be a good present for the second warrior of the tribe. N, the eldest son of the great chief, is called first warrior. The second son is called second warrior, so on and so forth. Cadell frowned, but what Jerkins said was reasonable. However, he wouldn't allow all of them to climb the third peak with him, so he intentionally made things difficult for the ambassador and his entourage. I will provide only one llama for your group, Cadell said as he looked at Jerkins, and you will be the only one riding it. As for the rest, they can walk. Cadell was firm in his decision, and was even laughing internally. He really didn't like the representatives from the Helen Kingdom and looked down on their attempts to form an alliance with their tribe. I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on Jerkins' face once he realizes that he's not the only special guest that will be attending our tribe gathering. Cadell sneered internally. The mayor of Northwell felt that this was the perfect opportunity for the northern tribes to head south. Not to form an alliance, but to expand their domain and conquer the rich and fertile lands of the Helen Kingdom. Chapter 236. The two of you will become my fiancé. William and the others returned to their carriages because they didn't want to experience Cadell's hospitality. Only Jerkins remained inside the mayor's residence because there were still a few things he had to consult with Cadell about in regards to the tribe gathering that would be happening a few days from now. Inside the carriage of the Angorian war sovereign, William was having a meeting with his members and discussing their next course of action. Wendy, Amelia, I'm going to give the two of you an important mission, William said with a serious expression. From now on, until we return to the Helen Kingdom, the two of you will be my fiancés. Okay, huh? Wendy easily agreed to William's request because she trusted him completely. As for Amelia, William's order was too sudden and too ridiculous, which made her unable to give a proper reply. William smiled at Wendy before looking at the bewildered Amelia, who was looking at him in an anxious manner. Listen, we are going to a gathering where the second son of the great chief will be choosing his brides, William explained. Do you know? 99% of the time the antagonist will always flirt with the female leads because they are beautiful, or they fall in love at first sight upon seeing them. Hey, I still don't understand. What does that have to do with me becoming the commander's fiancé? Amelia asked back. The reason is simple. If we're going to follow the standard script of light novels, Wendy and you will become the prime bride candidates of the second son of the great chief if the script has to be followed, William answered. I am very sure of it. Then I will have no choice but to fight with him in a duel in order to prevent the two of you from becoming his lovers. Amelia blinked her eyes once then twice before reluctantly nodding her head. Although she still didn't fully understand William's words, she couldn't deny the possibility of being targeted by the second son of the great tribal chief of the northern tribes. Ian was frowning, but didn't enter the conversation. He also understood William's logic, and it would give the two girls added protection if they were to go and meet the ruler of the Kirinta Mountains. I understand, Amelia replied weakly. But I'm not very good at acting. It's fine. All you need to do is... William gently held Wendy's shoulder and pulled him closer to him. Stick to me whenever there is an opportunity, like this. As if helping William show the right way of showing affection, Wendy hugged William's body and rested her head on his chest. Her eyes were closed and there was a sweet smile on her face. Clearly, she wasn't acting. She was really showing her affection to William, which made Amelia blush in embarrassment. I know that this is going to be hard. William understood Amelia's hesitation because it was only natural for her to act this way. But, if you are given a choice between becoming my fake lover or becoming the bride of the chief's son, what would you choose? This was a no-brainer question for Amelia. She'd rather become William's fake lover than be forced to marry someone she hadn't even met. They were in the northern regions and not in the Helen Kingdom. They were in enemy territory, and if the tribes were hell-bent to keep them there, it would be very hard for them to escape their grasp. I understand. Amelia sighed. I will do my best to act as the commander's fiancé. please, forgive me if I'm no good. It should be me who should be asking for your forgiveness." William bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Amelia." "Raise your head, Commander. This is a mission. I will do my part as a member of the Angorian War Sovereign." "Thank you." After Amelia accepted William's suggestion, the half-elf discussed possible scenarios that might happen. "It is almost a guarantee that a duel cannot be avoided," William said. "When this happens, I want all of you to remain calm and not move from your positions. I will handle everything. As for you, Dave, you will leave Northwell after we start our climb to the peak. Return to the place where we camped earlier and wait for my signal. You remember how it should feel, right?" Dave nodded his head. As one of William's true knights, William would be able to summon him once a day, just like how he could summon the members of his herd any time. When they were still in Lont, William secretly tried using this ability to summon Dave and Conrad. After their initial surprise, the three found the knight summoning a very sound strategy in storming the enemy's base once William had made a successful infiltration. This was another one of his trump cards, and the reason why he left Conrad at the academy. The half-elf was confident that he would be able to summon his dragon knight as long as they were both in the southern continent. "You said you wanted to see me." A man wearing a grey robe greeted Lionel, while they poured some tea inside the Sky Pavilion. The Sky Pavilion was actually a high-class brothel that was reserved only for the nobility of the Helen Kingdom. Although this was a brothel, this was not a place for prostitution. The ladies that worked here only used their charms and skills to entertain their guests. Singing, dancing, playing musical instruments, and other literary arts were the foundation of the Sky Pavilion. Harassing and molesting the ladies of this establishment was strictly prohibited. Any offenders would immediately be thrown into the jails of the Helen Kingdom. Some of them would never see the light of day again. Lionel raised his head and made a gesture for his guest to sit down in front of him. The man wearing the robe nodded his head and sat according to the prince's wishes. A pretty lady that served as the prince's personal maid poured the newcomer a cup of tea before leaving the room. As soon as the door closed, Lionel took a scroll from his pocket and placed it on top of the table. The man wearing grey robes picked it up and began to read its contents. He read silently for 2 minutes before returning the scroll on top of the table. "If the two of us are going to work together, then it is only fair for our side to show you our sincerity," the man said in a businesslike tone. "The first answer to your question is yes, because his suspicion was confirmed. The first question written in the letter was whether the secret organization had already found the hidden domain. The answer to your second question is another yes," the man continued. "We are willing to give you a quarter of the gains we can get from you know what." Lionel nodded his head. His second question was whether the organization was willing to give the prince a slice of the riches that would be found inside the domain of the first king of the Helen Kingdom. Even though it was only a quarter, that was already a good bargain for him. "The answer to your third question will depend on your ability." The man chuckled. "We have no need for useless people. There are plenty of candidates to choose from. Remember that, okay?" Lionel's third question was if they were really going to support him in becoming the emperor of the southern continent. Depending on his performance, they could discard him any time if he didn't meet their expectations. "As for your last question," the man rubbed his chin, "although it will require a lot of effort on our part, we can do it." The man paused and clapped his hands as if remembering something. "A month from now, the Helen Royal Academy is going to have an interdivision battle between all the year grades, right?" the man inquired. "I think we can have the princess visit during that time to promote the good relationship between the two kingdoms. I think that there will be nothing wrong with that arrangement." Lionel clenched his fist as he kept the calm expression on his face. Deep inside, he was feeling excited. At the end of the scroll had been his biggest request. Lionel asked the organization to show him their sincerity by bringing the third princess of the Kingdom of Frisia to the Helen Kingdom. Lionel promised that he would work with them if they were able to accomplish this task, and the man in front of him promised that he would comply with his request to have the princess visit their kingdom. "Finally, I will be able to see her again," Lionel thought happily. "Sidonie, after many years, I will once again gaze upon your beauty." The man wearing the grey robe eyed the prince with a friendly smile. He answered all of the questions truthfully because he really had no interest in ruling the southern continent. What he planned to achieve was a greater calling, something that mere mortals couldn't possibly comprehend. He would gladly hand the southern continent to Lionel on a silver platter if the prince could acquire the key for him. The key that opened the domain that held the secret to immortality. Chapter 237, A Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Cadell led the way up the mountain while riding on an Angorian war ibex. He turned his head to look at the stragglers who were walking behind their group and sneered in his heart. He thought that William and the others would beg him to give them some mounts to help climb the mountain. But they didn't do it. Instead, they just walked as if they were tourists doing some sightseeing. "We are increasing the pace," Cadell announced. He then urged his partner to run, and the rest of his retainers followed behind him. Jerkins turned to look at William, and the latter only nodded his head. They had already talked about this. If Cadell decided to leave them behind, Jerkins was to follow him closely. William assured the ambassador that they would be fine. He insisted that Jerkins should just focus on keeping up with Cadell's group instead of worrying about them. With a wave of his hand, Jerkins urged his mount to run after the war ibexes in the distance. "They're already gone," Brutus commented. "Are you sure we're going to be fine, Commander?" William smiled and nodded his head. Gate open. Suddenly, 6 war ibexes appeared behind William. The half-elf hugged all of them and patted their heads affectionately. "Let me introduce you to my friends that will help us reach the 3rd peak of the Kirinta Mountains," William said. "This is Kronos, Aslan, Balder, Echo, Keith, and Jed. Don't worry, they are very friendly. As long as you don't do anything to hurt them, they will not do anything to any of you." Ironically, the war ibexes were wearing custom-made saddles that allowed everyone to mount them easily. William helped Wendy mount Ella's back, because the two of them would be riding together. After making sure that the beauty in front of him was properly seated, he glanced at his subordinates to check if they were having any problems. Fortunately, all of William's members had plenty of practice riding different beasts, so they easily adapted to their new traveling partners. "Let's go," William ordered, and Ella led the sprint up the mountain. The other goats ran behind their leader in a uniformed manner, without having their riders order them on what to do. 5 minutes later, Cadell's party appeared in their vision. The mayor of Northwell heard hoofbeats coming from behind their entourage and turned his head to look. He almost fell from his mount when he saw William's group catching up to them. What shocked him the most was that all of them were riding Angorian war ibexes. The war ibexes held a special status among the northern tribes, and only warriors were allowed to ride them. Even in Cadell's own entourage, only 3 people had war ibexes and the rest were riding llamas. This just proved how hard it was to have a war ibex as a mount within the northern regions of Kirintor. William maintained a gap of 50 meters between his group and Cadell's. He knew that if he got closer to Cadell's group, the latter would question him about how he got the war ibexes. What William didn't know was that each war ibex in the northern region had a special rune stamped on them that proved that they belonged to the northern tribes. Of course, these runes were not present on the goats in William's herd because they were not raised in the Kirinta Mountains. This meant that they didn't belong to the tribe, and the latter couldn't force William to surrender these goats to them. Although he still had doubts in his mind, Cadell didn't stop his mount from climbing the mountain. He could ask his questions later. What mattered right now was to get to the 3rd peak as soon as he could. The travel towards the peak usually took 2 days from the base of the mountain. Only the beasts raised by the northern tribe would be able to climb without being attacked by wild beasts because of the runes embedded on their body. These runes signified that they belonged to the divine oracle, and no beasts that resided within the mountain were allowed to attack them. When the sun was about to set, Cadell called for a halt and his group started to set up camp. William didn't join Cadell's camp, but set up his own. Although there was no snow in their location, the temperature was very cold. Fortunately, they had prepared adequately for their mission, and there was no danger of suffering from frostbite. Just as William expected, Cadell wasn't able to resist his curiosity and walked towards their camp. He looked at the war ibexes that were resting on the ground with a fierce gaze. It was as if he was looking at a woman who had the beauty to bring down nations. As a veteran warrior, he was also an expert when it came to appraising beasts. With a glance, he could tell that the war ibexes were of the highest grade. These kind of goats could only be ridden by the elite warriors of the great chieftain who went by the name Garm. They were the elite defenders of the Kirinta Mountains that prevented the kings of the Helen Kingdom from conquering their domain. "Boy, where did you get these goats?" Cadell asked without even looking at William. He was so focused on admiring the goats that he found it beneath him to even glance at the half-elf whom he treated as one of Jerkin's attendants. William ignored him and started to throw some vegetables into the pot in front of him. He was planning to make some vegetable soup that would warm them up for their long night in the mountains. Cadell frowned because he didn't hear William's reply. He then finally turned his head to look at the boy who was busy stoking the campfire to cook their dinner. "Boy, didn't you hear what I said?" Cadell asked. This time he made sure to increase the volume of his voice. "Oh, them?" William scratched his head. "I saw them wandering around at the base of the mountain. Maybe they got so attracted to my handsome face that they decided to help us climb the mountains. Isn't that right?" William faced the goats as he asked them this question. "Me, see?" William smiled as he looked back at Cadell. "It's not my fault I was born handsome." Cadell's lips twitched as he did his best to stop himself from slapping the boy silly. There was no way that these goats would follow someone just because they were handsome. He had never heard such a bill-etched excuse in his entire life. "Boy, I asked you a serious question." Cadell glared. "Don't forget that. Without my approval, you and your group would be barred from entering the 3rd peak. And who told you that I needed your approval?" William asked back. The system had already informed him of the rules of the Kirinta Mountains. No one was allowed to attack anyone that was being accompanied by an Angorian war ibex. Doing so was tantamount to attacking the dignity of their guardian deity. No tribe would dare to commit such a nefarious act, not even Cadell, who had just remembered this age-old rule. In the Kirinta Mountains there was a myriad beast that was close to becoming a demigod. They said that the myriad beast was a celestial goat that could see everything that happens inside its domain. For as long as the tribes of the north followed its rule, its protection would remain intact. This was the reason why none of the former kings of the Helen Kingdom were able to invade the northern region. When they found out what kind of being lived in this domain, they decided to scrap their plans of expansion. Only stupid people would dare to poke a hornet's nest and face the wrath of a pseudo-demigod. "Go back to your camp," William ordered. "You have no power here." William closed the lid of the pot as he waited for it to boil. He didn't say anything when he was still in the town of Northwell because the system was busy collecting data at that time. One of its functions was to unearth the recorded history of a location. The only condition was that William had to be in that location as well. When the system discovered this rule, it immediately informed William, which allowed the half-elf to use it to its advantage. "Fool. The moment I learned this rule was the moment you lost your authority over me," William sneered. "Still, this is a very convenient loophole. System, do you think I could tame that pseudo-demigod? Maybe I can bribe it to join my herd should I attempt to tame it." The system wanted to say no, but then it remembered the goat that was currently resting beside William. If something like that was willing to follow William, then taming a pseudo-demigod was nothing. Of course, the system couldn't say that out loud, so it decided to compromise. "There's a very, very, very small probability that you can tame it, host." William sighed and remembered the titanic green-scaled trollhound that he failed to tame last time. If he wasn't able to add a Class S beast to his herd, then he shouldn't even think about adding a myriad beast that was a step away from the Calamity class. That would just be kicking an iron plate without boots on, and it might even cause the northern tribes to hunt him to the ends of the world. While William was pondering about these things, Cadell returned to his camp with a grim expression on his face. He had a feeling that he had unintentionally brought a troublemaker into their territory. The mayor of Northwell glanced at William, who was brushing Ella's head. In his eyes, William was a wolf in sheep's clothing. A wolf that had snuck inside the goat pen, and the boy had been bold enough to do it right under his nose. Chapter 238, Unexpected Discovery. An hour before daybreak, Cadell and his group started their climb up the mountain. Jerkins went with them because it was what William and he had agreed upon beforehand. As the ambassador of the Helen Kingdom, it would be best for him to travel with Cadell to prevent any mishaps along the way. William, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to follow them. They were now at the middle of the mountain, and would take at least one more day to reach the peak. The system did an in-depth scan of the mountain and found something interesting. It was none other than an undiscovered crystal mine. However, it was not any ordinary crystal mine, but a mine where one could excavate magic crystals. Magicians used these crystals to increase their magic powers, which allowed them to break through to the upper circles. For example, first circle magicians would easily be able to advance to the second circle if they got their hands on a high-grade magic crystal. It was similar to the beast cores that William used to upgrade his Disciple of Thunder job class. It was quite unfortunate that William wouldn't be able to use his magic powers at this point in time. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't upgrade all of his mage classes to their max levels. William couldn't wipe away the smile on his face when the system informed him that there were enough high-grade magic crystals to upgrade his Prince of Thunder, Ice Wizard, Fire Mage, Water Mage, Wind Mage to their max levels. The system even proposed to take the entire mine and put it inside his domain. William readily agreed to this plan because having a magic crystal mine inside his domain would increase the magic density in the air and would give benefits to the residents inside the Thousand Beast domain. Half an hour later, William woke Wendy up, and the two of them huddled together on an elevated spot in the mountain to look at the east. It was still dark and cold, but their intertwined hands under the blanket kept both of them warm. The others also started to stir, and joined the two as they waited for their first ever sunrise in the Kirinta Mountains. While they were waiting, Kenneth sat beside William and spoke his thoughts out loud. "I have a feeling that Cadell will make things difficult for us later on," Kenneth said. "There should be various checkpoints up the mountain, and I'm sure that he has already alerted all of them. I'm afraid that we will be barred entry when we arrive at their outposts." William nodded in agreement. "Don't worry. I've already anticipated that this would happen. Just leave it to me." Kenneth smiled because William's voice was filled with confidence. Because of this, all the worries in his mind disappeared completely. When the sun finally poked its head up in the east, the world was slowly filled with light. Wendy sighed as she rested her head on William's shoulder. This was not the first time she had seen the sunrise, however. This time was special. She was together with the person she liked, and this made the experience extra special. After admiring the sunrise for a few minutes, the group had breakfast and resumed their climb. An hour later, William asked them to stop and led them on a detour around the mountain. After another hour of riding, they arrived at the entrance of a small cave. William ordered everyone to dismount, and he led the way inside the cave using a lamp that was powered by low-grade magic crystals. "Commander, where are we?" Amelia asked as they headed deeper to the caves. "Aren't we supposed to climb the third peak?" "I also don't know where we are," William replied. "However, one of the locals told me that there was a cave located in this area, and he said that there were ice lotuses that could be found here from time to time." "Really?" Amelia's eyes widened in shock. William hummed as he continued to guide them deeper within the cave. Ice lotuses were very rare herbs that most alchemists would buy for exuberant prices. They said that when you used it to make a special cream, your skin would remain youthful and would not wrinkle for 20 years. It was also used to craft special medicines that gave a strong immunity to cold poison, frostbite, and any diseases that were caused by the cold. It was also a very potent herb that could be digested raw by those who specialize in ice magic in order to drastically boost the effectiveness of their ice magic for a short period of time. It was another unexpected discovery by the system, and a perfect excuse for the group to take a detour from their intended destination. "Wow! So many ice lotuses!" Amelia exclaimed. "Commander, are all of these real?" "Of course they're real," William smirked. "Why would we waste our time coming here if they were not?" Over 100 ice lotuses floated on what seemed to be an icy lake within the cavern. According to Amelia's estimate, all of them combined would easily gain them around 30 million gold coins if they were to sell them in an auction house. That was more than enough money to arm the members of the Angorian war sovereign to the teeth. "All of you are to stay here to gather the ice lotuses," William ordered. "Remember, do it carefully, or the lotuses will wilt and lose their value. I will scout around this area and will be back in an hour." William then patted Kenneth's shoulder as he whispered something in his ears. "I'll leave them in your care. Watch over them for me and make sure they don't get into trouble. I'll be back in a few hours." Kenneth reluctantly nodded his head. To be honest, he wanted to go with William, but since the latter had given him an order, he had no choice but to obey. He didn't want to break William's trust in him, so he could only endure and help the others gather the ice lotuses in the lake. William left the group and told them to wait for him until his return. He also asked Ella to guard the path leading to the magic crystal mine and to prevent anyone from secretly following him. An hour after William left his comrades at the Ice Lotus Lake, he arrived at a dead end. "We're here, host. The magic crystal mine is right behind this thick wall of ice." "Understood," William replied as he took out Stormcaller from his storage ring. He took a fighting stance as he focused his aura into his weapon to strengthen it. According to the system, the wall of ice was over 10 meters thick. This was why the natives of the Kirintor Mountains were not able to discover that there was a treasure trove within the mountain. The ice was able to keep the power of the magic crystals from leaking, which allowed William to take it all for himself. "Lightning God War Art, 7th form," William muttered, as Stormcaller's lightning bolts congregated on its tip. He was planning to pierce through the wall of ice that had been protecting the magic crystal mine for thousands of years. With a thrust of his spear, the wall of ice in front of him was obliterated, creating a tunnel. The "Pierce Through the Void Longinus," Chapter 239, the Deity of the Sky. 7th form Longinus was an ability that could pierce through almost anything. It could even destroy magic barriers if William could empower it with enough magic or aura. Without a doubt, it was one of the aces up William's sleeve. The half-elf returned Stormcaller inside his storage ring and proceeded to check the mine that the system had discovered while scanning the mountains. The half-elf's eyes widened when he found himself surrounded by thousands of glittering magic crystals. It was not a magic crystal mine, but a magic crystal cavern. The very air was radiating with magic power, and William immediately noticed an unbelievable phenomenon in his status page. Gained EXP 1000. Gained EXP 1000. Gained EXP 1000. "Oh my goddess!" William exclaimed. Just being bathed by the concentrated magic in the air was enough for him to gain experience points. The system had already switched his job class to his Ice Wizard job class, and the experience points quickly filled up his experience bar. "Host, we need to move the magic crystals inside the 1000 Beast Domain ASAP. The magic is starting to leak, and it might cause a phenomenon in the sky above our location. It would be bad if the natives were to notice." "How do we transfer it?" William asked. "We will need to use the power of the 3 divinities in order to distort the surroundings, in order to the entirety of the mine inside the 1000 Beast Domain. I will also need to use 1000 God points to buy the auxiliary consumables that will make the transfer less problematic. God points, 5,980. Deducting God points to buy consumables. God points, 4,980. William sat on the ground and called out to the 3 divinities inside his sea of consciousness. The king chess piece, the CPU core, and the lollipop glowed at the same time, and pooled their power to distort the world around William, creating a minor god domain. The system carefully engulfed the entire magic crystal cavern inside the god domain. It made sure that not even a single piece of magic crystal was left out. When everything was ready, it immediately transferred the mine into the Thousand Beast domain, and the mine was successfully relocated behind William's personal villa within the Thousand Beast domain. When William opened his eyes, he almost didn't recognize his surroundings. The entire cavern had been gouged out of the mountain, leaving behind a wide crater. It was also at this moment when William saw a 2-meter-tall block of ice that was emitting mists in the distance. "Is this also a magic crystal?" William asked the system. "Please, don't approach it, host. Let me scan it first. Initiating comprehensive scan. Scan successful completed." William waited patiently. He was really curious what this big block of ice was and what it was doing inside the magic crystal cavern that he had transported inside his domain. "Host, the block of ice that you see is a magical block of ice that is being maintained through the use of the power of the magic crystals inside this cavern. If my calculation is correct, this block of ice is thousands of years old. A block of ice that is thousands of years old. I'm sure that those who do ice sculptures would love to have it in their collection. Surprisingly, I found a beast trapped inside it, and after matching my scan against the database, I found out its name and origins. A beast trapped in the ice." William's eyes widened in surprise. After the initial shock ended, it was replaced by pity. For a beast to be trapped inside a block of ice for thousands of years was a very tragic thing. William cautiously approached the frozen beast and observed it carefully. The ice prison was not that thick, but all he could see was a blurred image of a beast that seemed to be only a foot tall and half a meter long. The rainbow-colored scales on its back illuminated the block of ice, which made it very attractive to look at. The creature's claws were curled up into its feet, and its head was raised in an arrogant manner. William assumed that it was taking a fighting pose before it got frozen in ice. "System, my appraisal skill can't pass through the block of ice. Can you tell me the details of this beast?" "Certainly. I will post the details on the host's status page." William opened his status page and checked the information that was passed to him by the system. Kasuganaga, deity of the sky, demigod, threat level, see low, cannot be added to the herd. When the world was still young and monsters rampaged the land, the Kasuganaga was one of the few demigods who favored humans. It has the power to call out rain, which helped them grow their crops and ensured that their lands remained fertile. It was said that the rainbow-colored scales that cover its body had given birth to the rainbows that could be seen after a rain. This is a gentle beast by nature and dislikes conflict. However, whenever it is threatened, it will curl up its body and start to roll. Alongside rain, thunder, and lightning, the small demigod would charge at its enemies, and was given the nickname Rolling Calamity by the gods of that era. This creature is the bane of all ant-type beasts. It has no known weakness. Yuck! William almost choked on his spit. "Are you sure this is a demigod?" "I'm 100% certain, host." William didn't know what to feel after reading the information about the deity of the sky. Initially, he thought that all demigods were calamity-class beasts. However, the Kasuganaga that they had discovered was only Class C and currently trapped inside the block of ice, frozen in time. Chapter 240, I'm rolling. "Did its power degrade after being frozen in ice?" William inquired. He then looked at the rainbow-colored creature that had been confined inside the block of ice for thousands of years. "It is highly possible. According to the simulations that I made, it would take at least tens of thousands of years before a demigod would degrade to this level." The poor thing, William thought. The half-elf had a good impression of the Kasuganaga because it was a demigod that aided humanity during their time of need. He thought of Spire back in the Enchanted Forest. The guardian of the herd was a pacifist and disliked conflicts. However, it would not take a step back if someone threatened the safety of its herd. William had a feeling that the Kasuganaga was similar to Spire, and decided to set the creature free on behalf of the humans that it had saved in the past. Just what kind of being could freeze a demigod? William asked the system. "Host, only a demigod can fight a demigod. Maybe the Kasuganaga was defeated in a fight against demigods and was imprisoned in this block of ice. According to my hypothesis, the magic crystal mine was used to keep the seal in place. Now that it's gone, it is only a matter of time before the demigod will break free." William scratched his head. Should we break it ourselves or wait until the seal is completely broken? Before the system could even give an answer, a cracking sound reverberated in the cavern. William took a defensive stance as several cracks appeared on the surface of the ice prison in front of him. Soon the block of ice shattered into 100 pieces, creating a misty cloud of ice. William's breath grew ragged as the temperature around him drastically lowered. A minute later, the mist disappeared, and a creature that was considered a myth stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Before William could even say anything, the Kasuganaga raised its head and shouted, "I'm rolling!" The small anteater then curled its body into a ball and flew in William's direction. Clearly it was pissed off, and the half-elf just happened to be there to become a medium for it to vent out its anger. William dodged to the side and evaded the rainbow-coloured scaled ball that was only slightly bigger than a basketball. The Kasuganaga hit the wall of the cavern, but it simply bounced off and resumed its pursuit of William. "Wait! Why are you attacking me?" William asked in frustration as he rolled to the side to evade the crazy deity of the sky. "You long-eared bastards, how dare you and that stupid big-boobed elf goddess imprison me?" The enraged anteater shouted as it continued to attack William. "Bunch of ingrates. Humans are much better than you long-eared hypocrites. Even if the other demigods forgive you, I won't forgive you." As if answering to its anger, its speed gradually increased with each bounce it made on the walls of the cavern. At the start, William could still evade it, but the drastic increase in its speed made the half-elf resort to desperate measures. System. Spearman job class now activated. William summoned his wooden staff and used it like a baseball bat to hit the rolling anteater that was not planning to listen to reason. When the staff hit the beast, a loud clap reverberated in the cavern, creating a mini shockwave. William skidded on the ground as he prepared to hit the Kasuganaga for the second time. Just like a never-ending tennis match, the two fought in a ridiculous manner. However, it seemed that the Kasuganaga realized that it was not strong enough to beat William in its current state. Although its power had degenerated due to being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, it was still a deity and had plenty of tricks up its sleeve. To hit it again with his wooden staff when he immediately rolled to the side to make an emergency evasion. There was no way he would dare to face the rolling disaster head-on after it had made last minute changes in its physique. The Kasuganaga had increased in size, and it was now a 2-meter-tall, rainbow-colored wrecking ball. The Kasuganaga bounced off the wall, and this time the rebound was so fast that William had no time to evade. The rainbow wrecking ball hit him in the chest, which sent him slamming towards the wall of the cavern, creating a cloud of dust. William only received minor injuries because he was able to equip his golden-scaled armor at the last minute before he was hit by the rolling disaster. "System, is there a way we can beat this thing?" William inquired. Although he was in a disadvantageous situation, he didn't panic and decided to consult the system. This cavern is still unstable and under the influence of the god domain. If the host wants to take a risk, there is a way, but it is equally dangerous. "What is it?" "If I am able to escape this predicament, then I will cooperate." "Very well, what we are going to do is this." While the two were talking, the Kasuganaga didn't follow up with another attack, and simply hovered in the air a few meters away from where William had fallen. "Ha ha! Foolish elf," while still spinning in mid-air. "You and your stupid goddess will pay the price of imprisoning this deity. When I regain my divinity, I will drown your continent until all of you bastards start to grow fins. However, since you were the one who freed me from that prison, I will end your life and give you a proper burial. Be thankful because a deity will personally bury you. Now die." William extended his hand with the intention of catching the 2-meter wrecking ball that charged towards him. The moment his hand touched Kasuganaga's curled-up body, the enraged sky deity disappeared from the cavern. Transfer successful. Kasuganaga has been successfully relocated to the north of the Thousand Beast domain. William sighed in relief as he lay on the ground while panting. Fortunately, the god domain that they had created to transfer the magic crystal mine was still active. With its help, the system was able to forcefully transfer the sky deity to William's Thousand Beast domain. Although the half-elf in the system were worried that their guest would turn their domain upside down, it was a risk that they had to take. They had been left with no other alternative. All they could do was trap the enraged deity inside the domain to keep William from getting hurt more. William closed his eyes and observed his domain from the sky. The Kasuganaga had landed near the candelabra tree, which was the territory of the rainbow birds, but due to the fact that they reminded him of a certain game he played back on Earth, he gave them the nickname Angry Birds. As soon as it felt that it was in a different environment, the Kasuganaga landed on the ground, while still in its curled-up state, and observed its surroundings. The angry birds that were nesting on their tree looked down at the unwanted guest that appeared in their home turf. "Angry Bird 1, WTF. Angry Bird 2, feck off." Kasuganaga, "Speak, dumb birds." "Angry birds, say what?" "Angry birds, feck off." The angry birds were only classy mid-beasts, but they were a very rowdy bunch. All of them had different colors and abilities, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all aggressive birds. They flapped their wings and attacked the Kasuganaga by ramming it with their bodies. William was surprised because what the birds were doing was practically suicide, but what happened next made his eyes widen in shock. When a red-colored bird hit the Kasuganaga, it exploded like a grenade. Red feathers scattered in the air, showing that the bird had been completely decimated by the explosion. However, on top of the candelabra tree, a red egg appeared. This egg would hatch after 24 hours, and the angray bird that died would be reborn again. The other birds also attacked the Kasugonaga with a vengeance. The orange birds inflicted earth damage, the yellow birds inflicted a stunning effect, and the green ones inflicted wind damage. When the blue birds exploded, they inflicted water damage. The indigo-colored birds inflicted slashing physical damage, and the violet ones dealt blunt physical damage. William almost felt sorry for the pitiful Kasugonaga, who was forced to run away due to the relentless assault of the angray birds. Shouts of "F you! Say what?" and the likes accompanied the fleeting sky deity as it rolled away to escape the birds that gave it a culture shock. "You bastard elf! If you have guts, come and face me. Let's fight 200 rounds." The Kasugonaga roared in anger. "Come out and fight me." William snorted as he let his consciousness return to the real world. He still had things to do, and the rainbow anteater wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. Since that was the case, he would just focus on the task at hand, getting to the third peak before dealing with this creature that seemed to have a very strong grudge against the elven race. Chapter 241. The Laws of the Kirinto Mountains. When William returned to the Ice Lotus Lake, several hours had already passed and it was close to noontime. The two girls were very happy after getting so many ice lotuses because William promised that all of the members would get an equal share of the harvest. All in all, they managed to successfully get 118 ice lotuses from the lake. It was more than enough for the two girls to have an alchemist prepare a special cream that they could use to keep their skin looking young and healthy. For some reason, William could have sworn that Ian was just as excited as the two girls. The snot-nosed pansy was grinning from ear to ear as he patted his special storage bag used to gather herbs. "We will rest for an hour before we resume our climb up the mountain," William said. "I don't know what kind of tricks Cadell has prepared for us, but leave the talking to me. Also, I want all of you to read the contents of this scroll." William handed a scroll to each of his subordinates. What was written on the scroll were the laws that were observed within the Kirinto Mountains. He believed that the natives in the mountain that deals with foreigners use the latter's ignorance to make things difficult for them. There was a famous saying in the art of war back on Earth that went something like this: "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle." This reasoning was very true. When they arrived, they knew nothing about the laws of the Kirinto Mountains. Because of this, Cadell was able to use the strong-arm method to make them obey his orders without any form of resistance. Now that they were also aware of the rules, the natives wouldn't be able to intimidate them like Cadell had done to William when the mayor tried to force William to answer his questions. Unfortunately for him, William was made aware of the laws thanks to the help of the system. With this knowledge backing him up, he was able to bring down the mayor a peg and make him go back empty-handed. "Hiss! If I only knew of this earlier!" Brutus scratched his hair in frustration. "That mayor sure got us good earlier." Kenneth had a wry smile on his face as he rolled the scroll in his hand. He had also finished reading the laws, and felt that there was really a need for him to learn more about the human world. "Ignorance is bliss, but in this case it is different," Kenneth said as he gazed at William. "Ignorance of the law is not an excuse, right?" William nodded his head. "Now that all of you are now aware of the laws, do not let yourselves be intimidated by them. It is now your turn to intimidate them." The half-elf had a devilish grin plastered on his face, which clearly meant that he was planning something devious. Brutus and Bruno also smiled evilly, because they now realized what kind of power they possessed in the Kirinto Mountains. "Still, it will be a good idea if we don't have to get into any conflicts with the local people," Amelia commented. "Big Sister Amelia is right." Wendy agreed. "At the end of the day, we are still outsiders. It would be bad if we left a bad impression on them." Ian, who had remained quiet since the beginning, spoke out his mind. "I'm sure that the commander has allowed us to read the laws because it is necessary that we don't act too passively. If we are as meek as sheep, these barbarians won't treat us seriously and will even look down upon us." Ian is right. William nodded his head. When two countries are at the negotiating table, the one with the bigger hand has the advantage. If we are too passive, they will only take advantage of it and will force us to pay more than necessary. Let's stop here and rest. We only have half an hour before we resume our travel. A few hours later, the group arrived at a checkpoint that was blocked by a wooden gate. With the help of the system, finding the shortest route up the mountain was not a problem for them. However, they couldn't avoid these checkpoints because all accessible paths led to these forts which were controlled by the defenders of Kirinto. As expected, the gate was shut tight, and the guards manning it were standing on top of the ramparts while looking at William's group with disdain. Cadell had already told them of the foreigners' arrival and instructed them to not let them in, unless they begged and paid them a few hundred gold coins in exchange for safe passage. However, before they could even state their demands, William had already approached the gate and shouted at the top of his voice. "On behalf of the sovereign that watches over this domain, I beseech all of you to open the gates. I ask this request by the warrior's oath that the tribes have pledged at the Peak of Divinity," William shouted. "May the sovereign of Kiranta be my witness that I come in peace, seeking guidance on the path of enlightenment. Please, punish anyone who dares to block my rite of passage by relinquishing your blessing on their entire bloodline." A peal of thunder echoed within the summit of the mountain, as if to reply to William's request. Manning the gates were dumbfounded at first, but when they heard the roar of thunder, they hurriedly opened the gates as if their lives depended on it. The mighty gates opened wide as William and his entourage entered with heads held high. The guards looked at them warily, because this was the first time that someone had used their oath to gain entry into their domain. This was an oath that they couldn't disobey unless they wanted their guardian to punish them and remove the power of their bloodline. Of course, not everyone could make this oath. There was one condition, and that was to be recognized by an Angorian war ibex, which was said to be the direct descendant of the demigod that ruled the Kiranta Mountains. Cadell, who was resting inside the fortress, had already been informed of William's arrival at the checkpoint. He had a gloating look on his face as he glanced at Jerkins, who was seated opposite him. "That arrogant boy has finally arrived," Cadell said with a smug expression on his face. "I'd like to see if he can enter the fortress unscathed. Why don't the two of us have a bet, Ambassador? If you win, then I'll put in a few good words to the chieftain about your purpose for coming." The mayor of Northwell wasn't serious in his words. He was only saying this in order to tease Jerkins and make the ambassador feel pressured. Cadell wanted him to know that within the Kiranta Mountains it was the tribes that called the shots, and not the foreigners who came here to seek an audience. "Sorry, but I'm not very fond of making bets," Jerkins replied with a smile. "Especially when it comes to bets that I am sure to win." The ambassador's confident smile made Cadell's disappear from his face. He didn't know why, but Jerkins sounded very confident. The mayor suddenly remembered how the boy had talked back to him a day ago, and it made him clench his fist in anger. It was at that moment when a guard came running towards Cadell and whispered something in his ear. The mayor of Northwell had a disbelieving look on his face after he listened to his subordinate's report. "Are you sure? I swear that if you're lying to me, I'll have you punished with 50 lashings. Cadell threatened. He didn't want to believe that the arrogant boy managed to enter the fortress using the age-old oath that their ancestors had pledged to the sovereign of the Kiranta Mountains. "Sir, it is true," the guard replied anxiously. "Actually, they are already on their way here." As if waiting for that cue, a handsome half-elf with the "I know what you did last summer" expression entered Cadell's vision. William swaggered inside the room, along with his party, and sat on the couch as if he was the owner of the place. Wendy sat on his right, while Amelia sat on his left. The rest of the members stood behind him and stared at Cadell, as if they were looking at a bug that they could crush at any moment. "Mayor, I think the two of us need to have a nice long talk." William's devilish gaze locked onto Cadell's eyes, which made the latter feel very uncomfortable. "It would be best if you stopped playing your petty tricks. It only makes me look down on the person that was hailed to be the first guardian of the North." "Boy, is this your way of challenging me to a duel?" Cadell asked with barely restrained anger. "Because if that is your plan, you've succeeded in angering me." "Me? Challenge you?" William gave Cadell a look of disdain. "How about I return that question to you? Do you dare to challenge me?" Cadell quieted down when he heard William's question. Although the order of the challenge was only reversed, it held a different meaning if the host of the domain were to challenge their guests to a duel. This would mean that they didn't have the etiquette of a warrior and a good host. If William was the one who challenged him, then he could accept it and even kill William in the duel because it was within their laws. However, if he were the one to issue a challenge to William, all the warriors in the Kiranta Mountains would look down upon him. There was even a possibility that he and his entire bloodline would be killed in order to appease the anger of their sovereign. Although they were called the Northern Barbarians, the tribes of the North were probably the only people in the southern continent who followed the laws of their domain with strict devotion. As long as they abided by the rules, no one would be able to conquer them. What William and the rest of the people in the southern continent didn't know was that the Kiranta Mountains was not just a simple mountain range. It was a divine artifact that belonged to the goddess of order and law, Themis. An artifact that was currently in the possession of the sovereign that ruled the entire northern regions, and the one who held it in an iron grip. Chapter 242. My future husband is the best. The group traveled for 2 more days before finally arriving at the third peak of chivalry in the Kiranta Mountains. Along the way they saw thousands of tents surrounding the peak, which proved that this was indeed a special gathering of the northern tribe. After having a face-off with William, Cadell didn't try to do anything else. He only grudgingly took the representatives of the Helen Kingdom to the grand residence where their great chief lived before he left them to attend to his own matters. As per custom, the attendant led them to the audience hall where the great chief was already waiting for them. Sitting on his right was his eldest son, Liam, and on his left was his youngest granddaughter, Brianna. The little girl was quite adorable, and she looked at William and the rest of the representatives from the Helen Kingdom with a curious gaze. She gave them a smile, but remained seated like a proper noble lady during special occasions. The name of the great chief of the northern tribes was Evander Zeke. After his father had stepped down from his position, Evander ruled the tribes well. He brought them prosperity and happiness for many years, and all the other tribal leaders were very satisfied with his way of managing things. This was also why he was loved by his people. Now that his second son was looking for a bride, the tribes gathered and brought the most beautiful ladies in their domains to get the chance of becoming the second warrior's wife. In their society, an ordinary man could have one wife, while a warrior could have 4. This was a way to preserve their lineage because the lives of warriors were very unpredictable, especially during times of war. Since the chances of them dying was high, the tribes had agreed that having more than one wife was needed in order to preserve their legacy as the brave warriors of the Kirinta Mountains. Sir Jerkins gave the great chieftain a respectful bow before sitting on the mat provided for them. William and the others followed the ambassador's respectful greeting and sat down as well. "Guests from afar, I welcome you to the third peak of chivalry," Great Chief Evander said with a smile. "2 days from now, our tribes will hold a special celebration. Please stay and enjoy the festivities. As for your purpose of coming, I think I have an idea of what it is." The great chief of the tribes paused before giving Sir Jerkins a serious expression. "We will hold our talks a day after my second son has chosen his brides. I am quite busy with the preparations for this special occasion and have no time to entertain you and your purpose for coming." Sir Jerkins gave the chief a courteous nod. "We are more than willing to experience the hospitality of the great chief and his people. Since your excellency has already issued your decree, we will naturally obey and not discuss anything related to politics." Great Chief Evander gave Jerkins a nod of approval. "It is always a pleasure talking to you, Sir Jerkins. You too, your excellency," the ambassador replied. Their meeting with the great chief ended there, and they were ushered to the guest rooms that had been prepared for them. Wendy and Amelia were currently William's fiancées, so the 3 of them shared a room. 5 minutes after the attendant left their room, an adorable girl sneakily entered their quarters and hurriedly closed the door behind her. Her bright and clear grey eyes looked at their guests with a sense of anticipation. "Do any of you know Ernest?" Brianna, the youngest granddaughter of the great chief, asked with an innocent smile on her face. She then casually sat on a sitting mat and locked her eyes on William's handsome face. "Are you talking about Prince Ernest?" William asked back. The little lowly nodded her head in acknowledgement of William's question. The smile on her face widened as she looked at William expectantly. "How is he?" Brianna inquired. "Does he think of me?" Brianna's stare was so pure and innocent that William felt that his heart was melting. He then took out a sealed scroll from his storage ring and handed it to the girl who seemed to be a good prince of the Helen Kingdom. Before he left for the northern regions, the prince gave William a letter. The prince said that William should personally hand it to the youngest granddaughter of the great chief. He also added, the knight commander must ensure that no one else would be there when he passed the letter to her. Brianna practically snatched the scroll from William's hand when the boy handed it to her. She immediately broke the seal and started reading the contents of the letter. William, Wendy, and Amelia watched in amusement as the little girl squirmed in her seat, as if reading a letter that had been given to her by her crush. She let out small giggles from time to time, which brightened the mood inside the guest quarters. A few minutes passed before the little lowly gently rolled the scroll and placed it inside her own storage ring. Brianna gazed at William with a look of admiration that almost made the half-elf avert his gaze due to its intensity. "Ernest said that you are the youngest knight commander in the Helen Kingdom," Brianna said. "Is it true?" "Not only the youngest, but the most handsome knight commander in the kingdom," William replied with a smug smile on his face. "Little Ernie warned me about your narcissism, but seeing is believing," Brianna giggled. "Well, you are indeed handsome, but give little Ernie a few years and he will be more handsome than you." "Impossible. It's not impossible. How can that little shrimp compare to me? Just look at how awesome I am. Compare it to that little brat who still hasn't grown his hair and tell me if he could surpass my good looks." William raised his head arrogantly. "Even if you give Prince Ernest 100 years, he would still not be able to reach the level of my handsomeness." "No, little Ernie will be more handsome after a few years," Brianna disagreed. "My future husband is the best." "Titsk, is this what they mean when they say that love is blind?" William muttered. "Fine, I won't argue with the little lowly. It's just not worth it." Wendy and Amelia, who was seated beside William, giggled at the same time. They knew that their commander was just teasing the young girl, but it was still amusing that the youngest granddaughter of the great chief was able to fight back and put the narcissistic half-elf in his place. Brianna's eyes then sharpened as she cleared her throat. "Tell me, are you all here to ask the northern tribes to become your allies?" Her adorable facade disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression that didn't match her age. Chapter 243, William's Undercover Plan. William was surprised at the sudden change in the little girl in front of him. He didn't know if he should speak honestly or wait for Sir Jerkins to personally talk with the girl's grandfather about the proposed alliance between their tribes and the Helen Kingdom. However, after some thought, he decided to trust his instincts and answer the girl's question. "Yes, that is the purpose of our visit," William replied after careful consideration. From what he could tell, the girl didn't just visit them to ask about her fiancé's well-being. Her sharp and intelligent eyes reminded William of his grandpa's eyes, when the old man was scheming something behind his grandson's back. Brianna didn't give him any malicious vibes, and Ella, who lay not far away from them, had also given her silent approval. "Listen very closely." Brianna lowered her voice as if afraid that someone might overhear the discussion. "Aside from your group, there are 2 other parties. They arrived here on the 3rd peak 2 days ago. I'm afraid that your proposal for an alliance will not go smoothly." Brianna was about to say more, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. She hurriedly changed her expression to that of an innocent and naive little girl who could be easily tricked by other people to follow them in their own homes. "They say that in the Helen Kingdom there are many beautiful clothes and jewelry, is that true?" Brianna asked just in time for the door to open wide. "Brianna, you shouldn't disturb our guests." Liam, Brianna's father, appeared in the room with a stern expression. "Didn't I tell you to not wander around during this time?" Liam then faced William and the 2 girls beside him before giving a brief bow. "I apologize for my daughter's transgressions. She's quite ignorant of the world and will often do something mischievous. I hope that she didn't disturb or offend you in any way. Father, I'm only asking them about fashionable clothes like the one that the green-haired big sister is wearing." Brianna pouted. "Big brother, I'm not disturbing your rest, right?" "Of course not," William replied. For now, he decided to play along and save the little lowly from getting spanked by her father. "Lady Brianna is a very kind and respectful young lady. Even in the capital, there are few girls who have her charm and elegance. See? Big brother praised me. I'm a good girl and I'm not doing anything bad." Brianna looked at her father with a face filled with injustice. Liam's gaze finally softened as he gently brushed her head. "Let's go back. Your mother just finished baking cookies." "Yay, cookies!" Brianna ran out of the room in high spirits. Liam watched her retreating back with a helpless smile on his face. He then faced William and the 2 girls and gave a respectful bow before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. Before the 2 girls could even say anything, William hurriedly covered their lips with his hand and said in a loud voice, "We've been traveling for 3 days straight, and I haven't had the chance to make love to the 2 of you," William said in a tone that was laced with perversion. "Why don't the 3 of us do some catching up before dinner? I'm sure that the great chief will not mind us being a little late." The half-elf signaled the 2 girls with his eyes as he half-dragged them to the bed. Wendy's and Amelia's faces had already reddened, because even if they knew that William was just acting, both of them were still chaste maidens who had only heard a thing or two about what couples do in the bedroom. William gently pushed the 2 girls onto the bed and lay between them. He then pulled them closer to him as he said words of love into their ears. "There are 3 people listening to our conversation," William whispered to Amelia's ear. "One is hiding behind the painting on the wall, the other behind the door, and the 3rd is right outside our window." The half-elf kissed Wendy's forehead before whispering the same things he said to Amelia to her ears. The 2 girls then played their roles and acted intimate with William. Amelia played with William's ears, while Wendy rubbed his chest. William, on the other hand, laughed in a very lecherous manner that irritated the 3 men listening to their conversations. In the end, the 3 left them alone when they realized that William was hell-bent on playing with the 2 pretty girls beside him. When the eavesdroppers had disappeared, William nodded to the 2 girls, which signaled that the pests had left. "Do you think they also send people to monitor the others?" Amelia whispered in William's ears. Although the half-elf said that they were no longer being monitored, she still felt that it was better to play it safe rather than be sorry later. "Definitely," William answered without any shred of doubt. "I just hope that the others have noticed them too and made proper arrangements. Do you think they will continue to monitor us?" Wendy inquired. "Will they do something to us during our stay, like put something on our food and water?" William shook his head to deny Wendy's words. "They are not allowed to treat us like that. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that others won't. Remember what Brianna said. Aside from us, there were 2 other parties that have arrived before us." I'm guessing that whoever they might be, they are not on good terms with the Helen Kingdom. It's quite unfortunate that I wasn't able to bring Aethon with me, William thought with regret. The little wren was left inside the academy in order to observe anything suspicious that was happening inside it. With its knack for looking for news like a journalist, William was confident that it would have something to report once he returned to the academy. As much as he wanted to gather information about the unknown parties, he couldn't do anything that might arouse suspicion from the warriors that were patrolling the third peak of chivalry. The chief's attendant had explicitly told them to not leave their quarters unless it was something very important. From that alone, William could tell that the chief was hiding something from them. However, he was powerless to do anything at this point in time aside from sighing in regret. It was at that moment when his gaze landed on Ella, who was resting on the floor beside the bed. "That's it!" William sat up from the bed in excitement. He then hurriedly talked to Ella using telepathy, which was a special ability that William could use when talking to the leader of his herd. Ella nodded her head in agreement to her son's suggestion. Since William couldn't leave the room, then it would be up to her to gather information. As an Angorian war ibex, no one in the Kirinda Mountains would dare block her passage. Even the great chief would have to give her face and allow her to wander around the third peak as she did her investigation. William hoped that when Ella returned, some of the questions he had in his mind would finally find their answers. Chapter 244. "So are you telling me that Lady Wendy has left the academy?" Carter asked. He just finished making a new set of candies that were meant for the beautiful young lady whom he had set his eyes on. "Yes," Charlotte replied with a smile. "The Knight Commander was assigned a special mission, and he took her with him." "Is that so?" Carter smiled, but he was inwardly feeling irritated. He was currently under a strict deadline, and he had no idea when his target would be returning to the academy. "I guess I will just have to improvise," Carter thought as he pulled Charlotte for a kiss. "I have a request for you." Hearing the professor's intimate words made Charlotte's heart skip a beat. "I want you to distribute these candies to the officers of the first and second years of the Magic Division. They have done a good job in surviving the dungeon outbreak, and this is my reward for them." "I don't mind doing this for you, Professor, but what kind of reward will you give me afterwards?" Over the past few days, she had received a lot of personal training from Carter. The professor had already successfully won the noble lady's heart. His every whim and orders were carried out by Charlotte without fail. "Visit my room tonight." Carter raised her chin with his fingertip. "I will make sure that you will have a satisfied smile on your lips when you close your eyes to sleep." He then lowered his head and kissed her lips, which made the young noble lady very happy. Charlotte left Carter's room in a good mood and headed towards the dormitories of the first and second year students in the Magic Division. 5 minutes after Charlotte left his room, the door opened and Charlotte's best friend Annie entered the room. Carter had used his suggestion spell to make the girl come to his room so that he could ask her about the latest news that was circulating around the merchant groups. Just like always, Annie told him that the kingdom seemed to be preparing for the possibility of another dungeon outbreak and was stocking up on weapons and armors. The professor didn't find anything wrong with this because he would do the same if he was in the king's position. "What are you eating?" Est asked when he saw Isaac holding a pouch in his hands while chewing on something. Isaac presented a different pouch to Est with a smile. "Young master, they are candies. The secretary of the third-year Magic Division, Lady Charlotte, gave it to us. She said that it was a small reward for doing a great job during the dungeon outbreak." "Lady Charlotte?" The image of the pretty daughter of the Marquess appeared inside Est's head as he accepted the pouch from his retainer. He then casually picked up a couch and ate it. The sweet taste flooded his mouth, and Est felt lightheaded for a brief moment before everything returned to normal. "This is quite delicious," Est said after finishing the candy. "Do you know where she bought this?" Isaac shook his head. "Lady Charlotte said that these were handmade so they couldn't be bought in any stores. However, she promised to give us more after the maker had finished making another batch. Ian, who usually quarreled with William, was not around. Because of this, Isaac felt a little bit lonely because there were very few occasions when he had to separate with his twin. After the two finished eating the candies inside their pouch, they returned to their duties as officers of the Magic Division. Both of them were secretly looking forward to the next batch of candies that they would be receiving as soon as it was made. After Carter received the resources from the Demon Continent, he immediately went to work and produced as many as he could for the first batch. These candies were different from the first one he distributed months ago because it was 15 times more potent. Usually those who ate his candies would take at least 2 months before the suggestion spell inside their bodies matured. With this new candy, it would only take a week or two before the effect came into fruition. Not only that, there was another spell added in it that Carter planned to activate during the interdivision ceremony. By then, everyone that had eaten the candy would give in to their inner desires and would wreak havoc on those around them. Since the Demon General had given Carter the marching order to execute his plan at the soonest possible time, He also made sure that the resources that his subordinate received were more than enough for the massive undertaking. Even Carter felt that what the Demon General asked of him was overkill, but he didn't have any intention to complain. What he wanted to do above all else was to pin down the girls that he had set his eyes on and make them his personal broodmares. After the demon's defeat in the Silver Moon continent, the number of powerful demons that had been born was very low. This was why they decided to capture the talented humans from the southern continent and bring them back to the demon continent through the portal they'd hidden along its borders. Carter didn't know much about the specifics, but the Demon General gave vague hints that they had helpers in the southern continent. It was these helpers that had provided him the identity as the professor of the academy and allowed him to infiltrate their strict regulations with ease. There was no need for a chess piece to question his master's orders. Carter was fully aware that he was just one of the many pawns of the Demon General that were deployed to the human lands. Although all of them were given different roles, their goals had always been the same. Their only goal in their lives as chess pieces was to bring back the glory of the demon race. Nothing else mattered, not even their lives. Chapter 244, The Role of a Chess Piece. So, are you telling me that Lady Wendy has left the academy? Carter asked. He just finished making a new set of candies that were meant for the beautiful young lady whom he had set his eyes on. Yes, Charlotte replied with a smile. The Knight Commander was assigned a special mission, and he took her with him. Is that so? Carter smiled, but he was inwardly feeling irritated. He was currently under a strict deadline, and he had no idea when his target would be returning to the academy. I guess I will just have to improvise, Carter thought as he pulled Charlotte for a kiss. I have a request for you, my love. Hearing the professor's intimate words made Charlotte's heart skip a beat. I want you to distribute these candies to the officers of the first and second years of the Magic Division. They have done a good job in surviving the dungeon outbreak, and this is my reward for them. I don't mind doing this for you, Professor, but what kind of reward will you give me afterwards? Charlotte inquired. Over the past few days, she had received a lot of personal training from Carter. The professor had already successfully won the noble lady's heart. His every whim and orders were carried out by Charlotte without fail. Visit my room tonight. Carter raised her chin with his fingertip. I will make sure that you will have a satisfied smile on your lips when you close your eyes to sleep. He then lowered his head and kissed her lips, which made the young noble lady very happy. Charlotte left Carter's room in a good mood and headed towards the dormitories of the first and second year students in the Magic Division. 5 minutes after Charlotte left his room, the door opened and Charlotte's best friend, Annie, entered the room. Carter had used his suggestion spell to make the girl come to his room so that he could ask her about the latest news that was circulating around the merchant groups. Just like always, Annie told him that the kingdom seemed to be preparing for the possibility of another dungeon outbreak and was stocking up on weapons and armors. The professor didn't find anything wrong with this because he would do the same if he was in the king's position. What are you eating? Est asked when he saw Isaac holding a pouch in his hands while chewing on something. Isaac presented a different pouch to Est with a smile. Young master, they are candies. The secretary of the third-year magic division, Lady Charlotte, gave it to us. She said that it was a small reward for doing a great job during the dungeon outbreak. Lady Charlotte? The image of the pretty daughter of the Marquess appeared inside EST's head as he accepted the pouch from his retainer. He then casually picked up a candy from the pouch and ate it. The sweet taste flooded his mouth, and Est felt lightheaded for a brief moment before everything returned to normal. This is quite delicious, Est said after finishing the candy. Do you know where she bought this? Isaac shook his head. Lady Charlotte said that these were handmade, so they couldn't be bought in any stores. However, she promised to give us more after the maker had finished making another batch. Ian, who usually quarreled with William, was not around. Because of this, Isaac felt a little bit lonely because there were very few occasions when he had to separate with his twin. After the two finished eating the candies inside their pouch, they returned to their duties as officers of the Magic Division. Both of them were secretly looking forward to the next batch of candies that they would be receiving as soon as it was made. After Carter received the resources from the Demon Continent, he immediately went to work and produced as many as he could for the first batch. These candies were different from the first one he distributed months ago because it was 15 times more potent. Usually those who ate his candies would take at least 2 months before the suggestion spell inside their bodies matured. With this new candy, it would only take a week or two before the effect came into fruition. Not only that, there was another spell added in it that Carter planned to activate during the interdivision ceremony. By then, everyone that had eaten the candy would give in to their inner desires and would wreak havoc on those around them. Since the Demon General had given Carter the marching order to execute his plan at the soonest possible time, He also made sure that the resources that his subordinate received were more than enough for the massive undertaking. Even Carter felt that what the demon general asked of him was overkill, but he didn't have any intention to complain. What he wanted to do above all else was to pin down the girls that he had set his eyes on and make them his personal broodmares. After the demons' defeat in the Silver Moon continent, the number of powerful demons that had been born was very low. This was why they decided to capture the talented humans from the southern continent and bring them back to the demon continent through the portal they'd hidden along its borders. Carter didn't know much about the specifics, but the demon general gave vague hints that they had helpers in the southern continent. It was these helpers that had provided him the identity as the professor of the academy and allowed him to infiltrate their strict regulations with ease. There was no need for a chess piece to question his master's orders. Carter was fully aware that he was just one of the many pawns of the demon general that were deployed to the human lands. Although all of them were given different roles, their goals had always been the same. Their only goal, in their lives as chess pieces, was to bring back the glory of the demon race. Nothing else mattered, not even their lives. Chapter 245, Connell the Second Tribe. Thousands of warriors gathered around the third peak of the Kirinta Mountains. William and his comrades were so impressed with the northern army that they had no choice but to admit that it was a force to reckon with. Earlier, Ella had snooped around the third peak, but she didn't find anything much aside from the guests' identities. When William found out the nationalities of these guests, he kept it to himself, because there was no point in sharing it with the others. He decided to just let things go with the flow for now, until he discovered their purpose for coming. Jerkins looked at this sight with a calm expression on his face. He could tell that this was something that the great chief wanted to show them on purpose. It was a subtle way of saying that the northern tribe were not only a strong ally, but an equally strong enemy. The ambassador glanced to his right side and frowned. His greatest fears had been confirmed. Sir Jerkins had a feeling that instead of finding allies, they would find a new threat that would stab them in the back if the war were to commence in full. "What's wrong, Ambassador?" Cadell asked with a gloating expression on his face. "Are you familiar with our new friends?" "Very," Cadell replied. He sighed internally as he gazed at the vast army in front of him. "Your Majesty, I think we are too late," the mayor of Northwell chuckled. He was in a really good mood, and he felt that this was a good opportunity to slap the faces of the representatives of the Helen Kingdom. "You want us to become your allies? Fat chance," Cadell sneered. "We've waited too long for this moment. It is now time for the northern tribes to expand." Not far away from their location, the great chief of the tribes stepped onto an elevated platform and raised his hand. The warriors shouted their war cries. The entire peak had been washed by the tremendous pressure that came from these mighty warriors. Sir Jerkins, Kenneth, Ian, Brutus, and Bruno weren't able to stop themselves from taking a few steps back due to the aura that was unleashed by the warriors. Although none of the warriors intended for this to happen, the force of their united cries was strong enough to push back those who were not used to this kind of deterrence. The other guests of the northern tribes were in a similar situation. They were also unable to resist the oppressive aura that descended upon them and had to take a few steps back to regain their footing. Only William, Wendy, and Amelia were able to stand their ground. Earlier, William had firmly wrapped his arms around the waists of the two girls in order to prevent them from being pushed back. Although the auras of the warriors were strong, it couldn't compare to the aura his grandfather had unleashed when William sparred with him back in Lont. James's battle aura was so strong that it had blown William far away when he experienced it for the first time. Compared to that, the show of power from the northern warriors was like a gentle breeze that only ruffled William's cloak. Cadell, who had secretly observed William, frowned when he saw that the boy seemed unaffected. Even the great chief, who had given William a sidelong glance, gave the red-headed boy a rare nod of admiration. After the warriors had finished their greeting, Great Chief Evander began his speech. "Today is the day when the second warrior of our tribe will choose his bride candidates," Evander announced. "This is a blessed day, and I look forward to meeting my future daughters-in-law. May the feast that we have prepared satisfy all of you, and may the great northern tribes forever be victorious." The warriors roared in agreement to their great chief's words. They raised their weapons up high and cheered for the second warrior's bride selection event. A man who was almost 2 meters tall walked behind Great Chief Evander. He was not wearing any upper clothes, and his body was like that of a bodybuilder back on Earth. His amazing physical prowess and sharp features made him strikingly handsome. According to William's estimate, he was at least in his late 20s. The half-elf watched as the second warrior of the tribe, Connell Zeke, raised the spear in his hand and shouted a war cry. The warriors replied with, "Oh, that reminded William of a documentary about the Spartans of ancient Greece." "My brothers and sisters, today is a very special day for me," Connell shouted. I emerged from the trial of fate only a month ago and finally realized that it is now the time for our tribe to rise up and look for greener pastures. I, the second warrior of the will, lead this charge for the sake of our tribe. However, as many of you know, it is our custom to leave behind our descendants if we are to fall in battle. Because of this, I finally decided to marry and ensure that my bloodline will still flourish, even if I am to fall in battle. It was the tribe's custom that the man should leave behind his descendants before going to war. Since the second warrior had no offspring, the great chief decided to call out all the tribes for a bride selection ceremony. Sir Jerkins was having a hard time expression on his face because the second warrior's declaration had brought his worst fears to life. The North had the intention of going to war, but it was not to aid the Helen kingdom. It was to conquer them from the back. The ambassador and William shared a knowing glance. Both of them knew that their trip had been in vain, and that they had to inform the king that they would be fighting on 3 fronts: the tribes of the north, the Anasha dynasty to the east, and the Zelan dynasty to the south. Their ally, the kingdom of Frisia, was in the far east. Although they had already sent a messenger to their king to ask for aid during the war, the additional enmity of the northern tribe made their already perilous situation more unstable. Connell glanced in William's direction and gave him the smile of a second-rate antagonist. To the half-elf's surprise, Connell ignored the 2 beauties by his side. The second warrior simply made the cutting-the-neck gesture before stepping down from the elevated platform. Well, at least he's a little different from those antagonists that lust after beautiful young women, William thought. He then glanced at the foreign guests at his right side. We cannot avoid having conflicts with these guys. The only problem is whether we can leave this place in one piece or not. If William was alone, he could definitely slip away without any problems. Unfortunately, he had his squad with him, and there was no way in hell that he would leave them here at the mercy of their enemies. Chapter 246. The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt. Rowdy laughter and jest filled the air as the warriors of the tribe ate, drank, and laughed like this was their last day before going to the battlefield. William's group was allocated a table not far from the great chiefs, but far enough to tell them that they were not their priority. On the great chief's left and right sides were tables of the representatives from the 2 dynasties Anasha and Zelan. On the Anashan side, there were 4 people that shared the table, with 6 guards standing behind their backs. On the Zelan side, there were 5 people, with the same number of guards standing behind them. The guy wearing a red robe is the second prince of the Anasha dynasty, Aziel Sianasha, Sir Jerkins informed William, who was seated opposite him. The one seated beside him is his half-sister, the second princess, Valeria Sianasha. I don't know who the 2 men who are seated beside them are, but I'm guessing that they are their protectors. William nodded his head in agreement. The second prince and princess both had silky light brown hair and were blessed with good looks. If they were brought back to Earth, both of them would be great endorsers of high-end fashion clothes for the rich and famous. Let's not mix with them. Those 2 are mithril rank fighters. How about the other side? Jerkins glanced at the other table and began to introduce them as well. The man wearing black clothes is the crown prince of the Zelan dynasty. Jerkins had a rare tinge of admiration in his voice as he introduced the devilish-looking man to William. His name is Prince Alaric Sol Zalan. I can't believe that an important person like him actually came here to the Kirinta Mountains. As the crown prince of a dynasty, Prince Alaric held great power and influence in their domain. For him to come to this place meant that it was of the utmost importance to their dynasty. The beautiful lady seated beside him is the 3rd princess, Princess Isla Sol Zalan. Although she's only 16 years old this year, she has many suitors in the Zelan dynasty, but the king hasn't found any of them worthy of his daughter. Perhaps she's here to become a bride. William observed the devilish-looking prince and angelic-looking princess from their table. Both of them had light purple hair and eyes that made them stand out from the gathering. William was envious of their creamy white skin because it was a shade lighter than his. After a short observation, he noticed that even though Princess Isla was smiling, her smile never reached her eyes. It even held a tinge of resignation, as if she was someone who had surrendered herself to her fate. A pitiful political tool, William thought. He then shifted his attention to the crown prince of the Zelan dynasty. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was fate, but the crown prince also chose that time to look at William. The 2 stared at each other for half a minute before giving each other a brief nod. Although that exchange didn't last long, William didn't feel any hostility from the prince, which surprised him. It was very different from the vibe of the second prince of the Anasha dynasty, who blatantly showed his disdain for William's group whenever his eyes glanced in their direction. Unlike the second warrior of the tribe, Connell, Aziel Sianasha looked at Wendy and Amelia in a lecherous manner. Aziel felt excited at the possibility of having his way with the two beauties, while the representatives of the Helen kingdom watched helplessly as he ravaged the girls in front of them. "This one is the true cannon fodder in this gathering," William mused internally. "I wonder if I'll get some god points if I beat him up inside the temple of 10,000 gods. Lily, I donate 250 god points. Issei, 250 for me as well. David, 250 for me as well." After the feast ended, Connell stood up and respectfully bowed to Princess Aziel. He then extended his hand in a gesture and waited for the beautiful young lady to place her hands over his. Princess Isla smiled and held Connell's hand. The second warrior held her small hand firmly and gently pulled her close to him. This rare act of gentleness from the second warrior earned him cheers and teasing remarks from the warriors that were seated around the great hall. "From this moment onwards, I declare Princess Isla as my main wife," Connell said. Even though he tried his best to hide it, everyone could still feel the happiness hidden behind his declaration. It seemed that the second warrior was really in love with the princess, and it showed in his eyes and actions. "I am honored to be chosen as your main wife, proud warrior of the North," Princess Isla replied. If she hated the fact that she had been forced by her father to marry Connell, she didn't show it on her face. "I propose a toast for this wonderful pairing," Aziel, the second prince of the Enisha dynasty, proposed. "May their union bring prosperity to the southern continent." Another round of cheers resounded all around them as the warriors gave Connell and Princess Isla their blessings. Prince Aziel then walked towards the main table of the great chief and stopped in front of Brianna. "Although you're only 11 years old this year, I am looking forward to your growth, my lady," Prince Aziel said with a smile. "I am very happy to have you as my future bride." Brianna widened her eyes in shock. She then glanced at her father in confusion. Her father, Liam, drank wine from his goblet with a determined expression. He didn't even look at his own daughter and pretended that he was not aware of her stare. Brianna felt her heart grow cold as she stared at her grandfather. Great Chief Evander was different from his son and faced his granddaughter's gaze with a smile. "Brianna, the second prince of Enisha, has decided to make you his second wife," Great Chief Evander said. "I'm sure that you will be happy in the Enisha dynasty, isn't that right, Prince Aziel?" "Of course, Great Chieftain. I promise that I will take good care of your granddaughter. I will ensure that she grows up as a proper lady." "Good." Brianna lowered her head and clenched her fists under the table. Her father and grandfather hadn't told her anything about this marriage agreement. No, they hadn't told her because they knew that she wouldn't agree to it. Princess Isla, who was seated not far from the young girl, looked at her in a calm manner. Deep inside, she pitied Brianna. She could see herself as the youngest granddaughter of the great chief. Both of them were in the same position. Both of them were just tools used for political gains between the powerful factions in the southern continent. They were the sacrifices that were needed to seal the tri-party alliance between the northern tribes and the two dynasties, which will attack the Helen kingdom on all fronts. Prince Aziel extended his hand to grab Brianna's small hands, in order to drag her to his own table. However, before the prince could even touch his bride's hand, another hand held his in a firm manner. Prince Aziel flinched, because the hand that held his own was very rough, and one could tell that it was not the hands of a noble. The prince turned his head to look at the fool who dared to get in his way. There he found a half-elf that had red hair akin to flames, who was looking at him with clear light green eyes that were as beautiful as sapphires. "I'm sorry, but I fell in love with Lady Brianna the moment I saw her," William lied with a straight face. "I was planning to ask the great chieftain to make her my fiancée, but I never thought that she was already betrothed to another." Prince Aziel snorted as he glared at the annoying half-elf in front of him. If someone had dared to grab his hand without his permission in the Enisha dynasty, that person's hand would have been cut off and his body whipped 1,000 times over. He laughed in anger as he tightened his grip on William's hand. Prince Aziel had every intention of breaking the offender's hand to teach him a lesson. "Since you already know that the young lady is betrothed to me, then why are you getting in my way?" Prince Aziel asked. "Know your place and go back to where you belong, Helenian." William chuckled as if what Prince Aziel was saying was complete and utter nonsense. "You ask me why I'm getting in your way. You're not very smart, are you, second prince of the Enisha dynasty?" William raised his chin in an arrogant manner and acted like a first-rate antagonist. "I came here for one reason, and one reason only, and that is to snatch this beauty from your hands. Like I said, I fell in love with her, and I'm not planning to hand her to anyone. Not to you, nor any other man in this great hall." The hall quieted down as the warriors looked at William with a grim expression. Their hands moved towards the handles of their weapons. They were only waiting for their great chief's order to hack the arrogant half-elf to pieces. Great Chief Evander was about to say something, but William didn't give him that opportunity. "I challenge you, Aziel Sianesha, for the hand of Lady Brianna," William declared. "I issue this challenge in adherence to the laws of the third peak of chivalry. I call upon the sovereign of the Kirintum Mountains to bear witness to this challenge." William then strengthened his grip on the second prince's hand, which made the latter wince in pain. After seeing the prince's reaction, William released his hand and faced Great Chief Evander. "The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," William said as he ignored the pained expression of the second prince and faced Great Chief Evander fearlessly. "Isn't that right, Great Chief of the Northern Tribes?" Chapter 247. Don't worry, I won't let him marry you. In the beginning, William wasn't planning on doing anything. However, when Prince Aziel was about to grab Brianna's hand, his body moved subconsciously. When he came to himself, he was already grabbing the second prince's hand and looking at the latter's glaring face. Perhaps due to himself being a victim of an arranged marriage, William felt that Brianna was very pitiful. She had just turned 11, but was now forced to marry someone she didn't even like. For a brief moment, the image of Brianna's clear and confident eyes appeared inside William's mind. In the next instant, those same eyes clouded over and lost their brilliance. Deep inside his heart, the half-elf didn't want the lively young lady to lose her radiance. Because of this, his body moved before his mind could even think of a way to save the young girl. While the second prince was talking, the system had informed William that there was a special rule in the Peak of Chivalry that allowed special challenges to be issued. This peak was used to settle disputes between the tribe in the form of one-on-one mortal combat. This was a bloody tradition in the northern tribes, but it was a tradition that all of them recognized. No matter what happened, no matter the result, the winner was king. Great Chief Evander stared at William with a serious expression. The phrase, "the wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," had a significant meaning to the northern tribe. It was the promise that their great sovereign had given them before he ascended to the first peak of divinity. Since then, their sovereign had never again appeared before them. His blessing still remained. Only the oracle who served their lord would descend from the first peak to relay their sovereign's order. Ignoring this phrase was tantamount to ignoring the sovereign's pledge to his people. Great Chief Evander breathed deeply before reluctantly acknowledging William's challenge. "The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," Evander said. He then looked at the second prince of the dynasty of Anisha and sighed internally. He had already given his word, but he was powerless against the rules of their domain. He'd rather break his promise to a mortal prince than ignore the pledge of a demigod. "According to the laws of our tribe, within the Peak of Chivalry, challenges can be issued if there is a conflict of interest," Great Chief Evander stated with a serious expression. "Since the representative from the Helen Kingdom also wishes to marry my granddaughter, then a fair duel is needed. This is the law of our people. Great Chief, need I remind you that—" Prince Aziel wasn't able to finish his sentence because Great Chief Evander had thrown in his direction. "I've returned the token that you have given me." Great Chief Evander stood straight and released his imposing aura. "If you wish to be betrothed to my granddaughter, you will have to fight for her hand in marriage. If not, then she will become this boy's bride." Prince Aziel narrowed his eyes. His mission was to ensure that the alliance between their dynasty and the northern tribes succeeded. This was why his father had entrusted the medallion in his hand as a bargaining chip for Brianna's hand in marriage. The second prince knew that he couldn't back down from this duel, because he would be ridiculed by his brothers if he returned as a failure. Prince Aziel wasn't afraid of fighting William in a duel because he was a warrior. The Anisha dynasty was a dynasty that was ruled by military strength. All the weaklings were weeded out, and this also included the members of the royal family. The prince had fought several duels before he was recognized by his father. It was also why he was the one chosen for this extremely important mission. If he succeeded, then he would be showered with praises. If he failed, to think that a half-elf slave would dare to challenge this prince. How the mighty Helen. "Kingdom has fallen," Prince Aziel said with contempt. "Tell me, slave, who are you and what is your standing in your kingdom?" William shifted his head to the side to look at the glaring prince who was so close to having one of his blood vessels ruptured. "William von Ainsworth," William said with a smile. "I am the commander of the Second Knight Order of the Helen Kingdom." William then gazed at Great Chief Evander as he continued his speech. "I am the commander of the Angorian War Sovereign. Nice to meet all of you." Great Chief Evander's, Liam's and Connell's eyes widened in surprise. The warriors that surrounded the Great Hall, on the other hand, started to whisper at each other while glancing at William from time to time. "A slave commander?" Prince Aziel chuckled. "This is the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard in my life." "Very well, I accept your challenge, slave." Prince Aziel stepped forward and looked down on William because he was half a meter taller than the boy. "I will ensure that you understand your position in society. I'll trample on your face and use it as a sharpener for my sword. I will make sure that you regret challenging this prince." "You know, that is what all the side characters say," William replied. "Since you are able to spout this bunch of nonsense, that means that you are just a small fry in the Anisha dynasty." A loud clap resounded inside the Great Hall as William's wooden staff and Prince Aziel's sword clashed against each other. In that initial clash, both men were able to hold their ground. "I guess you can back your words to a certain extent," Prince Azil said. William hummed. "However, I'm more handsome than you, so it's still my win. Keep talking while you still have your tongue, brat. Did anyone tell you that you have bad breath?" The two were about to clash again when Great Chief Evander clapped his hands to put a stop to young men who were very close to fighting inside the banquet hall. "Since the two of you are going to fight, we will relocate to the Arena of Chivalry," Evander declared. "All the warriors of the northern region will witness this battle. Do your best and show us the might of the Helen Kingdom and the Anasha dynasty." Prince Azil snorted and backed away. He returned to his table in a bad mood. "Don't worry," William said as he patted Brianna's head. "I won't let him marry you." William didn't wait for Brianna's reply and returned to his table. As soon as he arrived, Sir Jerkins dragged him to the side and talked to him in hushed whispers. "Why did you do that?" Jerkins inquired. "We are already in a precarious situation. We might not even be able to leave this place if the tribes have really allied with the two dynasties." William patted the ambassador's shoulder. "It is because we are in this precarious situation that we must show our strength. If the warriors of the northern tribe recognize our valor, they will be less willing to put us under house arrest." The half-elf gave the ambassador a refreshing smile as glanced in the direction of the second, Prince of Anasha. "Besides, wouldn't this be a good opportunity to kill a prince? Once he's dead, the Anasha dynasty and the northern tribes will end up in conflict. Isn't this a good thing for us?" Sir Jerkins quieted down for a few seconds. He never expected the young boy in front of him to be resolute in taking down a prince from the neighboring dynasty. After organizing his thoughts, he finally asked the most important question. "Can you beat him?" William smiled. "I have no choice but to beat him. If I don't beat him, we will have no chance of leaving this place alive." William didn't lie. Right now, they were deep inside the enemy's territory. The only way for them to survive was to create as much chaos as possible and break the tri-party alliance that had been formed between the two dynasties and the northern tribe of the Kirinto Mountains. Chapter 248, Lightning God War Art, 8th Form. Lightning God headed towards the Arena of Chivalry. This was a giant pit located in the third peak of Chivalry, where duels were held. The arena was half a kilometer long and felt very ancient. There was a carved statue of a humanoid goat with wings that towered over the far end of the arena. William assumed that this was the image of the sovereign of the Kirinto Mountains that the tribes worship. The half-elf had changed attire and wore a white and red robe with a hood. Currently, William was not using the hood, so it lay harmlessly on the back of his neck. He was holding the wooden staff in his hand and stood in the center of the arena. Azil was wearing a full set of black and gold lightweight armor. The Anasha dynasty was a dynasty of warriors. They had very few magicians, but they had 2 sword saints among their ranks. They also had an ant-queen myriad beast guardian that ensured that their territory wouldn't be conquered by anyone. The spectators stood along the sides of the huge pit and looked at the 2 warriors with interest. All of them disliked William, and hoped that Prince Aziel would wipe the floor using the arrogant half-elf's face. Sir Jerkins, and the other representatives of the Helen Kingdom, had grim expressions on their faces as they watched the battle from above. Brianna, who was the prize, sat beside her grandfather with her hands clasped together. It was as if she was praying to the sovereign of the Kirinto Mountains for William's victory. The Crown Prince, Prince Alaric, and Princess Isla sat beside each other as they too waited for the start of the battle. In the depths of Princess Isla's beautiful purple eyes, a rare feeling of admiration and envy welled up. She wasn't able to stop herself from giving Brianna a brief glance before shifting her attention back at the arena. How the princess wished that she was in Brianna's position. She also wished that a knight would appear out of nowhere and save her from her fated marriage. "Are both of you ready?" Great Chief Evander, who was seated on a high seat at the top of the cliff overlooking the arena, asked. "Ready," William answered. He took a fighting stance, holding the staff in his hand, and pointed its end in Prince Azil's direction. Prince Azil nodded his head and brought down his visor. He took a fighting stance and held his sword firmly in his hand. Seeing that both fighters were raring to go, Great Chief Evander raised his hand and announced the start of the battle. "Fight for honor, fight for glory, may the best man win," Great Chief Evander shouted. "Start!" The warriors around the arena raised their weapons and shouted, "Ahoo! Ahoo! Ahoo!" William locked his sights on Prince Azil's body as the power of his passive skills boosted his stats. He had shifted to the monk job class because it was currently the best class to use during a battle. Not only that, the extra stat points it gave was a welcome addition to William, whose powers were still sealed. Name, William von Arnsworth Race. Half-elf health points. 7,500 divided by 7,500 mana. Disabled job class, Shepherd LVL 30 subclass. Monk max strength, 55 plus 45 agility, 50 plus 20 vitality, 30 plus 35 intelligence, 60 plus 20 dexterity, 45 plus 50 titles, Giant Slayer friend-zoned Domain Master. Both fighters took a step forward and charged at each other. Prince Aziel suddenly increased his speed and instantly appeared 5 meters in front of William. The second prince was known for his uncanny ability to easily unleash a flurry of sword strikes that rendered his opponent in a helpless state. He was using a long, silver saber sword that was slightly longer and bigger than the normal saber sword. Although it looked heavy from an outsider's perspective, for the prince, it was as light as a feather because it was a soul-bound weapon that was especially made for him by the Grandmaster Blacksmith of their dynasty. It was a sword that could easily slice through steel armor, as if it was made from tofu. Prince Aziel sneered in his heart. His plan was to cut the half-elf's arms off before torturing him. He would mutilate William's face until even his family wouldn't be able to recognize him anymore. After that, he would chain him up and bring him back to the palace and have him live as a chained dog for the rest of his life. The sword blade blurred as the strike reached its designated target. William raised his staff in an attempt to block it, which made the smile on Prince Aziel's face widen. He disdained the half-elf for even attempting to use a useless staff to block his sword. He looked forward to seeing his future slave's expression when the weapon in his hands was cut into pieces. Unfortunately, what happened next made the smile on Prince Aziel's face stiffen. The staff that he had thought would be cut in half successfully blocked his attack and was even about to fall on top of his head. The prince hurriedly jumped to the side to dodge the unexpected counterattack from his opponent. However, William was hot on his heels. Relentless dragon rush. William roared as he sent a flurry of thrusts aimed at Prince Aziel's head, neck, chest, eyes, and shoulders. The prince hurriedly parried the attacks he could and dodged the others. Prince Aziel took several steps back in order to gain distance from the opponent that he had only considered to be a fool for challenging him in a duel. Forced into a corner, Prince Aziel shouted and released his sword aura. The sword in his hand extended and turned into a giant silver snake that forced William to stop his assault. After finally taking a breather, Prince Aziel's face within his helmet reddened in anger and shame. For him to be forced to use his sword aura and intent first made his killing intent explode from his body. "I'll kill you." Prince Aziel roared and thrust forward. The giant silver snake hissed and charged towards William with rage. This time the situation was reversed. It was now William's time to retreat as the snake mercilessly hounded his heels. "Come, Soleil." The ring on William's hand transformed into a golden spear. He had already stored his wooden staff and now held the spear firmly in his hands. Right now it was noontime in the Kirinta Mountains. Although the temperature was freezing, the sun shone in the sky like a king watching gladiators battle to entertain him. The spear in William's hand started to get warm, which caused steam to rise from its handle and blade tip. William channeled his aura into his weapon before throwing it towards the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded by the half-elf's move because they couldn't understand the logic behind his actions. Even William's comrades were caught by surprise by their commander's antics. Wendy's hands were clasped together over her chest as she observed the person she liked. She had faith in William and trusted him completely. The beautiful girl knew that her commander was not someone who did things arbitrarily. She knew that there was a hidden meaning behind his action that would allow him to win the duel. After throwing Soleil towards the sky, William summoned his bow and quiver. He immediately nocked an arrow on his bow and aimed it in Prince Aziel's direction. "Lightning God War Art, 8th form," William said. "Exterminate Chrysalakatos." The tip of the adamantium arrow glistened in an eerie green glow before it was released from the bow. It flew towards the prince, leaving a trail of green mist behind it. Halfway through its journey, the arrow multiplied into over 100 replicas. Prince Aziel immediately made a blocking gesture which made the giant silver snake stand in front of him. A few seconds later, a pained shriek resounded in the arena as the adamantium arrows embedded themselves into the silver snake's body. Green smoke rose up from the arrowheads, which formed a green poisonous cloud that enveloped the giant snake's body. Prince Aziel hurriedly dropped the sword in his hand and ran away from the poisonous cloud. As a member of the royal family, he was well versed in using poison, because it was the most effective way to eliminate his opposition. His instinct told him that the poison was very potent, so he didn't hesitate to drop his weapon to retreat. Unfortunately, William's lightning god war art lasted for a full minute, and the half-elf had sent another barrage of poisonous arrows in his direction. Out of desperation, Prince Aziel raised the onyx medallion that he had given Great Chief Evander before, in order to save his life. "Heed my call and come to my aid," Prince Aziel shouted. "Come forth, blood-eyed torment ant soldiers." The onyx medallion shone, and 3 2-meter-tall ant-type beasts emerged in front of Prince Aziel. The rain of arrows fell upon them, and the ants gave out pained cries as they were hit by the holy arrows that were coated in powerful poison. The ants fell on the ground twitching, but Prince Aziel paid them no mind. He summoned 6 more blood-eyed torment ants and ordered them to attack William. Once, Again, these ants died in William's hands, but Prince Aziel kept on summoning more. It was as if the medallion's ability to summon was unending. Great Chief Evander looked at the onyx medallion in regret. If only William hadn't interfered with his plans, the medallion would have been his. The blood-eyed torment ant soldiers were only grade D beasts, but they were numerous. After summoning over 100 beasts, the effect of William's lightning god war art expired, and he no longer shot any more arrows at his enemy. Seeing that the half-elf had run out of steam, Prince Aziel laughed and raised the medallion once again. "Show him no mercy, I summon you, grim nightmare ant commander." A 4-meter-tall silver ant with green eyes materialized in front of Prince Aziel. The grim nightmare ant commander's bloody red mandibles opened wide to let out an ear-piercing shriek. It was its war cry in acknowledgement to its master's command to kill the enemy in front of it. William narrowed his eyes as his appraisal skill identified the latest goon that the prince had summoned to end his life. Grim Nightmare Ant Commander, Colony Commander, Threat Level S-Mid, Centennial Beast, cannot be added to the herd. Chapter 249, Duel's End. William wasn't able to read the rest of the information of the Centennial Beast in front of him, because it gave him no time to do so. After screeching, the Centennial Ant fired an acid spray in William's direction. The ground he was standing on a while ago melted into a puddle of acid. Since it was an AoE attack, William wasn't able to prevent himself from getting grazed by the acid on his shoulder and legs. Fortunately, William had coated his body with his aura, but he still suffered second-degree burns from the acid spray. He was, after all, fighting against a Centennial Beast that was way out of his league. Name, William von Unsworth. Race, half-elf. Health points, 4,500 divided by 7,500. Disabled. Just a graze and I received this much injury, William thought as he distanced himself from the giant ant who was now running towards him. If that thing hits me directly, I'm doomed. Smoke rose from the injured area of William's body as he dodged the ant's relentless attacks. Initially, he thought of attacking Prince Aziel, but the latter had summoned dozens of blood-eyed torment ant soldiers to protect him. The prince currently had a gloating expression on his face as he looked at the pitiful half-elf. "Host, it is going to fire another acid spray. Yin-yang cauldron." William shouted, and a cauldron materialized in front of him. It enlarged itself and formed a shield in front of William. The acid spray landed on its surface, but the cauldron remained intact. Wendy and Amelia breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that William was safe. Their hearts were beating wildly inside their chests in anxiousness for the boy's safety. To William's surprise, the cauldron even absorbed the acid spray and stored it inside its storage space meant for ingredients. The half-elf decided to use the acid to his advantage and ordered the cauldron to spray the acid back. However, his target was not the Centennial Beast in front of him, but the prince that had surrounded himself with soldier ants. Aziel immediately ordered the ants around him to form a meat shield to protect him from the acid spray. The dozen of ants melted as soon as the acid landed on their bodies, but their mass was enough to protect the prince who hid behind them. "If one is not enough, then have a couple more," Aziel screamed in fury. "Hear my call, grim nightmare ant commanders." 2 more Centennial ants appeared in the arena. The combined pressure of the 3 Centennial beasts made the warriors look at them solemnly. William still had a calm expression on his face, but that was because his consciousness was elsewhere. He had assigned the system to temporarily control his body while he negotiated with someone inside his 1,000-beast domain. "Ha ha ha! You stupid elf! You finally made your appearance!" Kasaganaga roared in anger. "How dare you trap me inside this domain? I will make you pay with your life." Wait! Listen to me first." William raised both of his hands in an attempt to pacify the enraged demigod. "I came here because I have a proposal. I will not negotiate with any elves. Die. If I die, you will be trapped here for eternity. Do you want that to happen?" The rainbow-colored, 2-meter-tall, curled-up anteater stopped in its tracks. It was about to ram itself on William's body, but the moment the elf mentioned being trapped for eternity, it hurriedly stopped its attack. "You dare to threaten this demigod!" Kasaganaga shouted hatefully. "Just listen first. How about we make a deal? I promise that you will gain benefits from it." "What deal? Speak, you wretched elf." William decided to come clean because he didn't have much time remaining. The system said that he could only take over his body for 10 minutes max before the autopilot feature was disabled. "I am currently fighting 3 Centennial ants. Haha, doesn't that mean that you're as good as dead? Good, you deserve to die a gruesome death. If I die, you will be trapped here for eternity," William reminded the smug-faced anteater, which made the latter immediately choke on its own laughter. "The 2 of us started on the wrong foot, but let me tell you one thing," William said after taking a deep breath. "I am not an elf. I am a half-elf. You're still half an elf." The Kasaganaga didn't want to compromise. Although it knew that half-elves were also treated badly by the elves, its long imprisonment made it hate anything that had an elf attached to it. You hate the elves, right? I mean, I also resent them to a certain extent because they forced my mother and I to be separated, William explained. The Kasugunaga paused and looked at William with a serious expression. As a demigod, it had the power to see through all lies and deceit by mortals. No mortal on Hestia could lie to a demigod and think that they could get away with it. William then hurriedly narrated the story about how his father saved the Silvermoon continent and sacrificed himself to save the World Tree. However, some of the elders of the Elven Council still hated William's father because he had made the Saintess his wife. Even after thousands of years, those hypocrites are still hypocrites. The Kasugunaga stomped the ground with its little foot in anger. I'd like to tell you more, but I don't have much time left, William said anxiously. Right now, I need your help. Please, help me. The Kasugunaga pondered for a while before reluctantly nodding its head. I will help you, but in return you will allow me to use some of the high-grade magic crystals you have stored inside your domain. Deal. Back in the arena. It's time for you to die, you wretched slave. Prince Aziel ordered the 3 centennial ants to corner William and end his life. Right now, William's back leaned against the wall of the arena. The 3 centennial beasts had him surrounded, and there was no longer any place to run and evade. The 3 ants opened their mandibles wide and attacked William. Wendy and Amelia covered their eyes with their hands. They didn't want to see their commander's gruesome death in the jaws of the centennial beasts. Brianna, who was watching the battle, clenched her fist so hard that her nails had dug down into her palms, drawing blood. Princess Isla sighed internally as she averted her gaze. She knew that the battle was already at its end, and she didn't want to personally witness the death of a brave young man who only wanted to save the damsel in distress. It was at that moment when a loud and arrogant voice echoed inside the arena. I'm rolling! A 2-meter-tall, rainbow-colored wrecking ball slammed on the face of one of the centennial ants. After hitting its target, it bounced the other ant and hit its head as well. Naturally, it didn't end there, and it hit the head of the remaining ant that had a look of surprise on its face. Although the Kasugunaga was only a Class C beast, it was still a demigod and the bane of all ants. Its attacks, no matter how weak it was, would always give the maximum damage towards all kinds of ants which were its food. The 3 centennial ants collapsed on the ground, shrieking in pain. The rainbow-colored anteater uncurled itself, and a long, elongated tongue extended from its snout. The tongue wrapped around the body of one of the ants and pulled it towards the anteater. The centennial ant struggled helplessly, but it was of no use. Faced with the bane of its existence, all of its attempts to break free were futile. Nom nom. The ant was devoured by the smaller anteater as if it was nothing. It was akin to a goldfish eating a baby shark, but the irony was there was still room to spare in its stomach. The stomach of the Kasugunaga was similar to a small black hole. Any ant-type creatures would be instantly absorbed within that black hole, and they would be digested gradually over time. After seeing the demise of their comrade, the 2 centennial ants tried to escape, but the Kasugunaga was a step ahead of them. It wrapped the 2 ants with its tongue and devoured both of them at the same time. Prince Aziel watched this scene in disbelief. Actually, he was not the only one. Everyone who was watching the battle had dumbfounded looks on their faces. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, one of the mithril-ranked warriors from the Anasha dynasty shouted, "Prince, above you!" Hurriedly looked above him, another unbelievable sight. William was holding a flaming spear in his hands that was over 2 meters long. His robes fluttered in the air as he raised the spear to strike. "Bloom in the battlefield," William roared. "Fleur du soleil!" The spear left a blazing trail in the sky as it streaked towards the horrified prince that was frozen in place. Prince Aziel's vision was bathed in a golden light. That was the last thing he saw before his body and ambitions turned into ashes. Chapter 250, Calm your tiddies, you bunch of pewsies. A hot gust of air washed over the spectators that were watching the battle. The enchantment that was placed on the arena of chivalry had activated and prevented the roaring flames from going outside the confines of the arena. Jerkins clenched his fist as he exclaimed in both shock and happiness at William's firm stance when it came to killing the second prince. "Good job, boy, good job!" Jerkins gritted his teeth as the blood boiled inside his body. He wished he could do the same and massacre the other representatives of the Anasha dynasty, but he was more of a scholar than a warrior. The flames of Soleil rampaged as it tried to break free, but the powerful enchantments of the arena kept it in place. Soon the flame subsided, and only a golden spear, firmly embedded in the ground, could be seen where the second prince of the Anasha dynasty once stood. Great Chief Evander and the rest of the warriors had solemn expressions on their faces as they looked at this scene. Their gazes shifted from the spear stuck in the ground to the boy that was slowly descending from the sky. "Ding! Hidden quest cleared! Beat the second prince of the Anasha dynasty! Reward, 1,000 God points." The red-headed boy was surprised when the series of notifications appeared on his status page. Although he wished that he would gain points in defeating Prince Aziel, He didn't expect that a hidden quest would be triggered after he successfully killed him. William had no qualms in killing Prince Azil because it was a scenario where either the prince died or he died. He wouldn't show mercy to his enemy, especially when that enemy was hell-bent on killing him. William's hand was firmly gripping the blood eagle, whom he named Skadrez. The half-elf gave the great chief of the northern tribe a sidelong glance before his feet touched the ground. "Thank you, Skadrez," William said. It screeched in reply. It circled around its master once before disappearing into the air. William extended his hand and Soleil flew back to him. He held the spear firmly in his grip as he walked towards the spot where the prince had fallen. There, on the ground, was the onyx medallion that he had used to summon the ant warriors to fight by his side. Surprisingly, the medallion hadn't melted and was still intact. William picked it up and was about to appraise it when a scream broke the solemn air of the third peak of chivalry. "Prince Azil!" A panicked scream broke out from the representatives of the Anasha dynasty. The two mithril-ranked warriors jumped down into the arena and charged towards William. Both of their eyes were bloodshot because they didn't expect that their second prince would die in his fight against the Knight Commander of the Helen Kingdom. They knew that they would be punished by the king when they returned to their domain, but they hoped that their punishment would be lessened if they presented the culprit to their monarch. William didn't move and simply stared at the two approaching warriors in disdain. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as if taunting them for their stupidity. The two warriors became more enraged and unsheathed their weapons when they were only 20 meters away from their target. They planned to cut off the boy's legs in order to prevent him from running away, so they could drag him back to their homeland and torture him for life. Not you warriors brandished their weapons at the same time, however. When their weapons were merely a foot away from William's body, both warriors stopped in their tracks. Their expressions and gazes didn't change, but they had stopped completely. It was as if both of them were frozen in time, unable to deliver that disabling blow that would cripple the half-elf whose mocking smile widened even more. "The wind may blow, but the ice will never melt," William said softly. "Mortals who disobey this law will only have one ending." As if waiting for those very words to finish, both warriors turned into ice sculptures, to the surprise of all the foreign guests who thought that William would die under the two warriors' hands. Only the northern tribe didn't bat an eye and remained indifferent to the fate of the two warriors that had dared to break one of their sacred laws. William casually brandished Soleil and shattered the two ice sculptures. The arena of chivalry only allowed duels that both parties had agreed upon. Those who broke this rule would turn into ice sculptures, and their fate would be at the mercy of the person whom they wished to harm. Since William already knew the rules of the arena by heart, he acted firmly and destroyed the ice sculptures. He had no intention of negotiating with the representatives of the Anasha dynasty, because both had already shown open hostility to each other. The second princess, Valeria Cyanaisha, looked on in horror as William made a cutting-the-neck gesture in her direction. The remaining guards hurriedly stood in front of the princess and unsheathed their weapons. It was their way of protecting the last VIP of their dynasty within the Kirinta Mountains. William ignored the soldiers as his eyes shifted towards the great chieftain's location. Half of his mission had been completed, and it was time to finish the rest while he still had the strength to stand. He ignored the pain that was coming from the acid burns on his body as his eyes locked on his target. William raised the spear in his hand and pointed it at the second warrior of the tribe, Conal Zeke. "When I saw Princess Isla, I fell in love with her at first sight," William said in a righteous tone. "Although I'm younger than her by 2 years, I'm sure that she'll be more beautiful when I come of age. I've always wanted to marry a princess, so this is an opportunity that I can't afford to miss." Princess Isla and the other people that were present on the third peak couldn't stop their lips from twitching. Just an hour ago, William declared that he fell in love at first sight when he saw Brianna. Now he was saying the same thing. All of them wanted to spit on him and ask, "Just how many times do you plan to fall in love at first sight?" Wendy, Amelia, and the rest of the members of William's Night Order covered their faces as they looked away in embarrassment. For a brief moment, they wanted to pretend that they didn't know the shameless half-elf who had a smug expression on his face at this time. Even Jerkin's usually calm facade broke apart, and was forced to cover his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. "Commander William, why don't you stop here?" Great Chief Evander was forced to acknowledge William as one of the knight commanders of the Helen Kingdom after he had shown his mettle against Prince Azil and the Centennial Ants. Although he didn't know the origin of that rainbow-colored anteater that appeared earlier, a beast that could single-handedly defeat and devour 3 Centennial Ants was no laughing matter. "Today is the day that my son will choose his brides," Evander continued. "Since he has already chosen the princess as his main wife, it would be disrespectful for the guest to snatch her away, no?" William smiled when he heard Evander's condescending words. Frankly, he felt like scum right now, but he'd rather be a scum than a dead scum. As long as they were on the third peak of chivalry, William could use the rules to his advantage. However, once they left this place, The advantage he had would disappear like the fleeting wind. So, you are saying that the second warrior of the tribe refuses to accept my challenge? William nodded his head. All right, I will accept your suggestion, but he has to change his title to the second coward of the tribe. I am very excited to share with my kingdom that the warriors of the Kirintor Mountains are just a bunch of pussies. William laughed out loud. It was a laughter filled with ridicule and contempt that irritated the ears of everyone that heard it, excluding the representatives of the Helen kingdom. The great chief and the rest of the warriors glared at William hatefully, but the target of William's ridicule sat calmly on his seat, as if he didn't hear the half-elf's mocking words. The second warrior calmly sipped his tea and let the mocking laughter wash over him like a passing breeze. He was not afraid to fight William, because as long as he was in his domain, he would be able to use the power of his bloodline to its limit. The reason he was not saying and doing anything was because he was waiting for his father's decision. The great chief was his father, and his words were law. Great Chief Evander had already told him subtly to remain seated and not say or do anything reckless. As the second warrior, he wouldn't allow himself to be enraged by mere taunts. However, Connell didn't expect that William would also mock the warriors of the northern tribe. What he did went past the northern tribe's bottomline. All the warriors roared in anger and brandished their weapons. If not for the laws of the third peak, they would have already swarmed the hateful half-elf and torn him to shreds. What's wrong? Are you guys angry? William laughed. Calm your titties, you bunch of pussies. Come, this is here. All of you can fight me at the same time. I'm not afraid of pussies. The crown prince of the Zelan dynasty, Alaric Sol Zelan, had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the knight commander of the Helen kingdom who was busy taunting the warriors of the northern tribe. Deep inside he was laughing heartily. He thought that coming to the Kirintor Mountains would be a dull undertaking. He didn't expect that he would find first-class entertainment in this dull and frigid place. Chapter 251. You're not qualified to fight me. Great Chief Evander gripped the armchair in an attempt to prevent himself from killing the boy then and there. As the great chief of the northern tribes, he had to be the example for every warrior to follow. However, even he was finding it hard to keep his rage from rising to the surface. The boy's mouth was simply too obnoxious that he wanted to rip it apart so badly. Even so, he endured. There was a right time for everything, and now was not the right time. Is this the attitude of a knight commander? Great Chief Evander asked. I expected more from an official of the Helen kingdom. William snorted before he gave his reply. My attitude depends on who I am talking to. If I'm talking to dogs, there's no need to be polite. Why do I have to act respectful to mongrels who only know how to hide in these mountains? Even a grandma from my hometown has more balls than all of you combined. Another round of roars reverberated across the third peak of the chivalry as several of the warriors weren't able to stop themselves from jumping inside the arena. They would rather die than be insulted by the hateful half-elf who was stepping on their pride and dignity. Damn this boy. His mouth is too evil. Brothers, let me kill that bastard. No, let me kill him. Even if I die, I will bring him to the afterlife with me. Seeing that everything was going south, Great Chief Evander was forced to stand and pacify his people. Stop. Don't listen to him. He's just provoking all of you, Evander shouted. Did you not see what happened earlier? Do you want to die as well? The warriors stopped after hearing their great chief's words, but soon William's mocking laughter irritated their ears once again. Would you rather die as warriors or die as dogs? William sneered. Just take a good look at your great chief. He is just standing there while I call all of you cowards, dogs, and pussies. Do you know why he's not reprimanding me? I'll tell you why. It's because it's the truth. William raised his chin arrogantly. What mighty warriors! Such audacity! If you really are as mighty as you say you are, then why are you hiding here in the mountains like little rats? If you are as mighty as you say you are, then why don't you challenge the Helen kingdom to war in a fair battle? William spat on the ground before sneering at Great Chief Evander. Brave warriors who only dare to fight when it was 3 against 1. Just like now, I stand here alone, and yet all of you want to fight me at the same time, and you still have to ask why I call all of you pussies. The devilish half-elf pointed at Connell with a mocking expression. Look at your leader. He is desperately hiding his second son under his skirt. Second warrior. More like second pussy. William laughed one more time, and his irritating laughter made all the warriors who heard it gnash their teeth in rage. After laughing, William raised his chin in an arrogant manner in order to continue his taunting. Why don't we ask your god whether he thinks of you as warriors or not? William then pointed his finger at the first peak of divinity that could be seen in the distance. The warriors glanced at the direction of the first peak and waited. They wanted their god to smite this irritating boy and turn him into an ice sculpture. That way they could place him as a permanent landmark in the third peak where everyone could spit on his face any time. William wasn't aware of what the warriors were thinking as he shouted with all of his might. Sovereign that rules over the Kirintor Mountains, If everything that I've said is false, then punish me here and now. The warriors of the Kirinta Mountains are not warriors, but cowards. Mere dogs who are now wagging their tails at their new masters, which are the two dynasties of the southern continent. Tell me, am I wrong or not? Everyone held their breaths, as they waited for the response of the demigod that ruled over the entirety of the northern region. There was no bolt of lightning, no peal of thunder, and not even a sound that came from the first peak of divinity. The deafening silence made the warriors' blood turn cold, for they felt that their sovereign's silence was its silent acknowledgement of William's claims. William, who was the source of the commotion, had an arrogant look on his face, but deep inside he was feeling anxious. He didn't know what kind of being the demigod was, or its stance towards the war that the northern tribes were planning to wage. William wanted to know if the sovereign of the Kirinta Mountains was also in cahoots with the two dynasties. This was more scary than having an army invade the Helen Kingdom, because fighting against a demigod was no laughing matter. The silence continued. William could have sworn that mere seconds had passed, but for him it felt like hours. When 5 minutes passed and still no answer came from the first peak, the warriors of the tribe looked at their great chieftain anxiously. Great Chief Evander felt cold, not because of the warriors' stares, but the silence of their sovereign. Its silence was more deafening than the war cries of all the warriors combined, and it chilled his very soul. "See?" William said softly. "Even your god agrees with me. You are not warriors. All of you are just cowards who only know how to fight when it is advantageous to you." William was about to say more when a shout reverberated in the air. "Shut up! Shut your mouth!" Connell's bloodshot eyes stared at William as he rose from his seat. "You want to steal my bride? Fine, let's fight. If you win, you can have the princess. If I win, you will take your words back." William chuckled. However, this chuckle seemed more deafening than his laughter earlier. He no longer needed to fight Connell because he had already achieved his goal. Now that the tribe thought that their god agreed with William's claims, their will to fight had also disappeared. Connell also knew that, if this continued, his family would no longer remain as the ruling family of the northern tribe. The reason Evander was called the Great Chief was because all the tribes acknowledged him. If this acknowledgement disappeared, then a new chief would take his place. There were many who had wanted to replace Great Chief Evander for a long time, but they hadn't found a good reason to do so. Now William presented them with an opportunity that they could use to finally end the Great Chief's reign over all the tribes in the Kirinta Mountain once and for all. "Take my words back? Sorry, but not happening," William said. "Are you stupid? Even your sovereign agreed with me. If I take it back, wouldn't the esteemed excellency hit me with lightning bolts?" It was at that moment when thunder roared in the heavens. The warriors who heard this knelt down on the ground because they clearly felt the divinity that accompanied it. Their god had finally made its presence known, and it seemed to be siding with William once again. Great Chief Evander's and Connell's faces turned deathly pale. They knew that now was a crucial time, and they needed to turn the situation around before it was too late. "Fine, you want my princess? Then I'll give her to you," Connell shouted. "But in return, you will fight me in a duel. As per the laws of our domain, do you dare accept my challenge?" Connell didn't care anymore. All he wanted to do was end William's life, in order to vent out the anger in his heart. "You're not qualified to fight me." William gave Connell the middle finger. At the start, he really wanted to fight Connell and make the Great Chief agree to his demands after he won the duel. However, the current situation was already good enough. He really didn't care about Princess Ayla. Although he felt pity for her and found her beautiful, she was just a stranger he had met for the first time. He had no obligation to help her. This is the fate of people that have chained themselves to the whim of their god, William thought. As long as the god is on their side, they are invincible. But the moment they lose its favor, the northern tribes are merely castles made of sand that would easily crumble once the waves come to shore. On that day, on the third peak of chivalry, the Great Chief, Evander Zeke, was forced to bow his head. His ambition for the northern tribes to march and conquer the Helen Kingdom was put to an abrupt stop. Goodell covered his face in regret. If only he had refused Sir Jerkin's proposal to travel with him to the third peak of chivalry, none of this would have happened. How he wished that he could turn back time and correct the mistake that he had made. He would definitely kick William out of the mountains and ban him from setting foot in their domain for as long as he drew breath. Chapter 252, Distant Relative. "Well, that sure was something," Alaric, the crown prince of the Zelan dynasty, said with a smile. "Aren't you happy? You don't have to marry a barbarian anymore." Princess Ayla, who was seated opposite him, had a calm expression on her face as she drank her tea. They were currently inside the tent where they stayed after arriving at the third peak of chivalry. William's appearance had put a stop to their plans to use the northern tribes as the hammer that would hit the Helen Kingdom from behind, while the two dynasties faced them on the front lines. "Ah, right. Your ex-husband candidate said that he's giving you to the Knight Commander of the Helen Kingdom." Prince Alaric teased her half-sister. "Do you want to go with him?" I personally don't mind if you do that. Princess Isla placed the teacup on the table before looking at her elder brother. Surely you jest, big brother. Our father is going to attack the Helen Kingdom soon. Why should I stay behind enemy lines? If you go back, you will definitely suffer. You also understand that, don't you? Prince Alaric propped his chin up using his fist and smiled at his little sister. Since your purpose for coming here was in vain, father might get angry and marry you off to the son of the Minister of War that you hate so much. Princess Isla's hands trembled as she thought about marrying the most notorious womanizer in their dynasty. That man was 3 years older than her and had the body size of a pig. The only reason why he was able to have his way was due to his father's influence. The second princess would rather die than marry the bastard pig that had ruined the lives of countless women in the Zeland dynasty. Princess Isla looked at her big brother and saw that the smile had disappeared from his face and was now replaced by a serious expression. Isla, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to protect you if we return to the palace, Prince Alaric said. Someone is whispering in father's ears and is urging him to go to war. Right now, the Zeland dynasty is not a safe place for you to stay. So you're telling me that the most dangerous place is the safest place, big brother? That's right. Also, I can write a letter to that person and ask him to take care of you. In a way, that knight commander is a distant relative of mine. Distant relative? Princess Isla asked in confusion. What do you mean? The smile on Prince Alaric's face returned, as he thought of the uncanny work of fate that brought him to the Kirinda Mountains and personally saw a distant cousin of his that was staying in the Helen Kingdom. My grandmother and the Knight Commander's grandmother were twins. Lord Ainsworth fell in love with her when she went to the Helen Kingdom to meet the previous king for a missionary mission. Alaric shared his story. Back then, Lady Urza was the foreign ambassador for our dynasty. The two of them hit it off pretty quickly and became lovers for a few years before finally deciding to settle down and marry. I'm sure that the esteemed Lord Ainsworth, who crushed all of Lady Urza's suitors back in the Zeland dynasty, wouldn't mind this small favor of mine. Princess Isla's eyes widened in surprise when she discovered this unbelievable backstory. Who would have thought that the current crown prince of a dynasty and the knight commander of the Helen Kingdom were distant relatives? Big brother, please, be honest with me, Princess Isla pleaded. Is there really no chance of turning the situation around? I don't mind marrying a barbarian as long as our father will be happy. After all, this is for the sake of our homeland. Prince Alaric shook his head. Nothing will change even if you marry Connell. The Zeke family is in a precarious situation right now. Great Chief Evander might lose his position, and even if he remains as the Great Chief, the Northern Tribes' expedition towards the south is over. I don't see any value in marrying you off to a faction that can only stand on the sidelines while we wage war on the front lines. Also, I am not too keen on this war. I feel like we are merely puppets being played by a puppeteer from behind. This leaves a very bad aftertaste in my mouth. Prince Alaric had already discovered that there was an organization inside their domain that had been pushing for this war to happen. At first they were only whispering in the ears of the Minister of War. Now they were the advisors of the king. He found all of this very fishy and he didn't like it one bit. The Crown Prince extended his hand and held Princess Isla's trembling hand in a firm grip. Hide in the Helen Kingdom for the time being. At least, that way, you will not be immediately married to that pig. Once we win the war, I will come and find you. And if we lose? Princess Isla inquired. She was loyal to her homeland, but after seeing William's performance, she was having second guesses whether they would succeed in the upcoming war. If we lose, then we lose, Prince Alaric said casually. To be honest, I hope that we will lose this war. Maybe that is what father needs to wake up from his delusions. Big brother, listen, Isla, and listen well. Remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a price. I'm afraid that the price we paid for getting a share of the Helen Kingdom was something that we will regret in the future. Alaric was an ambitious person, but he was not stupid and short-sighted. War would cause many of their people to die. This was an inevitable thing. However, dying for a greater cause and dying as chess pieces were two different things. Prince Alaric would not mind dying for his homeland, but he would never accept dying as a pawn to help someone else achieve their goals. Once I return, I will get to the bottom of this, Prince Alaric swore in his heart. Father, I hope that you know what you're doing. Meanwhile, somewhere on the third peak of chivalry, the chiefs of each tribe were currently discussing important matters. The bride selection ceremony had already become a farce, and the other chiefs were no longer interested in presenting their young ladies to become Connell's brides. The second warrior was put under house arrest by Great Chief Evander in order to prevent him from doing something stupid due to anger. Liam, the first warrior, was currently guarding him and making sure that he stayed inside the main residence of the Great Chief. Although none of the other tribal chiefs were telling Great Chief Evander to step down, They had already told him that they were not satisfied with his unilateral decision to cooperate and angering their god in the process. Great Chief Evander cursed them in his heart, because these same men were those who had supported him wholeheartedly when he told them that they would expand their territories by joining the two dynasties in a pincer attack. He swore that after he managed to keep his position, he would ensure to deal with each and every one of them. While they were in the middle of their talks, a beautiful lady, who seemed to be in her late 20s, suddenly appeared before them. And the tribal chiefs immediately knelt and bowed their heads to pay homage. "We greet you, great oracle. Raise your heads." All the men raised their heads and looked at the holy maiden that resided on the first peak of divinity. She was the one and only messenger of their god. Seeing her here right now could only mean one thing, and that was, "Did His Excellency say anything, O Holy One?" Great Chief Evander asked. He was feeling very anxious right now because he was afraid that their god would punish him for his actions. "Yes, the Great One wants to talk to the interesting boy who made all of you look like clowns in a circus. His Excellency is very, very displeased right now. He also said that the new Great Chief of the tribe will be chosen by the boy as well, but that will have to wait until the two of them have talked. Now pass on my orders and escort him to the first peak of divinity. Don't keep His Excellency waiting." After saying her words, she vanished and turned into an icy mist that flew towards the first peak of divinity. The tribal chiefs glanced at each other before hurrying to find William. All of them were thinking the same thing. This was the opportunity that they were waiting for. As long as they managed to make a good first impression on the boy and agree to his demands, the position as the great chief of the tribe was as good as theirs. Great Chief Evander looked bitterly at the group of old men who had already had a head start. He never dreamed that he would have to curry for the favor of the same person who had brought him to his knees. Fortunately, there was one more card that he could play, and that was none other than pairing him with his granddaughter Brianna. Since the half-elf already owned her, he couldn't possibly return her like some used thing. This was the law of their domain. Even their god recognized it. He hoped that, with his granddaughter's help, he would be able to keep his position and ride out the storm that had befallen their family. Chapter 253, The Law of Equivalent Exchange. "Is there something that you need, Lord William?" An old man with a crooked nose asked with a big smile on his face. "Our tribe is willing to accommodate your every command. You already have 2 beautiful wives by your side, but we could add more if you want to. Such a handsome and chivalrous young man like you will have no problem having a dozen wives." "Don't listen to Elyon," another old man, who had the same sturdy build as William's grandfather James, said as he patted the boy's shoulder. "Our tribe produces the most beautiful and excellent fighters in the northern regions. If Lord William makes any number of them his wife, then they would definitely give birth to handsome and strong warriors just like your grace." "Nonsense. Our tribe has the most beautiful ladies." "Huh? You old crook, why don't you just kick the bucket already? You're already this old and you're still playing matchmaker. Go home and just lay quietly to the side. Shoo." William was using all of his willpower to prevent his lips from twitching as over a dozen old men tried to ingratiate themselves to him. He was having some afternoon tea with Wendy and Amelia when this group suddenly barged inside their tent. The half-elf thought that they were planning to fight him, but they did the opposite instead. The old men started to bribe him with beautiful wives and kept on calling him handsome, strong, chivalrous, manly, and many other positive things that made even the thick-skinned half-elf blush in embarrassment. "Everyone, please calm down." William raised his hand in order to put a stop to the old men's bickering. "Can one of you please tell me the reason for your visit?" The old man with the crooked nose smiled and nodded his head. "As expected of the handsome knight commander, you truly know how to cut to the chase. This old one's name is Alden. I am the tribal chief of the Cato tribe. The reason why we are here is because the great oracle has invited you to go to the first peak of divinity to have a meeting with the Great One." Cato bowed his head respectfully after referring to their god. "We of the Cato tribe are willing to escort Lord William to the first peak of divinity and brave the dangers together. Even if we face a mountain of fire and a sea of knives, our tribe will remain by your side until the bitter end." "Shameless. How dare you promote your tribe in front of Lord William? Aren't you afraid that if you force yourself to look good, your crooked nose will straighten? Alden, why don't you just sit down? Lord William, the Bowman tribe is willing to become your sword and spear to overcome the challenges together." The old men started to bicker with each other, and spittle flew in the air. William frowned because this sudden change in the tribe's stance caught him by surprise a few hours ago. All of them were glaring at him. Now all of them were acting as if he was their best friend. "All of you stop talking!" A commanding tone immediately silenced the rowdy crowd who was so close in having a brawl. Great Chief Evander stepped forward, and his intimidating presence made the other tribal chiefs unconsciously take a step back. Although his position was being challenged at the moment, that didn't change the fact that he was still the recognized great chieftain of the allied tribes. Their long years of being subservient to him had penetrated deep inside their bones that it was hard for them to immediately shake off his hold over them. Seeing that his deterrence still had some effect, Evander made his way towards William and passed the exact words that the great oracle had given him. "You may bring anyone you want to the great peak of divinity, but know that it will not be an easy climb," Evander explained. "Those who manage to reach the first peak will gain great rewards. Those who fail will return here to the third peak of chivalry. I know that the two of us have started off on the wrong foot, and I have no plans to ingratiate myself to you. However, I would like to remind you that Brianna is already yours. What you do with her is up to you, but you cannot return her to the tribe. This is the law, and since you have used the jewel to fight for her hand, you'd better take responsibility, or else, even if the gods forgive you, I won't forgive you." William faced Great Chief Evander's glare fearlessly. He didn't deny the Great Chief's words because it was true. William had fought for Brianna's hand in the name of their god, and he couldn't take those words back even if he wanted to. However, there was a loophole in the law, and that was William could either marry Brianna, or marry her off to someone else. Since the half-elf knew that Brianna and Prince Ernest liked each other, he had already decided to play matchmaker between the two, and have the adorable Lowly be recognized as the youngest prince's fiancée. William may not be the smartest half-elf in the world, but he understood what Great Chief Evander was trying to imply. "The two of us are already attached at our hips. If we fall, Brianna will also fall." This was Great Chief Evander's message, and William understood the logic behind it. "Let's talk after I meet with your god," William replied. "As for Brianna, she already belongs to me. What I do with her is none of your business." Great Chief Evander nodded his head. William's clear, light green eyes had already told him what he wanted to know. Deep inside, he was able to sigh in relief because there was still a chance to keep his position from getting snatched by the other tribal chiefs. "By the way, what happens if I don't go to the first peak?" William inquired. Great Chief Evander and the rest of the tribal chiefs looked at William as if he was the most stupid person they had seen in their life. No one in the Kirinta Mountains would dare disobey the decree that the Great One had passed down. But the half-elf even dared to question what would happen if he didn't go. "Wasn't this a very stupid thing to ask? I don't know what will happen if you don't go to the first peak," Great Chief Evander admitted. "So do know is that no one has defied the orders of our sovereign since the tribes made the Kirinta Mountains their home." Great Chief Evander smiled evilly at William. "I'm also very curious, Knight Commander. I want to know what would happen to you if you dared to defy our god's decree." It was at that moment when all of them heard the consecutive roars of thunder across the mountain. It was like a loud laughter, but to William's half-elven ears it sounded very ominous. Since his question had already been answered, there was no choice but to go to the first peak and meet the god of the Kirinta Mountains. William and his Knight Order made their journey towards the peak of divinity under the watchful eyes of the warriors of the northern tribe. Since none of them were invited, they couldn't accompany William on his journey. The greatest glory in their lifetime was to have the opportunity to meet their god at least once in their life. They envied William because it was very clear that their sovereign looked at him kindly. The moment William's party reached the second peak of enlightenment, a powerful blizzard reigned over them. Visibility was almost zero, and they could only see a foot in front of their faces. Suddenly a strong gust of wind blew over them which scattered their formation. William reached out to hold Wendy's hand, but he was already too late. Wendy and the rest of his Knight Order were blown away by the wind and were nowhere to be found. "Wendy!" William shouted as he tried to look for his comrades. "Amelia! Ian! Brutus, where are you guys?" William shouted over and over again, but only the howling of the wind answered him back. On the first peak of divinity, Ella stood straight and looked down over her beloved. She then glanced at the humanoid goat that was kneeling beside her. "Don't give him and his friends any special treatment," Ella ordered. "William is not a vase that will easily break." The humanoid goat that was over 3 meters tall bowed its head in a respectful manner. The wings behind its back unfurled as it stood up. The sovereign of the mountains then glanced at the boy that was stranded inside the blizzard. He felt envious of him, but held no malice for the boy. Since he was the one chosen by their goddess, then it was only natural that he recognized him as well. "As you wish, Lady Amalthea," the demigod replied. It then clenched its fist and allowed the Peak of Enlightenment to activate. The Peak of Enlightenment was a trial for the warriors of the northern tribe. If they successfully cleared it, they would be able to gain great rewards. Of course, if they didn't succeed, then they would have to price as well. After all, the Peak of Enlightenment followed one law and one law only, and that was the law of equivalent exchange. Chapter 254. My Name is Will, Part 1. As he found himself falling in what seemed to be a bottomless pit. Just a few minutes ago he and his comrades were traversing the path to the peak of enlightenment when a blizzard suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then a gust of wind blew everyone away from each other. William was about to look for his friends when the ground under his feet opened up and sucked him in, which brought him to his current predicament. The boy did everything in his power to stop his fall, but it was all in vain. He couldn't communicate with his system, and none of the artifacts in his possession was working. After struggling on what felt like hours, the boy finally gave up and ceased all activities. Just when he thought that he would keep on free-falling for all eternity, a light appeared below him, and then he fell face first on solid ground. "Pay!" William spat the grass and dirt from his mouth as he hurriedly propped himself off the ground. He scanned his surroundings to see if there was any danger around him. The sun was about to set, leaving the sky with an orange glow. William frowned when he realized that he seemed to be in a flower field in the middle of nowhere. He was about to look behind him when he heard an sound coming from his back. William turned his head to look at the owner of the voice. His body stiffened when his gaze landed on a lady who seemed to be in her late teens. She had long black hair, and her eyes were the same pair of eyes that made his heart skip a beat a lifetime ago. The young lady, who was as beautiful as a painting, looked back at the boy that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in shock. She had come here to admire the sunset, like she usually did every day, and had never experienced something like this before. However, for some reason, the heart inside her chest started to beat wildly. It was as if it were seeing an old friend that it hadn't seen for years. "Be Belle?" William stuttered. He could hear his own heartbeat as the emotions that lay dormant inside his heart started to resurface uncontrollably. "No, this must be a dream or an illusion," William muttered as his eyes focused on the girl in front of him. "That's right. This is just an illusion. How could this be real? I was on the peak of enlightenment when a blizzard happened." William did his best to calm his emotions. His brain was telling him that everything he was seeing was not real. However, his heart was telling him that this was reality. While he was waging an inner battle with himself, the young lady stood up and looked at him in a guarded manner. "Who are you? Why do you know my name?" Belle asked. "What are you doing on our property?" William stopped his mumbling and stared at her. It was at that moment when he realized that he had missed her so much that even hearing her voice was making his heart ache. A tear fell, followed by another. Soon more tears streamed down on William's face as the floodgates in his heart burst open. He, who had hardened his heart from the darkness of humanity, wasn't able to stop the flood of emotions that had accumulated for many years. Just think the flood of emotions that had accumulated for many years. If this was a dream or an illusion, what was important was that she was here right now. Seeing that the younger boy was crying, the beautiful lady felt alarmed and hurriedly approached him. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Belle asked. She then scanned William's body for injuries. Luke's lips trembled as he gave out his name. "My name is Will." "Your name is Will. What is your surname?" Belle pondered for a while before shaking her head. "Sorry, but I don't recall anyone in this town with that name," Belle replied. "However, don't worry. I will ask my servants to help you find your family later." William had no recollection of what happened next. He felt lightheaded and he couldn't think straight. All he knew was that Belle held his hand and took him back to her villa so he could change his clothes. "Did you buy this from a cosplay shop?" Belle asked. "This is very well made. Unfortunately, there is some damage here and there. From the looks of it, it seems to have been scorched by fire." "Not fire, but acid," William said internally as he put on the clothes that were lent to him by Belle. He had just finished taking a bath and changed into a set of clothes that belonged to Belle's younger brother who was studying in the city. "I'll ask the maid to have this washed," Belle stated with a determined expression. "I'll also ask them to patch this up. Don't worry, Will. I'll make sure that this will become as good as new." William could only nod his head and thank the over-enthusiastic girl. This was the first time he had seen Belle act this animated. Back then, she would always have that distant and aloof expression on her face when she was in the academy. "Those ears of yours look so real." Belle's eyes sparkled as she stared at William's ears. "Who is the character that you're portraying? Is he an anime or game character?" William unconsciously touched his half-elven ears. Although they were not as pointy as that of an elf, they were still pointer than that of a normal human's. "Actually, they are real," William said in a half-teasing voice. "I'm actually a half-elf." "Yes, and I'm actually a fairy, but you are a fairy. You're still young, but you sure know how to compliment the ladies." Belle smiled sweetly as she patted William's head. She didn't know why, but she felt very close to him, as if she had known him for a very long time. The moment her eyes saw him, she felt as if something that had been missing in her life had finally reappeared, and it made her feel complete. "Can I touch them?" Belle asked. William nodded. Of course. Belle's soft and delicate hands moved to touch William's ears. She kneaded them with her fingers while trying to find the hidden attachment that made the ears pointy. A minute later, she took back her hands and her expression became serious. "No way," Belle muttered. She then grabbed William's hands and looked straight in his eyes. "Are you really a half-elf? Like one of those characters in fantasy books? Can you use a bow? Can you use magic? Do you know Legolas?" Belle's barrage of questions made William chuckle. Since he couldn't access his system and artifacts, the half-elf thought that he was in some sort of dreamlike state. Because of this, he was not afraid to hide that he was a real half-elf, and answered all of Belle's questions. The only thing he didn't reveal was his real identity. He was afraid that the moment he told Belle the truth, this dream of his would break into 1,000 pieces. "Who is this girl?" Ella thought, as she looked at the pool of water in front of her. "Is this the world where William lived his past life?" She was currently seated beside a spring, watching William and his trial. Ella was very curious because she had never seen this girl before. With a glance, she could tell that William loved the girl. Like a mother appraising her future daughter-in-law, Ella's eyes narrowed as she observed the two's interaction in the spring. "Well, she's not half bad," Ella said with a smile. A plan was brewing inside her mind as she thought of her beloved. What she wanted was William's happiness. Since that was the case, she was willing to pull some strings in the background to make William's dreams come true. Chapter 255. My Name Is Will Part 2. "Are you for real?" Belle exclaimed. "You're really a half-elf?" Belle couldn't believe that Will was the real deal. She only thought that the boy was one of those cosplayers that like to go to conventions while portraying their favorite characters. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that she would meet a real, breathing fantasy creature in the flower field right outside their villa. "Can you cast magic?" Belle asked. "I can't," William replied. "My powers are currently sealed. Then can you tell me more about your world? It is a very long story. Are you sure you want to hear it?" "Definitely." Belle listened to William's tale. The boy said that he was born in the Elven continent, then taken to a town called Lont, and was raised by my relatives and a goat named Ella. William also told her about the exciting battles against magical beasts and the people he met along the road to the temple. "I think Est and Ian are traps," Belle said. "Either that or both of them are girls in disguise." "Est and Ian are girls," William snorted. "Impossible. I've been around them for a long time. Do you really think that I can't differentiate between a boy and a girl, especially that snot-nosed pansy? If he was really a girl, I'd spell my name backwards." "Haven't you heard about women's intuition?" Belle smiled mischievously. "Most of the time I'm right, and this is one of those occasions when I think that I am right." "Something is off with your intuition, then." "How mean?" William was about to continue the story when they were interrupted by Belle's maidservants. It was time for dinner, and the head maid had ordered them to bring the food inside Belle's room, because she seemed to be having a good time with their guest. Although she didn't know where William had come from, the head maid was a good judge of character. This was also the first time that she had seen their young lady so happy that she didn't dare to destroy it. She had been depressed for a long time after the operation. Her father decided to let her spend some time in the villa to recover. He was hoping that the lush scenery and the fresh air of the countryside would improve her mood. After the two finished their dinner, Belle told William more of her observations. "This girl Wendy is really in love with you," Belle said, like an expert in romantic relationships. "You better treat her well. However, your ex-roommate Kenneth, isn't this like one of those soap operas when a girl pretends to be a guy to be near the guy she likes?" "You sure have a wild imagination," William replied. "You watch too many dramas." "Oh, you know about dramas. Does your world have any modern technology? Based on what you said earlier, I thought that it was a pure fantasy world. Is it sci-fi? Do you have spaceships, interstellar travel?" "Forget about what I said about dramas. My world is pure fantasy." The half-elf scratched his cheek as if reprimanding himself for saying something unnecessary. Belle just smiled and didn't pry any further. She felt that Will was hiding a few things from her, but it didn't matter. She was not the kind of lady who would force people to tell her their secrets. "Still, you should pay extra attention to Estée and Ian," Belle insisted. "As for Kenneth, he's still 50-50. He could be a trap or a real girl in disguise." "Okay," William replied half-heartedly. Belle knew that the boy was only agreeing on the surface, but he had no intention to find out whether her conjectures were true or not. "You know, something is bothering me." Belle leaned her back on the chair she was sitting on. "And that is?" William asked. "You have many bride candidates around you. Let's not talk about the unconfirmed Est, Ian and Kenneth, Rebecca, Wendy, Amelia, and even that little girl, Brianna. But are you planning to become a harem protagonist?" Belle's gaze locked on at William. For a brief moment, William thought that the girl was looking at him like he was some kind of scum. "You know, harem protagonists are the worst," Belle added without mercy. "How can they have so many girls? Isn't that being unfaithful? Are you planning to have a harem?" The half-elf coughed lightly as his eyes wandered around the room. Clearly, he didn't want to answer this touchy subject. "Will, I know that polygamy is not banned in your world. However, you must promise me that you will not go after girls willy-nilly and not care about their feelings at all," Belle said with a serious expression. "If you do that, I will cross between worlds and pull on your ears until they detach. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes." William lowered his head. His dejected expression made Bella's expression soften. She didn't want to admit it, but she felt a little irritated when the handsome boy mentioned the names of the girls around him. "Why am I feeling this way?" Belle thought. "Is it because Will is the only boy I have interacted with aside from William?" Their names are very similar as well. When Belle thought of the sickly boy that would often steal glances of her while she was in the archery club, she wasn't able to stop herself from feeling sad. William noticed the sudden change in her mood and thought that it was due to him being a harem protagonist. He immediately stood up and held her hand and looked into her eyes. "Belle, I am not someone who takes relationships lightly. Please believe me," William said with a serious expression on his face. For a brief moment, the sickly boy's face in her memories overlapped with William until the two of them became one. "Belle?" William asked. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "I am fine," Belle replied as her hand unconsciously gripped William's hand. "It's already late. We can continue our talks tomorrow. Since you have no place to go, you can stay in this residence until we figure out a way to send you back." Belle didn't know how or why the half-elf suddenly appeared in her world. However, one thing was certain. She wanted to know more about the red-headed boy in front of her. "You don't have to worry about that," William replied. "I think I will return to my world after 3 days' time." "3 days?" Belle asked in surprise. "How do you know that you will return in 3 days?" "I just know. Call it a half-elf's intuition. That thing actually exists?" "Yes," William replied, as he looked at the ticking counter that had suddenly appeared on his status screen. 71:57:06. The timer had suddenly appeared after Belle's change in expression. William didn't know what triggered the timer, but he felt half happy and sad at the sudden development. Happy because he knew that after the timer ended, he would be sent back to Hestia. Sad because it will also mark the end for his brief encounter with the girl that he had loved a lifetime ago.